On a summer morning, Bai Xiaowen was jolted awake by the cheerful ringtone of his phone. The first thing he saw was the familiar swimsuit poster on the wall, a curvy model in a blue and white striped bikini, her figure both alluring and confident. "You're up?" Zhu Changjing poked his head out from the kitchen. As Bai Xiaowen gulped down the Red Bull on his nightstand, memories of last night's wild antics flooded back. At 2:30 in the morning, Zhu Changjing, who had just finished a game and was about to go to bed, received a call from Bai Xiaowen. Drunk and rambling, Bai Xiaowen insisted on making Zhu his sworn brother and dragging him on a quest for a legendary treasure in a little boat. By the time Zhu arrived at the late-night food stall, Bai Xiaowen was already pledging brotherhood with the owner and a stray yellow dog. "It's been months since that woman left. You should move on," Zhu tried to comfort him. But before he could finish, Bai Xiaowen began reciting poetry. "Let bygones be bygones. Yesterday cannot be retained." He hadn't finished before Zhu interrupted him with a playful tackle. As the two horsed around, a delicate-looking girl walked in. She was Lin Anren, Zhu Changjing's girlfriend. Her long-sleeved gray sweater hugged her graceful figure, and her bright eyes were a stark contrast to Bai Xiaowen's weary gaze. As Bai Xiaowen's only friend in S City besides Zhu, she had two favorite hobbies: bickering with Zhu and setting Bai Xiaowen up on blind dates. When Lin Anren mentioned the new full-dive VR game, Freedom, Bai Xiaowen immediately refused. But the couple had come prepared. They drew the curtains and started the game's trailer. Light pierced the darkness, revealing a vast, wild world. Some soared through the clouds, some wielded blades to slay dragons in the snow, some in white robes faced armies alone, others lived for sword fights and camaraderie. The scene stirred old memories in Bai Xiaowen. Years ago, after running away from home over family troubles, he stumbled into online gaming in a remote mountain town. Thanks to his extraordinary talent, he quickly became one of the top scavengers in China's gaming scene. In the first semi-immersive online game, Myth, he led the Wushuang Guild to dominate the world, forging an era of his own. But every high point is followed by a fall. Though he now wanted to distance himself from the virtual world, he was constantly surrounded by gaming chatter, thanks to childhood friends Zhu Qingjing and Lin Anren, both avid gamers. Adding to the irony, Zhu's greatest idol, the god of war, Imo Zongbai, was none other than his own former in-game identity. As the breathtaking trailer ended, leaving only the word freedom suspended in midair, Bai Xiaowen felt a summons deep in his heart. It was a call for the lost king to don his armor once more, to lift his battered sword, fight through every obstacle, and reclaim the glory that was once his. Liberty is a fully immersive holographic virtual reality game, developed by the world's top scientists and researchers under the leadership of the world's most advanced AI, Hongwang. Its map is over 500 times larger than the combined land and sea area of the entire blue planet, comfortably accommodating all players online at once. To ensure absolute fairness, the data packages for characters, monsters, quests, and more were designed with only 20 of the core logic coded by human developers. The remaining 80 is generated and perfected by Hongwang, based on that core logic. Every quest and action players take in the game can branch into up to 10 to the power of 52 possible outcomes, a number far greater than all the grains of sand in the solar system. In other words, until a mission is complete, no one knows what might happen. The thrill of exploring the unknown is the greatest joy Liberty has to offer. Bai Xiaowen was absent-mindedly browsing the game's holographic introduction when Zhu Qingjing quietly sidled up to him, slinging an arm around his shoulders with a mischievous grin. "I heard all the female NPCs in this game have bikinis, black stockings, and legs for days," Zhu Qingjing whispered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "And if you get close enough to them, you can even." Before he could finish, Lin Anren swept in like a whirlwind and delivered a perfect spinning slap to Zhu Qingjing's head, cutting off his inappropriate comment. Zhu's head nearly spun a full circle on his neck as he staggered backward. Watching the scene, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but think, wow, that was a solid hit. Zhu Changjing rubbed his aching head, but didn't seem discouraged. He grinned and said, "Xiaobai, your sister Anren always sees the bigger picture. This game has so much potential. Once you start making money, the pretty girls will come to you. Then you can settle down and start a family, the whole package." Lin Anren put her hands on her hips and said seriously, "If you make friends for profit, the friendship ends when the profit does. If you make friends for feelings, the friendship ends when the feelings do. You're still too young to understand." Bai Xiaowen shook his head and said quietly, "That's not the point. The real point is, I'm not interested in money." I had barely finished before Zhu Qingjing cut in, eyes shining. "Mr. Ma Xiaowen, come on, let's take the leap into cyber evolution together." Seeing the eager anticipation in Zhu Qingjing's eyes, Bai Xiaowen felt his own resolve start to waver. He thought for a moment. The technical barriers in gaming mean that, even though all players are in the same game, they inevitably form their own circles: newbies, veterans, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, top players, elite players, and then the very best, each layer forming its own little world. If you're just playing casually, you'll never get close to those standing at the top. With a resigned sigh, Bai Xiaowen stretched and shrugged. Well, why not give it a try? Lin Anren, seeing that her persistent efforts had finally paid off, broke into a radiant smile and rushed forward, ready to plant 2 kisses on Bai Xiaowen's cheeks. Luckily, Zhu Changjing was quick and blocked her just in time, taking 2 loud slaps on Bai's behalf. After showering them with affection, Lin Anren flashed a peace sign and shouted, "Let's go." Bai Xiaowen was bewildered. Go? Go where? He grabbed a can of red moo drink from the table and took a sip, trying to calm his excitement. Zhu Qingjing threw an arm around Bai Xiaowen's neck, accidentally spilling the drink all over the bed, but didn't care. We're going to buy the logging gear for Liberty, of course. The game's about to launch. If we don't hurry, we'll miss out on all the good stuff. Letting go of Bai, Zhu put his hands on his hips and looked annoyed. Seriously, what era do you think this is? Deliveries, takeout, taxes are all handled by AI robots now. You still want to go to the store in person? What? Did a pig sit on your brain? Bai Xiaowen rolled his eyes, looking at the 2 in front of him as if they were a couple of idiots. On a scorching day like this, what else would you see on the street besides girls in tank tops, crop tops, and short shorts? Are you 2 really so bored you have to torture yourselves like this? Acting like you've caught some kind of cat fever. Lin Anren replied seriously, Free Play is the world's first fully immersive holographic online game. The initial activation requires digitizing all the player's neural cells, dendrites, and axons, so you have to go to a professional offline center and use specialized equipment. Zhu Qingjing jumped in. I heard that at first, they let people activate it at home. Then some poor guy tried to sneakily activate it under his blanket and got caught by his mom, who yanked the helmet right off. What happened to him? Bai Xiaowen's eyebrows shot up, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Nothing majority, just ended up brain damaged. I'm out. Play if you want, I'm done, Bai Xiaowen said, slipping on his sandals to bolt. You 2 are the real idiots. Don't listen to him, Lin Anren quickly explained. That guy accidentally wandered into a restricted player zone and found out some things he wasn't supposed to know. To keep the game balanced, the main AI, Hong Wang, sent robots to take him away. The AI has already made a public announcement. They'll let his family go when the time comes. 30 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the nearest free-play login device store. The place was packed, with the line stretching down the entire street. In this highly intelligent era where everyone could live off universal basic income, such a scene was rarer than men giving birth. The sun beat down, the air shimmering with heat. Hours passed in a flash. Some people tried to cut in line, relying on their size, but before any trouble could break out, plainclothes staff hidden in the crowd quickly subdued them with stun batons and took them away. Finally, as evening approached, the 3 made it inside the store. A stunning sales associate in a sleek pencil skirt greeted them with a bright smile. Good afternoon. I'm number 9527, your free-play login device specialist. He'll be assisting you today. Bai Xiaowen looked at the smiling, long-legged woman in black stockings, opened his mouth, and suddenly realized that aside from some CG trailers and the game's introduction, he knew almost nothing about it. He glanced at his friend Lin Anren was already ogling the display models, while Zhu Qingjing was openly staring at the saleswoman's legs. Sir, it seems you might not be familiar with the free-play login device. Would you like me to give you a brief introduction? Sure. The young woman in a black bodycon skirt stood at the counter, watching Bai Xiaowen, who looked especially adorable when he was upset. Her fingers curled slightly as she resisted the urge to pat his head. With a professional smile, she said, Sir, we offer 3 types of login devices for free game: helmet, necklace, and bracelet. Her voice was clear and bright. The game helmet is the most popular choice, priced at 1,000 huaxia coins, affordable and reliable. The necklace and bracelet are more refined, compact, and discreet, each priced at 100,000 huaxia coins. She paused before adding, once the game reaches a certain stage, Hongwang Corporation will also release the already developed game pod, designed for professional players. It can be filled with nutrient solution and supports continuous play for weeks, even months. Bai Xiaowen rubbed the stubble on his chin, frowning slightly. Other than their appearance, are there any differences between them? Maybe in terms of gameplay experience or starter packs? He hesitated before continuing. I know starter packs are rare in serious online games these days, but still, it seems you really know your stuff, sir. The woman smiled, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Rest assured, free game is all about fairness and freedom, so there are no starter packs or similar perks. She tapped her slender finger on the counter. As for the experience, all 3 devices offer a simulation accuracy of 99.141592653. The main difference is portability. A bracelet and necklace are compact and discreet, perfect for carrying around, while the helmet is a bit bulkier and better suited for home use. She added, all 3 login devices have identical functions. The price difference simply comes down to materials and manufacturing costs. Just like with other electronics, the smaller the device, the higher the price. People in the know understand. Bai Xiaowen nodded. He'll take a game helmet. Would you like the standard helmet or a free DIY patterned helmet? She asked. The DIY version will take about half an hour longer. Just give me a plain white or black one. Whatever's handy, Bai Xiaowen replied casually with a wave. Certainly, sir. She turned, picked up a simple white helmet, and placed it on the counter. Now, they'll just need a bit more of your time for your first free game login and real name authentication. Alright. Guided by the woman in the black skirt, Bai Xiaowen left Zhu Qingjing and Lin Anren behind and followed her to an oddly shaped, oversized sofa. Following her instructions, he adjusted his posture, put on the helmet, and placed his hands on the designated spots at the sides of the sofa. Once he was ready, the woman retrieved a magnetic data chip from behind the sofa and attached it skillfully to Bai Xiaowen's helmet. Then, with a delicate touch, she pressed the login button. The moment the button was pressed, a buzzing sounded in Bai Xiaowen's head. His vision went black, and his consciousness quickly faded. Watching Bai Xiaowen lose consciousness, the woman in the black skirt bent down and began her routine sampling work. Bai Xiaowen was wearing nothing but a pair of plain cotton briefs when he slowly opened his eyes. Before him stretched a vast lake, its surface rippling with golden waves in the glow of the setting sun. Birds soared gracefully across the sky, tracing elegant arcs above, while the occasional small fish or shrimp swam close, gently nibbling at the dead skin on his feet. The scenery was so vivid and immersive that one could almost forget it was a virtual world. The air was fresh, the lake water shimmered with gentle ripples, and schools of fish darted freely below, producing a soft, soothing sound. Welcome, player 114-904-5754, to your first login to free game. This map is the waiting area Mirror Lake. The system's voice sounded in by Xiaowen's ear, shattering the lake's tranquility. There are 6 days, 18 hours, 20 minutes, and 40 seconds remaining until the official launch of free game. To ensure a smooth login, the system will now begin real name authentication. Please maintain your connection and gently tap the air with any hand to bring up your personal system panel for verification. As soon as the announcement ended, a prompt tone followed. Upon hearing the system's instructions, Bai Xiaowen responded with practiced ease. He was already familiar with these procedures. Though this new game was far more realistic and complex than older mythological games, the basic operations remained unchanged. He reached out and tapped the air, causing a translucent control panel to appear before him. Ding! Real name authentication is now in progress. Please do not perform any game commands during this process. The system's voice was calm and clear. Ding! Analyzing and verifying, please wait. As the prompt sounded, anticipation began to build in by Xiaowen's heart. He gazed at the mirror-like surface of the lake, his thoughts growing indistinct. Everything around him felt less like reality and more like a blank canvas in his life. Ding! Fingerprint verification complete. Ding! Retinal scan complete. Ding! Brainwave analysis complete. Ding! DNA verification complete. With each confirmation, the system continued, ding, loading personal information from the global gene database. Please wait. After a short while, the system finished loading. Ding! Player information loaded successfully. Name, Bai Xiaowen. Former names, none. Gender, male. Marital status, single. Father, Chu Zhongtian. Mother, Bai Shireen. Younger sister, Chu Xiaoxi. Is this information correct? Bai Xiaowen nodded lightly. Yes, it's correct. Real name verification complete. Enjoy your game. The system's well-wishing faded with a cheerful chime. Immediately, a massive countdown appeared in the azure sky, the numbers ticking down. Only 6 days, 18 hours, 28 minutes, and 40 seconds remained until the launch. Bai Xiaowen looked up. The countdown hung overhead like a sword, ready to fall at any moment. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the vast lake to the horizon, where an unknown, yet strangely familiar virtual world awaited him. In that instant, his long-dormant heart seemed to surge with new energy, beating with a vitality he hadn't felt in years. For the first time in ages, he felt truly alive. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, passionate and intense. Peerless. Peerless. Unmatched under the heavens. Bai Xiaowen's heart trembled. This was his old slogan. Peerless guild. Unmatched under heaven. In the real world, he was just the ordinary Bai Xiaowen. But in the virtual world, he was once the legendary war god, the invincible Mo Zhongbai. Peerless guild, once a titan that shook the entire gaming world, sweeping across nations and standing above all rivals. The guild boasted top-tier members like Fu Guang and Shadow, brilliant strategists like Shiguang Moke, and countless experts and wise men, with a record of glorious victories. Peerless Guild was not just a symbol of strength. It also included several of the world's top 10 supreme deities, with 3 from the Huaxiao region alone. It was a super guild with virtually no weaknesses: military power, intelligence, resource management, all at the highest level. Every battle and every war was a masterpiece of calculation and strategy. All of this made Bai Xiaowen's heart race as memories of his past glory flooded his mind. No individual or force has ever been so powerful that an entire era would be named after them. The backend terminal of the free game system lit up, accompanied by a series of notification sounds. Ding! The system's cold, Electronic voice echoed through the data space. According to big data analysis, a player with SS-level neural reaction speed has been detected in the Europa region. Another notification immediately followed. Ding. According to big data analysis, a player with SS-level neural reaction speed has appeared in the Rice region. But the most eye-catching alert came next. Ding. According to big data analysis, the first player with SSS-level neural reaction speed has appeared in District S, City S, Province S, Huaxiao region. The system quickly initiated the matchmaking protocol, Ding matching player ID with existing top players in the global game database. A few seconds later, the results appeared. Ding. No match found in the global game database for existing top players. The system continued its analysis. Ding. No top players found under the ID information of the player's parents, relatives, or friends in the global game database. Preliminary analysis based on big data suggests an 80% probability that this player is a newcomer. Requires close monitoring. To maintain game balance, the system responded immediately. Ding player's neural reaction speed detected at SSS level. To ensure a fair start, compensation protocol activated. For the first 3 months, the player's charm is increased to SSS, luck to SS, and fortune decreased to G. Just then, another alert sounded. Ding. According to big data analysis, a second player with SSS-level neural reaction speed has appeared in District S, City S, Province S, Huaxiao region. The system started the matching process. Ding matching player ID with existing top players in the global game database. This time, the result was completely different. Ding successfully matched with an existing top player in the global game database. The system quickly pulled up detailed information. Notable game, myth. Player ID, Fuguang. Highest achievement. Ranked 8th among the top 10 deities in the myth game world. 4th in the Huaxiao region. Other games, Dragon Soul Online. Player ID, Fengwang. Achievement, ranked 66th on the Rice server. Other games, Divine Ring. Player ID, Dailianhua. Achievement, ranked 666th on the Rice server. Other games, Sword and Magic. Player ID, Zioyuti. Achievement, ranked 6,666th on the Rice server. Finally, the system confirmed. All player information has been successfully integrated into the free game database. Shortly after Bai Xiaowen logged out of the game, the system detected another SSS-level player's data being uploaded to the free game cloud. This player was lying in a gaming pod just 5 or 6 meters away from Bai Xiaowen, a mature woman whose figure was even more alluring and luscious than a ripe peach. With her sweet, cute face and striking physique, the contrast was unforgettable. She was once one of Bai Xiaowen's closest bosom buddies, the Lord of Light Fuguang, and the very reason Bai Xiaowen quit free game years ago. Bai Xiaowen stretched and slowly took off his gaming helmet. Nearby, a young woman in a black skirt and stockings, who was idly waiting to verify customers, noticed the newfound spark in Bai Xiaowen's dark, bright eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. In that instant, she realized she had fallen in love with this boy who looked both adorable and a bit scruffy. It was inexplicable, but it was real. The jade rabbit hung high in the sky. Sparse stars filled the heavens. When Bai Xiaowen and his 2 friends squeezed out of the free game login device sales center, clutching their new headsets, the sun was already setting in the west. The crowd outside was still surging, and the line was even longer than when they had arrived at noon. Xiaobai, you seem unusually energetic all of a sudden. Did something interesting just happen? Lin Anren tilted her head and blinked at him mischievously. I've always been charming, I just usually keep a low profile, Bai Xiaowen replied with a grin, flexing his not-so-impressive biceps. TSK, most people just leave here with a headset, but our Xiaobai got a Tufferone deal headset plus a long-legged beauty in black stockings. Zhu Chengjing teased, glancing at the headset box in Bai Xiaowen's arms. Following Zhu Chengjing's gaze, Lin Anren noticed a cute bunny-themed note tucked inside the box. On it was a detailed list of personal information: name, age, birthday, zodiac sign, even a phone number and social media handle, everything short of her measurements and underwear brand. Bai Xiaowen was taken aback. He hadn't even realized there was a note hidden in the box. Well, looks like someone's been secretly chatting up a pretty girl. No wonder you took so long packing up your headset. Lin Anren laughed, ruffling Bai Xiaowen's hair. I was worried you'd end up single forever, but it looks like I was overthinking it. Now your old man can finally relax, Zhu Qingjing added. Oh, come on. Bai Xiaowen sighed in exasperation. Back home, Bai Xiaowen casually tossed the note with the contact info for Miss Black Stockings, number 9527, onto his desk. He then powered up his long-neglected, high-end, million-yuan server-grade PC and eagerly logged into the free game official website. He went straight for the free forum, where the first thing he saw was a bold, sticky post from the developers, Free Game Beginner's Guide. The post laid out all the game rules in detail, from career freedom and immersive gameplay to newbie village GM setup, early access, and account deletion restrictions, a staggering 8,888 points in total. 6 days flew by. During this time, Bai Xiaowen poured all his energy into waiting in the free game's pre-launch map, Mirror Lake, sharpening his reflexes and awakening his dormant combat instincts. Even so, he still felt clumsy, like a newbie. As for the beginner's guide, which had ballooned from 8,888 to 18,888 rules, had only skimmed through it a couple of times. With this much prep, it'll dominate the newbie village. Tremble before me, little piglets, Bai Xiaowen thought with satisfaction. At this very moment, countless top gamers around the world were just like Bai Xiaowen clutching their free game login devices, eagerly awaiting the server launch. These were the elite of their respective fields, and free game was set to become the ultimate stage for global competition after the legendary Mythos game. With the support of the world's top AI, Hong Huang, and backing from governments worldwide, it was destined to surpass the glory of its predecessor. This time, they would battle for honor. They would battle for the summit. Beiji, there's only half an hour left until the Freedom server goes live. Are you and your wife ready? Bai Xiaowen sent the message as he climbed out of bed. Oh, I got a call from my father-in-law and mother-in-law this morning. They want me to visit. You know how it is, Zhu Qingjing. With a teasing tone, Bai Xiaowen fired back. So, who's more important, or your in-laws? Do you even have to ask? Of course, it's my in-laws. As they say, friends are like clothes, get lost, get lost, get lost. Ha. I have no idea what time I'll be back after visiting them. They'll head to the Newbie village in our province's main city for a bit. We'll team up with you when we're online. By the time you two Flakerson chief log in, they'll already be out of the Newbie village, Bai Xiaowen said with a smug grin, then hung up. He quietly picked up his gaming helmet, put it on, and quickly got himself ready. Suddenly, the game screen flashed to life, and a strong sensation of being pulled made him feel weightless. A moment later, the familiar sight of clear blue skies and sparkling water appeared before his eyes. Welcome, player, to Freedom's waiting map, Mirror Lake. 23 minutes and 35 seconds until the official launch. You can now enter the character creation phase. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Bai Xiaowen grinned and hit the confirm button. Ding. Congratulations, you've entered the character creation phase. Please choose a name for your character. Game IDs must not contain offensive, political, or discriminatory language. Game ID cannot exceed 20 characters. Out of all the monkeys, my butt is the reddest. Name already taken. Please choose another. Little matchstick selling nukes. Name already taken. Please choose another. Chasing the wind in the wind. Name already taken. Please choose another. Strawberry king of the bystanders. Name already taken. Please choose another. Meow the heck. Ding. This ID is available. Registering now. Seriously? Bai Xiaowen muttered in frustration. If ID known, I would have tried bark the heck. Ding. Congratulations, your character Meow the heck has been created. Please fine-tune your character's appearance. As the system message faded, a two-meter-tall mirror materialized in front of Bai Xiaowen. Without hesitation, he hit the one-click beauty option provided by the system, ignoring all the other customization options. Once he finished, the system chimed again. Welcome to the world of freedom. Please select a game region or choose random. Huaxiao region. Please select a main city or choose random. Zhuek main city. Please select a starting village or choose random. Random. Ding. Random selection complete. Player Meow the heck will spawn in starting village 9527. Distributing starter gear with no attributes. Auto-equipping starter gear. Starter gear equipped. Enjoy your game. Freedom. Sigma. Freedom. As the system prompt ended, the mirror before Bai Xiaowen suddenly went black. Then, lines of text began to appear on the screen. Seeing the words pop up, Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up and a smile crept across his face again. The text on the mirror was exactly what Bai Xiaowen had been desperately searching for on the free game forums these past few days, a comprehensive introduction to the basic character attributes in free game. His eyes lit up as he focused intently on the words. Whether it's learning, working, or gaming, your fundamentals determine how far and how high you can go. The glowing letters on the mirror read. In the game, there are two kinds of fundamentals. External skills, which are your in-game techniques, and internal skills, which cover all the detailed textual information related to the game. Only by knowing what others don't can you anticipate what others can't. Game sense, that mysterious thing, never comes out of nowhere. Next came a detailed breakdown of the attributes. Strength affects your character's physical attack power and the bonus damage of physical skills. 1 point of strength, 1 attack power, 1 physical armor penetration. Constitution influences your character's health and defense. 1 point of constitution, 20 health points, 1 physical defense, 1 magic defense, 1 health regeneration per second outside combat. Agility determines attack speed and movement speed. 1 point of agility grants a moderate increase to movement speed, attack speed, and agility. Spirit intellect affects mana, spell power, mana regeneration, and casting speed. 1 point of spirit, 10 mana points, 1 spell power, 1 mana regeneration per second. Bai Xiaowen casually opened his personal player panel, and a series of basic stats appeared before his eyes. Player ID, mythology. Title, none. Level 0. Experience, 0 100. Class, unemployed. Guild, none. Free coins, 0 gold, 0 silver, 0 copper. Base attributes, strength, 1. Constitution, 1. Agility, 1. Spirit, 1. Health, 20. Mana, 10. Attack power, 1. Spell power, 1. Physical defense, 1. Magic defense, 1. Hunger, 0. Pet, none. Mount, none. After reviewing his stats, Bai Xiaowen took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the surface of Mirror Lake, and did his best to calm his pounding heart. It had been years since he felt this level of anticipation. The text on the mirror continued to flicker. 3 minutes until free game launches. Please be patient. 2 minutes until free game launches. Please be patient. 1 minute until free game launches. Please be patient. Across all the waiting areas in the game, players stared intently at the countdown in the blue sky. In the final 10 seconds, free game players around the world couldn't help but join in, shouting the countdown together. As the timer hit 0, a brilliant, dazzling beam of light split the sky and descended onto the waiting maps, enveloping all the players. Bathed in a warm golden glow, they slowly floated into the air, officially leaving the waiting area and entering the vast world of free game. No one knew how much time had passed, but eventually, the players felt solid ground beneath their feet. They had arrived. Finally, they were here. When they opened their eyes, the world before them was not the epic scene of dragons soaring, mountains crumbling, or swords clashing as they had imagined. Instead, a fresh breeze carried the scent of earth, the fragrance of grass and trees, and the distant calls of birds. Every blade of grass, every brick and tile, radiated one thing: reality. With the excited screams of beautiful girls and handsome guys ringing out, free game officially began. The next second, thunderclouds gathered in the sky. The moment after, the sound of crackling lightning louder than New Year's fireworks echoed through the beginner's village. As the system's punitive lightning struck down, the rowdy players who had been fooling around met their first in-game death during the free play's opening session. "This crappy game wasted my youth. Refund, refund, refund," screamed one of the revived troublemakers, his voice echoing across the main square of Novice Village, number 9527. Normal players scattered like startled birds, quickly surrounding the square and blocking every exit. Those who couldn't squeeze into the crowd turned and sprinted deeper into the village, urgency written all over their faces. At that moment, only one thing was on their minds: getting their hands on the beginner quests. But Bai Xiaowen didn't blindly follow the crowd. He stood his ground, his keen eyes scanning the area for a vantage point that would let him survey the whole scene. According to guides head read online, free play used a FOGOF where exploration model-only areas you'd personally seen would appear on your map. The only other way to get maps was to buy them from in-game shops or obtain them from NPCs, but these maps were often inaccurate and required players to correct them through exploration. In short, everything in free play was constantly changing, nothing stayed the same for long. Bai Xiaowen wasn't the only one with this idea. Every player with a bit of strategy in mind rushed toward the massive, 20 to 30 meter high observation stone in the center of the square. This landmark of Hermit Village number 9527 became the focus of a mad scramble, as everyone wanted to be the first to get a full view of the surrounding terrain. Climbing to the top of the stone, Bai Xiaowen took in the scenery: rolling green plains on 3 sides and lush mountains on the 4th. He quickly sketched out the layout in his mind, updating his mental map as he went. Once had finished, Bai Xiaowen suddenly closed his eyes and leapt from the top of the stone, whispering to himself, "Free play, here I come." At that very moment, Hua Dai Lianyu, who had arrived late after spending too much time customizing her character, was happily running toward the observation stone. She planned to check out the terrain and snap some photos. Just as she reached the base, a figure plummeted from above and landed heavily on top of her. Bai Xiaowen felt a soft, springy sensation that left him momentarily dazed. "Believe it or not," he stammered, little stars spinning around his head, "I was just trying to calculate the fall damage in this game. I mean, the damage from falling from a height, not from landing on someone." Under Hua Dai Lianyu's furious glare, Bai Xiaowen lowered his head in embarrassment only to accidentally bury his face in her chest. Feeling the pressure and his hot breath, Lianyu clenched her jaw in rage. Exactly 3.14159.265 seconds later, both of them recovered from their stunned state. Without hesitation, Hua Dai Lianyu swung a punch, but Bai Xiaowen nimbly dodged backward, narrowly avoiding her attack. "Aliens!" Bai Xiaowen suddenly shouted, pointing at the sky. The surrounding players instinctively looked up. In the split second that Hua Dai Lianyu glanced down, Bai Xiaowen had vanished without a trace. "You little punk, just wait until I see you again," Hua Dai Lianyu roared. She grabbed the hand of another player who had tried to grope her, and with a swift move, dislocated his entire arm. The player stared in terror at his limp arm, but before he could react, a long, powerful leg struck his chest and sent him flying straight onto the observation stone. After escaping the awkward scene, Bai Xiaowen headed straight for the entrance of the novice village without looking back. With years of experience playing large-scale MMORPGs, he knew there were two main ways to get started. One was to follow the NPC questlines like a rule-abiding worker, and the other was to rush out of the safe zone to level up by fighting monsters, just like an adventurous entrepreneur. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaowen chose the latter after all. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Outside the novice village stretched endless green plains, dotted with countless giant white rabbits. The modeling of these rabbits was astonishingly detailed, each with its own unique features. Some were half a meter tall, petite and nimble like big dogs, while others stood over a meter high, sturdy and strong like calves. Their fur looked incredibly lifelike, and their movements were natural and agile. Looking around, Bai Xiaowen saw that many players had already rushed out of the safe zone to challenge these deceptively cute but dangerous creatures. Some overconfident players even tried to take on two rabbits at once, attempting to show off their skills. Yet within less than a minute, these impatient players turned into white light and were sent back to the respawn point. Only a few solo players and well-coordinated teams in the distance were locked in fierce battles with the giant rabbits, relying on their skillful maneuvering and teamwork. Those who died clearly didn't bother to read the official posts on the free game forum. What do you mean by that? Looks like you didn't read them either. There have been tens of thousands of updates lately. It's overwhelming. Getting good at a game isn't as easy as it sounds. Soon, players began recruiting for teams, looking for a pro to show me the ropes. Hey man, got room in your party? Count me in. Me too. Veteran player leading a rabbit hunting team, come join us for legendary loot and a bright new world. Cute girl here, looking for 4 teammates. Sweet or spicy, your choice. Watching this familiar scene unfold, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to find a quiet spot to start grinding solo, a donkey-faced player with the ID Ba Daozhan Shun barged onto the scene, shoving people aside and shouting loudly. What the hell are you idiots blocking the village entrance for? Get the hell out of my way, or I'll call my friends to PK all of you morons. Bai Xiaowen's eyes widened in surprise, his ears practically twitching. Here comes a show-off. What are you staring at, you little punk? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Bunch of noobs, get lost. If you don't move, I swear I'll call my crew to PK every last one of you. Ba Daozhan Shun yelled as he shoved his way through the crowd, acting as if he owned the place. At the village entrance, the players all lowered their heads in silence, intimidated by the domineering presence of Ba Daozhan Shun. Just a few words from this seemingly well-connected figure were enough to send chills down their spines. No one wanted to risk offending him and jeopardize their chances of leveling up in the beginner village. Do you even know who I am? I'm the leader of the warrior command team for Ba Dao Tian Xia, one of the top 28 super guilds in the entire Xinyu game. You bunch of nobodies, just being able to see someone like me is already a privilege. Once you leave the Newbie village, you won't even be qualified to carry my shoes. Ba Daozhan Shun's gaze was icy, his tone dripping with contempt. Standing in the crowd, Bai Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with mischief. Unafraid of stirring the pot, he shouted, Ba Dao God, are there only 28 guilds in Xinyu? Who the hell just said that? Who dares insult Mejid out here right now? Ba Daozhan Shun's eyes widened as he scanned the crowd, bellowing in fury. Bai Xiaowen picked his nose nonchalantly, feigning innocence. No idea who said that. What's the deal with Ba Dao Tian Xia anyway? How can they act so arrogant, even in the Newbie village? A player named Jifeng Xiaodai muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed by Ba Daozhan Shin's attitude. Still, not knowing much about the guild's background, he kept his complaints quiet. Ba Dao Tian Xia has been a top 30 guild in Xinyu for years. They have hundreds of elite members online at any given time. We really drew the short straw, ending up in the same starter village as them. Another player whispered to Jifeng Xiaodai. Let's hope we have a strong guild in our village to stand up to them. Otherwise, ordinary players like us are just going to get bullied. I had a friend who actually quit Xinyu because he got beaten up by Ba Dao Tian Xia. Someone else sighed, sounding a bit downcast. Was your friend's username 6 Kidneys? Jifeng Xiaodai suddenly paused, his gaze sharp as he looked at the other player. Come on, man, wake up. Aren't you 6 Kidneys yourself? The player looked embarrassed, then forced a sheepish grin. Just then, Ba Daozhan Shun glanced around, but couldn't spot the troublemaker. Frustrated, he lashed out and kicked a young man standing nearby Xiaowen, sending him flying out of the beginner village. The man's scream hadn't even faded before Ba Daozhan Shun barked. Are you idiots deaf? Didn't you hear me tell you nobodies to get lost? What are you looking at? Stare at me again, and I'll have someone PK you right here. After his outburst, Ba Daozhan Shun's face was filled with smug satisfaction, a triumphant smirk tugging at his lips. The surrounding players fell into an uneasy silence, afraid to draw attention. But just then, a rock flew from the crowd, sailing over Ba Daozhan Shun's head and landing squarely on a large white rabbit by the village gate. The rabbit looked up, locked eyes with Bai Xiaowen, and without hesitation, charged over and kicked Ba Daozhan Shun straight back into the newbie zone. Damn it, that stupid rabbit actually dared to attack me. Ba Daozhan Shun roared, his eyes bulging with rage. Bai Xiaowen called out from the crowd. Turns out you're just a weakling. Damn, I recognize your voice. Come out here if you dare, and I'll get my friends to PK you. Once again, Ba Dao Zhan Shun glared around, furious but unable to find the culprit, left fuming with nowhere to vent his anger. The moment his gaze hit a blind spot, the battle erupted without warning. According to forum guides, the game clearly distinguishes attack effects. Red indicates a basic attack dealing standard damage. Yellow marks a critical hit for double damage. Purple signifies a lethal strike inflicting 10 times the base damage, while white miss means the attack failed or was dodged. The Tibetan Mastiff Rabbit, ambushed by Ba Dao Zhan Shun, flashed a look of fury in its eyes and sprang to its feet, fur bristling. With a swift swipe of its front paws, it unleashed a quick combo 3 punches and 2 kicks landing each blow squarely on Ba Dao Zhan Shun. The system interface showed his health bar instantly drop by more than half, with red damage numbers popping up repeatedly above his head. Terror was written all over Ba Dao Zhan Shun's face as he staggered upright, disbelief in his eyes. He spun around, scrambling to retreat to the safety zone of the beginner village, his steps frantic and unsteady. Off you go, Bai Xiaowen shouted, leaping into the air in a perfect arc. His right foot shot out like an arrow, landing squarely on Ba Dao Zhan Shun's back and kicking him out of the village's safe area once more. Now completely enraged, the Tibetan Mastiff Rabbit's blood-red eyes glowed dangerously, its snowy fur standing on end, radiating a fierce aura. Ba Dao Zhan Shun let out a pitiful scream as his first in-game death was ruthlessly claimed by the rabbit. The system flashed a message overhead, hatred reset. The Tibetan Mastiff Rabbit glanced back at Bai Xiaowen, as if expressing its gratitude. Then, with a triumphant flick of its little tail, it hopped over Ba Dao Zhan Shun's corpse and bounced out of the combat zone. At the village entrance, the watching players were stunned into silence, their jaws dropping. Someone whispered, "Can you really play the game like this? Damn it, just you wait. My guild, Ba Dao Tian Xia, will hunt you down endlessly." Ba Dao Zhan Shun, having died, quickly pulled up the chat panel and hammered out a string of threats on the virtual keyboard, which appeared in the public channel for all to see. Not to be outdone, Bai Xiaowen stood triumphantly on Ba Dao Zhan Shun's corpse, hands on his hips, chest out, and shouted, "Evil will never triumph over justice." For a moment, he seemed to become a beacon of hope for beginner village 9527. Damn it, if you've got guts, stay right there. The Ba Dao Tian Xia guild will swarm you today, you little punk. Ba Dao Zhan Shun's angry shout echoed through the chat channel. Bai Xiaowen sneered, "If you've got the nerve, go ahead and call your friends. They'll be right here waiting. If I leave, they'll write my game ID backwards." With that, he nonchalantly picked his nose and flicked a booger straight into Ba Dao Zhan Shun's mouth, drawing laughter from the crowd. "Damn it, just you wait." Ba Dao Zhan Shun's words practically jumped off the screen. "He'll wait. You think I'm scared?" Bai Xiaowen taunted back. A flash of white light signaled Ba Dao Zhan Shun's respawn at the revival point. But just then, Bai Xiaowen let out a cheeky ha and darted away as fast as a rabbit. "Bro, you dropped your dignity," 6 kidneys commented from the sidelines. Bai Xiaowen glanced back with a sly grin. "No, it's yours that's missing. Halua, halua, 7 melons on 1 vine. Hey hey, hoo, ha ha ha, halua." Bai Xiaowen strolled across the grasslands about 2 miles outside the beginner's village, a blade of foxtail grass dangling from his lips as he hummed this old nursery rhyme. All around him, plump white rabbits hopped and grazed, their fur gleaming as white as snow. As an experienced gamer, Bai Xiaowen knew just how important the first hunt could be for a player. He carefully observed each rabbit that passed by, sizing them up in his mind. This one's too small, that one's too fat, this one's legs are too short, that one's tail isn't fluffy enough. Suddenly, a particularly large rabbit caught his eye. It was the size of a full-grown wolfhound, pure white with sleek, glossy fur and perfect proportions. It sat leisurely in a patch of grass, nibbling on tender shoots. "Hey, monster! Show your true form at once." Bai Xiaowen, caught up in his own theatrics, shouted dramatically at the rabbit. The giant rabbit looked up, scanning its surroundings. It saw a teenage boy pointing and yelling at it, but just wiggled its tail in disdain and went back to eating. "How dare you look down on me, little bunny? I'm a man who's slain gods and dragons. Take the Izumi consecutive strike attack." Furious, Bai Xiaowen spat out the foxtail, dashed forward, and aimed a swift kick at the rabbit's backside. His kick landed with a critical hit, and the rabbit's eyes instantly filled with bloodlust. It spun around and lashed out with 2 powerful punches, but Bai Xiaowen dodged them with ease, his movements quick and agile. Thanks to years of gaming experience, Bai Xiaowen was confident that a rabbit from the beginner's area wouldn't be too tough. He noticed that hitting its weak spots triggered critical damage more often, so he carefully calculated each strike. Every punch and kick landed effectively, and soon he had full control over the fight. After dozens of rounds, the big white rabbit finally collapsed, exhausted. A system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, player Meow Jemmy, on flawlessly defeating your first wild monster in free play. Reward: Permanent 1 attack speed increase. Keep up the good work and strive for greater achievements. Looking down at the rabbit's body, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but smile. It was only a 1 boost, but it was permanent and later on, that small percentage could make a world of difference. Bai Xiaowen walked over to the fallen giant white rabbit, searching its body with his hands. Finally, he pulled out a rabbit pelt, 2 pieces of rabbit meat, and 3 copper coins from beneath the corpse. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Then, gripping the dead rabbit tightly as if it were a weapon, he swung it up and charged at another rabbit nearby, which was quietly nibbling on grass. He wielded the dead rabbit with considerable force, swinging it hard, and sending another rabbit flying several meters away. Although his attack power hadn't increased, using the dead rabbit as a weapon had clearly expanded his attack range. His movements grew more skillful, almost as if head practiced before each swing was precise and powerful, and the rabbits fell one after another before him. In this way, Bai Xiaowen used the perfectly proportioned giant rabbit as a weapon, wildly swinging it, and taking down several smaller rabbits. Still, no equipment dropped. He couldn't help but feel disappointed, but he quickly regained his composure and began to challenge more rabbits, progressing from fighting 1 at a time to taking on 2 at once. As the battle raged, laughter suddenly drifted over from the distance. A team of 4 players, 3 men and 1 woman approached. Their game IDs were April Thunder, May Lightning, June Snow, and July Sky. One of them suddenly stopped, looking at Bai Xiaowen in confusion and muttering, "Did I not get enough sleep last night? Am I seeing someone using a rabbit as a weapon?" April Thunder squinted ahead in disbelief, then exclaimed, "There really is someone fighting monsters with a rabbit." May Lightning moved a bit closer, eyeing Bai Xiaowen's back. Could he be some legendary expert? June Snow's eyes sparkled. He's actually using a rabbit to fight monsters. July Sky spoke calmly. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. There was a hint of cryptic meaning in his tone. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaowen noticed the group approaching. His expression instantly became wary. He quickly retreated, still swinging the dead rabbit, ready to run at any moment. If they were just ordinary players, he wouldn't be concerned. But these 4 were different. They had weapons. Not just 1, but 4. Bai Xiaowen stayed calm, but his suspicions grew. He wondered if these players had found some special and reliable way to get equipment. The fact that more than one of them was armed clearly wasn't just luck. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to quietly observe their next move, the team finally drew near. April Thunder called out with a laugh, "Hey there, expert. Don't worry, we're friendly." Bai Xiaowen quickly finished off another rabbit, bent down to grab the loot, then leapt back a few steps and asked warily, "What do you want?" April Thunder laughed heartily and waved his hand. "We just saw you fighting monsters here barehanded and wanted to share some info with you." Bai Xiaowen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "What kind of info?" April Thunder noticed his reaction and smiled, getting straight to the point. A post was updated on the forums just after 3 a.m. this morning. Because the equipment drop rate in this open-world game is so low, making it really tough to get started, every player can now go to the weapon shop or tailors in the Newbie village and claim a free piece of starter gear, either a weapon or an outfit, but just 1 per person. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up immediately. He instinctively knew the team's equipment hadn't come from random drops. They must have a reliable way to get it. If he could get his hands on this information, maybe he could carve out a place for himself in the game. As a seasoned gamer, he instantly recognized the unique aura around Bai Xiaowen's commanding presence that only top players possess. Right now was the perfect moment to befriend such a skilled player. If they missed this chance, as the game progressed, the player base would soon split into different tiers. The strong would take the lead in exploring new content and shaping the game, while the average players would be left to follow and imitate. "Hey man, want to join our team? We'll clear monsters way faster together." Bai Xiaowen grinned. "No thanks, I prefer flying solo." With that, he dumped the contents of his backpack onto the ground. "Consider these a thank you gift." Before they could react, he was already sprinting away. 10 meters out, he vanished into thin air. "He actually has a town portal stone," May Lightning exclaimed in shock. "Probably a rare drop from monsters," July Skies analyzed. "If he can solo 2 white rabbits at once, he's at least a top tier, if not elite, player," June Snow declared. July Skies blinked her big eyes. "Is he really that good?" April Thunder shook his head. "Didn't you notice? His health bar was always full. He's way beyond just top tier." The trio gasped in unison. After the 4-season squad left, Bai Xiaowen climbed out of a trap, rubbing his aching backside and cursing, "Damn developers, putting a trap out in the open just to mess with me. Luckily, I didn't embarrass myself in front of them, or I'd be cursing them for real when I got back." 10 minutes later, he returned to the main square of Novice Village 9527. Just as he was about to ask someone for directions to the weapon shop, a flash of resurrection light appeared before him, revealing a slender girl with a ponytail. She had a delicate face, willow leaf eyebrows, and big eyes brimming with tears. But what caught his attention most was the battered sword of tetanus in her hand. "Miss Orange, could you tell me where the weapon shop is?" Bai Xiaowen's gaze lingered on the sword, thinking that with such a powerful weapon, his monster-killing speed would at least double. After getting directions, He thanked her simply and turned to leave. Little Orange hesitated, then realized she had misunderstood and quickly called out. Hey, wait up. She's cute, but I prefer girls with a bigger chest, Bai Xiaowen waved without looking back. Got it. They'll introduce you to someone next time. Pink Little Orange replied with a laugh. On the south side of the village, Bai Xiaowen stood by the fence, watching the giant white rabbits hopping beyond. Just as he was about to turn away, he felt a heavy blow land on his backside, nearly knocking him over the fence. He spun around to see a fierce-looking girl wielding a wooden staff. Hua Dai Lianyu. Stop right there, you little rascal. Boss Lianyu. Let it go. You're going to lose your justice points. I said stop. Hua Dai Lianyu chased after him relentlessly. Ouch. That hurts. Seriously, it hurts so much. It's bad enough that she's got such a great figure, but her gaming skills are top-notch, too. How are the rest of us supposed to compete? Sister Lianyutaji, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to pin you down like that. Bai Xiaowen looked at Hua Dai Lianyu, who was showing off her impressive gaming skills, and tried to explain himself while dodging her attacks. You're dead. Hua Dai Lianyu's staff moved with blinding speed, cornering Bai Xiaowen against the wall. Can I give you a formal apology? He pleaded. I don't accept it. Hua Dai Lianyu bared her little tiger teeth at him, looking fierce. So stubborn, Bai Xiaowen muttered. He tried to dodge, jumping around the room, but after evading more than a dozen attacks, he suddenly stopped and let her hit him with her staff. All right, you win. Go ahead and hit me. You're just picking on me because I don't have a weapon. Here, take my weapon. Let's see what you can do. Hua Dai Lianyu glared at Bai Xiaowen, who was sticking out his butt and offering himself up for punishment, and tossed her weapon to him. A man doesn't hit a woman, Bai Xiaowen said, tossing the weapon right back. Hua Dai Lianyu threw it back at him. Are you treating me like a man? Come on. Judging by your skills, you're no beginner, Bai Xiaowen said, tossing the weapon back again. You should be able to tell, Hua Dai Lianyu replied, finally calming down as she looked at his exasperated face. Thinking it over, she realized that, aside from being a bit cheeky, this guy hadn't really done anything on purpose. That's more like it. We're on the same side. Can't we just sit down and talk things out? Who's on the same side as you? Don't try to get chummy with me. By the way, how do I get to the village weapon shop? I've looked everywhere and can't find it. You're going the wrong way. No wonder you can't find it. Want to add me as a friend? I can show you the ropes if you have time. Noob, Hua Dai Lianyu scoffed. Bai Xiaowen, weapon shop, north of the city. Weapon shop number 9527 in the starter village was a rundown building of over 100 square meters, drafty and falling apart. Bai Xiaowen's first instinct upon seeing it was to rush up and give the door a couple of hard kicks. Once he was sure the place wouldn't collapse, he walked inside with his hands on his hips. It wasn't that Bai Xiaowen was overly cautious, but with these open-world games, you never knew what could happen. Buildings collapsing and killing players wasn't common, but it wasn't unheard of either. He definitely didn't want to end up on the front page of the game news for getting squashed by a dilapidated shop. Inside, the weapon shop was completely empty, no sign of an owner, and, more importantly, no weapons at all. After a quick look around, Bai Xiaowen's eyes settled on a small room behind the counter. He vaulted over the locked counter, checked the cash drawer which was even emptier than his own pockets, and walked over to the door. He pushed it open and poked his head inside. In the corner of the tiny, dark room, there was a little stool. Sitting on it was an old man with a white beard, clearly ancient, but looking like someone important. Grandpa, weapon shop grandpa, time to get up and start working, Bai Xiaowen said gently, giving the snoring, farting old man a soft nudge. The shopkeeper didn't stir at all. At this point, Bai Xiaowen had two options. Either jump up and smack the lazy old guy on the back of the head to show him what it means to be dedicated to your job, or sneak into the armory and stuff all the weapons into his own pockets, becoming the first arms dealer in the game. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaowen chose the latter. After all, it's better to teach someone how to fish than to give them a fish. Bai Xiaowen tiptoed quietly, slipping past the dozing old man at the counter without making a sound. Stifling a mischievous laugh, he slipped through the weapon shop's door and entered the armory of Novice Village number 9527. Just a few seconds later, a sudden flash of golden light erupted from inside the defensive array had been triggered. Clutching a necklace pendant, Bai Xiaowen was promptly thrown out of the warehouse. Meanwhile, outside, the old man who had been slacking jolted upright from his chair like a startled cat. Grabbing his small stool, he charged into the armory. To Bai Xiaowen's surprise, the old man leapt over the counter with surprising agility, hardly resembling the lazy senior he appeared to be. Moments later, the old man stormed back into the shop, still gripping his stool, and spotted Bai Xiaowen sprawled on the floor at his feet. Struggling to contain his anger, he asked coldly, "Visitor from another world, what exactly do you think you're doing?" With a wicked grin, Bai Xiaowen pointed outside, where a cheerful elementary schooler skipped by, swinging a standard-issue iron sword. "Grandpa shopkeeper, I'm here to collect my starter weapon," he replied without a hint of shame. The old man glanced down at Bai Xiaowen's cheeky smile, one even more infuriating than the village chief's. He was just about to kick Bai Xiaowen out when a cold, emotionless voice suddenly echoed in his ear. The sound made him instantly alert. He recognized it as the mysterious figure who had orchestrated the arrival of outsiders into this free world. The old man's expression grew complicated. After a moment's silence, his gaze on by Xiaowen deepened. "Visitor from another world," he said, taking a deep breath and forcing himself to stay calm. "Wait here a moment. He'll fetch your weapon from the storeroom." With a kindly smile that almost made people forget his lazy demeanor, the old man disappeared into a small room. By Xiaowen, watching that gentle smile, couldn't help but feel a sense of danger. This old guy was definitely up to something. After a while, the old man returned, carrying a small box and looking unusually pleased. "These are the best starter weapons I have in my shop," he announced. "You can pick any one you like, but only one. If you want more, you'll have to pay extra." As he spoke, he stroked his scraggly beard and smiled warmly. Eagerly, Bai Xiaowen opened the ornate box, but the sight inside made his heart sink. The selection was jaw-dropping. A wooden sword gnawed by dogs, a slingshot with a broken string, a fruit knife that looked more suited for chopping meat than fighting, a pair of moldy gloves covered in green fuzz, an old back-scratcher that looked like it had sent 3 elders to their graves, and the most ridiculous of aloe random twig labeled common twig found anywhere. "Grandpa shopkeeper," Bai Xiaowen said, pointing at the kid outside with the standard iron sword, his face full of confusion. "Are you sure you didn't mix these up?" The old man picked up the back-scratcher, scratching his head nonchalantly. "No mistake. Everyone gets the same. No exceptions." Looking at the confident old man in front of him, Bai Xiaowen felt his temper flare. He couldn't help but laugh. "He'll give you one more chance. Say that again. Want to try me?" The old man raised an eyebrow, a hint of threat in his voice. Not wasting any more words, Bai Xiaowen grabbed the back-scratcher and aimed it straight for the old man's head. The old man tried to block him, but before he could react, the common twig was already flying at his face. Bai Xiaowen's movements were swift and practiced, leaving no room for hesitation. The old man's eyes twitched at the familiar motion. With a thud, Bai Xiaowen was unceremoniously thrown out of the shop. "Welcome, traveler from another world. Congratulations on choosing your first weapon for your journey." The old man from the weapon shop stood at the entrance, shouting across the distance to Bai Xiaowen, who was lying on the ground about 800 meters away. As he spoke, he snapped the small twig that Bai Xiaowen had just thrown at his face in half and tossed it outside the shop. "You lazy old geezer, just you wait." Bai Xiaowen got up, dusted himself off, and shouted, "Soon, they'll have everyone from the Tyrant Guild tear down your lousy shop. They'll be waiting for you anytime." The old shopkeeper just grinned as he watched Bai Xiaowen run off after making his threats. He was confident in his own strength. Not only could he handle this guy who couldn't even beat a 3-year-old from the village, but he could also take on all the newcomers in the hidden village if they came together. He had barely settled back into his little back room with his small stool when the familiar call of 80, 80, 80 rang out from outside. Recognizing the voice, the old man grabbed his stool and hurried out. With a loud bang, a hole was smashed into the shop's wall by someone wielding a giant hammer. Bai Xiaowen poked his head through the hole and shouted, "Old man, just wait and see. You little rascal, how dare you smash my house? Get back here." The old shopkeeper was livid, but Bai Xiaowen had already dashed away. After chasing him for a dozen meters, the old man suddenly remembered something, took a deep breath, and, to the astonishment of the surrounding players, turned back into his shop. 5 minutes later, as the old man sat on his little stool thinking about what to have for dinner, the sound of 404040404040 echoed again. He had just stood up when another large hole appeared in his wall. "Old man, now we're really enemies." Bai Xiaowen's head popped in through the new hole. "Just you wait. I, Tyrant War God, will bring the entire Tyrant Guild over and tear this place apart." With that, he disappeared in a flash. "Tyrant War God. Tyrant Guild. Fine, fine, fine." The old man stared coldly after Bai Xiaowen, repeating the word "fine" 3 times. Just then, someone calling himself Tyrant Archer from the Tyrant Guild walked into the shop. "Grandpa shopkeeper, I heard we can get equipment here. Do you know the Tyrant Guild? That's us. And Tyrant War God? He's from our guild too. Get out of my shop right now." Belama, with its jingling bell, hurries along, carrying Tang Sanzang and scaring the 3 brothers half to death. The journey to the west is no easy feat. Bai Xiaowen hummed this childhood rhyme as he strolled leisurely through the winding alleys of the beginner's village. In his hand, he toyed with a freshly acquired bloodthirst necklace. This level 3 gear not only boasted a random lifesteal effect of 1 to 20 on attacks, but could also serve as a top-tier inlay material for newbie village equipment. According to the village's master blacksmith, Zhang Lingyu, the necklace was worth far more than it appeared. Thinking back to the recent trade at the weapon shop, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but grin. He had exchanged a plain little twig for this necklace. The twig had been picked up by the shop owner by the latrine, and after a special blessing, it could increase a player's strength. Later, the twig was broken by a player named mythology. The thicker half went to that player, while the thinner half was reclaimed by the shop owner, waiting for the next lucky customer. This deal was a steal. Bai Xiaowen chuckled to himself. In the early game, Percentage-based lifesteal might not be as effective as flat lifesteal, but for someone like him, with a naturally high dodge rate, it was more than enough. He tucked the remaining twig into his belt, ready to head out for another adventure. Suddenly, the crisp crowing of a rooster caught his attention. As a seasoned gamer, Bai Xiaowen knew that in this world, anything from chicks and ducklings to bunny girls with black stockings could drop loot if defeated. Following the sound, he slipped into a farmhouse with its door ajar and spotted several chickens pecking about in their coop. Perfect stationary targets with a built-in immobilize effect. Bai Xiaowen drew the twig from his belt and, in a few swift moves, took down all the poultry in the pen. He crawled in to collect his spoils: 10 chicken feathers, 5 eggs, 10 pieces of chicken meat, and 5 free copper coins. Just then, a sweet melody drifted from inside the house. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up. This usually meant a hidden quest was nearby. He pushed open the door, ready to accept a mission, only to see the village beauty wrapped in a damp towel inside the room. The simple furnishings, a table, a bed, 2 stools, were overshadowed by her striking figure. "Hi there, I heard your lovely singing. Is there anything you need help with?" Bai Xiaowen asked, scratching his head awkwardly. "Catch the pervert," the village beauty shouted sharply. "Catch the pervert? I'm good at that. Maybe we can talk about a reward." Before Bai Xiaowen could finish, a wet loofah flew at his face. As he tried to explain, a gleaming kitchen knife came hurtling toward his head. "Whoa!" Bai Xiaowen yelped, leaping out the door as shouts echoed behind him. "Catch the pervert! Stop the thief!" The village beauty, soaked and fuming, led the way with a broom in her hand, trailed by a group of angry villagers armed with farm tools. Fury burned in her eyes. After years of raising her beloved hen, which was just about to lay chicks, it was killed by the very person they were chasing. What made it even more unbearable was that this outsider from another world had seen her at her most vulnerable. "We have to catch that outsider and lock him in the chicken coop as our new rooster," she shouted, charging forward with her broom raised. At the village entrance, a few new players were whispering among themselves. "What just happened?" One player asked curiously. "I heard that player called mythology stole the eggs from that pretty girl," another replied in a hushed voice. "Wait, what? Girls can lay eggs? You don't get it. In this world, women have kids differently than back home. It's all oviparous. They'll help you nail Darwin's coffin shut. Go on." "I heard mythology not only stole the eggs, but also watched her while she was hatching them. Meowshin is awesome," another player said with a thumbs up, eyes shining with admiration. "Pink little orange. Flower butterfly loves rain." Down a village path, a wild chase was underway. Bai Xiaowen darted skillfully through the alleys, leaving even the most familiar villagers struggling to keep up. He weaved in and out of the narrow lanes, steadily widening the gap as the villagers behind him grew breathless. Just then, a system notification chimed in Bai Xiaowen's ears. "Ding! Congratulations, player mythology, for completing the hidden quest Chicken Escape Royale. You've earned the title Petty Chicken Thief, which grants a 5 increase in agility, stacking with no upper limit, minimum 1 point." Another notification quickly followed. "Ding! Congratulations, player mythology, for completing the hidden quest Chicken Escape Royale. You have unlocked a limited-time quest, Rabbit Hunt. Quest name, Rabbit Hunt. Quest duration, 2 hours starting from your first rabbit kill outside the village. Reward, 1 draw in the prize lottery. The more rabbits you hunt within 2 hours, the greater the reward." As Bai Xiaowen dashed out of the beginner's village, the familiar system chime rang in his ears again. A small smile played on his lips. Had thought there'd be no reward for sneaking a peek at the pretty girl, but it turned out the bonus came after the show. "Pretty lady, I'm off to level up. They'll come find you again soon," Bai Xiaowen called back with a cocky wave. The next instant, a sharp sickle whistled through the air from the village, nearly taking his head off. He dodged, bent down to pick up the sickle, and examined it closely. "Nice weapon, though it's a shame it doesn't come with old Dang's blessing for slacking off," he muttered, noticing the sickle had no attack stats, just increased attack range. Shrugging, he tossed it into his backpack and continued running. Time to make my escape." He laughed gleefully. "That little brat stole my sickle." An angry voice bellowed from the village. "Old Zhang, don't go out. Remember the rule: no one leaves the village without the chief's permission." Someone hurriedly stopped the villager about to give chase. The village beauty stood at the entrance, watching Bai Xiaowen disappear into the distance, her chest heaving with frustration. "Hey beautiful, need any help?" A self-assured player approached her with a grin. "Want me to catch the guy who peeked at you and rough him up for you? Hatch your own eggs," she snapped, swinging her broom and knocking him flat on the ground. The player scrambled up, glanced at her and the vigilant neighbors behind her, and shouted, "I'm out of here," before bolting away. The village beauty narrowed her eyes at Bai Xiaowen's retreating figure, a glint of cold determination in her gaze. With things as they were, she'd have no choice but to find her grandfather, the village's weapon shop owner, and get justice. Outside the village, groups of players were hunting rabbits everywhere, weapons in hand, searching for those cute and valuable creatures. Most of the teams hunting rabbits consisted of 4 to 6 players, and their combat skills were quite rudimentary. Their strategy was simple: One player would lure the rabbit and get it to chase them, while the rest would follow close behind and attack. Although this rabbit chases one, the others attack. Tactics sacrificed one player's damage output. Its simplicity made it the go-to choice for these beginners. On the small grassland, the initial chaos gradually died down as each rookie team found its own rhythm. Bai Xiaowen stood off to the side, watching these newbie players swinging their weapons and chasing after the little white rabbits, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Many of these teams were made up of real-life friends who had kept their promise to play together, rather than bailing on each other. You could tell by their gear some players were empty-handed or wore special starter outfits from the tailor shop instead of the default beginner clothes. Bai Xiaowen nodded thoughtfully, feeling a surge of emotion. Although these people were just rookies for now, in the future, some of them might become skilled players, rising through the ranks from average to top tier, maybe even reaching world-class or legendary status. It was this constant influx of new talent that kept the online gaming scene in Huaxiao vibrant and thriving. As a veteran who once fought for the country at the highest levels, Bai Xiaowen was genuinely pleased to see this. Even the smallest spark could eventually set the world ablaze. After a brief moment of nostalgia, Bai Xiaowen stretched, turned with a relaxed air, and walked away from the village entrance. He didn't bother competing with the newbies for the few rabbits nearby. He had a clear goal: level up as quickly as possible until he could equip the vampiric necklace. Once he had it, his combat power and leveling speed would soar. He needed to leave the beginner village soon, because Zhu Chongjing and Lin Anren were still waiting ahead for him to show off his skills. In Bai Xiaowen's view, if you weren't playing to show off, what was the point of gaming at all? At this moment, high atop a distant mountain, a tiny snowball began to form one that would keep rolling, growing ever larger, until it shook the world. Bai Xiaowen dodged the little white rabbit's sudden attack, nimbly leaping up to grab a tree branch. He swung it down hard, striking the rabbit on the head and knocking it out. Glancing up at the health bar above his head, he saw he was down to just 3 HP, barely enough to survive another fight. "I need a break," he muttered, plopping down onto the soft grass. He waited quietly for the 8-second auto-heal after leaving combat, using the short pause to sort through his loot. 2 pieces of rabbit meat, 2 rabbit pelts, 3 rabbit teeth, 2 copper coins. He counted as he neatly stashed everything into his backpack. Once his health was fully restored, Bai Xiaowen sprang to his feet, let out a roar to scare the nearby rabbits, and charged back into battle. Suddenly, a golden light descended, enveloping him from head to toe. A system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Miao Lugumi. You have reached level 1. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Spirit 1. You have 6 free attribute points to allocate. Bai Xiaowen immediately pulled up his character stats panel and, without hesitation, split the 6 free points evenly between strength and agility. With this distribution, he would gain 4 strength, 1 constitution, 4 agility, and 1 spirit with every level up. As long as he found equipment that boosted both main and secondary agility stats, these attributes would be more than enough for his combat needs. From all the games Head played, Bai Xiaowen had always favored classes that focused on high attack with a slight edge in Agilitia physical DPS style. This time, he had no intention of changing his approach. He opened his personal game panel to take a closer look at his character info. Player ID, Miao Lugumi. Title, Sneaky Little Thief. Level 1. EXP, 0400. Class, Unemployed. Guild, None. Free coins, 0 gold, 0 silver, 8 copper. Basic stats. Strength, 5. Constitution, 2. Agility, 6. Spirit, 2. Luck, Hidden. HP, 40. MP, 20. Attack, 5. Spell power, 2. Physical defense, 2. Magic defense, 2. Hunger, 44. Pet, None. Mount, None. After a brief rest, Bai Xiaowen's lips curled into a confident Dragon King grin. He leapt up, grabbed a tree branch, and smacked the head of a nearby rabbit who was peacefully munching on grass. No time for snacks, get to work. The attribute boost from leveling up was immediately noticeable. The struck rabbit let out an angry squeal and charged in, ready to give Bai Xiaowen a piece of its mind. He swiftly dodged back, and with a quick swing, landed a precise hit on the rabbit's rump as it rushed past him. One rabbit aggroed. Bai Xiaowen casually pulled a small stone from his pocket and hurled it at the head of another rabbit watching from a distance, dealing 5 points of forced damage matching his strength stat. 2 rabbits aggroed. He pulled out another pebble and aimed for a third rabbit's head. If any other player had seen Bai Xiaowen recklessly taking on 3 rabbits at once, they would have been shocked. Most newbies at this stage were still struggling with 3-0 or even 5-0 fights against the rabbits. Thanks to his swift attacks and sharp dodging, one rabbit after another fell at his feet. With the help of the endless rabbit horde, he quickly reached level 2. Casually grabbing another rabbit, he took it down with ease and checked his character panel again. The EXP needed to reach level 3 had jumped from 400 to 1000. Looking around, he saw only a few scattered rabbits left, hardly enough for another group. Glancing at his quest log, he realized he still had quite a few more rabbits to hunt before meeting his objective. After glancing at the familiar game in the distance, Bai Xiaowen felt emboldened and dared to venture further than the other players. Without hesitation, he headed deeper into the White Rabbit Plains. In the distance, the figures of 3 players gradually shrank as they walked away. One of them pointed at Bai Xiaowen's back and whispered, "That guy who took on 3 people just left. Should we follow him? Why bother? Are you looking to get yourself killed?" Player 2 scoffed, then added, "Weren't you saying we should try to make friends with him?" Player 1 shook his head. "Didn't you see? He clearly doesn't want to interact with anyone. Let's just play it safe. We don't want to get beat up before we even make a friend. The 2 of us can't take him on." Player 2 watched as Bai Xiaowen's figure disappeared into the distance, awe in his voice. "From what I've seen, he's at least a top-tier player, maybe even better. Hey, is it possible that there are 3 of us?" Player 3 chimed in meekly. "Newbies don't count, okay? Don't kid yourself." As Bai Xiaowen continued deeper into the White Rabbit Plains, a system notification chimed in his ear. "Ding. Congratulations to player mileage me for completing the system reward task. You have earned 1 spin of the prize wheel." A virtual roulette wheel appeared before him. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaowen gave it a spin. "Ding. Congratulations, you have received a special item, the 4 Souls Jade. Item name 4 Souls Jade. Item attributes none. Item effect increases the player's hidden luck stat by a certain amount." "Meow, God is awesome," Bai Xiaowen cheered, admiring the newly appeared jade pendant in his inventory. In a game with such low drop rates, luck meant a better chance at scoring rare gear, materials, and items. Simply put, luck was as good as money. "Rich meow." Bai Xiaowen bounced along, full of excitement. Before long, he encountered the second type of monster on the White Rabbit Plains, the mushroom people. Like the big white rabbits, these were neutral creatures that wouldn't attack players unless provoked. After a bit of testing, Bai Xiaowen quickly figured out the mushroom people's traits. They had around 100 HP, gave about 15 experience points when defeated, and 80 of their attacks were basic physical damage. Their agility was on par with rabbits. The only real threat was their poison attack, which drained 3 HP per second for 10 seconds, but it required a 2-second charge up plenty of time for someone as quick as Bai Xiaowen to dodge. Defeating mushroom people mostly yielded freedom copper coins and mushroom spores, with the occasional antidote drop. As for equipment, it was as barren as a wasteland. There was nothing. It didn't take long for Bai Xiaowen to go from fighting a single mushroom man at a time to taking on 2 at once. After about 10 minutes, his eyes sharpened as he focused even more, handling attacks from 3 mushroom people simultaneously. Even then, his dodging was effortless, with an evasion rate above 90. Just as Bai Xiaowen was getting into the rhythm of the fight, his stomach growled loudly. A familiar wave of hunger hit him. Ding. Due to prolonged strenuous activity, your hunger bar is depleting rapidly. You have reached the critical threshold of 70 points, and are now suffering a debuff, causing continuous HP loss. Please eat some food from your inventory, cook something with ingredients you have, or purchase food from a nearby vendor to reduce hunger and avoid death and level loss. While keeping an eye on the red hunger debuff above his head and the green out of combat healing buff, Bai Xiaowen considered the system's warning. Just then, a second system message popped up, leaving him stunned. Ding. Congratulations to player mileage me for being the first on the server to reach a hunger value of 70. You've earned the unique title Starving Spirit Reborn. Equipping this title boosts your constitution stat by 5 minimum increase of 1 point, with no upper limit. Ding. The system has detected that player Meow Gumi has titles available for fusion. Would you like to fuse your titles to create a new one? Yes. Bai Xiaowen heard the prompt from the free game's title system and agreed without hesitation. He vaguely remembered seeing an introduction to the title fusion feature on the free game's forum. The details were a bit fuzzy, but a few key points stuck with him. First, the trigger mechanism is random. Second, the names and attributes of the fused titles will be combined. Third, there's a small chance that the fusion could make the title stronger or weaker. A hint of doubt flashed through Bai Xiaowen's mind. According to common game knowledge, players can usually only equip 1 title at a time, and switching titles means losing the previous bonus. So fusing titles was definitely worth a shot. Even though there was an element of risk involved, both the 5 agility boost from the Petty Thief title and the 5 constitution boost from the Starving Ghost title were quite valuable. Wasn't about to pass up either one. After all, percentage-based bonuses might seem insignificant in the early stages of a game, but as the game progresses, their value skyrockets. That's not just wishful thinking. Bonuses like these are what give players a real edge. Most importantly, as long as he kept wearing his titles, he'd have more chances to fuse them later on. Eventually, he might unlock even stronger attribute boosts, or even advanced effects like percentage-based damage, true damage, or critical strike. When that day came, Bai Xiaowen figured he'd really get to experience the thrill of a cow flying a plane. Total excitement. Ding. Congratulations, player Meow Gumi. You have successfully created a new title, Starving Sneaky Petty Thief. Equipping this title grants a 5 bonus to both Constitution and Agility. This bonus has no upper limit, with a minimum increase of 1 point. Bai Xiaowen was speechless for a couple of seconds, but a slight smile crept onto his face. Although the new title didn't sound particularly impressive, at least there were no negative effects and the attributes hadn't weakened. It was a guaranteed win. Ding. Congratulations, player Miao Gumi. You have completed the System Fusion achievement and received a System Reward Quest. Favorability Boost. Quest Name, Favorability Boost. Quest Duration, None. Quest Objective. Raise your favorability with any villager to over 90 points. Quest Reward, 1 Favorability Lottery Chance. Bai Xiaowen rubbed his rumbling stomach and glanced at the time. It had been over 5 hours since the game started, probably time to head back to the village to clear out his inventory. He opened his personal stats panel and was immediately drawn to the glaring red hunger level. Looking closer, he noticed a small question mark next to the hunger stat and clicked on it. A string of information popped up. To enhance realism, free game has introduced a hunger system. Players will feel real-world hunger during gameplay. If your hunger level gets too high, you'll suffer a health-draining debuff. Hey, race what happens at different hunger thresholds. 70. Combat effectiveness reduced by 10. 80. Combat effectiveness reduced by 20. 90. Combat effectiveness reduced by 30. 100. Lose 5 health per second and combat effectiveness reduced by 50. When the hunger level resets to 0, the system will recalculate. After reading the hunger system details, Bai Xiaowen glanced at the time again. 5 hours had gone by in a flash, and the hunger meter had lasted longer than he expected. He quietly opened the system map, deciding to hop his way back to the starter village, planning to sell off his loot and finally get something to eat. On his way back to the village, Bai Xiaowen minimized his personal status panel to the corner of his view, taking the opportunity to closely monitor the trend of his hunger level as he traveled. Once he arrived, he headed straight for the southern end of the village, clearly aiming for the tavern Pink Little Orange had previously misled him to. The so-called wrong path is often just the right path taken at the wrong time, Bai Xiaowen thought to himself, his pace steady as he soon arrived at the entrance of the Yojia Tavern in Novice Village number 9527. As he pushed open the door, the rich aroma of food mixed with the scent of malt beer greeted him, instantly whetting his appetite. Xiaoyu, what are you standing there for? Come greet our guest from another world. The tavern owner bellowed from behind the counter, his eyes wide like bronze bells as he called out to the corner. Following the owner's gaze, Bai Xiaowen noticed a petite girl sitting quietly in a corner. She looked to be around 10 years old, with bright eyes and a sweet smile that immediately put people at ease. From their conversation, Bai Xiaowen realized that the owner was actually the girl's father. Welcome to Yojia Tavern. Are you here to eat or looking for a place to stay? Xiaoyu asked politely. Miss Xiaoyu, could you recommend a few good dishes for someone new around here? Bai Xiaowen pulled up a chair and sat down, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, and I only have around 80 copper coins. Please don't suggest anything too expensive. You must be joking, sir. Xiaoyu giggled, covering her mouth. 80 copper coins is a lot. I can't even save that much in a whole year. How about my specialty spicy rabbit with steamed buns? It's only 6 copper coins. 6 copper coins? Bai Xiaowen was stunned. In the real world, that wouldn't even buy a plate of shredded potatoes. Moments later, Xiaoyu came bouncing out from the kitchen, carefully carrying 2 large plates, one piled with glistening, spicy rabbit, the other stacked with steaming, fluffy buns. Seeing her tiny hands struggling with the heavy plates, Bai Xiaowen quickly stood up to help. As he took the plates from her, a number suddenly appeared above the little girl's head, favorability 50. What a cutie, Bai Xiaowen thought to himself with a sigh. Sir, your food is ready. 6 copper coins, please. Xiaoyu flashed a sweet smile, her dimples flickering on her cheeks as she reached out her fair, delicate hand to Bai Xiaowen. There was a mischievous glint in her eyes, her lips slightly pouted, as if playfully urging him to pay up. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but laugh at her antics. He opened his system backpack, took out 6 copper coins, and placed them in her palm, giving her a gentle pat on the head for good measure. Xiaoya's face turned bright red. She stuck out her tongue, looking like a little fox had gotten her way, then quickly pocketed the coins and skipped off happily. Meanwhile, the favorability meter above her head quietly ticked from 50 to 60. Behind the counter, the innkeeper's smiling face froze in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the 6 coins that had just disappeared into Xiaoya's pocket. His expression darkened immediately. Oblivious, Bai Xiaowen lowered his head, picked up a glistening piece of rabbit meat with his chopsticks, and popped it into his mouth. The spicy kick was followed by a hint of sweetness. The rabbit meat was tender, with just the right amount of chew, hitting all the right notes on his palate. Paired with a freshly steamed white bun, soft and fluffy, melting in his mouth, it was truly irresistible. But the next moment, his expression changed. A mouthful of rabbit meat and half a bun got stuck in his throat, refusing to go up or down. Bai Xiaowen's eyes widened as he clutched his neck. His face quickly went from rosy to a deep purple, and his health bar started dropping rapidly faster than it could regenerate out of combat. At that moment, Xiaoyu was sitting at a small table nearby, swinging her legs and nibbling on a bun. Hearing the commotion, She blinked her big eyes and glanced over, surprised to see Bai Xiaowen pounding his chest in distress. Suddenly realizing what was happening, she jumped up, dashed to the wine jar, scooped out a small bowl of malt wine, and hurried back to his side. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to become the first player in the game to choke to death and unlock the bizarre death achievement, the bowl of fragrant malt wine was thrust into his hands. Instinctively, Bai Xiaowen took it without even looking, tilting his head back and gulping it down in 2 big swallows. The cool, sweet malt wine slid down his throat, bringing instant relief. He let out a long breath, followed by a loud belch, and exclaimed in satisfaction, "Great wine. You're our first customer today, so this bowl of malt wine is on the house." Xiaoyu grinned beside him, giving his shoulder a friendly pat, and speaking with a confidence that made her seem older than she was. But her bravado immediately drew her father's ire. The innkeeper leapt out from behind the counter, stormed over, grabbed Xiaoyu by her ponytail, and dragged her into a corner for a stern scolding. Watching Xiaoyu get reprimanded because of him, Bai Xiaowen felt a pang of guilt. After the lecture, the innkeeper also confiscated the 6 copper coins she had hidden in her pocket, not hesitating for a moment. Witnessing all this, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but think, parents are the same everywhere. He shook his head and went back to his meal. Yet in that brief moment, he couldn't help but wonder, was this still just a game? With the spicy rabbit and white bun settling in his stomach, his status bar gradually returned to normal and his health was restored. Once he was full, Bai Xiaowen blinked, thought for a moment, then stood up and walked straight to the counter. "Boss, I'd like to learn some cooking skills, just enough to make myself something to eat in the wild. Is there anything I need to do?" His tone was calm and serious. Bai Xiaowen was always one to plan ahead. Having a hot meal today was just luck, but when his hunger bar maxed out in the future, he couldn't always count on making it back to the village in time. Right now, the monster zones were close by, but as he ventured further, just coming back for food would take hours, not practical at all. In most games, the system would definitely provide a solution for this kind of problem. And this, and the only one in the starter village, was clearly the answer. As soon as he heard Bai Xiaowen's request, the innkeeper's face lit up again. "You've got a good eye, sir. We do sell recipes here, specially designed to teach folks how to cook. Cooking according to a recipe is a breeze." When the tavern owner said this, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Just 8 copper coins, and if you buy now, you'll get a complete set of outdoor cooking tools and spices for free." Before the owner could continue his pitch, Bai Xiaowen took the initiative to ask for more details. As soon as Bai Xiaowen spoke, the tavern owner's eyes lit up like 2 shining gold coins. He quickly pulled out a full set of outdoor cooking gear from beneath the counter, a roughly bound cookbook, a variety of spices, fire-starting tools, and a booklet on building a fire in the wild. Bai Xiaowen happily handed over 8 copper coins, making a swift deal with the owner. The system immediately sent a notification. "Congratulations, player mythology has learned a simple recipe and can now prepare basic food outdoors." Flipping through the cookbook, Bai Xiaowen found it filled with different methods for roasting meat. Although the techniques were mostly the same, the ingredients were incredibly varied, from common options like roast rabbit and wild boar, to the bizarre, such as roast tree spirit, roast bandit, and even roast zombie. When he reached the pages for roast rat and roast snake, Bai Xiaowen shuddered and quickly closed the book. "People in open-world games are truly terrifying," he silently complained. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Xiaowen noticed a little girl in the corner, her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. Seeing the owner busy tidying up, he quietly walked over to Xiaoyu, placed 5 copper coins on the ground, and whispered, "Here you go. Little one, this is your tip. Make sure you keep it safe." He had barely stepped outside the tavern when a clear, bell-like voice called out behind him, "Sir, wait for me." Turning around, he saw Xiaoyu running after him, slightly out of breath. "This is a collection of my cooking notes," Xiaoyu said, blushing as she pressed a small booklet into Bai Xiaowen's hand. "It's a gift for you, I hope you don't mind." With that, she hurried back inside. Opening the notebook, Bai Xiaowen was amazed to find that it was far more detailed than the recipe book he had just bought. In addition to the basics of roasting, it included stir-frying, soups, pan-frying, and other cooking methods, all featuring normal, appetizing dishes. Thankfully, nothing as strange as roast zombie. The system immediately sent 2 notifications. First, that he had received the genius little chef's notebook, which would double the flavor of any food he made, and second, that he had become the first player on the server to raise an NPC's affection above 90, earning the NPC Best Friend title, which boosts his spirit stat by 5, with no cap. "Would you like to combine your titles?" the system asked. "Do it," Bai Xiaowen replied, eagerly awaiting the system's response. Ding. "Congratulations, player. A new title, the Lullicon Scoundrel Who Nearly Starved to Death, has been generated. Equipping this title grants a 5 boost to Constitution, Agility, and Spirit. There's no upper limit to this bonus, but the minimum increase is 1 point. Bai Xiaowen stared at the title in front of him, unable to hold back his inner exclamation, "Wow, that's something." Just as he finished speaking, another ding sounded. The system prompt continued. "Congratulations, player Mio Legamo. Your favorability with the tavern's young cook, Xiaoyu, has reached 95 points. Favorability quest complete. You've earned one chance at the lucky draw. Bai Xiaowen's eyes shifted to the virtual roulette wheel in front of him as it began to spin. Ding. The draw is over. Congratulations, you've won a special item, the emotion ring. The system's voice continued. Item name, emotion ring. Item stats, none. Effect. Wearing this ring makes it easier to influence NPC emotions, increasing either favorability or hostility. Meow God, you're awesome. Seeing the new ring in his inventory, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but grin and give a thumbs up. He thought to himself that this lucky draw was definitely worth it. Still smiling, Bai Xiaowen walked another 100 meters or so and found a shady spot to lie down. He planned to take a quick nap and rest before joining the evening multiplayer session. However, had barely closed his eyes for 10 minutes when another player, carrying a half-broken tree branch, appeared in front of him. The player's ID was bold and eye-catching. One sword splits the heavens. Anyone familiar with online gaming history would be shocked, because One Sword Splits the Heavens used to be the top sword cultivator in the fully immersive MMORPG Bahuang. Back in the day, he traveled alone across countless countries and servers, always seeking defeat, but never meeting his match. The name was legendary in the gaming world. Go 100 meters ahead and turn left, you'll see it, Bai Xiaowen said, pointing in the direction. One Sword Splits the Heavens glanced at his makeshift weapon, then at the gear on Bai Xiaowen's belt, and smiled. Thanks. No problem, Bai Xiaowen replied with a smile. He was about to lie down again when One Sword Splits the Heavens couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here? Is this for a special quest?" Bai Xiaowen waved lazily. "Just tired from playing, taking a break." One Sword Splits the Heavens shook his head slightly, thinking, what a weirdo. But he didn't ask further and just smiled. "All right, I'll leave you to it." With that, he turned and headed for the tavern. Bai Xiaowen, still with nothing better to do, lay back down. He placed 2 large leaves over his face, ready to continue resting, when suddenly, a kid and a dog came charging toward him. The big dog leaped nimbly over Bai Xiaowen, while the kid stomped right on his stomach before darting away. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but curse, curling up like a shrimp from the pain. "Hey, did you see a brat chasing a dog just now?" Bai Xiaowen asked, frowning, as he blocked a passing villager with a small stick. "No, haven't seen one." The villager glanced at the necklace around Bai Xiaowen's neck, a piece belonging to Li Tu, the owner of the weapons shop, and, realizing Bai Xiaowen wasn't an ordinary player, simply shook his head and hurried away. Bai Xiaowen sighed, gazing off into the distance, thinking to himself, today has been pure chaos. Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Xiaowen glanced at the path the troublemaking grandson of the old village chief had just taken as he chased the dog past him. Playing it safe, he mumbled evasively. Both parties involved were highly respected elders of the village people. He absolutely couldn't afford to offend. The other villagers avoided meeting his gaze, but Bai Xiaowen immediately understood. Grabbing a small branch at hand, he strode off determinedly in the direction the troublemaker had gone. This kid from another world is gutsy, actually dares to chase after the old chief's precious grandson. He's in for it now, one villager remarked, watching Bai Xiaowen's imposing figure with a look of regret. Don't be so sure. Didn't you all notice what that outsider was wearing around his neck? Another villager squinted, eyeing Bai Xiaowen's retreating silhouette with a knowing look. What he's wearing can't make up for how reckless he's being right now, the first villager scoffed. But what if that necklace is old Li's legendary Millennium Thunderstruck Wolf, Fong, the one he showed off at the village's treasure exhibition a few years back? At these words, the villagers all gasped. The heir of old Leone of the village's 3 most revered elders was now chasing after the grandson of another of those same 3 elders. The village is about to change. Everything's about to change in Hermit Village. After searching for half an hour with a darkened expression, Bai Xiaowen finally found the troublemaker and his dog in a secluded corner. The boy, wielding a thin green bamboo stick, was whipping the dog that had been driven into a corner. "That'll teach you to disobey. Run away again, will you? You useless mutt. They'll beat you to death," he shouted, lashing the stick repeatedly. The dog cowered, paws over its head, whimpering pitifully. Without a word, Bai Xiaowen walked forward and slid in, knocking the boy to the ground. "Who are you, you ugly freak? How dare you bully me?" The boy shrieked as he hit the ground. Bai Xiaowen lifted him with one hand, expressionless. "Let me go? I said let me go, you." The boy struggled, spitting straight into Bai Xiaowen's face. Silently, Bai Xiaowen used the boy to wipe the spit from his face, then tossed him down, picked up the bamboo stick, and poked it at the boy's nose. "Try spitting at me again, I dare you. Ugly freak. You must be blind to mess with me." The boy knocked the bamboo stick away, scrambled up, and obediently spat at Bai Xiaowen again. Bai Xiaowen's face darkened. He grabbed the boy to wipe his face once more, set him down, then swung his arm and slapped him hard across the face. After that slap, the world suddenly became much quieter. The boy, stunned, buried his head in the dirt. Never been treated like this before, not as the chief's beloved grandson. But the calm was quickly shattered by even louder wailing. "You filthy scum. How dare you hit me? Do you know who my grandpa is? Boo-hoo, I can't believe you hit me." The boy screamed, clutching his swollen cheek as tears and snot streamed down his face. I don't care who your grandpa is. Bai Xiaowen grabbed the boy by the collar and delivered 2 more slaps. The boy's face was completely misshapen. Off to the side, the dog lifted its head, and Bai Xiaowen could have sworn he saw a hint of joy in its eyes. This guy's got guts, Bai Xiaowen said, holding the trembling boy in one hand and tapping his head with the bamboo stick. Still want to curse at me? No more. No more. I won't do it again. The boy whimpered, blood at the corner of his mouth. Satisfied, Bai Xiaowen tossed the shivering boy to the ground and dusted off his hands. You filthy scum. Just wait. If you've got guts, don't leave, stay here and see what happens. The boy shouted after Bai Xiaowen's back, his eyes filled with venom. The trembling troublemaker had just landed on the ground when he abruptly stopped crying. Scrambling to his feet, he bolted away, not forgetting to shout threats over his shoulder as he ran. Stop right there. Bai Xiaowen stomped his foot in frustration, shouting after him. The roar startled the kid so much that he stumbled and crashed to the ground with a loud smack, even knocking out a front tooth. Ignoring the pain, the boy scrambled up and disappeared into the distance without looking back. Watching the little terror flee in such a sorry state, Bai Xiaowen grinned with satisfaction and pulled out his hard-won trophy from his waistband, a dog-beating stick. It was a basic piece of equipment, requiring level 2 to use and granting a 5 boost to strength. This long, straight stick was the pride of the troublemakers, their weapon of choice for chasing dogs. Just as Bai Xiaowen was happily brandishing his new weapon, a system notification chimed. Ding. Player mileage me has become the first player in the entire server to lower an NPC's favorability below 10, earning the unique title NPC Nemesis. Equipping this title grants a 5 strength bonus, with no upper limit and a minimum of 1 point. A few seconds later, the elementary schooler naming system popped up again, detected that the player owns a similar title. Would you like to merge the titles? Do it. Bai Xiaowen replied without hesitation. As silly as the free game's title system was, the stat bonuses from combining titles were just too tempting. System notifications followed in quick succession. First, a bizarre new title was generated. Almost starved, loves Lolas, beats brats, sneaky little thief, granting a 5 boost to all 4 main stats. Immediately after, since Bai Xiaowen was the first player on the server to collect titles that boosted all 4 attributes, he triggered a hidden feature in the title system and received the Hexagon Warrior prefix. Equipping both the title and prefix granted an additional 10 boost to all stats. When the system asked if he wanted to broadcast this achievement to the Huaxiao region, Bai Xiaowen refused without a second thought. Being the strongest in the world had already lost its appeal. Now, he just wanted to enjoy life as a happy noob. At that moment, the rescued dog was barking joyfully at Bai Xiaowen, as if to thank him. Bai Xiaowen's hand, raised to swing the stick again, hesitated in midair. He wasn't exactly a saint, but looking at the dog's innocent eyes, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Consider yourself lucky today, pup. If I catch you wandering around again, you'll get a taste of this stick, he said gruffly, giving the dog a light kick on the rear. Useless mutt so big, and you can't even handle a brat. Get lost. But as soon as Bai Xiaowen turned to leave, the dog darted up behind him and gave his but a playful nip, then dashed away with its tail wagging triumphantly. After running a short distance, the dog even stopped, wiggled its rear at Bai Xiaowen in a clear gesture of mockery. Oh, so you want to play farmer and dog with me, huh? You run. I'll chase, let's see if you can get away from me, Bai Xiaowen muttered through gritted teeth. What he didn't know was that this was the start of his greatest adventure in Free World. Had just activated one of the 3 biggest hidden quests in Novice Village 9527. In Newbie Village number 9527, an unusual chase was unfolding. A man and a dog darted through the streets, one pursuing and the other fleeing, attracting curious onlookers among the passing players. What on earth is that mileage me doing? Someone asked, intrigued. Did he just trigger a hidden quest or something? The speaker paused, then muttered, why did I say again? Quests. I've circled this village several times and haven't found a single quest. Don't tell me this game doesn't even have any. At that moment, someone recognized the person in the middle of the commotion. Wait, isn't that mileage me, the one who smashed up the weapon shop? The surrounding players seemed familiar with the name and began speculating about whether he was a renowned player from another game. Hua Dai Lianyu stood by the roadside, watching Bai Xiaowen sprint after the dog, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Just then, Fenhong Xiaocheng suddenly bounced up behind her, fiddling with a fidget toy and saying, Lianyu, forget about that perv. Let's hurry up and find somewhere to eat. If we don't go now, I'm going to starve. How is he being a perv to you? Hua Dai Lianyu asked with a laugh. He's just that pervy, Fenhong Xiaocheng replied, twisting her fidget toy into different shapes as she spoke. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the village's peace. Who was talking about mileage me just now? Where is he? I want to challenge him to a brawl. Ba Dao Zhanshin kicked aside anyone blocking his way and leapt into the middle of the street, shouting loudly. The chase quickly left the village and headed toward a quiet hill on the west side of Newbie Village number 9527. Bai Xiaowen, wielding a bright green dog-beating stick, kept just half a fist's distance from the dog, but could never quite land a hit. Though the gap was small, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Despite his usually laid-back demeanor, Bai Xiaowen was fiercely competitive at heart. The chase lasted half an hour as the sun began to sink behind the mountains. Suddenly, the dog stopped and turned gracefully, its eyes gleaming with intelligence and expectation, a far cry from its earlier panicked appearance. Bai Xiaowen swung his stick, but the dog dodged easily. For the next half hour, the two engaged in a brilliant contest, neither able to touch the other. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but wonder if this dog was some kind of system glitch. As he was pondering this, the dog suddenly darted to his side and gently tugged on his sleeve. The gesture sparked an idea in Bai Xiaowen's mind. Could he have accidentally triggered a hidden quest? The dog seemed to sense his thoughts, wagged its tail happily, and trotted a few steps ahead, barking twice as if beckoning him. Bai Xiaowen looked up and saw a lush grove ahead, the air filled with the scent of flowers and grass, and the sound of insects and birds. But as he looked further, he was met with a shocking sight. 100 meters ahead lay a graveyard littered with tombstones, burial mounds, straw mats, and scattered paper offerings. Amid the shadows, rotting limbs reached out from the graves, while packs of cats and dogs darted about with human heads in their mouths, and black rats gnawed on maggot-infested flesh. It was a desolate, haunted graveyard. Bai Xiaowen stared at the overgrown graveyard before him, and his hair stood on end. There were three things he feared most in life: snakes, rats, and bloodstained corpses. At this moment, it felt as if this graveyard had been created just for him, bringing all his fears together in one place. Despite his unease, when it came down to action, he didn't hesitate. Even so, the deep-seated fear inside him refused to fade. As his thoughts raced, the dog suddenly leapt up and seized his sleeve, not to attack, but simply to hold on tightly. Bai Xiaowen understood immediately there had to be something unusual about this graveyard. Maybe it was a hidden quest, a secret class, or some legendary weapon. Two choices flashed through his mind: go in or leave. He didn't hesitate to choose the latter. In this fully immersive virtual reality game with a realism rate of 99.14159263, those so-called hidden quests, secret classes, and legendary weapons held less appeal for someone who had once stood at the top of the world than, say, a beautiful woman in black stockings. Not that even that meant much to him. Back in the day, had given away so many hidden class scrolls and god-tier equipment that had lost count. But just then, the dog clung to his leg, gazing up at him with tearful eyes, silent but refusing to let go, looking for all the world like an oversized, stubborn, snot-nosed child. Are we there yet? Bai Xiaowen poked at the dog's furry head, eyes wary as he watched the swaying grass nearby. The dog shot him a sidelong glance, then barked twice in encouragement. Did you just glare at me? Bai Xiaowen poked the dog again. In a flash, the dog darted into the grass, sending a horde of rats scurrying and making Bai Xiaowen jump in fright. In the chase that followed, the two quickly found themselves before a cluster of graves. Suddenly, the dog stood upright and, to Bai Xiaowen's astonishment, began pacing back and forth in a mysterious seven-star pattern. In moments, thick white smoke rose from the grave mounds, and when it cleared, the entire scene had changed. The graveyard had vanished, replaced by a massive, sword-shaped mountain that towered even higher than the mountain behind the novice village. Beyond the mountain lay a void of swirling chaos. The dog barked twice more, urging him to follow. After passing through a 100-meter-long cave, a solitary grave appeared ahead. In front of it stood a crooked, weathered wooden marker inscribed with "Grave of the Half-Demon, Friend of the Sword," erected by Jianxi. Looking closer, Bai Xiaowen saw 11 crooked characters, as if carved carelessly by a sword or dagger. A faint smile played at Bai Xiaowen's lips. He found himself intrigued by this Jianxi. Judging by these elaborate arrangements, there was bound to be an interesting story here. You're back? A flat, emotionless voice suddenly echoed from deep within the cave. Woof, woof, woof. As soon as the sound rang out, the dog immediately began wagging its tail, responding happily. A few seconds later, a small old man shuffled out of the cave. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was wild and matted, carelessly twisted into a bun and held in place by a broken wooden hairpin. He stood about 1.70 meters, frighteningly thin, his ribs faintly visible beneath his rags. But his eyes were astonishingly bright, as if they held a sea of stars, shining with an unfathomable depth, the same light that shone in Bai Xiaowen's eyes. The old man glanced at Bai Xiaowen, this unexpected stranger, without any trace of surprise, as if he had known he would appear. But if you looked closely, you could catch a fleeting hint of relief and reluctant sorrow deep within those eyes. Pointing to the small mound Bai Xiaowen had noticed earlier, the old man said coldly, "Bow 3 times, and make it loud." "And why should I?" Bai Xiaowen replied with a faint smile. "My words are reason enough," the old man answered. "Too bad," Bai Xiaowen stretched lazily. The moment the words left his mouth, his vision blurred. A sharp pain shot through his stomach, and he was sent flying backward into the stone wall. But that wasn't the main point. The real issue was that now, Bai Xiaowen's health bar was down to a single sliver. He coughed a couple of times, casually picked up a stone, and tucked it under his head as a pillow. The old man watched Bai Xiaowen simply lie down where head fallen, showing no anger or irritation. Instead, a faint shimmer of tears appeared in his eyes. Rubbing his aching stomach, Bai Xiaowen scoffed, crying, "Want help? Am not someone who falls for sympathy. Kneel. Or die." The old man's eyes grew sharp as a hawk's, as if he could subdue everything with his gaze. "Trying to scare me won't work, either. Threats don't move me," Bai Xiaowen replied with a defiant glint in his eyes. "If you kneel, it'll teach you a sword technique," the old man said, nodding slightly, his eyes shining with a strange emotion. "Master it, and you could become one of the world's greatest." "Impressive, isn't it?" Bai Xiaowen stretched again. "But honestly, it doesn't appeal to me." Seeing Bai Xiaowen's nonchalant attitude, the old man's eyelids twitched, as if something had dawned on him. In that moment, he finally understood why the dog had chosen Bai Xiaowen out of all the people in the world. They were far too alike, practically identical. "Old man," Bai Xiaowen said, turning to leave, "the road ahead is long. If fate allows, maybe we'll meet again someday. When that time comes, I'll buy you a drink the strongest there is in this world." He stretched, his silhouette relaxed and unburdened. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave you to wait for your destined one." The old man watched Bai Xiaowen's carefree figure disappear into the distance, a faint smile tugging at his lips. In that moment, he realized that unruly grin and departing figure were so very familiar, just like Bai Xiaowen's. "Interesting, very interesting." The old man burst out laughing, his laughter tearing through the silence of the cave. "No wonder he chose you, someone who looks so weak and helpless. You're exactly the same. Exactly the same. Ha ha ha, it's infuriating." He laughed so hard his whole body shook, tears welling up in his eyes. "Half-demon, I've finally found the perfect successor for you." The dog was still sitting quietly by the grave, murmuring, "If fate allows, we'll meet again someday." There was a strange emotion in its voice, and without realizing it, the earth around the grave had grown damp. Bai Xiaowen glanced back at the increasingly deranged old man, shrugged helplessly, and turned to leave. Right now, all he wanted was to find a quiet spot to grind monsters and recapture that simple joy he once knew. After all, had already held the title of #1 under heaven. What could compare to the thrill of farming for loot and peace? Just as he was swinging his dog-beating staff and about to leap out of the cave, everything suddenly went dark. His body was yanked uncontrollably, flung back into the depths of the cave. "Did I say you could leave?" The old man's voice echoed. His once cold face broke into a sudden smile, his entire demeanor transformed. But that flickering, eerie grin sent a chill down Bai Xiaowen's spine. Before he could react, the scene shifted abruptly. Everything went black again, and when he opened his eyes, he was back in front of the grave. A black dog was energetically digging at the grave mound, peering at sun and moon from within the cave. 100 springs and autumns have passed. Yet who can say what year it is tonight? The old man recited, then suddenly kicked the tombstone, sending it crashing against the wall. After venting his anger, he instantly regained his air of wisdom and called out toward the depths of the cave. "The cycle of cause and effect is complete. 11, it's time to go." As soon as he spoke, the old man's rough linen robe began to flutter in an unseen breeze. He stepped into thin air, rising skyward with each stride. At the same time, golden light burst forth from deep within the cave, as if a sun had descended from the heavens. An ancient, rusted sword appeared out of nowhere, letting out a thunderous dragon's roar. As the rust flaked away, the sword's brilliant luster was revealed. "Our business here is finished. It's up to you all now." The old man gently stroked the long sword, caressing it as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. The black dog barked plaintively, reluctant to part. "Young man, keep moving forward. Follow what your heart truly desires. The knots in your heart, there's no running from them." The words struck Bai Xiaowen to the core, leaving him speechless for a moment. Finally, he managed to ask, "Will we meet again?" "We will. As long as you go far enough, we'll meet again. You, me, and others as well." The old man swept his sleeve and rode the wind away. "What's your name?" Bai Xiaowen called out. "I was born alone, with no name to call my own. But my sword is named 11. If your sword is called 11, then you should be 13. Why not sword 12? Just as Bai Xiaowen was stretching and relaxing, a streak of golden sword energy shot in from outside the cave, aiming straight for the crown of his head. A voice rang out from afar, "They'll be waiting for you outside." Then came a hearty laugh, followed by a poem. "With sword in hand, I roam the four seas, seeking truth beneath the vast sky. I seem carefree, but chains bind my heart, trapped by my own cage. Where can I find true freedom?" A system notification appeared. Ding. "Congratulations, player Meow Gammy, for completing the server's only hidden quest, the Half-Demon's Tomb Sword 13's Promise. You have received Sword 13's Gift, Heroic Sword Intent, Temporarily Unavailable Skill, and the Genesis Sword Skill Series. Comprehension greatly increased." Gazing up at the bright moon, Bai Xiaowen smiled faintly. Sword 13's parting poem seemed to lift a heavy weight from his heart. He walked over to the wall and set the toppled tombstone upright again. Just as he was about to leave, the black dog suddenly trotted over with a jar in its mouth. Bai Xiaowen took a closer look and saw 3 bold words etched on it. Ash's jar? Bai Xiaowen shot a sidelong glance at the dog, who was clearly eager for him to open the jar. He hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked away. Even though this was just a game, he wasn't bored enough to mess around with someone else's urn. Outside the cave, Bai Xiaowen stood in the thick, swirling fog, looking around. He glanced back at the dog, who was grinning smugly, as if it had him right where it wanted. Bai Xiaowen looked down at his watch and pressed the logout button without hesitation. The dog watched as Bai Xiaowen's eyes rolled back, and he suddenly collapsed, stunned, and almost unable to believe what had just happened. After logging out, Bai Xiaowen glanced at the clock by his bed. It was nearly 7 p.m. His stomach growled loudly. He rubbed it, took off his helmet, and headed to the kitchen. 3 minutes later, his single dog meal was ready. Instant noodles, ham, and a marinated egg. While waiting for the noodles to cook, Bai Xiaowen picked up his phone and called Zhu Qingjing. The free-roaming game was proving so tough that he was starting to worry whether Zhu Qingjing and Lin Anren, those 2 newbies, could handle it. Ding. Incoming call from Little White Macedo. You want to answer? Zhu Qingjing, who had just leveled up to 2 after defeating a slime, was on his way to a higher level area. The phone suddenly rang. Answer, Zhu Qingjing said, rubbing the slime cloth armor head just picked up while tapping the answer button. Hey, what level are you now? Got any good gear? Joined any regular teams? Any tall, busty, super cute girls in your squad? Zhu Qingjing rattled off a string of questions. Level 2, Bai Xiaowen replied, his voice a little flat, tinged with resignation. It was embarrassing to have only reached level 2 after half a day in a new server. As for Zhu Qingjing's nonsense, he couldn't even be bothered to answer. Level 2? Zhu Qingjing yelped, nearly dropping his jaw. You're only level 2? That's it. You're not even in the top 20 of newbies. Most 5-man teams are still grinding for scraps of XP, and you're already level 2. He looked shocked, then quickly guessed. Wait, did you find someone strong to carry you? Of course. Otherwise, how would you get this far? Anyway, Anren and I are about to fight tougher level 3 monsters. Keep it up, well, wait for you outside the newbie village. Yeah, got it, Bai Xiaowen muttered, hanging up. He put his helmet back on, ready to dive back into the game. He had only one goal, to break out of the newbie village and explore the vast open world. A flash of white light, and that familiar weightless sensation hit him. When he opened his eyes again, Bai Xiaowen was back in the game. In front of him was a chaotic graveyard, and behind him trailed the big-tailed dog. Hearing him wake up, the dog trotted over with the urn in its mouth. Bai Xiaowen looked helplessly at the dog, then at the mysterious hidden mini-map he still couldn't unlock. Finally, he took the urn from the dog's mouth and wiped off the drool with its tail. Mysterious jar. System prompt. A jar sealed by a great creator of the free world. The system cannot identify its contents. Bai Xiaowen's eyes narrowed, his heart skipping a beat. It wasn't an urn after all. Great creator? The name alone sounded mysterious and powerful, making his heart race. Ding. To break the seal, you need 999,999,999,999 points of strength. The player does not have enough strength and cannot open it. Bai Xiaowen's excitement instantly vanished. That absurdly long strength requirement, longer than a phone number, was clearly not something any serious game designer would come up with. It had to be some kind of joke item from the developers. Damn it, Bai Xiaowen cursed and angrily threw the jar to the ground. With a sharp crack, the jar shattered. Bai Xiaowen stared in disbelief. This jar, which supposedly needed astronomical strength to open, had just broken so easily? Before he could process what happened, his shock turned to horror. Inside the broken jar lay a pile of stark white bones and 2 prominent front teeth. It was an urn for ashes. As Bai Xiaowen's face turned pale, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through, and black clouds blotted out the sun. Eerie, ghostly wails echoed across the land, and the entire small world of the Shishan mass grave began to tremble violently. The illusion shattered like a soap bubble, revealing the grim reality. There was no soaring cloud peak, no bottomless lonely tomb. Instead, there were mounds of unmarked graves piled high, wild cats and dogs gnawing on rotting flesh, and maggots, snakes, and rats writhing among the corpses in a stench-filled nightmare. 11, let's go. Jian Shursen stretched lazily as he gazed at the now unsealed small world of the mass grave. With a casual swing of his sword, almost as if it had a mind of its own, sliced open the air, creating a rift big enough for someone to walk through. After Jian Shursen left, an old man in coarse clothes, carrying a massive great sword on his back, appeared. He closed his eyes and sensed the area for a moment. When he opened them, his gaze was full of confusion. Who are you, really? The only one in this world who could defeat me in the way of the sword and help me reach a new level, a true master of the blade. With that, he too cut open the void with a single swing and disappeared. At the top of Shishan, in front of a thatched hut within a tiny hidden world, An old man sat on a stone bench with a pot of tea by his side. He withdrew his gaze from where the great sword-wielding elder had vanished and turned to look at the mass grave halfway down the mountain. Stroking his beard, he smiled with genuine delight. At last, the shackles that bound my 4 old neighbors for so long have been broken. Auspicious. Truly auspicious. Suddenly, the wind picked up, surging from a gentle breeze to a howling gale. Snakes, insects, rats, wild dogs, cats, grave mounds, and corpses were all swept into the sky. Strangely, despite the roaring wind, there was utter silence, a defiance of logic that sent chills down the spine. Bai Xiaowen watched this bizarre scene with surprising calm. He simply picked his nose and flicked the booger onto the dog's big tongue. As the former leader of the world's top guild, he prided himself on having seen it all. Nothing could truly shock him. Or so he thought. You're stealing my jungle. Until Guzzi spat a mouthful of sticky phlegm complete with a booger from 82 right onto his precious new sneakers, Bai Xiaowen could barely contain his rage. He leapt into the air, legs splitting wide, and aimed a fierce kick at the dog's head. Guzzi dodged with ease, sidestepping the furious attack. Without missing a beat, Bai Xiaowen switched tactics and lunged forward like a rabid dog pouncing on its prey. Just then, a mysterious voice echoed through the air, passed down from mouth to mouth. It said that people are born, grow old, fall ill, and die, but only the soul endures. When a life ends, the soul departs, seeking its next incarnation. Thus, the cycle of reincarnation continues, life after life. The voice went on. Yet, there are souls who, because of greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, love, or desire, become attached to the mortal world and refuse to move on. These become vengeful spirits, restless ghosts that, at their most extreme, can possess the bodies of the living and return to the world. As Bai Xiaowen was cleaning his shoes with Guzzi, he heard the sudden voice and couldn't help but smirk. Plot twist incoming. He tossed Guzzi aside and looked toward the sound. The next second, he nearly lost control of his bladder. Behind him, a group of ghoulish figures had appeared out of nowhere. They weren't the classic zombies in official robes, but corpses crawling with white maggots, their flesh rotting away. The stench was overwhelming, a nauseating mix of rotten eggs stuffed into moldy socks, all wrapped up in years-old, filthy underwear, and left to ferment. Most terrifying of all, these zombies were being led by a greenish-blue skeleton, who seemed poised to lead the charge. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to bolt, a deafening bark shattered the tension. Woof, 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 woof. The sound boomed like thunder, knocking every zombie to the ground except for the zombie king at the front, who remained standing. Then, something bizarre happened. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying zombie king transformed into a strikingly handsome young man, so flawless he looked as if had stepped out of a comic book, the sort of guy who could make any girl swoon. What a fickle creature you are, the young man said, his voice suddenly familiar. You just found a new companion, and now you're barking at me already? That's cold, you know. The tone was playful, almost mocking, and eerily similar to Bai Xiaowen's own. The handsome youth turned into a gust of green wind, circling Bai Xiaowen dozens of times before finally stopping in front of Guzzi to complain. Unbelievable. After all that searching, you bring me this talentless loser to mess with me? Come on. Did you take a bribe from that old man and betray me or something? Listening to the youth's complaints, Bai Xiaowen's eyebrow twitched. Can't you talk trash about me somewhere else? I swear, I'd scatter your ashes if I could. As the argument continued, the young man instinctively reached out to pinch Guzzi's face only to grasp thin air. After all, a soul and a mortal body exist on separate planes. Unless driven by powerful desires or emotions, it's nearly impossible for a spirit to physically interact with the living. After this strange encounter, the man, the dog, and the ghost all fell silent. Bai Xiaowen glanced at the ghost, then at the dog, feeling an unexplainable sense of discomfort welling up inside him. I'm not a good contract partner, the young man said in a low voice, looking at the dog beside him. Maybe you wouldn't have suffered so much if it weren't for me. Thank you for staying with me through my loneliest days. He paused. It's time for us to part ways. Your future shouldn't be tied to mine. Tears streamed down the dog's face, as if it truly understood its master's words. Bai Xiaowen stood nearby, watching the scene, his eyes growing moist. He thought of those who had once accompanied him in life, but eventually drifted away. A heavy silence settled among the three of them, lasting for several minutes. I'm the one dying, not you. The young man suddenly broke the silence, looking at the dog. Why the long face? Give your old man a smile. But the dog couldn't muster a smile, nor could Bai Xiaowen. With a sigh, the young man turned to Bai Xiaowen. What's your name? Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen. The young man said seriously, could I ask you a favor? It'll make it worth your while. Didn't you just call me useless a moment ago? Bai Xiaowen joked. Did I? Whether you did or not, I'm not sure. But with the three of us here, someone definitely said it. Well, it wasn't me. Then maybe it was the dog, Bai Xiaowen thought to himself, amused at how shameless this guy was. If you don't say no, I'll take that as a yes, the young man continued. Could you look after him for me? I just got here myself, and was actually thinking I could use a little pet, Bai Xiaowen replied. I was wondering how to ask you to give him to me. Seeing the earnestness in the young man's eyes, Bai Xiaowen nodded in agreement. The young man gave a relieved smile, and said, I won't make you do this for nothing. He'll give you the only thing I have left me legacy. But it's not easy to inherit, and it might do more harm than good for most people. If you find you can't handle it, you can always choose another path. If it doesn't work out, he'll just give up. You really aren't very endearing, the young man said. Can't you at least say something nice to comfort a dying man? Unless there's a special reason, I don't lead people or to ghosts. The young man grinned, a hint of admiration in his eyes. You know, kid, I think I actually like you. And I mean that from the heart. Ding. Congratulations to player mythology for obtaining the first pet, Bai Zhe, in the Huaxiao region of free game, and for unlocking the pet system ahead of schedule. Once the pet system is activated, an announcement will be sent to all servers worldwide. Would player mythology like to reveal their game ID? It was only the first day since the game launched, and he had already gotten a mythical beast. What a ridiculous world. Bai Xiaowen rubbed his forehead and looked up at the sky with a helpless sigh. I really don't want to stand out, so why do you keep forcing me to? After decades had passed, this small world could finally break free from its constraints and explore a wider universe. Suddenly, a flash of red light burst out, and behind a scruffy dog in a corner, the majestic silhouette of a mythical beast appeared. If any players saw this dog laughing with its paws on its hips, they'd be so shocked their eyes might pop out. Could actually talk. Ding. Congratulations to player mythology for obtaining the first pet in the Huaxiao region by Zend, unlocking the pet system ahead of schedule. The activation of the pet system will trigger a global announcement. Would player mythology like to reveal their game ID? No way. Bai Xiaowen calmly declined the request. Having once reached the pinnacle of gaming, Bai Xiaowen knew exactly what it meant to own a mythical beast. He also knew that revealing his name would only bring endless trouble, which was the last thing he wanted. Ding. Attention, Huaxiao region players. Player XXX has obtained the first pet by Zane all servers, unlocking the pet system ahead of schedule and opening the pet ranking leaderboard. From now on, players in the Huaxiao region have a chance to find pet eggs while battling monsters. The repeated worldwide announcements echoed across all servers, bombarding every player's ears. The official free game forum instantly became a battleground for discussion, with endless threads and chaos everywhere. Whoa, who's this badass? They just started and already have a pet? The forum was in an uproar. All I know is, according to the forum's info posts, the pet system only unlocks once you reach the main city. With the current leveling speed, ITLL take ordinary players at least 10 days or half a month to hit level 10. That means, thanks to the Huaxiao region's early pet system, they're already ahead of the entire world before even leaving the starting village. Talk about lucky. Where's this pro? Take my knees. I give up. I just want to be carried. Name your price for that mythical beast faceta face trade. They'll fly to you right now. Novice Village 8888, Slime Plains. Hey, Piggy, did you see the announcement? Someone in our Huaxiao region got a mythical beast right at the start, Lin Anren said with a smile. Total scam. It's definitely rigged. I'm going to flame them on the forums later. Zhu Chongjing shouted angrily, slashing a slime. Lin Anren kept smiling. Because that player got a mythical beast, the pet system opened early for the Huaxiao region. Now even regular players here have a chance to get pet eggs. That's a national hero. I'm going to the forum to praise him and crown him the god of pets. All hail the hero. Silence. A long, awkward silence. After a few seconds, Lin Anren spoke up slowly. Piggy, I think I just got an egg. What kind of egg? Zhu Qingjing didn't catch on. A pet egg, Lin Anren replied. A pet egg? Zhu Qingjing was stunned, almost jumping out of his seat. Show me. Quick, let me take a look. I'll wait until I've officially bonded with my pet. What do you mean, bond? I don't even want your pet. Zhu Chongjing shouted in frustration, his face turning red. Do you not trust me? Lin Anren frowned, his voice tinged with anger. Fine. Reluctantly, Lin Anren finally handed a pet egg to Zhu Chongjing. Zhu Chongjing looked at the egg in his hand and let a small smile slip. Looks like I was right not to trust you. As soon as he finished speaking, the slime egg suddenly cracked open, turning into a fist-sized slime. I'm going to bite you to death. Watching the slime in Zhu Chongjing's hand, Lin Anren jumped up in fury, his angry shout echoing in the air. Sakura server. Impossible. How could Huaxiao unlock the pet system on the very first day? No way, no way. A young player yelled, eyes glued to the screen. Spread the word if the pet system isn't online within 3 days. Every person responsible for the Sakura section of free game will answer to the celestial moth with seppuku. The locust army can't be defeated. His face was already bright red with worry as soon as he finished speaking. Bang bang server. There's definitely a bug in the free game system. A player said anxiously. Bai Zhe is supposed to be our national mythical beast. Go find out which players in our country have Bai Zhe. Then report it to the Honghuang AI and have them issue a new announcement. He roared Samada as he grabbed the phone to call the management team. Rice server. Wang Defa. Go find out. Figure out who unlocked the pet system in the Huaxiao region. A stern-faced man ordered his subordinates. Once you find them, dig up their weaknesses. No matter what it takes, bring them over to the Rice region. If you can't poach them, destroy them. Destroy them. High-level meeting room in Huaxiao. Huaxiao, a land of heroes, is sure to make the surrounding nations uneasy. A senior official calmly surveyed the room. Monitor all foreign spies closely. Don't let them use dirty tricks against Huaxia citizens outside of free game. This is a serious matter. Freedom isn't just a simple online game. His voice carried an unmistakable authority. Free World's Sacred Domain's Central Continent Palace complex atop Bujin Peak. A few familiar auras suddenly swept through, shattering the calm of the sacred domain. Impossible. He severed his own immortal fate. How could he still be alive? If that mysterious swordsman hadn't appeared out of nowhere and struck with that world-shaking sword, he wouldn't have even left a corpse. Even so, no one ever found his body. He's not dead? Was it all an illusion? Damn it. Even so, we can't let our guard down. His aura is coming from the eastern region. The desolate heavenly Tao is guiding people from other worlds to the free continent. This is related to them and worth investigating. Yes, Exalted One. Newbie Village number 9527, West Mountain. Bai Xiaowen stood at the peak of West Mountain, hands in his pockets, brows furrowed, still thinking about how to handle the upcoming challenge. Suddenly, a dog's paw landed heavily on his shoulder. Gotcha, monkey. A voice rang out, and Bai Xiaowen froze in surprise. Got you, monkey, Bai Xiaowen shouted, swiftly flipping Guzi over his shoulder and slamming him hard onto the ground. Without missing a beat, he stomped twice on Guzi's vital spot. Howling in pain, Guzi clutched his groin and rolled around, but in a flash, he sprang up and launched into a spinning uppercut. The two of them tangled in a wild scuffle, rolling on the ground like a pair of crazed rabbits. My name is Benz Baize, to be precise, Guzi announced loftily, looking down at Bai Xiaowen with a smug expression. I'm actually a divine beast whose true powers have been sealed by the main villain. This form is just a disguise to blend in. Bai Xiaowen eyed Guzi with interest, ruffling his head, pinching his side, and finally giving him a kick on the rear. Not a bad look, but you're way too full of yourself. Are you kidding me? Guzi roared, and the two were back to wrestling on the ground. 10 minutes later, Guzi straightened up and declared seriously, let me make this clear. I'm your contract partner, not some pet. I have the right to refuse unreasonable demands, and you're responsible for my food and care. I expect fresh game every day rare, with a bit of blood, not too raw and not burnt. I also need 2 bowls of hot beast milk, one for rinsing my mouth, one for drinking, and don't forget to skim off the cream. And from now on, call me Bai Shun. Bai Shun, Bai Xiaowen suddenly asked, have you ever tried to Baido? What's that? Is it tasty? Bai Xiaowen didn't answer, just slapped him across the face. When the moon was high and the stars were thin, the two set off on their way home. Bai Xiaowen tried to check Guzi's stats, only to find the pet tab completely empty. After searching for a while, he finally found the equal contract partner description in his personal profile. Both parties are completely equal, with no hierarchy. Growth potential exceeds that of ordinary pets. Free entry and exit from the contract space. Loyalty is absolute, betrayal is punished by the laws of heaven. Extra experience gained when fighting together. Opening Guzi's stats, all he could see besides the name and gender were question marks. Hey, Bai Xiaowen said, stroking his chin with a grin. Do you know what Sunluo Wanxiang, Balian Shinji, and Chuanjin are? Of course. Guzi perked up instantly. Sunluo Wanxiang and Balian Shinji are half-demon inheritances. Balian Shinji lets you endlessly improve the proficiency and power of any skill, so even a little fireball can be trained to the size of a mountain. Sunluo Wanxiang is about mastering a wide range of abilities and forging your own path. By the way, your ability to understand non-human speech is also thanks to the half-demon inheritance. As for Chuanjin, that's a unique sword technique created by Jian Shisan. I don't know the details, but it's definitely powerful. Whenever he fights a half-demon, it's always a 50-50 match. A man and a dog walked side by side, chatting happily along the way. It was an unusual contest of making grand promises. The dog swore that as long as Bai Xiaowen took good care of him, he would lead him to the pinnacle of life. In return, Bai Xiaowen cleverly promised that if the dog gave his all, he would find him the perfect mate and grant him a blissful dog's life. The dog, who was always skilled at making big promises, found himself at a loss for words for the first time when faced with such a worthy opponent. Amid their light-hearted banter, the two unknowingly left the eerie graveyard behind. The dog easily sliced through the spatial barrier and slipped back into the contract partner's space. Bai Xiaowen, using their bond, asked if there were any lucrative tasks in the village. This question, however, infuriated the dog. Baize, a divine beast. He roared, letting out a burp before changing the subject. I just checked your inventory and noticed you've got quite a few rabbit pelts, rabbit teeth, chicken feathers, and eggs. I suggest you visit the clothing store, general store, and pharmacy. You might be able to trade them for useful items or silver. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up. So, does that mean I can sell the rabbit meat, chicken, and poisonous mushrooms at the tavern? Smart kid, Bizet replied, shifting his tone. But the rabbit and chicken were already my snacks. As for the poisonous mushrooms, no reputable restaurant would want them. But you could try the general store or the weapons shop, maybe you'll get lucky. Bizet went on. By the way, the general store owner is especially fond of fresh eggs. She has a wooden ring that would suit you perfectly. You have two options. Either go outside the village to gather more eggs, or trade the ones you have for the ring. When Bai Xiaowen arrived at the general store, the shopkeeper eyed him curiously. Are you sure you want to trade these eggs for my wooden ring? It's not exactly a fair deal, Bai Xiaowen shrugged helplessly, but my wife really loves this ring, so I don't have much choice. Your wife is a lucky woman, the shopkeeper said, giving him a thumbs up. Above her head, a red number reading 80 favor points appeared. Well, since you like this wooden ring so much, it'll make it easy for you, the shopkeeper said cheerfully, patting Bai Xiaowen on the shoulder. Hey, race the money for the eggs, be sure to treat your wife well. Bai Xiaowen received a grass ring with attributes. 1 strength, 1 constitution, and it was classified as a level 2 piece of equipment. According to its story, the ring was a gift from old Li at the weapons shop to the general store owner, an ordinary-looking ring with hidden secrets. What's the secret behind this ring? Bai Xiaowen wondered as he played with the grassandwood ring in his hand. They'll tell you outside, the dog replied curtly. In a quiet corner outside the general store, the dog instructed Bai Xiaowen to bind the ring with his blood. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaowen bit his finger and dripped blood onto the ring. Instantly, it flashed with green light, changing from light green to emerald, and its attributes transformed. It became the Gale Grass ring, adding 2 strength, 2 constitution, and 20 movement speed out of combat. Even more impressive, it had a special skill. Each basic attack that hit an enemy had a 5 chance to increase attack speed by 10, stacking up to 8 times. This level 2 ring, forged by old Li from the weapons shop using wind grass, was clearly extraordinary. Wearing these shoes made his steps feel light as a feather. The old man at the weapon shop really knew his stuff. Bai Xiaowen grinned and gave him a thumbs up. He knew the shopkeeper was no ordinary person. There was no need to mess with someone like that. After leaving the weapon shop, Bai Xiaowen spotted the owner of the clothing and armor store pacing anxiously in the main hall. His footsteps hurried and his face full of worry. Bai Xiaowen's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes flashing with the sharpness born of years of gaming experience. He could tell right away this guy definitely had a quest. He strolled into the shop at a leisurely pace, exchanged a few pleasantries, then carefully probed for information. Sure enough, after just a few words, he got a crucial tip. The shop urgently needed a large quantity of rabbit fur to rush an order for armor. What a coincidence, I happen to have a batch of rabbit pelts right here, Bai Xiaowen said with a smug smile he couldn't quite hide. Before Head even finished speaking, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he grabbed Bai Xiaowen by the collar and pulled him into the back room. Under Guzi's guidance, Bai Xiaowen sat down at the table and launched into a fierce negotiation with the shopkeeper. In the end, he sold all his rabbit pelts for a price that was a full 2/5 below the market rate. Of course, Bai Zithi self-proclaimed know-it-all wasn't about to let himself get taken advantage of. The price for the shopkeeper's bargain was that, in exchange, he handed over an ancient, dusty gathering manual from the back of his counter, so old and neglected it was covered in green mold. When Bai Xiaowen saw the new basic gathering skill pop up in his skill bar, his grin stretched from ear to ear. As the saying goes, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. With this skill, he could now harvest extra loot from monster corpses. This was going to be a huge win. Had just seen a brand new gathering manual at the general store selling for a whopping 50 silver coins. While 50 silver might be pocket change later on, for now, it was a fortune. Given the current drop rates, Bai Xiaowen figured that, for the next couple of days at least, only the big guilds or hardcore pay-to-win players could afford to buy the guide. This deal was another massive profit. After leaving the clothing store, Bai Xiaowen headed straight for the pharmacy next door. Emboldened by his earlier success, he used the same bartering tactics, trading all his rabbit teeth for 2 bundles of healing potions. Each bundle contained 10 potions, each restoring 50 health, and the market price was 3 copper coins per pot, on a total value of 60 copper coins. Even if he sold all his rabbit teeth, they wouldn't fetch anywhere near that much. Another flawless trade. But that wasn't even the best part. With these healing potions, Bai Xiaowen could venture farther afield, take on tougher monsters, and level up faster, getting one step closer to equipping his coveted vampiric necklace. Guzi watched Bai Xiaowen's slick and adaptable moves with a satisfied nod, the approval clear in his eyes. With all his materials taken care of, Bai Xiaowen strode out of the village, excitement written all over his face. Let the all-nighter begin. It was late, but that didn't dampen the players' enthusiasm one bit. Out on the beginner's meadow, countless solo players and small teams were grinding monsters under the moonlight. Word of mouth had it that, though there were millions of players in the world of online gaming, they all boiled down to just 6 types. The first type are the ultimate tech wizards who use their technical skills to conquer games. The second type are the wealthy big spenders who rely on the power of money. The third are the tireless grinders who pour their very life into gaming. The fourth are the lucky ones, seemingly blessed by fate itself. The fifth type, by far the largest group, are the ordinary players. And finally, there are the eternally unlucky, plagued by misfortune. The players currently battling under the starlit sky were clearly the kind who dedicate their very lives to the game, the tireless grinders. Their figures darted through the moonlight, weapons glinting coldly in their hands, eyes burning with the desire to level up. In a secluded corner just outside the beginner's village, Bai Xiaowen looked around cautiously. After making sure no one was nearby, he whispered, "Come on out." A flash of white light appeared, and his companion leapt out from the contract space. Compared to before, the creature had shrunk several times over, now just about the size of an adult's palm. Its fur was snowy and fluffy, and its eyes sparkled like black gems, making it look irresistibly cute. "Hey, with my current combat strength, which monster should I fight to gain the most experience?" Bai Xiaowen crouched down and asked quietly. "I am Bai Zethi, legendary Bai Zhe, a divine beast," the little creature declared, puffing out its chest and letting out a roar far too fierce for its tiny body, brimming with indignation. "All right, Zhejiuan," Bai Xiaowen replied with a playful grin, clearly unfazed by the protest. Bai Zhe eyed Bai Xiaowen's unserious expression, took a deep breath, and composed itself. In the next instant, its eyes blazed with pure white flames, like two miniature stars. Its body hovered slightly, and the air around them quivered with energy. After a moment, Bai Zhe's eyes returned to normal and it settled back to the ground. In a clear and authoritative tone, it analyzed, "At your current level, you can handle only the little white rabbits, mushroom folk, three-headed moles, fire mice, and greenleaf snakes. As for the gladiator sheep, that might be a bit too much for you." Bai Zhe paused, then added, "If you want my advice, go for either the fire mice or the greenleaf snakes. They're just a bit tougher than the rabbits and mushrooms, perfect for where you are now." Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he declared, "I've made up my mind, let's go after the gladiator sheep." He clenched his fist, his face brimming with determination. "Feeling ambitious, aren't you?" Bai Zhe watched Bai Xiaowen's enthusiasm, a slight smile playing on its lips as it nodded approvingly. It didn't seem the least bit surprised by his choice. "I just like interesting challenges," Bai Xiaowen shrugged, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "And the most interesting things are always a little tough." A flicker of admiration flashed in Bai Zhe's eyes, and its tone suddenly grew solemn. "Kid, you've impressed me. Congratulations, you've earned my initial approval." Bai Xiaowen's eyes widened, his instincts telling him that something was about to happen. He could sense a mysterious energy swirling around him, as if something important was on the verge of unfolding. "Due to later platform requirements, I had to make major changes, which may make things seem a bit inconsistent. I'm really sorry about that, me heartaches." Baishan, are you hiding some earth-shattering secret? Come on, show me." "No, I'm not. My sixth sense tells me you definitely are. With our relationship, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is also mine. We're practically family, aren't we?" "I didn't realize you were so good at sweet-talking," Baishan replied with a smirk. Dogsy heard Bai Xiaowen's playful "what's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours," and couldn't help but smile and nod, clearly pleased by their close bond. "Of course," he said, a sly grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a system notification interrupted their conversation. "Ding. Player mythology, your contract partner Baze is attempting to teach you a mythical beast talent skill. Do you accept the skill transfer?" Bai Xiaowen paused for a moment, then clicked accept without hesitation. "Ding. Congratulations, player mythology. You have acquired the growth talent skill Void Chaos Reincarnation, Eye of White, also known as White Eye." Bai Xiaowen glanced at his side, where Dogsy held his noble head high, his eyes filled with anticipation, as if waiting for Bai Xiaowen to kneel and beg for guidance. Bai Xiaowen opened his skills panel to check the new ability. White Eye, growth skill. Only members of the Baze Divine Beast clan and their approved equal contract partners can learn this skill. When fully mastered, it grants the following abilities: Foresight, exorcising evil spirits, warding off malevolent forces, seeing through weaknesses, and evaluating strengths and weaknesses. Possesses earth-shattering power and unfathomable might. How to use. The player silently recites or shouts White Eye to enter insight mode, allowing them to view the stats and skills of all beings within sight, whose level is no more than 5 higher than their own. Mana cost, 8 points per second. Excited, Bai Xiaowen decided to give it a try. He targeted a gladiator sheep about 20 or 30 meters away and activated his White Eye for the first time. Instantly, his vision turned white, and the sheep's stats and skill descriptions popped up before his eyes. Gladiator sheep. Level 4. Defense, 10. HP, 500. Monster description, aggressive and short-tempered, will attack any creature within its line of sight. Players are advised to prioritize safety and form teams when engaging. Skill description, power charge, deals twice normal attack damage. If HP drops below 50, deals 4 times normal attack damage. Dogsy watched Bai Xiaowen's actions, completely stunned and unable to believe what he was seeing. He remembered how, back in his day, it had taken him half a month of sleepless practice just to unlock the first stage of the White Eye, Eye of Insight. He was hailed as a Onsen Tinthisandier's genius half-demon, yet even for him, it took 10 days to achieve results. Now, Bai Xiaowen had just obtained the skill, and before Dogsy could even offer guidance, had already mastered it. It was unbelievable. Could this kid really be even more monstrous than him? Dogsy muttered under his breath, shocked, and couldn't help but sneak a glance at Bai Xiaowen's unsettlingly pale eyes. Bai Xiaowen was equally astonished, especially after seeing the gladiator sheep's stats. It was only 2 levels higher than him, but its attributes were ridiculously strong. What surprised him even more was that this sheep actually had a monster skill, and the weaker it got, the stronger its attacks became. After doing some quick calculations, Bai Xiaowen realized that to take down this gladiator sheep, his dodge rate would need to be at least 90, maybe even higher. Not to mention, these sheep were much larger than rabbits or mushrooms. The smallest gladiator sheep was at least twice their size, and the biggest ones were as fierce as tigers and as strong as bears. Facing monsters of this size, Bai Xiaowen didn't feel very confident. Even though his skills gave him a 90% chance of dodging their attacks, fighting alone was still a risky business. After a few seconds of thought, a smile appeared on his face. He wasn't alone this time. He had a powerful ally by his side, the dog who claimed to be a divine beast. "Hey dog, help me pull the monsters," Bai Xiaowen said enthusiastically. "With my years of experience, I'd say the 2 of us can easily handle a single sheep." Before he finished, the dog interrupted him with disdain. "I am Benz, a divine beast. And you want me to fight these nameless creatures? Worse yet, you expect me to team up with you against just one? That's an insult to my reputation." After some back-and-forth bargaining, the 2 finally reached an agreement. They would fight separately and each take down their own target. Although this plan was a bit risky, Bai Xiaowen didn't object. According to the system, experience points for him and the dog were calculated independently as contract partners. That meant if each of them killed a monster worth 100 experience points, Bai Xiaowen would get 200, and the dog would get 200 as well. This was far better than the usual party system, where experience was split and only slightly boosted by team bonuses. From this perspective, Bai Xiaowen basically got a permanent double experience card for free. In the same amount of time others spent leveling, he could earn twice or even more the experience. But that wasn't his ultimate goal. Bai Xiaowen was already thinking ahead. If he could train this proud divine beast into an obedient dog that would grind monsters for him around the clock, he could just sit back and watch the experience roll in. Bai Xiaowen and Guzi charged at the ramming sheep from opposite sides, moving as fast as lightning. The 2 aggressive sheep, spotting the intruders, immediately lowered their heads and assumed an attack stance. Their swift reaction gave Bai Xiaowen and Guzi no chance to launch a sneak attack. The battle erupted in an instant. Instead of attacking recklessly, Bai Xiaowen focused on observing every move the sheep made. He darted back and forth across the grass, dodging left and right, quickly picking up on the sheep's attack patterns and habits. After a few minutes, a sharp glint appeared in Bai Xiaowen's eyes, replacing his earlier nonchalance. He began to fight back with precision, each strike perfectly timed. He attacked, dodged, and countered, his movements smooth and fluid. Before long, the first ramming sheep crashed to the ground. The spoils were generous: mutton, horns, hide, wool, and a few copper coins. Bai Xiaowen pulled out his knife and awkwardly began to gather materials. Although his technique was clumsy, he still managed to collect a torn piece of hide and 4 chunks of meat. Eager to see how Guzi had fared, he hurried over, only to find nothing. Bai Xiaowen frowned in surprise. It turned out the creature Guzi had defeated only provided experience and a corpse, but no loot. Seeing Bai Xiaowen's disappointed expression, Guzi misunderstood, thinking he was frustrated by his lack of strength, and tried to comfort him. "It's normal for newcomers from other worlds to be weaker than us locals on the free continent. But you have your own advantages. At least you get rewards from the beasts, gifts from the world itself. They may not be rare, but there's always a pleasant surprise." These words made everything click for Bai Xiaowen. He quickly opened his backpack and, sure enough, found a bunch of new items in addition to his earlier loot. The biggest surprise was a pair of black iron boots, ramming sheep battle boots. The equipment stats appeared immediately. Ramming sheep battle boots. Quality: black iron. Attributes: agility 5, constitution 5. Level requirement: level 2. Description: boots made from the hide and bones of ramming sheep. Extremely warm, but a bit smelly if worn somewhere warm. Looking at the boots that boosted both his constitution and agility, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but smile. These were exactly the attributes he needed most right now, and they'd make him much more resilient against the ramming sheep. As for the smelly feet issue, he wasn't playing soccer anyway, so it hardly mattered. According to the official forum, while there's a huge variety of free equipment like stars in the sky, the quality ranks are clearly defined. From lowest to highest, they are white equipment, black iron equipment, bronze equipment, silver equipment, gold equipment, master equipment, legendary equipment, epic equipment, immortal equipment, mythic equipment, divine punishment equipment, and free equipment. Whether it's loot dropped from monsters or gear crafted by players, all equipment falls within certain level categories. Apart from these standard items, there's also a special type called growth equipment. As the name suggests, these can evolve and upgrade as specific conditions are met. Bai Xiaowen couldn't wait to put on his new gear. Wielding the dog-beating staff, he charged toward a nearby herd of gladiator sheep. Within seconds, he proved the power of his new equipment. 3 gladiator sheep couldn't keep up with his agile movements. Everyone, let's take down this human and his pet, shouted gladiator sheep A. You look so cool, Shi Yang, gladiator sheep B chimed in. Anyone who threatens the sheep tribe, no matter how far, will be punished. Gladiator sheep C declared passionately. You're so fierce, Fei Yang, gladiator sheep B muttered under his breath. Shi Yang, after we deal with the human, let's find a spot to eat some fresh grass and pull up some carrots. I love your carrots the most. Can I join you guys for carrot picking? Gladiator sheep C asked hopefully. Get lost. Alright then. According to the latest update on the official game forum, the aggro range of non-neutral monsters depends on their vision and sixth sense. The dog watched as Bai Xiaowen darted around, shaking its head helplessly before leaping in gracefully to help distract 2 of the gladiator sheep. After more than an hour of intense battle, Bai Xiaowen finally leveled up, bathed in a golden glow. Seeing his experience points soar and his backpack fill up with materials, he grinned from ear to ear. The only disappointment was that, aside from those boots, they hadn't picked up any other equipment, not even the most basic white-tire gear. Once he hit the level requirement, Bai Xiaowen immediately equipped the starter gear and the bloodthirst necklace he'd gotten from the weapons shop. The moment he put on the necklace, he felt the powerful life-steal effect kick in. Excited, he gave the dog a playful pat before diving back into the fight. By 11 o'clock that night, the non-stop grinding left Bai Xiaowen's stomach grumbling. Man and dog quietly left the gladiator sheep's territory and found a secluded spot under the moonlight to build a campfire and prepare a late-night snack. Guided by Xiaoyu's expert cooking tips, Bai Xiaowen grilled lamb skewers that smelled absolutely delicious, far better than any street food had in real life. Best of all, it was made from real lamb. The mouth-watering aroma soon attracted some wild rabbits from the grassland. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, you stupid dog. Didn't you say you only eat your meat medium rare? Who told you to grill it so slowly? I'm going to eat your meat. Even if others beg me to eat, I wouldn't care. Humph. If I can't eat, neither can you. This chapter was provided by a friend from our book club. If there are any copyright issues, please let me know and I'll remove it immediately. Thank you. A man and a dog were wrestling when suddenly, the sound of hushed conversation drifted through the trees, carried to them on a gentle breeze. Both figures stopped what they were doing at the same time and perked up their ears to listen closely. Have you heard? Our rabbit tribe's little prince is going to inherit the throne tomorrow, whispered a white rabbit, its eyes sparkling with excitement. That's common knowledge, how could I not know? Replied another white rabbit, chewing on a mouthful of grass and sounding rather uninterested. The first rabbit leaned in mysteriously. I've got even juicier news. Want to hear it? If you've got something to say, spit it out. Don't interrupt my meal, I've got to finish eating before I pull up some carrots. The second rabbit replied impatiently, flicking its ears. You probably don't know why the little prince is suddenly inheriting the throne early, do you? The first rabbit teased, still keeping up the suspense. It's because, during his training in the forest, he accidentally ate half of a Zhuxian grass and awakened the Rabbit King's bloodline within him. He awakened the Rabbit King's bloodline? Seriously? The second rabbit finally stopped chewing and stared at its companion, full of doubt. My cousin's sister-in-law's brother's girlfriend's neighbor's son's cousin is actually the boyfriend of the little prince's personal guard, the first rabbit boasted proudly. And get this, the little prince now has the Silver Rabbit King bloodline. Wait a second, isn't the little prince's personal guard a male rabbit? How could he have a boyfriend? The second rabbit looked even more confused. You're missing the point, the first rabbit exclaimed, hopping up in excitement. The important thing is that our White Rabbit clan is about to welcome a legendary Golden Rabbit King, something that only happens once every 30 generations. When that happens, we'll rule the little prairie of Hermit Village and eat grass wherever we want. Those annoying gladiator sheep, mushroom people, and elemental wolves will all be driven away. Suddenly, the dog slapped its thigh in frustration and turned to look at Bai Xiaowen, who was grinning mischievously, rubbing his hands together like he was about to pull a prank. Doggy, listen, it's the Golden Rabbit King. Bai Xiaowen patted the dog's head excitedly. What's it got to do with you? The dog replied flatly, his eyes cold and indifferent. Bai Shun, I've heard you know everything. How much do you know about the Golden Rabbit King? Bai Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The dog raised an eyebrow and curled his lip. The Golden Rabbit King is a rare bloodline that appears only once every 3 to 5 centuries among the rabbit tribe. As the intelligence chief of Newbie village number 9527, of course I'm well aware of the recent changes among the rabbits. He paused, his gaze growing a little more meaningful. Originally, I planned to wait until you got stronger before guiding you to challenge the Golden Rabbit King and try for the ancestral set. But who knew you'd find out so soon? Bai Xiaowen looked at the dog expectantly. Bai Shun, just how strong is the Golden Rabbit King? The dog glared at him, then jumped up and punched him. It's 100 times tougher than the gladiator ram. If you're already struggling with the ram, the Golden Rabbit King is way out of your league. Hearing this, Bai Xiaowen's excitement instantly faded. If beating the gladiator ram was already a challenge, the Golden Rabbit King was on a whole different level one that might take 100 level 10 players working together to stand a chance. The stat gap is the biggest hurdle in MMORPGs, Bai Xiaowen muttered gloomily. You can hit someone all day and not scratch them, but they could sneeze, and you'd be dead. The dog just kept gnawing on his meat, ignoring him completely. Bai Xiaowen glared, then jumped up and bonked the dog on the head. All you do is eat, eat, eat. You glutton, Bai Xiaowen shouted in frustration. The dog's eyes nearly popped out from the impact. He quickly picked up the lamb shank that had fallen, brushed off the grass, and went back to chewing. Look at you, little Bai Zhe. Can't even take a joke? We're partners, equals, just having some fun. I'm not a little Bai Zhe. Bai Xiaowen rolled his eyes, snatched the lamb shank from the dog's paw, and tossed it into the fire. Stupid thing. How dare you let Bai Shin eat food off the ground? The dog stared at the roasting lamb in disbelief, grumbling. Fine, fine, eat your meat. It's fresh off the fire, medium rare, still juicy. Bai Xiaowen shot him a look. Don't you know any weaknesses of the Golden Rabbit King? Like, maybe its strength drops to 1% when it's pulling up carrots with the other rabbits? The dog glanced at him with disdain and kept chewing. The Golden Rabbit King might not be able to beat you, but it's not that easy for it to evolve successfully, either. So, you mean I could take on the Golden Rabbit King before it evolves? Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up, eager to try. Even the Silver Rabbit King is 30 to 50 times stronger than the Gladiator Ram. For you, it's as easy as losing to a carrot, the dog replied calmly. So what's your plan? Bai Xiaowen raised an eyebrow, staring at the dog. The dog slowly chewed his meat, his gaze turning thoughtful. Build up your strength, take it slow, and bide your time. Take it slow. Bai Xiaowen dropped his head, frustrated. Suddenly, he grabbed the lamb shank and angrily tossed it into the fire again, stomping on it for good measure. Seriously? That's your advice? The dog rolled his eyes and pretended not to notice, enjoying his lamb as if nothing had happened. You flip out faster than anyone I know. At that moment, disappointment was written all over Bai Xiaowen's face. The Golden Rabbit King was powerful, but he wasn't ready to give up so easily. Speak your mind, let it out, and then get back to fighting monsters. Aim for a tougher place this time. Bai Xiaowen gazed out at the distant sea of stars, his heart already set on a new target, the Golden Rabbit King. Still, things would be different if Ben Zhe decided to step in. You? Bai Xiaowen shot the dog a sideways glance, a playful smirk in his eyes. He was always highly skeptical of anything that came out of the dog's mouth. The dog's stats were impressive, and his combat power was undeniable. But to claim he could take on a monster 30 or 50 times stronger than the gladiator sheep, Bai Xiaowen had his doubts unless Ben Zhe really did know the Golden Rabbit King's weakness. Right now, Ben Zhe wasn't strong enough to beat the current Rabbit King, but his Divine Beast skills went far beyond just his signature white-eyed move. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up. Divine Beast skills? If he could master the first one, the second wouldn't be much harder, right? Silver Rabbit King, Golden Rabbit King, they were just beginner-level bosses. But Divine Beast skills, those were the real marks of strength. The difference was clear as day. My move is called Bai Zhe's Blessing, the dog said, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Its effect is simple, amplify. For half an hour, I can boost all your abilities tenfold. Bai Xiaowen paused, then nodded. I know I wasn't going all out against the gladiator sheep earlier. He hesitated, curiosity flickering in his eyes. But the real question is, can I learn this dog's blessing of yours? You've got a good eye, the dog replied with an approving grin. But sorry, you can't learn it. He patted Bai Xiaowen's shoulder, almost sympathetically. It's not that I'm holding back, it's just impossible for you. Bai Xiaowen stopped what he was doing, rubbing his chin with a smile. No worries. So, when are we going after the Rabbit King? Even though Bai Zhe's blessing was powerful, Bai Xiaowen wasn't in a rush to learn it. After all, the real Bai Zhe was right by his side, and there would be plenty of chances to pick up Divine Beast skills later. The dog stretched lazily, making it clear he wasn't about to rush off. After a moment, he asked offhandedly, aren't you tired of eating mutton all the time? Want to try something different? Not far away, two rabbits were nibbling on grass. Hearing Bai Xiaowen's laughter, they instinctively hopped a few steps away. Even though they couldn't understand his words, their instincts told them nothing good would come from crossing his path. Bai Xiaowen proudly sprinkled salt on freshly roasted rabbit meat, grinning from ear to ear. Didn't I say I was lucky today? Even got 2 carrots as a side dish from a rabbit. With luck like this, if I take down the Silver Rabbit King, maybe you'll get some mythical gear, or even Heaven's Punishment equipment. If I push myself, maybe you'll even score a freedom level item. Wouldn't be too hard. The dog shot him a cold look and mocked. Do you even know what mythical, Heaven's Punishment, or freedom equipment is? And you're bragging like that. Mythical and Heaven's Punishment equipment are legendary weapons so rare that you can count them on one hand across the entire Freedom continent. Freedom equipment is almost impossible to find even in 10,000 years. How could you expect that from a bunch of rabbits? Bai Xiaowen shrugged and laughed. I'm not arguing with you. So, when are we heading out? You seem pretty eager. Are you really taking me to meet the unlucky Rabbit King? He gave the dog a playful poke, signaling him to get moving. Let's go? The dog shot him a glare, then pulled Bai Xiaowen along as they set off toward their next target. Guzi looked at Bai Xiaowen's eager face and shook his head helplessly. In a flash, he transformed into a palm-sized miniature dog and nimbly jumped into the front pocket of Bai Xiaowen's jacket. This is the least guarded entrance to the rabbit den. Guzi's voice came from the pocket. Follow my directions. With Guzi leading the way, Bai Xiaowen soon arrived at the main base of the rabbit clan. When he looked up, he saw a sea of rabbits stretching as far as the eye could see. Sheer number was enough to make his scalp tingle. To make matters worse, these rabbits would attack any creature that entered their aggro range without hesitation. Damn! Bai Xiaowen glanced at his status panel and his vampiric necklace, slapping his thigh in frustration. Guzi lowered his voice and warned, there are rabbit sentries everywhere here. One wrong move, and you'll be surrounded by hundreds of them. With our current strength, there's no way we could handle it. Only then did Bai Xiaowen realize why such a perfect leveling spot was completely deserted. At this stage, unless you had a team of over 100 people, anyone who came here was doomed. Not even Jesus could save you. Follow me, Guzi whispered. I have an idea. Are you sure about this? Bai Xiaowen asked hesitantly. He wanted to challenge the Rabbit King, but he wasn't about to throw his life away. Dying in this game meant losing levels, equipment, and items. I saw a map at the old village chief's house in Hermit Village 2 months ago. I'm about 60 to 70% sure. 60 to 70%? Round it up, that's 100%. Let's do it. After weaving through a maze of twists and turns, Guzi led Bai Xiaowen to a deserted underground tunnel just wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaowen gripped his dog-beating staff and charged in. Just as Guzi had said, there were far fewer rabbits in this abandoned tunnel. With Bai Xiaowen's abilities, as long as he managed the number of enemies, he could make steady progress. The only downside was the lower experience and drop rates. As time went on, Bai Xiaowen noticed that the rabbits ahead were growing larger, and it took more strikes to defeat them. Some of the bigger ones could even stand on 2 legs and fight him heated. While this meant more experience and better loot, Bai Xiaowen didn't feel particularly happy about it. Suddenly, Guzi's voice sounded in his ear. Shoo, don't say a word. I hear echoes from the void. What echoes? Bai Xiaowen froze. There's someone else in this abandoned tunnel. Monster info. Rabbit guard level 2. HP, 200. Skills. 1. Face smash. Jumps up and attacks the enemy's head. Guaranteed critical hit. 2. Rabbit's eagle kick. Deals 4x attack damage, with a 11,000 chance of landing a fatal blow. 3. Resurrection. Very small chance to revive after death. Description. Ordinary militia guarding the White Rabbit den occasionally. The especially unlucky might be taken out by a single kick. You must have misheard. How could anyone be talking inside a rabbit burrow? That can't be. I definitely heard someone talking just now. I've told you before, stop practicing the 5-finger dragon grasp in there for no reason. See what happened? You're feeling weak, aren't you? Like hell I am. As the group continued to argue, a player named Badeo Fazhen suddenly stepped forward, clapped his hands with a serious expression, and signaled for everyone to quiet down. After a brief silence, a middle-aged man dressed in lavish gear stood. Upit was Badeo Tianxia, the guild leader. A confident smile played on his lips. Given the difficulty of this hidden quest in the rabbit burrow, the rewards must be extraordinary. Once we get our hands on them, the overall strength of our Badeo Tianxia guild will skyrocket. Newbie village number 9527 will soon be ours. His words immediately sparked enthusiastic cheers from the guild members, their voices echoing through the air. Taking advantage of the commotion, Bai Xiaowen, who had been crouching in a corner, managed to piece together what was going on. Apparently, a member of Badeo Tianxia had managed to sneak into the old village chief's house and steal a map of the rabbit burrow from a drawer, triggering a unique hidden quest called the Great Rabbit Tribe Treasure. Bai Xiaowen pondered for a moment. If the rabbit tribe really had some great treasure, it would definitely be in the hands of their chief. That meant his own quest objective was perfectly aligned with Badeo Tianxia guilds. While the group was busy distributing supplies, Bai Xiaowen carefully peeked out to observe. He saw a well-equipped team of over 40 players. The leading dozen or so were around his own level, clearly hardcore grinders who'd been leveling up non-stop. The rest were all around level 2. Among the crowd, Bai Xiaowen recognized a few familiar faces, including the notorious Badeo Zhanshan, who was infamous for picking fights in guild chat. There were also Badeo Fazhen, Badeo Gongshan, and Badeo Mushin, who was well known for his impressive healing abilities. These 4 god-level players stood out with their gear besides the standard starter weapons. Each of them had 2 or 3 extra pieces of protective equipment, outclassing even Bai Xiaowen's own setup. As for the guild leader, Badeo Tianxia, His gear was even more opulent, wore a full set of 4 pieces, dazzling by Xiaowen with their shine. It was hard to deny. In the early days of a game, having the backing of a guild gave top players a massive advantage. When it came to getting equipment, luck had nothing to do with it. At the start of a new game server, all these players have to do is call out, and they can easily collect most of their gear from their guild members. The guild members are happy to sell any equipment they've picked up for a high price, earning some gold to recover their losses, and at the same time, securing a relatively safe space for farming. But for solo players, their only options are to rely on luck or spend a lot of money. Bai Xiaowen was strategizing how to secure a place for himself in this fierce competition when the dog in his arms lifted its head. I've got a grudge with some of those people. If I go out now, they'll all band together to attack me, the dog said, shrugging helplessly, clearly a troublemaker. With a sly grin, the dog continued, since that's the case, let's have them clear the way for us. Watching the dog gesture animatedly, miming a throat-slitting motion, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of camaraderie. If that's how it was, they'd let Ba Dao Tianxia lead the way, with the dog picking up whatever was left behind. Bai Xiaowen, armed with his knife, quickly dissected each rabbit they came across, gathering valuable materials. Just as the 3 parties were working together smoothly and reaping great rewards, a huge wave of rabbits suddenly surged out from within the rabbit warren, blocking their path. Even from a distance, Bai Xiaowen could hear the battle cries of the rabbit army. When he closed his eyes to probe their stats, he found these rabbits were even stronger than before. Reedied Rabbit Guards, Level 3, Defense 8, HP 300. Skill Description: 1. Face Slap Attack. 2. Rabbit Kick. 3. Carrot Attack throws a treasured carrot to attack enemies, dealing triple the normal damage. Bai Xiaowen grew wary. He wasn't afraid of these rabbits, but that triple damage carrot attack was something to watch out for. The guild members of Ba Dao Tianxia, lacking his probing skill, were caught off guard by the powerful rabbits. 7 or 8 of the 40 players in the back row, who had no armor, were instantly killed by a barrage of carrots before they could even use a healing potion. Boss, these rabbits aren't just stronger, they can throw carrots now. What do we do? A mage asked anxiously. Ba Dao Fation quickly cast a combo of fireball and ice spike, forcing back and slowing a rabbit that was lunging at a wounded teammate. He then turned to Ba Dao Tianxia for the next move. Bai Xiaowen took note, feeling a hint of apprehension. While solo players were still counting their copper coins at the start of the game, guild players already had enough silver to buy 2 mage skills, including one with a control effect. This made Bai Xiaowen reassess their strength. Ba Dao Fa Shun had become a priority target to eliminate before the real fighting began. Melee classes, hold the line. Range classes, fall back 10 meters. Manage aggro-focus fire on any monsters targeting ranged players. Melee, spread out and pull the mobs to split the damage, and don't let the rabbits concentrate their skills on one spot. If your health is low, use a potion. Ba Dao Tianxia issued commands swiftly and clearly. After giving orders, Ba Dao Tianxia led a few guild elites to the front, buying precious time for the players at the front lines. The top players lived up to expectations, gradually stabilizing the situation under heavy attack and launching a counteroffensive. Though the guild lost several members in the fight, 5 players leveled up, and 2 pieces of basic equipment dropped. Once the gear was distributed, Ba Dao Tianxia pressed on. Bai Xiaowen was busy harvesting rabbit carcasses, meat, hides, teeth, and eggs so much that he was nearly overwhelmed. Soon, they reached a fork in the road. Ba Dao Tianxia's warlord calmly pulled out a leather map, double-checked it, then pointed to the leftmost path. We'll go this way. Forget that. Let's take the right. There's something good there. The dog replied without hesitation. You can call me Meow God, or by God, or just Godfather if you prefer, I don't mind. The dog said smugly to Bai Xiaowen, clearly confident about the path. Xiaobai, let's go right. Bai Xiaowen took the path on the right at the fork, moving forward without any obstacles. The entire corridor was eerily quiet, not a single formidable rabbit guard in sight, not even an ordinary bunny, which was highly unusual. A sense of unease crept over him as his vigilance spiked. Quietly, he slipped his hand into his coat, ready to pull out the dog that was napping in his arms to get some answers. Suddenly, without warning, a sharp pain shot up from below his abdomen, as if had been kicked hard. Bai Xiaowen's face twisted in pain. Instinctively, he shielded himself with both hands and curled into a ball, rolling behind a nearby boulder like a startled rabbit. 3 words flashed through his mind. Ambushed by that damn dog. He had barely landed before his 6th sense screamed another warning. Without hesitation, he flung the dog from his arms, just in time for it to collide midair with a flying projectile. A crisp crack echoed, as Bai Xiaowen finally saw what the weapon was, a carrot. Pushing off with his toes, he retreated rapidly, grabbing a potion and downing it without hesitation to quickly restore his health. As his health bar shot up, Bai Xiaowen, still shaken, picked up the carrot from the ground and took a bite to calm his nerves. If both carrots had hit him just now, he might not have made it out alive. Muttering white eyes under his breath, his pupils turned pale, and the dim cave brightened a little. Peeking out cautiously, he saw the dog head just thrown already locked in combat with two rabbits who had tried to ambush him. But these were no ordinary rabbits. They stood nearly 6 feet tall, muscles bulging, built like towers the kung fu rabbits. They were reedied rabbit guards, level 4 monsters with 10 defense and 600 health points, each boasting 4 different skills. According to the system, they were rabbits that had partially transformed into humanoid form, known for launching a sneak attack with carrot projectiles before engaging in close combat. Their individual strength was formidable, comparable to a mini-boss. While their skills were similar to those of the reedied rabbit elite guards, their stats were even higher enough to seriously injure Bai Xiaowen. Meanwhile, the drowsy dog was holding its own against both opponents, its movements swift and relentless, claws flashing in a blur. Watching the two reedied rabbit guards, who were even fiercer than rams in a fight, Bai Xiaowen shouted, "Let go of that dog. Face me instead." One of the kung fu rabbits, swinging a carrot over a meter long at the dog, ignored his shout and continued its assault. That is, until Bai Xiaowen landed a solid low kick, striking it right in the sensitive spot. The intense pain, coupled with a massive critical hit, sent the kung fu rabbit into a frenzy. It charged at Bai Xiaowen, carrot raised in fury, but hadn't made it far before the dog tripped it with a swift leg, sending it sprawling. Seizing the opening, Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up. With a yell, he leapt forward, raining down punches, kicks, and swings of his cudgel in a wild flurry. "Take this." Finally, he finished it off with a dramatic move, dropping down from above, landing squarely on the rabbit's rear with a move he called Heavenly Drop, crushing the kung fu rabbit and causing a pile of loot to spill out. Without even glancing at the spoils, Bai Xiaowen turned and rushed to help the dog, who was now surrounded by a new wave of kung fu rabbits. Despite the numbers and ferocity of the enemy, Bai Xiaowen and his dog were no ordinary pair. In less than 30 seconds, all the kung fu rabbits had fallen, turning into loot that Bai Xiaowen swiftly packed into his backpack. After the battle, Bai Xiaowen and the dog took a moment to recover and adjust their status. Then, faces alight with excitement, pressed deeper into the cave. The stronger the enemies, the more exhilarated they felt, because powerful foes usually meant rich rewards. Along the way, Bai Xiaowen continued to encounter new adversaries. All the enemies they encountered were elite level 4 reedied rabbit guards, renowned for their formidable combat abilities. Among these battle-hardened rabbit warriors, there were even vice captains at the very peak of level 4. Each enemy group they ran into consisted of 4 to 8 rabbits, and their usual tactic was to launch a surprise attack followed by close-quarters combat. However, these tricks were useless against Bai Xiaowen and Guzi, who were always on high alert. As they fought their way forward, a sudden system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, player mythology has leveled up to level 4. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Spirit 1. You have 6 attribute points to allocate freely. A golden light enveloped his body, and the double experience head gained along the way propelled Bai Xiaowen straight to level 4. He quickly checked his updated stats panel. Player ID, mythology. Title, Hexagonal Warrior, the Starving Lowly Lover and Mischievous Little Thief. Level, 4 EXP, 03000. Class, Unemployed. Guild, None. Coins, 0 gold, 2 silver, 13 copper. Basic attributes. Strength, 26 Constitution, 13 Agility, 24 Spirit, 6. Luck, Hidden. HP, 260 MP, 60. Attack, 26 Magic Power, 6. Physical Defense, 13 Magic Defense, 13. Hunger, 20. Pets, None. Contract Companion, Bays. Mount, None. Looking at his stats, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but smile. He still had his ultimate trump card, Guzi's Blessing, which amplified each attribute point by a factor of 10, giving him a massive boost in power. Half an hour later, after battling their way through countless enemies, the Menandog duo finally reached their ultimate destination, the inner cave. 4 reedied rabbit guard captains stood watch at the entrance. According to intelligence from Bai Yan, these captains were 40 stronger than regular guards and 20 stronger than the vice captains. The 4 captains were in the middle of a heated argument. 2 of them had ducked behind a rock, scuffling and making loud slapping noises, while the other 2, startled by the commotion, drew their carrot-shaped weapons and rushed over. Bai Xiaowen was about to sneak into the cave to look for the legendary Black Stockings rabbit girl when, out of nowhere, a giant carrot as thick as a bowl came hurtling towards him. Although his mind reacted quickly, his agility wasn't high enough to dodge in time. Cold sweat broke out all over Bai Xiaowen as he grabbed Guzi's leg and bolted. Poor Guzi was dragged along the ground, bumping and scraping with a series of miserable yelps, quickly ending up battered and bloody. "Damn! A giant rabbit!" they both shouted in shock. Hiding behind the large rock next to the cave within the cave, Guzi was just about to smash Bai Xiaowen with a carrot when a sudden cry shattered the silence. Bai Xiaowen's urgent shout caught Guzi's attention, and following his gaze, she saw a white-bearded rabbit slowly crawling out from the darkness of the inner cave. This was no ordinary rabbit. Its body was unusually massive, with bulging muscles as if it had just finished an intense workout. 8 well-defined abs were visible on its belly, and the muscular definition made by Xiaowen wonder if it had overdosed on protein powder. The white-bearded rabbit stood at least 2 meters tall, its powerful physique almost unnatural, like a living sculpture. Step by step, it emerged from the cave, its eyes sweeping the area and settling on the bodies of its fallen rabbit guards. Fury flashed in its gaze. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen and Guzi almost simultaneously cast their detection spells, and a detailed list of the rabbit's attributes and skills appeared before them. Second Elder of the Rabbit Clan. Elite Monster Level 5. Defense 20. Health Points 14-15. Skills 1. Carrot Strike, Standard Attack Method. 2. Rabbit Fang Punch, Melee Attack Skill. 3. Elder's Summon. Every 2 minutes, randomly summons 2 rabbits from the main rabbit camp to join the battle. 4. Resurrection. Upon death, there is a very small chance to be revived. The stronger the foe, the lower the chance of resurrection. Monster Profile. Second among the 4 great elders of the Rabbit Clan, one of their top fighters, personally appointed by the Silver Rabbit King to guard the treasures within the cave. Extremely powerful. Do not provoke. Bai Xiaowen stared wide-eyed at the giant creature, inwardly cursing his luck. Aside from its formidable attack, defense, and health, what troubled him most was its third skill, Elder's Summon. If activated, the summoned rabbits could range from ordinary ones to elite guards, or even the dreaded reed rabbit sentinels. That could instantly turn a manageable fight into a deadly struggle. But what made Bai Xiaowen even more uneasy was the sheer size and muscular build of the rabbit, especially as it gripped that enormous carrot. Suddenly, the second elder made a move. Apparently unaware of Bai Xiaowen and Guzi hiding behind the rock, it scanned the area for a few seconds, as if searching for the perfect angle to attack. Then, the rabbit elder leapt up, yanked out 2 carrots as thick as bowls like twin sharp, throwing knives and hurled them fiercely at Bai Xiaowen and Guzi. Both Bai Xiaowen and Guzi reacted instantly, exchanging a quick glance before instinctively diving to the side, narrowly dodging the flying carrots. Bai Xiaowen rolled several meters through the air before regaining his balance. Xiao Bai, he'll go all out against the second elder. You focus on dealing with the creatures it summons. If you get a chance, come help me. Guzi dropped all pretenses and charged straight at the second elder without hesitation. Got it, Bai Xiaowen replied, gripping his dog-beating staff tightly as he followed close behind, rushing toward the rabbit elder. Facing the overwhelmingly strong second elder, neither Bai Xiaowen nor Guzi hesitated. Though it was their first time fighting together, their teamwork was flawless, as if they had trained side by side for years. Every move was perfectly synchronized, like 2 lost souls reunited to form an unbeatable fighting machine. As the battle wore on, the second elder activated his skill for the first time, Elder's Summon. The air around him twisted, and a spatial teleportation array appeared at his side. A man and a dog stood before a pitch-black, unfathomable teleportation array, both tense and on high alert. The formation before them resembled an abyss, as if it could spit out some formidable enemy at any moment. Bai Xiaowen gripped his weapon tightly, while the dog sniffed cautiously at the strange scents in the air. As they fought off monsters, they remained wary of their surroundings, both secretly sweating with anxiety, afraid that some giant beast might suddenly leap out of the teleportation array. However, after a few seconds, the array merely spat out 2 low-level, level 0 white rabbits, which hopped out in a comical fashion. Bai Xiaowen broke into a relieved smile, rushed forward, and with a flurry of blows, quickly finished off the rabbits before they had a chance to react. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and the fight was over. As time passed, the battle continued. Bai Xiaowen once again experienced the strength of high-quality monsters in free game mode. These rabbit monsters were trickier than he expected. Not only could they throw carrots as weapons, but they could also use carrot pouches to bind enemies, and even unleash a flurry of attacks with their sharp rabbit teeth. On top of that, they were extremely agile, making huge leaps to dodge incoming strikes. Bai Xiaowen realized luck was on his side today. The monsters summoned by the Rabbit Clan's second elder weren't particularly strong. Each wave brought only low-level creatures. The most dangerous among them was just a level 2 rabbit guard and a level 4 reeded rabbit elite. For someone who had been training for 2.5 years, this lineup was hardly a challenge for Bai Xiaowen. Time slipped by unnoticed, and several minutes passed. At this point, the Rabbit Clan's second elder's health had been whittled down to about 210 points thanks to the combined efforts of Bai Xiaowen and the dog. According to free game forums, any NPC or monster in combat, unless they possessed special abilities, could not regenerate health on their own. Monsters could use hidden herbs to heal, while neutral and hostile NPCs, as well as players, could restore health with potions or other items. With the second elder's health so low, Bai Xiaowen felt victory was within reach. But suddenly, 2 more summoning arrays activated. The first summoned a level 0 white rabbit and a level 3 reeded rabbit elite. The second brought forth 2 level 4 reeded rabbit elites. Bai Xiaowen glanced at them, but quickly shifted his focus to the two level 4 elites. Despite their higher stats, Bai Xiaowen gritted his teeth, steeled himself, and charged forward without hesitation. This Ani against Wo battle started off brutally tough. Every time Bai Xiaowen clashed with the reedied rabbit elites, he had to dodge with precision just to find an opening for a counterattack. He aimed for flawless, injury-free strikes, but time slipped by. 40 seconds passed, and he hadn't managed to take down even one of the elites. The tension on the battlefield grew, and Bai Xiaowen's eyes grew more focused, as if he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, the dog, still engaged with the second elder, glanced over at Bai Xiaowen's struggle, his expression growing grim. Calculations raced through the dog's mindless, then a minute remained before the second elder's summoning skill would be ready again. If Bai Xiaowen couldn't finish off the reedied elites in time, the next wave could bring even stronger enemies, and the tide of battle would quickly turn in the second elder's favor. Bai Xiao, go hold off the second elder. He'll take care of these two reedied elites. The dog shouted, determination flashing in his eyes. He dodged a carrot attack from the second elder and called out loudly to Bai Xiaowen. Dogsy's shout echoed in Bai Xiaowen's ears, but he acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. Surrounded by attacks from the two reedied rabbit guards, he weaved and dodged with no sign of retreat. At this moment, Bai Xiaowen's eyes were vacant and lifeless, the usual spark completely gone, as if he had fallen into a mysterious and unfathomable state. What was even more surprising was that, at some point, Bai Xiaowen had stopped fighting back entirely, focusing all his attention on pure evasion. Where he had once seemed flustered facing the two reedied rabbits, he now moved with remarkable calm. Amidst this relentless barrage, he managed to touch upon a trace of his former peak feint, but enough to handle the current crisis. Dogsy watched closely, soon noticing something astonishing. Bai Xiaowen's dodges were becoming increasingly refined. Each evasive move was more precise than the last. He had gone from wild, sweeping maneuvers to almost brushing the edge of each attack, making no unnecessary movements. After thinking it over, Dogsy finally recalled the answer from his vast store of knowledge. Bai Xiaowen had entered the profound state of forgetting both self and surroundings, also known as the Heavenman Unity state. This was a gift bestowed upon the fortunate by the heavens, allowing one to unleash their Bodhi's full potential. In this state, unless the Rabbit King intervened directly, none of the rabbits present could harm him. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, player mythology. Your self-created evasion skill meets the system's rating requirements. Please name this skill. Gee, Bai Xiaowen blurted out, snapping out of his trance-like state in an instant. Dogsy was stunned, unable to believe that Bai Xiaowen could voluntarily leave such a state. A faint smile appeared on Bai Xiaowen's lips, and a hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. One of the 6 signature talents that had made him famous in the mythic game Extreme Evasion had now reappeared as a self-created skill, and with the freeform game system, it was even more powerful than before. The system immediately confirmed. Congratulations, player mythology. Your new skill has been named successfully. Skill name, G. Skill rating, SSS. Skill duration, 1 minute. Skill cooldown, 5 minutes. Mana cost, 10 of current mana. The system then detailed the skill effects. Upon activating G, agility increases by 50. During its duration, normal attacks have a chance to deal increased damage. A 16 chance for double damage, 8 for quadruple damage, 4 for 8-fold damage, 2 for 10-fold damage, and 1 for 20-fold damage. Most impressively, when health drops below 20, agility doubles to a 100 increase, and the trigger rates for all damage multipliers also double. After hearing the system announcement, Bai Xiaowen smiled, took a sideways step, and easily dodged the carrot thrown by the reedied rabbit guard. He had long anticipated the power of the extreme skill. It was a talent had developed through countless Gamesa fundamental reason for his success in mythological worlds. Now, in this freeform game, his ultimate evasion skill had received an upgrade, but in Bai Xiaowen's opinion, the SSS rating the system assigned still fell far short of its true potential. In his view, this god-tier talent should be on par with the divine beast Guzi's white eyes and blessing skills. If not surpassing them at the very least, it deserved an infinite rating. If other players heard him say that, they'd probably want to reach through the internet and beat him up. The agility boost alone was outrageous, and its passive effect was nothing short of overpowered from early to late game. In this world, the highest damage multiplier was a 10-fold purple fatal strike, but the extreme skill shattered that ceiling with a 20-fold multiplier and a much higher activation rate. The only catch was that its special effects were limited to the skill's duration. Finding a bit of his old groove, Bai Xiaowen tucked the dog-beating staff under his arm, shoved his hands in his pockets, and, while dodging attacks from the 2 reedied rabbit guards, tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, regaining his former confidence. Just as he was thinking, the great Meow God is finally making a comeback. Guzi nailed him with a perfectly aimed rock, snapping him back to reality. That hit left Bai Xiaowen with 2 conclusions. His long-range evasion still needed work, and Guzi was definitely messing with him on purpose. In combat, Bai Xiaowen's movements were smooth and seamless, weaving between dodges and counterattacks. The unity of man and Naturia gift from the heavens had taken his strength to a new level. Watching from the sidelines, Guzi noticed that while Bai Xiaowen's stats hadn't changed, he seemed like a completely different person. Secretly impressed, Guzi gave him a discreet paw thumbs up, careful not to let it go to his head. Just as Bai Xiaowen finished off a wounded reedied rabbit guard and was about to catch his breath, the rabbit clan's second elder activated another summoning skill. A teleportation array appeared half a step behind him, startling him into dragging the remaining guard aside in a frantic scramble, wary of a giant carrot flying his way. Soon, two more level 4 reedied rabbit guards, each taller than a person, emerged from the portal. One was noticeably larger and more imposing than the others. Even without using white eyes, Bai Xiaowen could tell this was the captain of the guards. Seeing Bai Xiaowen surrounded by two ordinary guards and a captain, Guzi called out in concern, "Xiao Bai, do you want to switch places?" "I've got this," Bai Xiaowen replied firmly. Limited by his character's current agility stats, Bai Xiaowen found himself struggling in a 3-on battle. With tears in his eyes, he reluctantly pulled out his treasured red potion from his backpack, preparing for a drawn-out fight. His fingers trembled slightly as the potion bottle glinted enticingly in the sunlight. This was his last trump card. During a brief lull in combat, Bai Xiaowen quickly assessed the situation. With a calm gaze sweeping across the battlefield, he had to admit a harsh reality. Guzi's attributes far surpassed his own, and every damage number from Guzi's attacks left him inwardly astonished. If we want to take down the second elder quickly, the best strategy is to let Guzi keep up the pressure, Bai Xiaowen thought, gripping his dog-beating staff with determination. My job is to deal with these damn summoned rabbits, or at least keep them busy so they don't interfere with Guzi. As the battle dragged on and the elder used his summoning skill more frequently, the new rabbits became noticeably tougher, larger in size, with a fiercer red glow in their eyes. Bai Xiaowen felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If this keeps up and the other three elders or the Silver Rabbit King get summoned, we're done for. Driven by instinct, Bai Xiaowen's movements grew smoother as he dodged attacks, gradually adapting to the 3-on rhythm. He found himself able to counterattack more often. During the fight, he noticed a pattern. When the three rabbits lined up, a single swing from his staff would hit all three at once. This is my chance. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up as he started maneuvering the three muscle rabbits into a straight line. He weaved nimbly across the battlefield, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash a sweeping attack whenever the enemies were in position. After successfully pulling off this trick several times, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Meow Jemmy, for creating a group attack skill that meets the system's criteria. Please name your new skill. As the three muscle rabbits charged at him with their carrot weapons, Bai Xiaowen broke into a confident grin. Sweeping strike 10,000 rabbits. Ding! Congratulations, player Meow Jemmy, for successfully naming your new skill. Skill name, Sweeping Strike 10,000 Rabbits. Skill rating D. Attack range, 2 meters. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 10. Skill effect, when activated, creates an afterimage that slashes all enemies in front. Deals 1.5x normal attack damage. After reading the skill description, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but twitch his lips in disappointment. A lousy drink skill? That's worth a system announcement? If anyone heard his complaint, players who still couldn't even afford a skill would probably come after him with carrots. Still, with the system's recognition and the added power of Sweeping Strike 10,000 Rabbits, the move was on a whole new level compared to his previous basic sweep. It now dealt 1.5 times the damage. Though it still required multiple enemies lined up to trigger against a single target, it wouldn't activate. Guzi noticed Bai Xiaowen's newfound strength, a complicated look flashing in his eyes, part joy, part envy. He's just fighting a few little beasts, and he's already gotten stronger. So annoying, so unfair. With his new skill, Bai Xiaowen finally managed to finish off all three reedied rabbit guards with 20 seconds left before the elder's next summon. He paused to catch his breath, then quickly used his special sight skill to check the battlefield. The rabbit clan's second elder, battered by Guzi's relentless attacks, was down to 180 HP. We can't let him summon again. Bai Xiaowen gripped his staff and charged at the second elder without hesitation. With his new skill still on cooldown, he could only keep chipping away with basic attacks. 15 seconds left, second elder at 135 HP. 10 seconds left, 93 HP. 5 seconds left, 54 HP. Time ticked away as Bai Xiaowen and Guzi's attacks hammered the second elder. Just as the elder's summoning cooldown hit 0, their final blows landed at the same time. The second elder let out a piercing scream and collapsed heavily to the ground. Bai Xiaowen and Guzi exchanged a glance. Guzi grinned, and the two split up to collect their loot. Although the rabbits were summoned creatures, they still dropped items and materials like regular monsters. Unfortunately, the experience required to level up in this open-world game increased exponentially, and even defeating an elite like the second elder wasn't enough for Bai Xiaowen to level up again. Guzi gathered the materials and equipment while Bai Xiaowen focused on skinning the rabbits with his harvesting skill. Both were so busy that neither noticed in a hidden corner. Just before his death, the second elder had quietly activated a summoning teleportation array. Bouncing and hopping, a giant white rabbit about the size of a small pug leapt out of the teleportation array. As Bai Xiaowen and the dog were cleaning up the second elder's corpse, they both reacted instinctively, jumping to the side and activating their Byakugan. System info immediately popped up. Little white rabbit. Level 0. Defense 0. HP 50. Skills 1. Face smearing attack 2. Rabbit kicks eagle 3. Resurrection. Monster description: an extremely common little white rabbit, the perfect practice monster for newcomers to another world. After reading the info, the man and the dog glanced at the countless white rabbits scattered across the grassland and let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaobai, get it. Bai Xiaowen straddled the dog with a quick move, slapping its rump and turning into an impromptu dog knight. The dog barked in protest and quickly threw Bai Xiaowen off. While they were horsing around, the entrance of the teleportation array suddenly expanded several times. In just 3.1415 seconds, a giant rabbit over 3 meters tall, with a flowing white beard, squeezed out by gripping the edge of the portal. Both Byakugan eyes lit up again as the system displayed new info. Third Elder of the Rabbit Clan Elite Monster. Level 5. Defense 20. HP 300. Monster description: the third ranked of the 4 great elders of the Rabbit Clan, second only to the Rabbit Chief in power. Skills: 1. Rabbit kicks eagle. 2. Carrot strike. 3. Bloodthirsty white rabbit. Has a chance to convert 5 of the damage dealt to enemies into its own HP during attacks. 4. Enraged white rabbit. When HP is low, enters a rage, increasing attack by 30 and reducing defense by 40 for 5 minutes. Afterward, becomes weakened, all stats reduced by 20. 5. Resurrection. Upon death, there is a very slim chance to revive. The stronger the creature, the lower the odds. The third elder stared at the man and dog in confusion. Just moments ago, it had been fighting a troublesome human team that had barged into the White Rabbit Palace, trying to disrupt the glorious evolution of the Silver Rabbit King. How did it suddenly end up in a completely different place? Looking around carefully, it recognized the area as the forbidden ground of the Rabbit Clan, guarded by its second brother, the second elder. The third elder scanned the surroundings in a daze, about to call out for its brother when its expression suddenly changed. Its eyes grew red and bloodshot. It had just spotted the corpse of its sworn brother, the second elder. After reading the third elder's skill set, Bai Xiaowen felt a chill. The second elder's abilities were just too outrageous. As he hesitated between running and fighting, the dog suddenly spoke up in confusion. Xiaobai, is something wrong with my Byakugan? What HP do you see for the third elder? Bai Xiaowen and the dog both dodged the incoming carrot attacks with agility, putting some distance between themselves and the third elder before using Byakugan again. Xiaobai, why does the third elder only have 300 HP? Bai Xiaowen checked the numbers and pulled a strange face. Head thought it was 3,000 at first glance, only to realize Head added an extra 0 in his mind. How could the second strongest rabbit after the chief have such low HP? Neither of them were fools. After a quick mental calculation, they guessed this had something to do with their go-to dungeon team, dominating the world. Exchanging a knowing look, both of them smirked and launched their attack from opposite sides. Bai Xiaowen glanced at his SSS self-created skill, now off cooldown, and shouted, "Extreme." The moment he spoke, his speed skyrocketed. The dog sighed, thinking helplessly, why does Xiaowen always get stronger? It's just not fair. The battle raged fiercely. The third elder felt like the man and dog were as slippery as eels, always just out of reach no matter how hard he tried. The sensation of landing blows on empty air drove him mad. Compared to this, he suddenly missed the noisy human team from earlier. At least they were easy to kill. Miss, and another miss after a long string of failed attacks. The already furious third elder grew even more enraged. With a wild roar, its fur and beard bristled and started to change color. It was about to unleash its ultimate move. Enraged white rabbit. Super rampaging rabbit. Outside the White Rabbit Palace gates, the remaining 30 or so members of the Domineering World Guild stared at each other in utter confusion. After spending half a day and sacrificing over a dozen guild elites to take down a powerful rabbit boss, it had inexplicably escaped by jumping into a teleportation array. This game was just absurd. The sound of screams echoed through the palace courtyard. The third elder of the Rabbit Clan, second only to the Rabbit Chief, was knocked to the ground by Dogsy with a single swipe. After a few spasms, he lay completely still. Bai Xiaowen, looking at the elder's lifeless body, collapsed onto the ground in relief. Gasping for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat. The intensity of the battle had far exceeded his expectations. Although the third elder had only 300 HP left upon arrival, the fight that followed was far more dangerous than when Bai Xiaowen and Dogsy had faced the second elder together. pushed to his limits. Bai Xiaowen got incredibly lucky and landed a normal attack with only an 8 chance to deal quadruple damage, which threw the aggro system into disarray. From that moment on, the third elder seemed to lock onto Bai Xiaowen as his sole target, seeing him as the weakest link. No matter how hard Dogsy tried to pull aggro, nothing could shake the elder's focus. With a 30 boost to his attack power, the elder could take away 2/3 of Bai Xiaowen's health with a single hit. Bai Xiaowen didn't dare let him land a second blow. Things got even more perilous once Bai Xiaowen's ultimate skill ended. The elder's relentless attacks left him constantly on the brink of death. He rolled and dodged across the battlefield, forget fighting back. It took all his focus just to avoid getting killed in a single strike. If it weren't for the precious healing potions head saved since the beginning, Bai Xiaowen would have been finished long ago. But, as the saying goes, there's always sunshine after the storm. After defeating waves of reedied rabbit guards and 2 elite mini-bosses, Bai Xiaowen was finally bathed in golden light as he leveled up from 4 to 5, earning a trove of loot. Big White Rabbit Battle Bracelet. Black Iron Equipment. Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 3, Spirit 3. Black Iron Attribute. 5 lifesteal on attacks. Level Requirement 5. Item Description. A bracelet of honor bestowed upon the third elder by the old rabbit chief. After years of being worn, it has inherited some of the elder's abilities. Big White Rabbit Battle Armor. Black Iron Equipment. Constitution 10. Black Iron Attribute. Small chance to summon 2 rabbits to assist in battle when taking damage. Rabbit strength is random, with the strongest being a reedied rabbit guard. Rabbits last for 10 minutes. Level Requirement 5. Item Description. An honorary battle armor given to the second elder by the old rabbit chief. Having been worn for years, it now possesses some of the second elder's abilities. After collecting his loot, Bai Xiaowen was surprised to find that, aside from basic items like fur and copper coins, each of the 2 rabbit elders had dropped a piece of black iron equipment for him. Judging from the names, these items seemed to be part of a black iron set, though he hadn't completed the set yet and had no idea what bonuses it might grant once assembled. Now freshly leveled up to 5, Bai Xiaowen eagerly equipped his new Big White Rabbit set and checked his stats panel. The boost from the level up and 2 new pieces of gear had completely transformed his combat power. Player ID, Legimi. Title, Hexagonal Warrior, the nearly starved, lowly loving, brat-beating, chicken-stealing little thief. After collecting their loot, Bai Xiaowen hummed a tune and, weapon in hand, made his way deeper into the cave alongside his dog. This time, they learned from their previous experience and switched on the Bayon brand flashlight from a distance, staying alert for any flying carrots. As expected, the moment they stepped inside, a carrot came whistling toward them. The attacker was a shapely, anthropomorphic female rabbit with a pronounced figure. While Bai Xiaowen was curious to study the differences between the male and female rabbits, his dog couldn't wait any longer and leapt straight at her. Although this level 4 female rabbit looked more human-like, she was no match for the dog's full-force attack and was subdued in seconds. Bai Xiaowen seized the opportunity to search her and found 6 servings of rabbit milk, which could restore both health and mana, just what he needed to replenish the potions head recently used. With the last enemy dealt with, the 2 split up to search the area. At first glance, the cave seemed empty, making Bai Xiaowen wonder if the rabbit tribe's second elder had squandered the treasure as payment for pleasure. Just then, the dog's eyes lit up, and he dashed over to 2 large piles of hay in the corner. After some digging, a small hole about 20 centimeters wide appeared. The dog poked his head in and quickly pulled out an ornate wooden box. Mysterious wooden box. Contains a mysterious item. Requires a key to open. The message appeared, but Bai Xiaowen didn't look disappointed at all. Before the dog could say anything, he hurled the box at the ground. To his surprise, the box was exceptionally sturdy. It didn't budge an inch. As he prepared to throw it again, the dog sprang up, snatched the box, and decisively stuffed it into Bai Xiaowen's inventory. Are you out of your mind? The dog scolded. Do you think everything can be smashed open like that half-demon's urn? What if what's inside is more fragile than the box? You'd destroy the treasure and have nowhere to cry about it. Chastened by the dog's words, Bai Xiaowen obediently put the box away. With the right passage fully explored, the dog shifted back to his mini form and hopped into Bai Xiaowen's arms for a rest. They retraced their steps and headed toward the left passage, the White Rabbit Palace, residence of the Silver Rabbit King. Bai Xiaowen didn't waste any time along the way. The path was littered with the corpses of high-level rabbits that hadn't respawned since being slain by Ba Dao Tianxia, turning the area into a treasure trove for him. He wielded his knife and put his gathering skills to use, collecting a wealth of resources. As for the Silver Rabbit King, whose strength far surpassed that of the 2 elders, Bai Xiaowen showed no sign of concern. If someone from Ba Dao Tianxia had actually managed to defeat the Silver Rabbit King, the entire team would have been sent straight back to the city by now. As Bai Xiaowen walked, he stopped from time to time, and before he knew it, he found himself standing at the entrance of the White Rabbit Palace. By now, the materials head gathered in his backpack were enough to trade for dozens of silver coins with the village NPCs. When that happened, He would definitely become the wealthiest player in Novice Village 9527 of free play, and the title would surely belong to the mighty Meow God. Hey, lazy dog, wake up and get to work, he called out, happily rubbing the dog's head. The dog curled up in the backpack, looking completely confused, drooling at the corners of its mouth, still lost in sleep. As a philosophy major, the dog was always full of questions, now lost in deep thought. Who am I? Where am I? What is the meaning of my existence? Staring at the massive white rabbit palace ahead, Bai Xiaowen's curiosity and excitement both surged. Despite its imposing appearance, the palace was really just a spacious cave, much larger inside than it seemed from the outside, like a hidden labyrinth. He and the dog quietly slipped inside. They had barely gone a few steps when the sound of fierce fighting echoed from deeper within. Bai Xiaowen remained calm, stooping to pick up the pelts of reedied rabbit guards and their captains as he continued forward. After a short while, the two finally found the source of the commotion. From a distance, Bai Xiaowen saw an intense battle unfolding. On one side stood an old rabbit, taller than a grown man, hunched over and gripping a staff, with a long white beard stretching some 30 to 50 centimeters. From afar, it looked more like a giant mountain goat than a rabbit. On the other side was the Ba Dao Tian Xia Guild's raiding team, surrounding the old rabbit in a well-organized formation, steadily closing in. It turned out that this guild was far stronger than Bai Xiaowen had anticipated. His earlier judgment had been a huge miscalculation. As he thought, any guild with a reputation in a game like this was definitely not to be underestimated. Then he heard bursts of sinister laughter coming from within the formation, as if one of the members was having a great time, completely at ease. The battle was still chaotic, but it was clear that Ba Dao Tianxia's assault was beginning to gain the upper hand. The players from the Dominator Guild demonstrated teamwork in their fight against the boss that exceeded Bai Xiaowen's expectations. Based on his assessment, every elite member chosen by the guild was at least a seasoned veteran in the game. Among these veterans, aside from some experienced players, a few key members like Ba Dao Zhanshan, who had close ties to the guild leadership, also played significant roles. During this period, not only did Bai Xiaowen's own level and equipment improve dramatically, but the rest of the elite squad advanced quickly as well. Now, almost every player in the guild had reached level 3, while the core members, including the guild leader, had hit level 4. Thanks to large-scale monster hunts, their gear had also seen a substantial upgrade. Although they hadn't acquired any black iron gear yet, many members had completed their basic sets, and even regular elites who tagged along for loot managed to get their hands on quite a few white items. As the battle went on, Bai Xiaowen's attention was drawn to the strongest enemy on the front lines, the Great Elder of the Rabbit Tribe, an elite monster with formidable stats. Its skills were especially troublesome: Rabbit Kick, Carrot Strike, Precision Hit, and Carrot Formation. Most notably, its final skill, Rebirth from Death, gave it a slim chance to revive after being killed. While these abilities might seem ordinary, they were extremely powerful in practice. To Bai Xiaowen, its stats and skills were on par with those of the Third Elder, who was considered second only to the top rabbit. Raising an eyebrow with a hint of disdain, Bai Xiaowen glanced over the Great Elder's skill descriptions. He couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like the old carrot is still the sharpest. His tone was laced with sarcasm. Just as he was about to make a joke to Guzi, he suddenly noticed a bright green glow shimmering around the guild leader, Ba Dao Tianxia light, that was impossible to ignore. Guzi, do you know what that green light is on the guy tanking the Great Elder's attacks? Bai Xiaowen asked curiously. Guzi lazily opened his eyes, glanced over, and replied, that's just a basic single-target healing spell, nothing special. Healing spell? Bai Xiaowen frowned, his gaze quickly sweeping across the battlefield as he searched for more clues. After searching around for quite a while, Bai Xiaowen finally found the only healer on the field, surrounded by a small group of archers. It wasn't that he had bad eyesight. It was just that the petite support player was almost invisible among the much taller archers. He glanced over and saw that her in-game ID was Ba Dao Mu Shan, and she was only level 4. The girl was tiny and delicate, with fair, flawless skin. At first glance, she looked even younger than Hami Guo Lianyu. Someone Bai Xiaowen knew she was at least grapefruit-sized, if not smaller. If she were on a college campus, she'd definitely be the class beauty. Judging by her name and level, it was clear she was a core member of the Ba Dao Tianxia Guild. Bai Xiaowen's gaze couldn't help but drift to the 2 large grapefruits hanging from her chest, and he was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected the Ba Dao Tianxia Guild to invest in skills not just for their spellcasters, but even for their support players. Judging by her figure, she had to be at least a 34D. As Bai Xiaowen was lost in thought, the Rabbit Tribe's Grand Elder suddenly raised his staff high in the distance. Over a dozen man-sized carrots fell from the sky and plunged deep into the ground. At the same time, the Grand Elder was surrounded by red and green light, and the power of the formation sent him into a frenzy. With a swing of his 3-ringed staff, he struck Ba Dao Tianxia, who was still not at full health, causing her HP to plummet. Luckily, the Ba Dao Tianxia members reacted quickly, scrambling out of the battle zone just in time to dodge the Grand Elder's fourth attack. If they hadn't, they would have been wiped out instantly. At this point, the boss HP had dropped into berserk mode, and everyone was completely focused on dodging skills. The off-tank was ready to step in at any moment, while the archers and other DPS classes unleashed everything they had. Ba Dao Fa Shun, get ready to counter that fireball. We can't let it escape through the teleport circle again. The guild leader's voice rang out across the battlefield. Sitting just outside the combat zone, battered and bruised, the Ba Dao Tianxia leader gulped down a health potion while barking out commands, his eyes shining with excitement. He knew that defeating a tough boss like this would definitely yield impressive rewards. There was even a chance of getting black iron gear, far better than the usual white items. With a bit of luck, they might even score a piece of top-tier equipment. Once we take down this rabbit boss, he'll personally give every squad member a 666 cash bonus. He shouted, full of confidence. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. By his estimate, the Ba Dao Tianxia raid group had at least 45 people, and a 666 yuan bonus for each meant nearly 30,000 yuan in total. For an average worker, that was a significant sum. Bai Xiaowen's nights out drinking, with 2 dishes and a whole evening, only cost a couple hundred at most. 30,000 yuan would cover nearly a year's worth of outings for him. If it weren't for his own dream of taking down the Silver Rabbit King, he might have considered joining Ba Dao Tianxia right then and there, just to see if they'd take him in. Bai Xiaowen activated his white eyes, keeping a close watch on the elder's health bar. He didn't blink as he stared at the numbers steadily dropping. When it finally hit 150, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This was the threshold head set in his mind. No matter how much healing the elder got from the carrot formation, 150 health points wouldn't be enough to withstand 7 or 8 rounds of focused attacks from their group. Xiao Bai, time to get to work. Bai Xiaowen grinned broadly, a sly glint in his eyes. With a swift motion, he reached out and smacked the head of the dog napping beside him. The dog, who had been pretending to sleep, immediately let out a startled yelp and opened its mouth wide. Bai Xiaowen didn't hesitate. He thrust his hand straight into the dog's mouth. The dog let out a sharp howl, and Bai Xiaowen quickly flipped himself up, swinging the dog as he agilely leaped to the side. Who's there? Badeo Tianxia tensed up at the sudden noise in the distance, instinctively shouting as he scanned the area with sharp, alert eyes. He hadn't expected anyone other than his own guild members to be here, and the thought that someone else might be lurking nearby set off alarm bells in his mind. With the boss fight at such a critical moment, Bai Xiaowen's sudden appearance put Badeo Tianxia on high alert. He had no idea how many more people might be hiding in the shadows, and the uncertainty made him uneasy. After completing its task, the dog followed the plan they'd carefully discussed earlier. It shrank down and nimbly slipped into Bai Xiaowen's arms. Bai Xiaowen gave his face a quick rub and instantly put on a harmless, gentle smile as he stepped out of the shadows. Relax, everyone, he said casually, raising his hand slightly to show he meant no harm. I'm just a passerby. You guys go ahead and fight your boss. Watching boss battles is pretty much my favorite pastime. Badeo Tianxia looked around warily several times. Once he was sure Bai Xiaowen was alone, he finally relaxed his shoulders and let out a long breath. Just as he was about to speak and probe this mysterious newcomer, his brother-in-law, Badeo Zhanshan, cut in first. This map belongs to the Badeo Tianxia Guild. Outsiders, get lost. Badeo Zhanshan's voice was full of hostility. Or deal with the consequences. Deal with the consequences? What kind of consequences? Bai Xiaowen recognized Badeo Zhanshan's familiar voice, and his smile grew even brighter. He strolled forward at a leisurely pace, moving closer to the battle, his eyes glinting with intrigue. In the darkness, a vague figure gradually emerged. Instead of backing away, Bai Xiaowen smiled and walked forward. Ba Dao Tianxia's expression darkened as he quickly made a hand signal, instructing his team to stay alert and be ready to attack on his command. Bai Xiaowen stepped calmly into the battle circle. With the help of his special vision, the surrounding darkness became as bright as day. He could clearly see every subtle move made by the Ba Dao Tianxia guild members. Everything was under his control. As Bai Xiaowen appeared, Ba Dao Tianxia raised an eyebrow. He noticed the strange white glow in Bai Xiaowen's eyes and the unusual gear he wore. Most of all, the deliberately concealed question mark above his head made him instantly wary. After a moment's thought, Ba Dao Tianxia raised his hand again, this time signaling his guild members to hold their positions and stay calm, waiting for the right moment to act. After all, this game-free game was nothing like any other online game on the market. It had state backing and an unreleased currency system, drawing countless players in with its revolutionary immersive experience. From the start, it was designed to dominate, easily crushing all competition. Because of this, many major game companies went bankrupt or were bought out at rock-bottom prices. This environment had given rise to countless unique, highly skilled solo players. With years of gaming experience, Ba Dao Tianxia gradually realized that Bai Xiaowen might be one of those exceptional, independent players with extraordinary skills and a distinctive personality. In his mind, a A plan was already forming. If Bai Xiaowen really was such a player, he would definitely invite him to join dungeon raids and share loot, hoping to build a solid relationship. If he could recruit Bai Xiaowen into the guild, it would add tremendous strength to Ba Dao Tianxia's forces, helping him conquer free game and achieve his grand ambitions. Still, Ba Dao Tianxia knew that to rule this game world, personal strength alone was not enough, needed a reliable team and powerful allies. Unfortunately, like every ambitious brother-in-law, he always seemed to have a capable yet troublesome little brother-in-law by his side. At that moment, one of the guild's brothers-in-law stormed over, shouting, "There you are! I finally found you. You're dead meat." He glared at Bai Xiaowen, grinding his teeth. "Brother-in-law, it's him. He set me up at the Newbie village gate and made me lose a level as soon as I left the village." Ba Dao Tianxia's heart sank as he looked at his unlucky brother-in-law, a sense of foreboding rising inside him. "Set you up? You, the one who gets chased around by rabbits, ID have to stoop pretty low to bother with you." He frowned, realizing that this useless guy was related to the guild leader through nepotism. Bai Xiaowen idly picked his nose, shooting a sideways glance at Ba Dao Zhanshun, a provocative smile on his face. "So you're the so-called big shot? Looks like your guild isn't full of experts after all. You trash. He'll PK you right here." Ba Dao Zhanshun was so furious he nearly exploded, his voice cracking like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Bai Xiaowen remained unfazed, a hint of disdain in his eyes, as if he didn't consider these people a threat at all. The moment those 3 words hit their mark, it was like a heavy sledgehammer smashing into the young war god's fragile heart. His face instantly turned bright red, almost comically so. The word loser had always been his Achilles heel, and he knew deep down it was true. He really was a loser. Bai Xiaowen watched the war god's furious expression, grinning instinctively as he thought to himself, "Looks like he's really about to lose it this time. Maybe even unleash some kind of angry white rabbit skill." But clearly, the war god's anger wasn't pure enough to trigger that in-game rage skill. In the next instant, the war god spun around and activated his unique real-world talent, something he and Bai Xiaowen both brought into the game: money power. He shouted furiously, "Archers, shoot him. Whoever takes him down gets a 2,000 yuan cash reward." The moment he flashed his cash, every player in the area, even those who weren't hurting for money, suddenly had a greedy glint in their eyes. "Everyone stop. Let's talk this out." Hearing his unlucky brother-in-law's shout, Ba Dao Tianxia tried to intervene, but before he could finish, a few arrows were already flying toward Bai Xiaowen's head. Ba Dao Tianxia wanted to call them off, but the frenzy triggered by money power drowned him out. All around him, players drew their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows on Bai Xiaowen. "Ba Dao Tianxia, you really live up to your guild's name," Bai Xiaowen said coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "You started this. Don't blame me for what happens next." Before Head finished speaking, he dodged the incoming arrows with ease, standing tall on the moral high ground as he condemned Ba Dao Tianxia's ruthlessness. Then, he charged straight toward the guild's fragile backline. On his character panel, a massive 34 attack stat further boosted by various buffs made his damage skyrocket. With the sweeping rabbit skill adding 1.5x group damage, Bai Xiaowen swung his staff, landing a blow on a level 3 unarmored archer and knocking him out cold in an instant. One hit for tetanus, 2 in your history. Ba Dao Tianxia was shocked by the sheer power of Bai Xiaowen's attacks. Even their level 4, full-strength warriors couldn't dish out damage like that. By his estimate, only the level 4 off-tank currently battling the boss, or those elite players with full defensive gear, could take more than 2 hits from Bai Xiaowen. "Off-tank, pop a potion and hold the boss. Everyone else, take this guy down first." Ba Dao Tianxia cursed his luck as he led his team in a charge against Bai Xiaowen. Meanwhile, the real core of the raid, the healer Ba Dao Mu Shun and the mage Ba Dao Fa Shun, the only ones with damage and control skills, were surrounded by archers. If those 2 key players died, half the raid would fall apart. Bai Xiaowen saw Ba Dao Tianxia fuming and couldn't help but smirk. The real show was just beginning. "Dog-beating staff, rise," he shouted, instantly activating his ultimate skill. His agility stat surged by 50%. With just a few quick movements, Bai Xiaowen slipped right into the heart of the archers' formation. He darted through the crowd like a butterfly among flowers, heading straight for the formidable mage who was in the midst of casting fireball and ice spike spells. In his hands, the dog-beating staff blurred with motion. One swing struck from the side, the next thrust straight ahead, followed by a sweeping blow, a rising strike, a chopping attack, and a spinning move. Bai Xiaowen circled nimbly around the mage, each strike landing accurately on vital spots. This seamless, rapid combination took down the mage, who was fully geared in basic white equipment and still had a triple-digit health bar in an instant. Without pausing, Bai Xiaowen turned his attention to the nearby priest, whose face was full of panic. This curvy, cute female player barely had time to react before Bai Xiaowen's staff came whistling toward her. Smack! The stick landed squarely on the priest's backside as she tried to turn and flee. She cried out in pain, tears welling up in her big eyes. Grinning, Bai Xiaowen deftly dodged two melee players from the Overlord Guild who tried to block him, and kept his focus on teaching a lesson to this well-equipped support, whose gear was even better than the mage's. 7 or 8 precise blows later, the priest finally collapsed and vanished. Bai Xiaowen, feeling triumphant, planted a foot where she had fallen and swept his gaze around. His fierce display had already sent the surrounding archers fleeing in terror, desperate not to become his next target. These lightly armored players, lacking even basic gear, wouldn't survive more than 2 hits from him. Having cleared out the main threats listed in Big Meow God's death notes, Bai Xiaowen turned his staff toward his next target, Badeo Tianxia. This semi-tank warrior, with full basic gear except for a few special slots and a high level of 4, was one of the few opponents who could stand up to Bai Xiaowen. The two raised their weapons and let out thunderous battle cries, their fighting spirit filling the entire battlefield. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, these two powerhouses finally faced off head-to-head in the center of the field. Then, Bai Xiaowen suddenly sprinted past Badeo Tianxia, shouting at the top of his lungs. Badeo Tianxia was stunned, watching as Bai Xiaowen raced by like the wind, his shouts echoing in his ears. For a moment, he was completely bewildered. Instinctively, he glanced in the direction Bai Xiaowen was charging, slapped his thigh, and finally realized what Bai Xiaowen was after. Without hesitation, Badeo Tianxia turned around and dashed after him. He had barely taken 2 steps when Bai Xiaowen abruptly spun around, leaped into the air, and in a split second, delivered a fierce flying kick at Badeo Tianxia's signature move, the Soaring Peach Breaker. Although this attack didn't benefit from any weapon bonuses and only chipped away a single point of Badeo Tianxia's health, the debuff it inflicted was unusually potent. The pain made Badeo Tianxia clutch his groin, instantly curling up on the ground and rolling around like a spinning top. Watching Badeo Tianxia writhing on the floor, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but smirk. He didn't take the opportunity to continue attacking. Instead, he quickly turned and rushed toward the elder of the Rabbit clan, who was being surrounded and besieged by Badeo Tianxia's semi-tank melee players. That's right, the real target had always been the Rabbit clan elder. This time, Bai Xiaowen was willing to risk everything for a decisive strike against the elder. After all, he knew full well that these small fry from Badeo Tianxia's guild were nothing more than a distraction compared to the loot a boss could drop. Especially since, using his Byakugan skill, he had sensed that the boss health had already dropped below 60. If he didn't act now, he might miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, it was only the first day since the game's launch. Although Bai Xiaowen had faced a few unexpected twists, he knew he wasn't yet strong enough to take on an entire guild by himself. Even the top players, without the right gear and levels, would struggle to survive solo, let alone pull off a comeback against an entire guild. That was simply wishful thinking. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen sensed trouble brewing around him. The members of Badeo Tianxia's guild had already noticed the Rabbit clan elder's weakened state. Target the boss. All-out attack. Go for the last hit. The guild's command was issued without delay, and the players responded in unison. Although Badeo Tianxia's guild didn't possess perception skills like Bai Xiaowen, their experience told them the elder was on his last legs. Judging by the boss' current condition and the game's faithful attention to detail, Badeo Tianxia was almost certain that the elder wouldn't last much longer. Given the choice between swarming the boss and fighting for the last hit, Badeo Tianxia didn't hesitate. He knew that, while no one could outdamage Miao Lugumi in a straight fight, a guild's strength lay in numbers. With more than 30 players attacking at once, their combined damage far surpassed what one player could do alone. Based on this logic, he was almost sure that his guild had a better chance at landing the killing blow than Miao Lugumi. Smart move, Badeo Tianxia really knows what he's doing, Bai Xiaowen thought to himself. Even without perception skills, Badeo Tianxia's judgment was spot on. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen smiled faintly, tightening his grip on the Byakugan skill. There was no way he'd let the elder be snatched away by the guild without a fight. This open-world game was getting more interesting by the minute. Bai Xiaowen listened to Badeo Tianxia's commanding words, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes, and an inexplicable excitement rising in his heart. The elite members of the Badeo Tianxia guild quickly formed up, unleashing a barrage of attacks like a torrential downpour, almost striking at the same moment as Bai Xiaowen, who seemed just as eager. But just as the attacks from both sides collided, Bai Xiaowen suddenly paused his dog-beating staff in midair, the corners of his mouth lifting in a sly smile. His scheme had succeeded. All the attacks from the Badeo Tianxia players landed on the Rabbit clan's Grand Elder, with a flurry of red and yellow damage numbers floating above the elder's head, some in single digits, others reaching into the double digits. Seizing the brief lull in the guild's assault, Bai Xiaowen's dog-beating staff struck with perfect timing, landing squarely on the Grand Elder's head. At the same moment, the little dog in his arms extended a soft pink paw and gently tapped the elder. With a soft smack, 2 double-digit damage numbers popped up above the elder's head, finishing off the last of his health. The elder's staff clattered to the ground as his body stiffened and collapsed, his soul departing. All Badeo Tianxia members attack indiscriminately. Stop Meow Lugumi from looting the drops at all costs. Badeo War God shouted furiously, his eyes fixed on the last two damage numbers that had flashed above the elder's head. After spending so much manpower and resources to whittle the boss down, having the final blow stolen was a humiliating insult. Seeing the guild members turning their weapons toward him, Bai Xiaowen knew that with his defense stacked 3 points higher than even the Grand Elders, he wouldn't be killed in a single volley. Still, he spun around and sprinted away. No one wants to be turned into a pincushion, and he was no exception. Amid the chaos, no one noticed a tiny dog, only slightly larger than a grown man's fist, slip out from Bai Xiaowen's arms. While Bai Xiaowen ran, drawing the guild's attention, the dog quietly hid beneath the Grand Elder's corpse, stuffing loot after loot into Bai Xiaowen's spatial backpack. As the saying goes, an old man at home is a treasure. The Grand Elder, who had survived through several generations of rabbit clan leaders thanks to his age, was carrying an astonishing amount of loot. The little dog worked for several minutes under the corpse, finally stashing every last item away. While running, Bai Xiaowen received a mental signal from his dog, indicating the task was complete. A crafty grin appeared on his face as he looped back toward the Grand Elder's corpse. When the little dog was just a few paces away, it suddenly tore open the air with its paw and slipped into the contract partner's space, vanishing without a trace. With his companions safely back, Bai Xiaowen grinned and dashed deeper into the White Rabbit Palace, ready to put his devious borrow a rabbit to kill plan into action. Seeing Bai Xiaowen suddenly run off for no apparent reason, Badeo Tianxia didn't give it much thought, nor did he order a pursuit. He let out a long breath, satisfied, and instructed his team to surround the Grand Elder's corpse, waiting for the loot protection timer to expire. Meanwhile, in an unremarkable corner by the gaping hole in the deepest part of the White Rabbit Palace, Bai Xiaowen and his dog huddled together behind a large stone, quietly counting their haul with gleeful grins. The Rabbit Clan's Grand Elder did not disappoint with his loot. Alongside the usual common armor, pelts, bones, teeth, and copper coins, the most eye-catching prize was the third piece of the White Rabbit set, the White Rabbit Battle Pants. This black iron level gear not only provided a 5 bonus to agility and spirit, but also had an 8 chance to trigger a 2-second stun effect. According to the description, this was an honorary item bestowed upon the Grand Elder by the old clan chief, and after being worn for so long, it had inherited some of the Grand Elder's abilities. As soon as Bai Xiaowen put on the battle pants, the sound of shouting and fighting echoed from afar. The members of Dominate the World surged into the White Rabbit Palace like a tidal wave. Their frustration was easy to understand. Guzzi had already swept the place clean, not leaving so much as a hair behind. Even a fool could guess that if an elite boss ended up empty-handed, Bai Xiaowen was definitely up to something. Hiding behind a giant rock by the entrance, Bai Xiaowen watched the angry players swarm in. Grinning, his signature buck teeth showing, he quickly swapped out the White Rabbit set for some ordinary common gear. With a simple wooden bow in hand, he blended in at the back of the crowd, following the group into the final boss room, the Rabbit King's bedchamber. "If I catch you, you're dead meat." Dominate the World's leader growled through clenched teeth. It was the first time in his years of gaming that had suffered such a huge loss. "Take down that jerk." The Dominate Warlord roared, raising his weapon in anger. "Down with that jerk." The mages echoed in unison. "Take down that jerk." The warriors shouted, swinging their swords. Bai Xiaowen, not to be outdone, joined in with the crowd, shouting, "Down with that jerk." Just then, a furious roar echoed through the bedchamber. "Despicable humans. How dare you invade the sacred land of the White Rabbit clan and slaughter my people at the very moment I am about to evolve into the Golden Rabbit King. You all deserve to die? Kill, kill, kill." Silver Rabbit King Elite Boss, Level 5 Defense, 150 HP, 9000. Monster Description: the current chief of the Rabbit tribe, the Silver Rabbit King, is the strongest among the rabbits. After an unexpected encounter with a world-changing opportunity, it underwent a complete transformation, making it incredibly powerful. Do not provoke it lightly. Skill Overview. 1. Carrot Rain. Every 30 seconds after the start of battle, it unleashes a carrot rain over a 10-meter radius. Each carrot deals 0.8 times its normal attack damage. 2. Summon Guards. Every 60 seconds, summon 6 elite reedied rabbit guards to join the fight. 3. Sacred Silver Rabbit Armor. With its high-level resilience, it dispels all debuffs and regenerates 2 of its maximum HP per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. 4. Rampaging Rabbit King. When HP drops below 30, it enters a final showdown state, increasing attack power by 40, reducing defense by 40, and gaining 10 lifesteal. Xiaobai, your so-called all-knowing beast intelligence is completely unreliable. This thing is way stronger than the gladiator sheep by a mile. Bai Xiaowen stared wide-eyed, tapping on the panel. If I hadn't reached level 5 and unlocked a new skill, even with that so-called doggo's blessing, it would have been suicide to come here. Considering your misleading advice, you'll have to reconsider whether you deserve that big bone treat I promised. After reading the Silver Rabbit King's skill list, Bai Xiaowen frowned deeply. He reached into his pocket, found the fluffy little creature, and began angrily kneading it in his hand. The tiny dog's palm-sized body was squished into all sorts of shapes by Bai Xiaowen's fingers, yet it made no attempt to resist. Doggo let out a satisfied hum, thoroughly enjoying Bai Xiaowen's massage, saying nothing at all. In fact, bringing Bai Xiaowen to this place was all part of his plan to train Bai Xiaowen's combat skills. From the start, Doggo had never expected Bai Xiaowen to actually survive in such a dangerous place. Hey, you look kind of familiar, but I can't quite place you, a nearby player suddenly said, squinting at Bai Xiaowen. Who are you with? How did you end up in our archer squad? Before he could finish, chaos erupted. Giant half-human-sized carrots suddenly rained down from above, their orange glow piercing the dim surroundings. It was the Silver Rabbit King's signature move carrot rain. Bai Xiaowen reacted instantly, darting out of the crowd with ghost-like agility. His movements were sharp and precise, quickly escaping the deadly carrot rain that covered nearly a 9-meter radius. The members of the Dominance Guild weren't so lucky. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, more than half of them were wiped out in an instant. Only 6 or 7 players, thanks to sheer luck, managed to survive, staring at each other in shock. Just moments ago, the players were full of life, but now their perspective had switched from first person to third person as their souls floated in confusion, still unable to grasp what had just happened. How could an attack as ridiculous as a carrot rain wipe them out in a single blow? The Silver Rabbit King's ruby eyes swept coldly over the few remaining enemies. Its silvery fur glinted with a metallic sheen under the faint light. With a sudden burst of speed that left afterimages in its wake, it lunged into the remaining players. One punch for every player, one kick for everybody. The Silver Rabbit King's attacks were straightforward but brutally effective. The Dominance Guild's elite members were like paper in its path, each one instantly defeated at full health. After watching his entire guild's elite force get wiped out, Dominance Guild's leader clenched his teeth as he saw the Silver Rabbit King boss chase after the Miao Lugumi team. He issued the command for everyone to respawn back at the village. He never imagined that the formidable old rabbit they'd just fought wasn't even the final boss and that the real boss was strong enough to one-shot the guild's main tank, even with a full set of standard gear. Based on years of experience dominating online games, he knew that to take down a boss of this level, the whole team would need to double their levels and gear up with a full set of equipment. Without hesitation, Ba Dao Tianxia decided to return to the starter village square to set up his next move. His plan was simple. After Miao Lugumi was killed by the Silver Rabbit King and respawned, he would rally the entire guild in the village and teach this unpredictable troublemaker a lesson he wouldn't forget. Even if they couldn't kill him, they'd at least trap him in the village and slow down his leveling progress. Against a shameless player like this, you simply couldn't give him any room to grow stronger. As Ba Dao Tianxia's guild withdrew, Bai Xiaowen pulled out his dog and called out with mock seriousness, "Xiao Bai, I choose you. Use Thunderbolt." The dog, taking on the persona of an ox, tumbled into the scene, only to glance sideways at Bai Xiaowen, shake off some dust, curl up, and go right back to sleep, completely ignoring his master's predicament. "Useless mutt. Do something. Your master's about to get beaten to death by a rabbit," Bai Xiaowen shouted as he ducked behind a boulder, dodging the Silver Rabbit King's attacks. The dog only curled up tighter, refusing to budge. "There's always some sneaky dog out to get me," Bai Xiaowen lamented dramatically. The Silver Rabbit King, enraged by Bai Xiaowen's slippery maneuvers, let out a roar and smashed the boulder to pieces with a single punch. Seeing that fist bigger than a sandbag, Bai Xiaowen's heart nearly stopped. If he got hit, he'd probably be crying for half an hour. The Silver Rabbit King launched a fierce assault. Right kick, left stomp, a 5-strike combo. Bai Xiaowen pushed his skills to the limit, barely deflecting the barrage. Noting Bai Xiaowen's agility, the Silver Rabbit King shrieked with a piercing wail and attacked even faster. Just when things looked dire, the sleeping dog finally opened its eyes. It stood up on all fours, gazed devoutly at the sky, and began chanting a mysterious incantation. Suddenly, a bolt of silver lightning crashed down from above, striking Bai Xiaowen square on the head. The Silver Rabbit King, just about to land a finishing blow, was blasted dozens of meters away by the blessing lightning that now enveloped Bai Xiaowen, sending dust flying everywhere. As the lightning hit, Bai Xiaowen slowly floated into the air, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. He wasn't exaggerating. The pain felt like being burned alive and bitten by thousands of ants at the same time, an agonizing mix of pain, itching, and numbness that he couldn't even scratch. It was maddening. The pain was so intense that he convulsed and drooled in midair, unable to make a sound as his whole body went numb. Seeing lightning of such ferocity, the Silver Rabbit King's eyes flickered with fear. It quickly pinpointed the source of the lightning and, without hesitation, transformed into a kung fu bunny, leaping more than 10 meters high with its fluffy feet aimed straight at the dog's head, making Bai Xiaowen's heart race in terror. The blessing of Bai's as a divine beast's innate skill demonstrated its extraordinary power. When the Silver Rabbit King's flying kick came whistling toward him, Guzzi's body instantly shifted into a half-spiritual form, allowing the attack to pass right through him and crash into the ground, leaving a massive crater. This scene completely enraged the Silver Rabbit King. Its bright blue eyes were instantly streaked with blood, turning a deep red in seconds. In a frenzy, it unleashed one skill after another, letting out a chilling wail that sounded like a baby's cry. Yet its opponent's dog spirit cloaked in Thunder's blessing and another being in a half-spiritual state were completely immune to its attacks. The Silver Rabbit King then summoned a horde of reedied rabbit guards, who charged at Bai Xiaowen in a suicidal assault. But the divine-level blessing of Bai's was far beyond what they could overcome. Instead, their attacks only caused Bai Xiaowen's experience bar to soar rapidly. 5 minutes later, with a dull thud, Bai Xiaowen fell from midair, finally regaining his freedom. By this time, Guzzi was utterly exhausted. After leaving the words, "Xiao Bai, time is short," finished this quickly, he tore open a rift in space with his claw and vanished. Extreme, Bai Xiaowen shouted, activating his strongest state. His attribute panel soared dramatically. Keep the original attribute data, but present it in a more concise format. Seeing these astonishing stats, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but smile. With such attributes, he was confident he could defeat any opponent, including the leader of the White Rabbit clan. Empowered by his extreme skill, Bai Xiaowen's agility completely surpassed the Silver Rabbit King's. The dog-beating staff in his hand moved like a whirlwind, each strike landing precisely on the Rabbit King's weak points, occasionally even triggering critical hits. In just the brief moment it took the Silver Rabbit King to turn around, it suffered dozens of heavy blows. Enraged, the Rabbit King retaliated with a fierce punch. 3-digit damage numbers appeared above both their heads at the same time, which took Bai Xiaowen by surprise. He quickly retreated to create some distance and calculated. Although his defense was superior, his 2,300 HP was far less than the Rabbit King's 9,000. A direct confrontation wasn't wise, and even the powerful lifesteal necklace he wore wouldn't be enough to turn the tide. After a moment's thought, Bai Xiaowen adopted a new tactic focusing his attacks on the Rabbit King's rump. According to the game's mechanics, repeatedly targeting the same area could break through defenses, dealing both base and true damage. As a pampered creature, the Silver Rabbit King had never suffered such humiliation. Enraged, it leapt over 10 meters high and tried to slam down with all its weight. But the move was full of openings, and Bai Xiaowen dodged it easily before resuming his relentless assault. After a barrage of blows, the Rabbit King's hindquarters were battered and bruised. Just as Bai Xiaowen was getting into the rhythm of battle, his body suddenly froze, and his movement speed dropped sharply. The powerful buff finally wore off after a full minute. As soon as it ended, Bai Xiaowen glanced at the timer, turned on his heel, and sprinted away, instantly switching from a stationary fighting style to a kiting tactic. At that exact moment, 6 teleportation arrays lit up around him, and 6 reedied rabbit guards emerged, surrounding him from all sides. Before receiving the blessing from the dog, Bai Xiaowen would have had to put in some effort to deal with these elite guards. But now, things were different. The corners of his mouth curled into a confident Dragon King smile, the kind that made every rabbit present tense up with unease. In MMORPGs, when the difference in character stats reaches a certain threshold, it creates an overwhelming suppression that ignores all external factors and unbreakable rule built into the game's core mechanics. With both his stats and skills far ahead, Bai Xiaowen only needed a quick glance at the positions of the 6 reedied rabbit guards before making a precise diagonal sidestep to adjust his stance. The 6 charging guards didn't even need to be herded. As they chased him, they lined up perfectly on their own, a textbook example of pulling mobs. Bai Xiaowen swung his staff in a sweeping arc, sweeping strike, and a row of big red damage numbers floated above the guards' heads, each ranging from 400 to 500, depending on the hit location. Considering each guard only had 600 health, the outcome was clear. After attacking, Bai Xiaowen dodged their counterattack with a quick sidestep, lining them up again for another sweep. Although his skill was still on cooldown, and he didn't get the system's 1.5x damage bonus on the second strike, his current stats were more than enough to finish off the weakened guards in one blow. The whole fight looked complex, but from the initial movement to the end of the battle, Bai Xiaowen took only 6 or 7 seconds, including the time it took for the guards to charge at him. Without counting their approach, the actual kill time would have been even shorter. After finishing off the guards, Bai Xiaowen didn't even look back. Based on his observations during the fight, he gauged the distance between himself and the Silver Rabbit King and timed its incoming attack perfectly. He pushed off with one foot, launched into a graceful backflip, and narrowly dodged the Silver Rabbit King's leaping attack, landing steadily behind it. A faint smile played on Bai Xiaowen's lips as he gripped his staff with both hands and launched a venomous dragon strike. As soon as the move landed, he took advantage of the Silver Rabbit King's turn to the right, switched his staff from his left to his right hand, and delivered another blow to the creature's exposed flank. After all, Bai Xiaowen was left-handed. Furious, The Silver Rabbit King drew his sword, instantly increasing its attack speed by more than 50. With its extended attack range, Bai Xiaowen switched back to kiting, using his superb movement and positioning to keep the boss chasing him in circles around the cave. Watching Bai Xiaowen, who always stayed just out of reach and occasionally turned to land a quick strike, the Silver Rabbit King was seething with rage, wishing it could crush him into pulp with a single blow. Even now, it still couldn't figure out what was happening. Why was it that, despite being at least 20 faster than this infuriating human, the Silver Rabbit King couldn't even brush the hem of his clothes? The Silver Rabbit King glared furiously at Bai Xiaowen, missing with every pounce, while Bai Xiaowen kept finding opportunities to counterattack, steadily chipping away at the boss' health. Time ticked by. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In this game of cat and mouse, Bai Xiaowen relied on agile footwork and precise counterstrikes to whittle down the Silver Rabbit King's health by 10. Watching the Rabbit King grow more reckless with rage, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but smirk. Whether facing people or rabbits, an opponent blinded by anger was always easier to handle than one who stayed calm and collected. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Xiaowen revealed a percentage-based lifesteal necklace head glitched from the weapon shop, its surface glinting in the sunlight. Combined with some barely useful health potions, he managed to keep his HP hovering around the halfway mark. Only 3 minutes and 53 seconds had passed since the Blessing of Bays had started, yet the Silver Rabbit King was already down to less than half health. At this rate, landing a massive loot drop from defeating the boss seemed all but guaranteed. As the Rabbit King's health continued to drop, Bai Xiaowen grinned from ear to ear while popping potions, even as the boss fury threatened to boil over. The Silver Rabbit King's eyes were bulging with rage, his rationality teetering on the edge. Just over 5 minutes in, the Silver Rabbit King was suddenly enveloped in golden light as he activated his innate skill Holy Silver Rabbit Armor. This skill restored 10 of his max HP over 5 seconds and cleansed all debuffs. The boss health, which Bai Xiaowen had whittled down to just 35, began climbing at a visible rate. But Bai Xiaowen, aided by his insight skill, knew exactly what to expect from this ability. Seeing the boss rooted in place while healing, he was secretly delighted. After all, as a seasoned gamer, Bai Xiaowen wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. For those 5 seconds, his staff became a blur, raining blows on the Rabbit King. Despite the powerful healing effect, the boss only managed to recover a bit over 6 HP before Bai Xiaowen's relentless assault wiped out the rest, negating the intended benefit. The Silver Rabbit King threw back his head and let out a piercing wail, the sound shrill as a baby's cry. In the midst of this, he unleashed both Carrot Rain and Summon Guards, packing the area with threats. Glancing at the unfavorable battlefield, Bai Xiaowen didn't hesitate. He turned and sprinted out of the boss attack range. After 2 volleys of Carrot Rain, he charged back into the fray, taking out 2 reedied rabbit guards with swift, precise strikes. This Hitandran maneuver cost Bai Xiaowen more than 10 precious seconds. For the Silver Rabbit King, it was just a few seconds, but for Bai Xiaowen, every moment counted. Once the 10-minute Blessing of Bays expired, the enraged Rabbit King could squash him with a single blow. The dance of hunter and hunted continued across the battlefield. Throughout the fight, the Silver Rabbit King seemed to catch on to the key to victory, always combined Carrot Rain and Summon Guards, forcing Bai Xiaowen to waste another 10 seconds dodging and weaving, much to his annoyance. By now, Bai Xiaowen's health had dropped to less than half through the drawn-out skirmish, and his meager supply of health potions was long gone. He didn't dare face the Carrot Rain and reedied Rabbit Guards heated. If not for the lifesteal necklace, his situation would be even more dire. At that moment, a wild thought struck Bai Xiaowen. It wasn't just him adapting and improving throughout the fight. The Silver Rabbit King was learning and adjusting as well. The boss no longer felt like the mindless, mechanical enemies had faced in other online games. Instead, the Silver Rabbit King fought like a real player, learning from his mistakes and adapting his tactics. If in-game AI could learn and evolve like this, it would be a nightmare for players everywhere. Time flew by quickly after Bai Zhe cast his blessing, and 6 minutes and 30 seconds had already passed. Bai Xiaowen finally managed to tear through the fluffy white fur on the Silver Rabbit King's large rear, breaking through its hide and instantly boosting his damage output by 50%. As time advanced to 8 minutes and 23 seconds, Bai Xiaowen endured 2 rounds of Carrot Rain and a wave of summoned Royal Guards, finally driving the Silver Rabbit King's health below 30%. The moment its health dropped below 30%, a thick blood mist erupted from the Silver Rabbit King, filling the air of the royal chamber with a strong, metallic scent. Enraged, the Silver Rabbit King unleashed a burst of wild power within the blood mist, entering its rampaging Rabbit King state. Its attack power surged by 40%, it gained 10% lifesteal on attacks, but its defense was drastically reduced by 40%. Seeing this transformation, a cold smile flickered in Bai Xiaowen's eyes. Well prepared, he immediately activated his most powerful buff skill extreme. The rampaging Silver Rabbit King wasted no time. launching a relentless barrage of carrot rain and summoning its royal guards in quick succession. Empowered by the rampaging Rabbit King buff, each carrot strike was now even more terrifying. Bai Xiaowen's lips curled into a slight smile. Instead of backing away from the onslaught, he charged straight at the Silver Rabbit King, swinging his staff with force. With each attack, he skillfully dodged the carrot rain while engaging both the Silver Rabbit King and its 6 reedied rabbit guards in fierce combat. As the carrot rain fell, the 6 reedied rabbit guards quickly collapsed, leaving only Bai Xiaowen and the Silver Rabbit King on the battlefield. Bai Xiaowen stuck to his tactics, circling the Silver Rabbit King, searching for openings, and striking fiercely at its weak points. The Silver Rabbit King's health bar dropped rapidly, and with each successful hit, Bai Xiaowen's confidence grew. Excitement flickered in Bai Xiaowen's eyes as he watched the numbers above the Silver Rabbit King's head plummet. The smile on his lips widened. He no longer cared about the 0.01 chance of failure after all. Overconfidence never ends well. The Silver Rabbit King's vitality was fading fast. It howled in pain, its body growing weaker and weaker. As Bai Xiaowen prepared for the final blow, he slammed his staff down hard on the Silver Rabbit King's vulnerable spot, luckily triggering the extreme skill's 16% chance for double damage. With the defense broken and double damage triggered, a massive red number burst above the Silver Rabbit King's head, showing triple-digit damage as its health plummeted. Bai Xiaowen's excitement was impossible to hide as he saw how little health the Silver Rabbit King had left. All he needed to do was circle behind the Rabbit King and land 2 more armor-breaking strikes to finish the fight. However, the Silver Rabbit King was filled with unwillingness. It threw its head back and let out a deafening roar. Damn human. I can't accept this. I can't. I was so close to evolving into the Golden Rabbit King, a Onsen third generation's legend of the Rabbit clan. I refuse to die at the hands of a despicable human like you. Bai Xiaowen remained unfazed, a cold smile on his lips as he gripped his staff tightly. He prepared to move behind the Rabbit King and bring this battle to its final conclusion. The Silver Rabbit King stared at Bai Xiaowen, who was baring his 2 front teeth and looked even more like a rabbit than he did. A rush of blood surged through the Rabbit King, filling him with an overwhelming sense of humiliation he had never experienced before. His ears buzzed, his vision went black, and in an instant, the Silver Rabbit King lost consciousness had actually been angered into fainting by Bai Xiaowen. At that very moment, the barrier that had plagued the Silver Rabbit King for so long was finally shattered by the surge of passion within him. A torrent of energy flooded his body, nearly overwhelming him. Suddenly, the Silver Rabbit King snapped back to consciousness, his face contorted in pain. Again and again, the energy crashed through his body, each impact feeling as if he were being torn apart. The turmoil inside brought wave after wave of agony. Only after the internal channels had been greatly expanded did the pain begin to subside, replaced by a comfort so profound that the Silver Rabbit King almost wished it would happen again. Ding! Congratulations to player Mileage Me for becoming the first player in the open-world game to knock out a monster from sheer anger. You have earned the title So Angry a Rabbit Fainted. While equipped, this title increases your aggro toward rabbit-type monsters by 10, increases your damage against them by 5, and also increases damage taken from them by 5. Bai Xiaowen ignored the system notification, focusing instead on swinging his deadly twin clubs, landing heavy blows on the now defenseless rear of the Silver Rabbit King. But after the first strike, the smile on Bai Xiaowen's face froze. There was no damage. 2 strikes, 3, 4, 5. Bai Xiaowen kept whipping the Silver Rabbit King's backside with a rain of blows. Yet, not a single drop of HP was lost. The health bar remained perfectly still, as if time had stopped. Ding! The title system has detected that player Mileage Me already possesses a similar title. Would you like to fuse them to generate a new title? What the heck? Bai Xiaowen had barely responded to the system when the Silver Rabbit King's fur suddenly glowed golden and fluffed up at an incredible speed. Startled, Bai Xiaowen instinctively yanked out a couple of tufts of leg fur. Ding! Congratulations to player Mileage Me for obtaining the new title The Sneaky Little Thief, who nearly starved, loves Lolas, beats up Shodas, enrages rabbits, and steals chickens. Equipping this title increases strength, constitution, agility, and spirit by 5, increases aggro toward rabbit-type monsters by 20, increases damage dealt to them by 10, and increases damage received from them by 10. Wait, that counts as agreement. Bai Xiaowen was stunned. Xiao Bai run. He's evolving into the Golden Rabbit King. Right now, he's protected by the power of heaven, and you don't have the strength to break through his defenses. Amid the system's chaotic alerts, Guzi's weak yet anxious voice suddenly sounded in Bai Xiaowen's mind. Heeding the warning, Bai Xiaowen immediately abandoned the tempting rewards right in front of him and turned to flee for his life. The triumphant howl of the Silver Rabbit King echoed throughout the Rabbit King's palace, filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Bathed in the golden light of evolution, the Silver Rabbit King's body began to shrink at a pace visible to the naked eye. In no time, the towering Silver Rabbit King began to shrink visibly, quickly reducing to just over the height of a person. Its once sleek, silvery fur puffed up and transformed into a soft, fluffy golden coat. The bloodshot red eyes that had burned with rage moments ago faded to a cold, pale gold, as emotionless as metal. Ding! The system notification chimed abruptly, followed by a chilling, mechanical voice in by Xiaowen's ear. Due to the shameless and relentless actions of player Miao Lugumi, the Silver Rabbit King has been driven into a state of extreme humiliation and fury, triggering its bloodline power. It has forcibly absorbed 80 of the spiritual energy from the half-Jushin grass within its body and prematurely evolved into a level 5 advanced Lord Boss. The Golden Rabbit King, Bai Xiaowen, was left speechless. After years of playing online games and provoking countless monsters, he had never seen one get so angry it evolved on the spot. Once its evolution was complete, the Golden Rabbit King tilted its head skyward at a 45-degree angle, tears still glistening on its face, yet its eyes now shone with uncontrollable excitement. It had waited too long for this moment finally. It had become the legendary king that appeared only once every 30 generations in the Rabbit clan, the Golden Rabbit King. With a low, hate-filled growl, it declared, "I will crush that despicable human with my own hands. Prepare to die, vile human. Die, vile human. Die, vile human. Vile, human, vile human, human, human." The Golden Rabbit King's roar abruptly cut off, as if someone had yanked its tail. It spun around, only to see empty ground behind it. Where had the human gone? Damn it! The Golden Rabbit King roared, grabbing its gleaming golden carrot and scanning the area. At last, it spotted Bai Xiaowen, panting and drenched in sweat, fleeing toward the entrance of the Rabbit King's den. Bai Xiaowen was nearly free when the Golden Rabbit King, furious beyond reason, launched itself forward like a rocket, instantly closing the distance behind him. Its massive, fist-sized paw whistled through the air, ready to smash Bai Xiaowen to pieces. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared 3 feet behind Bai Xiaowen. The last time, I watched a half-demon die right before my eyes. I've regretted it ever since. The voice rang out, resolute and unwavering. It was Benzei, his gaze as steely as iron. This time, even if it costs me my life, I will not back down. As Bai Xiaowen saw the dog standing protectively in front of him, memories flashed through his mind like a carousel. In his star-bright eyes, the last trace of confusion finally faded. He murmured, "If I'm going to die, let me die before you." With that, he reached back and hugged the dog tightly, his arms locking around him like iron bands, declaring his resolve. In that moment, the usually carefree Bai Xiaowen's eyes shone with an uncharacteristic determination. The Golden Rabbit King narrowed its eyes at the pair before it, murderous intent surging like a tide. Just as its golden fist was about to strike, a sound like a sword ringing out echoed in Bai Xiaowen's ears. Suddenly, a brilliant golden sword aura erupted from Bai Xiaowen's mind, shooting into the sky. The sword light was as mighty as a mountain, thundering forth to meet the rabbit Hedon. In that instant, the sword intent stood immovable like a towering peak, while the Golden Rabbit King was sent flying backward by its force, crashing through the stone wall of the den before finally coming to a halt. Unyielding, unbending. A true man stands tall between heaven and earth, and should live this way. An aged, weathered voice resonated from the golden sword aura. It was Jian Shisan, the one who had left this sword intent behind. His tone was heavy with meaning and emotion. "I once thought, with Bai Xiaowen's carefree and half-demon-like nature, it would take at least 3, 5, or even 10 or 100 years for him to awaken the purest, fiercest sword intent I left behind. But I never expected that in a single night, he would understand unyielding in the face of death, unbending in defeat, and never retreating. To comprehend the sword, to savor wine, to roam the world, these are life's 3 greatest joys. But today, the situation is urgent, so I'll make an exception and pass down a sword strike to you. This sword strike is unstoppable. This sword strike never bends or breaks. This sword strike knows defeat but never retreat. This sword can slay demons and right wrongs across the world. I call this sword Junlin. To reign supreme is to forge ahead, to never bend, to know defeat but never retreat." The moment Jian Shisan's voice faded, a golden sword aura crashed down on Bai Xiaowen's head like a mountain. In that instant, time and space seemed to freeze. A vivid scene flashed through Bai Xiaowen's mind. A proud, unyielding young swordsman locked in a life-or-death battle with a mighty flood dragon. Throughout the fight, the swordsman was clearly at a disadvantage. Even as he was battered and bloodied, teetering on the brink of death, his eyes showed not a hint of surrender. At the critical moment, the swordsman let out a thunderous roar. Bai Xiaowen felt completely in sync with him, and together they shouted, "Rule the world, never back down. Slay demons and gods, never retreat in defeat." This was the legendary sword strike, known as Junlin. Though the sword chant was only 16 words, each one pulsed with an indomitable spirit. As soon as the chant ended, a brilliant light flared 3 feet around Bai Xiaowen. making him stand tall between heaven and earth. Sensing danger, the Golden Rabbit King tried to retreat, but to his horror, he found he couldn't move a muscle. Empowered by Xiaowen's overwhelming momentum, the dog-beating staff transformed into a massive golden sword, striking the Rabbit King with tremendous force. The Rabbit King was sent flying. A 5-digit number, pure white, appeared above his head, displaying real damage. Even in his final moments, this once-in-a-generation powerhouse of the Rabbit clan couldn't believe he had been killed by a seemingly weak human. Staring at the Rabbit King's corpse, Xiaowen was just as stunned had just one-shot a Lord-level boss with a single skill. Who exactly was this Jin Shursan? Nearby, Guzi was left speechless. His original plan was to use a Rabbit clan powerhouse to teach Xiaowen a lesson and give him a long-term goal. He never expected Xiaowen's strength to skyrocket in just a few hours, allowing him to defeat not just the Silver Rabbit King, but the even stronger Golden Rabbit King. As the system notification sounded, Xiaowen smiled and chose no. He was about to strike a classic pose, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle while twirling his staff for style, when his hand slipped and the dog-beating staff instantly crumbled to dust. Looking down at his empty hands, Xiaowen couldn't help but think, well, of course divine sword technique like Junlin is too much for a toy stick to handle. Seeing this, Guzi started to explain with a smile, but before he could finish, a wave of exhaustion swept over Xiaowen. His vision went black, his legs gave out, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The blessing of Bays finally came to an end. Xiaowen still felt a lingering fear if this skill had ended any sooner. He and the dog would probably have been done for. They were really lucky this time. In your world slang, I guess you'd call that luck. Luck. Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief. Luck, my foot. Xiaowen suddenly exploded, pointing at the dog and roaring, "You damn mutt. How dare you hide the downside of this skill from me? Tell me, what else are you keeping from me?" Facing Xiaowen's interrogation, the dog replied unhurriedly, "The effect of Bays' blessing is pretty simple. For a set period, it boosts the power of anyone below a grand destiny holder by tenfold. But after the blessing ends, you'll enter a weakened state for 1 hour, which gradually fades over time. For the next 7 days, the Blessed One's combat strength will be reduced by 70%. It continued to explain, the principle behind this skill is that the Bays clan uses their innate mastery over time to borrow some of your future strength and give it to you now. As you grow stronger, the side effects also lessen. And as I get stronger, my Bays' blessing will undergo some fantastic changes too." Hearing this, Xiaowen's expression changed dramatically. He immediately opened his skill panel to check out the newly acquired Sovereign's Command skill. Skill name Sovereign's Command. Skill rating SSS. Skill range single target. Skill effect: the player unleashes Sovereign's Command with unstoppable force, dealing true damage to a single enemy equal to Strength, Constitution, Agility, Spirit 60. While the skill is being cast, the enemy is forcibly locked and must face the player heat-in. Skill description: at the age of 20, the top sword cultivator of the Free Continent, Jin Shursan, grasped this skill at the edge of life and death by the Songhai Sea. Using it, he burned his own destiny and slew the 6-headed flood dragon, the tyrant of the sea, earning fame across the land. This was his first step into the ranks of notable powerhouses. Skill cooldown none. Damn. True damage equal to 60 times the sum of all 4 stats. Xiaowen exclaimed, reading further. But when he noticed that Sovereign's Command actually reduced his level as a side effect, he frowned. His first instinct was to quickly open his personal status panel for details. He was especially concerned about the order in which the skill deducted his level and awarded experience from killing monsters. For a trump card skill like this, the sequence mattered a lot. If his own level was deducted first, and then he gained experience from the kill, Xiaowen could live with it. But if it was the other way around, gaining experience first, and then losing his level, it would drive him crazy. The two sequences might look similar, but the difference was night and day, like the difference between an internet troll and a nitpicker. Both are annoying, but one is irrational, and the other at least has a point. Anyone who's been there knows the pain. Xiaowen quickly checked his personal stats. When he saw that not only had his level not dropped, but had actually risen from level 5 to 6, he finally let out a breath of relief. This meant one thing. The Sovereign's Command skill deducted his level first, then awarded experience for the kill. If it were the other way around, his level would never have increased. To be lucky if it wasn't negative. Just as Xiaowen was celebrating his luck, the system notification that had just finished chiming suddenly sounded again. Ding. The free play system has detected that the player, Mileage Me, has experienced a significant drop in level in a short period of time. To encourage new players in free play, the system has awarded 6 double experience cards to the player. Each card, once activated, grants double experience for 6 hours. We hope the player can quickly recover from the setback and work hard to improve their skills. May luck be on your side, and your name become known throughout free play. Wow, I didn't know dropping levels in a row could get you perks like this. Xiaowen couldn't help but smile as he saw the 6 double experience cards in his inventory. A bold idea popped into his mind. What if he triggered the bug 2 more times and got another 2 sets of 36 hours of double experience? But he decided against it. After all, he wasn't sure if this hidden benefit could only be claimed once. If it was a one-time deal, he'd lose out big time. For now, he didn't dare risk dropping any more levels. Any further loss would be too much. As the saying goes, take a chance and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. But push your luck too far, and your motorcycle might end up back at the factory, Bai Xiaowen joked to himself, deciding to put the idea aside for now. He turned to the dog beside him, hoping to ease his anxiety. Don't be upset, Xiaobai. Let's go see what good loot the Golden Rabbit King dropped, Dogsy said softly, trying to comfort him. Seeing Bai Xiaowen alternately hang his head and chuckle, Dogsy assumed he was still shaken from Jian Shisan's skill lesson and quickly tried to reassure him. Bai Xiaowen felt a bit better after Dogsy's words, but when he tried to stand, he realized he couldn't move at all. All he could do was look helplessly at Dogsy. Seeing Bai Xiaowen like a child, Dogsy smiled slightly. Then he lowered his head, grabbed Bai Xiaowen's pant leg with his teeth, and dragged him over to the Golden Rabbit King's corpse. When they finally reached the Golden Rabbit King's body, Bai Xiaowen found a piece of equipment, the big white rabbit boots. The item description read, Black Iron Equipment. Adds 5 agility, 5 constitution, Black Iron attribute. Skill, Rabbit Shadows. 10 chance to gain 10 extra agility for 10 seconds when attacked. Level requirement, 5. There was also a bit of history behind these boots. They were handcrafted by the 4th elder of the rabbit tribe, who wore them for many years, imbuing them with some of his abilities. A few months ago, a civil war broke out among the rabbits. The tribe's top expert, the 4th elder, was slain by the rabbit prince himself, and the boots fell into the prince's hands. Now, the Golden Rabbit King had unexpectedly dropped them. So that's if these are spoils from the rabbit tribe's civil war, Bai Xiaowen murmured, amazed that the big white rabbit boots had ended up in his hands so easily. He had been wondering how he might get a chance to confront Bai Tianxia and take the boots back, but things had gone far more smoothly than he imagined. Meanwhile, back in the respawn plaza of Newbie village number 9527, a core member of Bai Tianxia suddenly shivered. Boss, why hasn't that mileage me guy died and come back yet? He muttered. The name, Bai Tianxia, lingered long in his mind. The domineering priest puffed out her rosy cheeks, speaking in a huff. Ever since she was young, her good looks had always worked in her favor. People let her have her way wherever she went. Even her parents had never so much as laid a finger on her. Yet today, after just one day of playing this open-world game, she had been publicly spanked to death in front of a huge crowd. The humiliation made her almost hate Bai Xiaowen to death. Boss, could it be that the guy named Meow stole the rabbit boss you were talking about? A regular member of the Domineering World Guild chimed in with a yawn. You haven't seen that boss. One of the elite members shot back immediately, a flicker of fear in his eyes. When it appeared, it wiped out all our top players with a single skill. There's no way anyone could beat it on the first day of the game. I think he just used that weird speed skill to run out of the rabbit hole. He stroked the stubble on his chin, looking every bit the analyst. I think he probably got killed by that silver rabbit you mentioned long ago, another regular member said, yawning with his mouth wide open, his eyelids drooping. He must have respawned and logged off while we weren't paying attention. It's past 1 a.m. now. It's pitch dark everywhere. It's not surprising if we missed it. His tone subtly hinted that it was getting too late. Domineering World looked at the group of new guild members grumbling in front of him, and, thinking about the bigger picture, reluctantly gave his orders. Split into 4 teams. 2 teams will watch the village entrance, and 2 will stay at the respawn plaza. Each team will take turns logging off to rest. If anyone spots Meow, report in the group chat right away. The rest of the regular members can log off now and get some sleep. He'll send everyone a red envelope in the group chat later. Thanks for your hard work tonight. As he organized things, he kept running through Bai Xiaowen's possible whereabouts in his mind. There was no way Meow could have soloed the rabbit boss. That was unrealistic. So where could he be now? Even with that temporary agility boost skill, he couldn't possibly outrun the rabbit boss. But he still hadn't respawned. Did he have some kind of teleportation item? That didn't make sense. Today was only the first day of the game, and items like that shouldn't even exist yet. Damn it. Tonight, I'm going to kill Meow for sure and strip every piece of gear off him. Domineering War God suddenly roared, his eyes bloodshot. The shout startled everyone around him. After a recent inventory check, Domineering War God realized that the only piece of black iron gear he owned had just been dropped by the rabbit boss. Since he couldn't beat the boss, all his anger shifted to Bai Xiaowen without a second thought. Domineering World glanced at his unlucky brother-in-law, clenching his fists to hold back his fury. If it weren't for him, their Domineering World Guild wouldn't have made an enemy of a mysterious solo expert like Meow on the very first day of the server. If he weren't afraid of his wife making a scene, he would have beaten his brother-in-law to a pulp by now. Meanwhile, in the Rabbit King's chamber, Bai Xiaowen grinned as he picked up the highlight of the boss loot. The most powerful weapon in the Big White Rabbit set, the Big White Rabbit sword. Bronze equipment, strength 20, spirit 20, constitution 10, level requirement 5, bronze attribute, 3 chance to tear enemy wounds for extra damage. Item description: the Great White Rabbit Sword is the treasured weapon of the Rabbit tribe, personally safeguarded by each successive chieftain. Set bonus: collecting the full Great White Rabbit set activates the flash skill, illuminating a 10-meter radius, and can be toggled on or off. Rumor has it the sword contains a secret, making it the most powerful piece among the tribe's 5 legendary artifacts, carefully preserved by generations of chieftains. Bai Xiaowen held the gleaming Great White Rabbit Sword and couldn't help but complain. So the set bonus is basically a flashlight? Curious, he kept switching the flash on and off. Instantly, the blade emitted a dazzling light, banishing the darkness around him. Beams of light cut through the air in dramatic fashion. I have to admit, even if this skill is mostly useless, the sword glowing like a lightsaber definitely scores over 90 points for style. Bai Xiaowen swung the glowing sword, muttering to himself, if only it could shine farther. After sizing up his new gear, he turned his attention to the loot on the ground. Golden Rabbit Pelt. Excellent forging material, suitable for crafting silver or gold-grade armor. Treasure Vault Key. Unlocks the Rabbit Tribe's vault, located within the cave. Mysterious Box Key. Unlocks a mysterious box, also hidden in the cave. Golden Carrot. The Golden Rabbit King's prized possession. Far sturdier and more impressive than ordinary carrots. It's a favorite among rabbit-eared girls. Rabbit Bow. Common grade equipment. Rabbit Boots. Common grade equipment. Rabbit Hide Pants. Common grade equipment. Free gold coins too. Bai Xiaowen's eyes immediately locked onto the 2 glittering free gold coins. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he ignored the ordinary gear that most players would die for. He grabbed the coins and without hesitation, bit down on one. Now that's the taste of real gold. Bai Xiaowen exclaimed, Xiaobai, these are gold coins. The dog by his side couldn't bear to watch. Covering his face with a paw, he groaned. Come on, it's just 2 lousy coins. Haven't you ever seen money before? You're embarrassing us. You wouldn't understand, little mutt. Bai Xiaowen grinned, tossing the coins into his backpack with satisfaction. With his years of experience in online games, he knew just how rare free game coins were. Collectors outside the game were probably scrambling for them already. If he sold now, he could fetch a great price, maybe 300 to 500 bucks per coin, and even if not that high, at least 100 or so each. Bai Xiaowen was already daydreaming. With that kind of cash, I could buy peanuts, edamame, grilled kidneys, and a whole crate of sodawold and trade that for the world. After packing up his loot, Bai Xiaowen turned to the Golden Rabbit King's corpse, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As the first player to defeat a Lord-level boss in this open-world game, he knew the body was a treasure trove. If he could gather some materials now, he could trade them to the village NPCs for plenty of good stuff or sell them for a tidy sum. If he could, Bai Xiaowen would have stuffed the entire Golden Rabbit King's corpse into his backpack and organized a mini-auction for all the NPCs in the village. He quickly tried to harvest materials, but the system messages kept popping up. Ding. Congratulations, player mileage me. Your harvesting attempt failed. Skill proficiency increased, better luck next time. Ding. Congratulations, player mileage me, better luck next time. Ding. Congratulations, player mileage me, better luck next time. Bai Xiaowen kept using his gathering skill on the Golden Rabbit King, but every attempt ended with a thank you for participating message. Trying to get loot from a Lord-level boss with the most basic gathering skill was clearly a stretch. Time ticked by, and Guzzi reminded him that less than 10 minutes remained before the Golden Rabbit King's body would disappear. By now, the weakened state caused by Bai's blessing had long worn off, and Bai Xiaowen had regained his normal mobility. Nearby, Guzzi was lazily curled up, sticking out his tongue and licking himself in a rather indecent manner. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, player mileage Ms. Basic Gathering Skill has reached max experience and has automatically upgraded to Intermediate Gathering Skill. This was expected after all. Bai Xiaowen had gathered from hundreds of wild monsters since acquiring the skill, and had spent nearly an hour trying on the Golden Rabbit King. With the upgraded skill, he finally started to see results. Although there were still some failure notifications, good news soon followed. Ding. Congratulations, player mileage meat gathering successful. You have obtained the rare item, Golden Rabbit Fawn. Moments later, he also received Golden Rabbit Meat. Both were rare and valuable materials. The Golden Rabbit Fawn could be used to forge silver-grade weapons, while the Golden Rabbit Meat was a top-tier cooking ingredient. After more than 2 hours of effort, Bai Xiaowen ended up with 3 pieces of Golden Rabbit Meat and 2 Golden Rabbit Fangs. Dusting himself off, he stood up with a smile and took out the mysterious wooden box from his backpack. The usually lazy Guzzi perked up instantly, his eyes wide and ears standing at attention. As a member of the Bai's clan, a group of mythical beasts as intelligent as humans, each beast had its own quirks. Some were greedy, others loved wine, some were lustful. But for the all-knowing Bais, nothing was more enticing than uncovering the unknown, an attraction even greater than fine food, drink, or beauty. Seeing Guzzi's excitement, Bai Xiaowen grinned, sat back down, and wrapped an arm around Guzzi's neck, ready to witness the unboxing together. He inserted the key into the lock, turned it gently, and slowly lifted the lid only to find it completely empty. What the heck? Where's the stuff? Bai Xiaowen was stunned. Guzi shrugged. Probably some reckless idiot broke it. But his eyes never left the wooden box with the key still inside. After a few seconds, he suddenly pounced and struck the box with his paw. Bai Xiaowen was still grumbling when he noticed a small patch of fur sticking out from a hidden compartment in the broken box. He immediately scrambled over, carefully pulling out a shimmering piece of hide. It's a map. The mysterious ancestral map of the rabbit clan is a treasured relic left behind by the only rabbit in their history to have reached the level of overlord. It has been passed down for over 8 centuries. Bai Xiaowen stared at the fur covered in rabbit paw prints for a long while, then finally sighed and admitted to himself that he still couldn't make sense of the drawings. Turning his head, he saw Guzi standing proudly, head held high, as if he had everything under control. Suddenly remembering Guzi's reputation for knowing everything, Bai Xiaowen had an idea. He quickly held the fur in both hands and respectfully offered it to Guzi, hoping for some guidance. Guzi glanced at the rabbit scratch writing on the map, lifted his head even higher with an air of arrogance, and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle before slowly uttering, "No idea. If you don't know, why are you pretending?" Bai Xiaowen couldn't hold back his irritation and reached out to smack him on the head. Despite Bai Xiaowen's weakened state, Guzi was unfazed. He yawned, easily dodged the attack, and flashed a mischievous grin. "Just kidding. Bow down before the mighty dog god." Bai Xiaowen shook his head helplessly and pressed on. "So what do you actually know?" Guzi, as if he had anticipated this question, answered without hesitation. "This map points to the territory of the tree spirits. That place is at least 10 times more dangerous than the rabbit warren. You'd better focus on getting stronger." A determined glint flashed in Bai Xiaowen's eyes as he silently took Guzi's warning to heart. He raised his hand and absent-mindedly tapped the system interface to check the time. Only to frown had been playing for most of the day, and it was already close to 2 a.m. He hadn't even realized how completely absorbed had become in the game. Snapping back to reality, he glanced around. The Rabbit King's chamber was empty and barren, showing no sign of hidden treasure. Based on years of experience, Bai Xiaowen judged that the Rabbit Clan's treasury should be at the end of the central corridor at the earlier three-way fork. Before he could say anything, Guzi poked his head out from Bai Xiaowen's arms and gave his own assessment, almost as if he could read Bai Xiaowen's mind. Bai Xiaowen nodded and headed out of the Rabbit King's chamber. Seeing Bai Xiaowen's trust in him, Guzi felt a warm sense of satisfaction. Bai Xiaowen carried the white rabbit bone king's sword, expertly swinging his new weapon with a light step. As he reached the entrance to the golden rabbit king's room, he suddenly noticed a piece of equipment still lying on the ground. He bent down to pick it up, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Hey, it's actually a level 3 black iron item. He checked the item's stats and couldn't help but marvel. The stats aren't great, but its previous owner, Tyrant Warlord, is kind of interesting. Comparing it closely, Bai Xiaowen found that this black iron armor was completely outclassed by his own big white rabbit battle armor. The only thing worth mentioning was its skill, regenerates 4 HP per second in combat. In the early stages of the game, when defense is low and healing is scarce, this little perk could really boost survivability in close combat. Once again, the man and the dog returned to the three-way intersection. This time, Guzi took the initiative, leaping forward without hesitation to begin a new round of exploration. As it neared 3 a.m., Bai Xiaowen stood to the side, cheering Guzi on with encouragement. Thanks to his support, Guzi managed to breeze through the central intersection, where the defenses were noticeably weaker than on the other 2 routes. Bai Xiaowen was able to gain experience just by tagging along, but unfortunately, his level was already too high, so the system greatly reduced the amount he received. He didn't level up just by being there. As for his precious 36-hour double experience card, he had already mapped out a plan for it would save it until his 1-week period of weakness ended. By then, with Guzi's help and the double experience boost, his monster farming efficiency would be nearly triple that of an average player. At last, they arrived at the Rabbit Clan's treasury. Bai Xiaowen, full of anticipation, pulled out the key and carefully inserted it into the lock, opening the grand doors. As the name suggested, this treasury was supposed to be filled with treasures, maybe racks of black iron gear, piles of gold and silver, or other valuable loot. The doors slowly swung open. What the? Bai Xiaowen wasn't cursing, he was just shocked. Inside the treasury, there was nothing but piles of grass. Little green grass, yellowing grass, dried grass, all meticulously sorted by age and color, stacked neatly to fill the entire space. In the corners, there were 2 huge piles of carrots, the kind that female players loved. His face, once brimming with excitement, now looked almost green as he stood among the fresh grass. The Rabbit Clan's treasures turned out to be nothing more than haystacks and carrots. Logically, it made sense. Rabbits, after all, live for food and comfort, so to them, food is the greatest treasure. But for the Domineering World Guild, this outcome was far from reasonable. They had stayed up all night, assembling more than 40 guild elites, spending tens of thousands just on bonuses and wages. And in the end, the big prize was nothing but piles of grass and carrots. Aside from their guild leader, domineering shepherd, who had a notorious fondness for curves, it was hard to imagine any player would be satisfied with this result. While Bai Xiaowen was gleefully mocking the guild's misfortune, Guzi's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly shrank down to the size of a mouse and slipped skillfully through a narrow gap between the haystacks. Seeing this, Bai Xiaowen's eyes also brightened. He thought to himself, looks like there's something worthwhile here. A few minutes later, Guzi emerged from behind a stack of hay, carefully holding half a glowing green blade of grass in his mouth. Half spirit grass. Item attributes. Grants 20 freely assignable attribute points upon consumption and removes all debuffs. Item description. The Rabbit clan's young prince acquired this spirit grass from a mysterious being during his training in the forest. Consuming just half of it awakened the Golden Rabbit King bloodline within him. In addition to boosting player attributes, the grass has countless other wondrous effects. Bai Xiaowen stared at the glowing grass Guzi dropped into his hand, amazed. 20 freely assignable attribute points. This was almost as much as leveling up twice in one go. Xiaobai, spirit grass is incredibly rare in this world, Guzi said solemnly, though his eyes betrayed a greedy longing. Even half a blade is more than enough to fully heal the life force you lost from the Junlin sword technique Sword Maniac taught you, and to cure the weakness caused by Bai's blessing. Bai Xiaowen looked at the valuable stat-boosting item in his hand, something any player would consider a treasure in any game, then glanced at Guzi, who was eyeing it hungrily, as if hiding something from him. Bai Xiaowen's eyes darted around as he casually voiced a question that had lingered in his mind. Xiaobai, you're already really powerful now, but since you're a divine beast, I feel like your true strength should be even greater, right? Hearing this, the dog glanced back and forth between Bai Xiaowen and the immortal herb, staying silent for a moment. Normally, with his straightforward personality, the dog would have eagerly asked Bai Xiaowen for the herb right away. But Bai Xiaowen had just performed the profound sword move Sovereign's command, burning through a great deal of his own lifespan and luck as the price. The immortal herb could restore both, making it the perfect remedy. Though the dog also needed to recover his strength, his lifespan was far longer than Bai Xiaowen's, and he would have many more chances to regain his power. As a contract partner, Bai Xiaowen's life was much shorter, and every year lost was precious. So, the immortal herb meant far more to Bai Xiaowen than it did to the dog. Understanding this, the dog decided to let Bai Xiaowen keep this rare opportunity. Bai Xiaowen noticed the hesitation in the dog's eyes and understood immediately. Smiling, he raised the immortal herb to his lips. The dog's throat involuntarily twitched as he swallowed, eyes fixed on the herb. But just then, Bai Xiaowen suddenly grinned, opened his mouth wide, grabbed the dog's head, and stuffed the herb right into its mouth. The moment the immortal herb touched the dog's saliva, it dissolved into a warm current that surged through his body, flowing down his throat and into every limb and bone, merging with him completely. The warmth not only nourished the dog's body, but also quietly strengthened his luck. Do you realize what you just missed out on? The dog complained, a hint of regret in his voice. That immortal herb is a rare treasure that extends lifespan and boosts luck. Out in the world, countless powerful beings would fight to the death for it. It's all right, Bai Xiaowen replied casually, giving the dog a friendly pat. Between the immortal herb and a friend, of course the friend matters more. We're contract partners, your gain is my gain, your loss is my loss. There's no need to draw such clear lines. Hearing this, the dog felt a wave of warmth in his heart, and his gaze softened. His resolve grew even stronger, would do everything in his power to help Bai Xiaowen grow into a warrior who could stand alongside Ban Yao Shisan at the very peak of the free continent. At that moment, a look of determination flashed in Bai Xiaowen's eyes. He shared the same ambition, wanted this divine beast, one whose temperament matched his own, to become the strongest creature on the free continent. Though Bai Zhe was often a supporting character in the old legends, Bai Xiaowen believed that, with his help, anything was possible. Just as these thoughts crossed Bai Xiaowen's mind, the dog suddenly sat down cross-legged like a human, palms facing upward, and began to meditate. Instantly, his aura grew calm and steady. Carrots were piled on the ground, golden and plump, giving off a tempting, sweet aroma. These weren't ordinary carrots, they were a premium variety carefully cultivated by the Rabbit clan's botanists, considered a delicacy, whether eaten raw or cooked. Bai Xiaowen's gaze shifted between two places. On one side, the dog was sitting cross-legged and glowing with golden light after eating the immortal herb. On the other, the noisy commotion coming from outside the treasure vault's entrance. He casually grabbed a carrot and took a bite, the sweet flavor instantly blooming in his mouth. Just then, the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations, player mileage me has eaten a premium carrot cultivated by the Rabbit clan botanist for the first time. Strength 1, Constitution 1. A smile tugged at the corner of Bai Xiaowen's lips. Even though it was just 1 point added to each stat, that was a rare improvement in the early stages of the game. Seeing the dog still meditating, he simply jumped into the pile of carrots to gather as many as he could. Although there were a lot of carrots, since they were the same type of item, he could store up to 99 in a single backpack slot, leaving him plenty of space for more loot. He grabbed a handful of nearby grass and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste was utterly unremarkable, and he was just about to complain when a deafening beast's roar exploded in his ears. Without thinking, Bai Xiaowen grabbed the dog's leg and sprinted outside. At that moment, he didn't care why there would be a ferocious beast in a rabbit hole. He just knew that with his current strength, he'd have trouble even dealing with a tough rabbit, let alone a wild beast. Halfway out, he suddenly felt the dog in his hand grow much heavier. Glancing back, he saw silver light swirling around the dog as its body swelled at a visible speed, ballooning in size like it was being inflated. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to the size of a tiger. Circling around to take a closer look, Bai Xiaowen noticed the dog hadn't just grown bigger. A tiny horn, about the size of a carrot, had sprouted on its head. "Xiaobai, what happened to you?" he asked with a cheeky grin, flicking the soft little horn. The dog quickly swatted his hand away with a sharp paw, stopping his dangerous antics, and explained in a smooth, magnetic voice, "Thanks to you giving me half that immortal herb, I've managed to unlock a small part of the seal within me." Sensing a story, Bai Xiaowen immediately settled in like an old patron at a tea house, munching on a carrot and some health potions as snacks, ready to listen. The dog gave him an exasperated look, then tilted its head skyward and began to recount. "Back in the day, I traveled the world with a half-demon companion, sword in hand, living boldly and righting wrongs. We cut down countless evildoers who threatened the land, never thinking our actions would sow the seeds of disaster, drawing the combined wrath of both righteous and demonic factions from the sacred domain of Central Continent. In a world that divides all things into strict hierarchies, they crudely measured good and evil by their own interests. That battle saw so-called righteous and demonic paths join forces for the first time just to take us down. In the end, we lost. If it hadn't been for Sword 13 shattering the void with his blade and arriving just in time." Bai Xiaowen noticed tears welling up in Guzi's eyes. With a sigh, he patted the dog's leg in a comforting gesture. Gratefulness flickered in Guzi's gaze before he continued. "In that battle, although Ben Zay's life wasn't in danger, he suffered a curse from the heavenly Tao for repeatedly using the forbidden divine beast bloodline technique. His cultivation was sealed, and his power dropped to almost nothing. As for breaking the seal, the simplest way is to consume immortal herbs like the one you just saw, which absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and the sun and moon. There is another way, but it's much harder." Before Guzi could finish, the muffled sounds of fighting outside the treasure vault suddenly grew loud and clear, as if the chaos was right at the door. Bai Xiaowen tensed, about to speak, but Guzi abruptly bit onto his head and leaped away with him. The vault doors burst open. Outside, 3 groups of rabbits, black, white, and gray, were jabbing each other with carrots, creating an absurd and chaotic scene. Hiding atop a haystack, Bai Xiaowen stared at the bizarre battle, then shot a questioning look at Guzi, silently asking for an explanation. "There's nothing surprising about this," Mini Guzi replied, his big, innocent eyes shining with the wisdom of someone who's seen it all. "The White Rabbit clan has enslaved the gray and black rabbits for over a century. Now, with their king and the 4 elders gone, the white rabbits are leaderless. The gray and black rabbits won't miss this golden chance to turn the tables. Balance is the law of all things. Wars this intense never last long." Bai Xiaowen, unconvinced, gave Guzi a pat and said, "Are you some kind of balance cultist? I have no idea what you're rambling about." An hour later, at the entrance to the rabbit warren, Bai Xiaowen cautiously poked his head out, eyes darting around for danger. Outside, the land was calm under the slanting moon and scattered stars. There was no sign of the Ba Dao Tianxia Guild scouts. Instead of heading straight back to town, Bai Xiaowen slipped away to a remote patch of grassland to log off and rest. Even a gaming novice could guess that Ba Dao Tianxia, having just suffered a major loss, wouldn't let things go easily. Outnumbered and alone, weakened as he was, going back to town would be suicide. A flash of white light, and Bai Xiaowen returned to reality. He took off his headset and noticed it was already 5 a.m. The sky outside was turning pale. Without realizing it, had been gaming for 16 straight hours, and altogether had been awake for 28. Stretching, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep almost instantly. A loud banging at the door jolted Bai Xiaowen awake. By the time he opened his eyes, it was already midday. "Who is it?" he grumbled, rubbing his messy hair. "It's me," came a familiar male voice. "Damn it." Bai Xiaowen sprang up in his boxers and dashed to the door, ready to give the Pigeon King outside a piece of his mind. As soon as the door cracked open, Zhu Changjing barged in with his wife. "What took you so long to open up? Hiding someone in here? Or were you up to something naughty?" Zhu Changjing immediately began rummaging through the apartment, especially focusing on the trash can, under the bed, and the closet. Watching his boundaryless childhood friend, Bai Xiaowen put him in a headlock with a quick scissor kick. The two gaming pros suddenly dropped by. What brings you here today? Bai Xiaowen glanced at the two kings of no-shows standing at the door, sounding a bit impatient. He was about to say more when Lin Anren jumped in eagerly. I heard from Xiao Zhu that you found yourself a powerful ally in free game. We just had to come and get the scoop. Got any photos of you two together? Let your big sister Anren see. Lin Anren covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I have no interest in talking about anything game-related with you flakers. Bai Xiaowen retorted, clearly annoyed. Sensing the awkwardness, Lin Anren cleared her throat and quickly changed the subject. Xiaobai, did you check out the free game currency prices on the forum today? Haven't looked, Bai Xiaowen replied, his eyes flickering as he asked casually, how much is one gold coin worth these days? How much? Lin Anren perked up immediately, dropping her gentle demeanor and chattering away like a songbird. Kid, free game coins aren't traded by the gold anymore, it's all about silver coins now. Each silver coin is going for over 10 bucks, and that's if you can even find someone selling. See, didn't I tell you free game was a gold mine? There's real potential here. Bai Xiaowen kept a calm face, but inside he was shocked. Just last night, Head defeated a golden rabbit king and scored 2 gold coins. With the exchange rate at 1 gold coin to 100 silver coins, and each silver coin worth 10 yuan, that was a cool 2,000 right there. And that wasn't even counting the dozens of silver coins in his backpack, let alone all the rare materials Head collected. Most importantly, he was wearing the incredibly valuable Pioneer set, the big white rabbit gear, which alone was worth 10 or even 100 times more than all the coins and materials put together. Meow, God is awesome, he thought in awe. Then another wave of surprise hit him. In other games, making money usually meant investing thousands just to get started, and only then could gold farmers hope to profit. But in free game, Head made nearly 200 yuan in his very first half day, with zero upfront cost. It felt like something straight out of a wish fulfillment novel. Xiaobai, Lin Anren continued, if you ask me, free game is just getting started. Once the system is fully up and running, there'll be even more ways to earn. If you ever strike it rich in game, don't forget your 2 trusty guides, me and Xiao Zhu, who helped you get started. She was joking, but truthfully, Lin Anren didn't have high hopes for Bai Xiaowen. Just last night, she had already discussed with Zhu Qingjing's plan was to start training this little mouse who could lose billions of chips in a couple of hours playing simple card games, and hopefully turn him into a seasoned gamer who could earn a steady 100 or 2 a day. Their shared goal was, of course, to reach new heights in Gamingto, become the elite players who stood above the rest. According to Lin Anren's calculations from the night before, as long as their gaming skills reached the level of a third-tier expert, they could easily make a few thousand yuan a month between the government's unemployment benefits and their in-game earnings. Don't worry, she said, once I've got some money, they'll definitely get you 2 sets of top-tier gear. If it's not the best, we won't even look at it. As for Beiji, well, we'll see if he's earned it. If I'm in a good mood after dinner, maybe you'll let him lick a plate. She ruffled Bai Xiaowen's hair with a smile. Don't worry, little mouse, big sister Enren won't let you down. Zhu Qingjing suddenly jumped in between them, his tone stubborn and just a little jealous. Your girlfriend? My girlfriend. There's no yours or Minish's everyone's. Bai Xiaowen looked at Zhu Qingjing's obviously jealous expression and couldn't help but smile. You two are always messing around like this, he teased. Lin Anren shot them both a mock glare and playfully punched them each on the arm. Then her expression turned serious. Xiaobai, don't think gaming is as simple as it looks. There's a lot to learn. If you want to be a seasoned player like me and Piggy, you've got a long way to go. Zhu Qingjing folded his arms and grinned with pride. When it comes to gaming skills, I'm pretty confident. Back when Anren and I were dating, we didn't waste time on dinners or shopping like other couples. We spent all our time gaming together, from Tetris to puzzle games, and from those to big MMORPGs. Honestly, we've played almost everything except, well, you know. Bai Xiaowen flashed a self-deprecating smile. So, you veterans, where should a newbie like Muho's only ever played simple card games start with these massive online RPGs? Lin Anren couldn't help but laugh. You're really something, Xiaobai. All this time playing games, I've never met anyone so willing to call themselves a noob. She grinned. Zhu Qingjing patted Bai Xiaowen's shoulder, his tone more patient now. First, you need to learn your class skills, get familiar with how to use them, and work on your proficiency. After that, it's all about mastering the technical details. There's no shortcut, you just have to learn and practice bit by bit. Sure, you're starting a little late, and catching up to me is pretty much impossible, but with effort, you'll at least stand out among the newbies. Oh, and if you have time, watch some videos from top players on the forums. It'll text you a list of some of the most famous pros in China and even the world. Yi Luo Gufan, Yijian Kaitan, Fire Qilin, Shi Dao Run, Xinshou Zhanchong, Bing Yao, Shui Yao, Feng Lin Huashan, Shui Dong Lu, Emo Zhong Bai, Shi Qin Yin Chan, and Feng Zhong Juefeng. Check out their gameplay when you get a chance. ITLL help. Their conversation was lighthearted, but beneath the teasing was a sense of seriousness and anticipation. Without even realizing it, Bai Xiaowen had already started down the path from beginner to expert. The road ahead was long, but his journey had already begun. Each of these people was once a top-tier gaming expert in China, veterans who had moved from major MMORPGs to the world of free game. Zhu Chengjing tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with boundless admiration. In his eyes, every one of these individuals was like a towering mountain, leaving him in awe, admiration, and respect. As Zhu Chengjing was lost in his reverence, Lin Anren pinched the soft flesh of his arm without mercy, making him jump in pain. Don't forget about Fenglinger, Yin Yu Xiaocheng, Yinji Hong, Huowu Mantian, and Han Yanro. Lin Anren reminded him with a hint of annoyance. Mo Zhongbai. Bai Xiaowen suddenly shot up from the bed as if spring-loaded, slapping the mattress in surprise. Mo Zhongbai? What about him? The others asked in unison. It's nothing. I just thought the name Mo Zhongbai sounded familiar, like I've heard it mentioned before, Bai Xiaowen explained, frowning slightly. Zhu Chengjing's eyes lit up, and he immediately launched into an enthusiastic explanation. Mo Zhongbai is truly legendary. 6 years ago, he was a giant in the world's first fully immersive virtual online game, Myth. Even though that game was only about 40 realistic, it was the pioneer of immersive virtual gaming. He waved his hands excitedly as he continued. Mo Zhongbai was absolutely unbeatable. He was the first player in Myth to achieve the feat of defeating 10,000 opponents in the global arena, the first to complete the divine trial, and the only one ever to earn the title above all others. He also founded the first legendary guild, Wushuang Guild. Zhu Chengjing's voice grew more passionate. His guardians included Fuguang, the Lord of Light, and Shadow, the King of the Night, both god-level protectors. He commanded the 4 banners: wind, forest, fire, mountain, each as formidable as their names suggest. Then there were the 8 divisions: heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, wind, mountain, and lake, each named after the Bagua. And let's not forget the most mysterious assassination organization in the world, Yanluo Tian, also known as Ghost Domain Fengdu. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining with fanaticism. Light leads the way, the night claims the soul, for banners and 8 divisions, peerless under the heavens. He was a god, a war god, a pioneer of an entire era of gaming. That era was called Huaxia, it was called Wushuang, and it was called Mo Zhongbai. With tears in his eyes, Zhu Chengjing's face turned red as he cried out, as if in worship, Wushuang, Wushuang, peerless under the heavens. That was their slogan. Anyone else shouting it would sound arrogant, but coming from them, it simply felt right because they truly lived up to it. After hearing all this, Bai Xiaowen felt a suffocating heaviness in his chest, almost making it hard to breathe. Wushuang, Wushuang, peerless under the heavens, it all seemed so distant now. After a brief moment of confusion, he fell into deep silence. His own gaming ID had been registered by someone else. He didn't know who, but it was clear someone was forcing him to come forward. Those people from Mo Zongbai's era are all relics in the online gaming world, Lin Anren said with a dismissive wave. As the saying goes, the waves behind push the waves ahead, and the old ones are left behind on the shore. The strongest players today are the new generation. Among them, Han Yanro, Huowu Mantian, Yin Yu Xiaocheng, Fenglinger, Yinji Hongthai are the real contenders for the title of top player in free game. No arguments accepted. Nonsense. Zhu Chengjing shot back immediately. Being the strongest isn't a beauty contest. Except for Han Yanro and Fenglinger, none of the others have even made it out of the starter villages. Saying they're in the running for top player is just a joke. He grew more animated as he spoke. I'll admit Mo Zhongbai is past his prime, but Yiluo Gufan, Yijian Kaitian, Xi and Shou Zhangkong, these guys are all in their 20s or 30s and are still at the peak of their game. Any one of them deserves the title of the strongest. Seriously? I'm trying to reason with your girlfriend, and you bite me? Zhu Chengjing, who had never argued with his girlfriend before, was stunned when Lin Anren bid him, and he immediately started bickering with her, displaying the last bit of stubbornness of a straight man. Bai Xiaowen rested his chin on his hand, at first enjoying the show, but when he heard them both agree that he was past his prime, his face darkened instantly. I'm only 25. How am I past my prime? Bai Xiaowen raged inwardly, but on the outside, he wore an embarrassed expression. I'm still a virgin, for crying out loud. Zhu Chengjing and Lin Anren argued for a long time, but in the end, the quarrel ended with Lin Anren pinching the soft skin on the inside of Zhu Chengjing's arm, refusing to back down. What you said just now is old news from last night. Lin Anren squeezed Zhu Chengjing's arm, her fingers digging in. The rankings have probably been updated by now. Yesterday, they were probably just quietly leveling up. Who knows? Maybe they've already made a name for themselves. Seeing Zhu Chengjing's aggrieved frown after being overpowered, Lin Anren proudly put her hands on her hips and strode over to Bai Xiaowen's desk, determined to prove Zhu Chengjing wrong. But Bai Xiaowen was darted over, opened the free game forum in a flash, well aware that his own computer was full of just as many secrets as Zhu Chengjing's. The familiar official site and forum interface appeared on the screen. Just below the official pin post was another thread that was almost as popular, with an astronomical view count 3 out of every 5 people who visited the official forum had clicked in. The thread was started by a player named Hongqin Xianhua, who, along with other enthusiastic users, had collected and updated a list of up-and-coming players from various starter villages, anyone with a bit of a reputation, not just top-tier gamers. Lin Anren eagerly clicked into the thread and started searching for keywords, but came up empty-handed. Her cheeks puffed up in frustration. Her idols still hadn't managed to make a splash, even after more than a full day since the game launched. Those super elite gamer girls she admired still hadn't made a name for themselves in a little starter village with less than 10,000 players. Zhu Qingjing, seeing this, put his hands on his hips and looked smug. See, I told you they weren't on the list. You never believe me. From my years of gaming experience, those girls probably just got lucky in a previous game and picked up some good gear early on, which made them famous by accident. In this new game, it's not working out for them. Anren, you should switch idols and join my fan club instead. Without a word, Lin Anren grabbed Zhu Qingjing's arm and bit down hard. A scream worthy of a slaughterhouse echoed through the apartment, startling the neighbors and sending their phones, keyboards, and even snacks tumbling to the ground. Bai Xiaowen watched the two, bickering and flirting, then quietly pulled the keyboard over and searched the thread for Starter Village 9527. He was genuinely curious to see if any major guilds, small groups, lone wolves, or scavengers from his own starter village had made it onto the list. As expected, the most popular result was the Ba Dao Tianxia Guild, a group Bai Xiaowen knew all too well. Their popularity wasn't due to their skill, but because the thread was filled with people criticizing them. Half the comments accused them of bullying newbies and stealing kills, while the rest were old enemies from previous games. Even though those rivals weren't in Starter Village 9527, they still showed up just to vent. Below that were two other large guilds, Ice Blue Guild and Gale Guild. Both claimed to be banding together to fight Ba Dao Tianxia, but were clearly using the opportunity to recruit new members and expand their influence, like ambitious warlords rising up during the chaos at the end of the Han Dynasty. Further down were dozens of powerful small groups and solo players with no guild affiliations. Some of the solo players had plenty of likes and replies beneath their names, clearly skilled veterans from other games. As Bai Xiaowen scrolled, he couldn't believe his eyes. How did those two end up together? Following his gaze, the others saw a picture on the screen: Pink Orange and Hua Dai Lianyu, leveling up together as a duo. The blurry photo suggested someone had taken it from afar and zoomed in afterward. Bai Xiaowen kept clicking through, but suddenly, damn it, he cursed, jumping up to block the screen and quickly closing the page. Zhu Qingjing and Lin Anren glanced over with raised eyebrows. One leapt up and grabbed Bai Xiaowen in a playful hold, while the other rushed forward to reopen the webpage and see what he was trying to hide. The screen displayed the personal player influencer rankings for Newbie Village number 9527. At the very top was the user ID Miao Gami, accompanied by an astonishingly unflattering close-up photo and 5 entertaining short video clips. Just like that, Bai Xiaowen became an overnight sensation in this novice village. Zhu Qingjing instantly recognized the awkwardly ugly profile picture as belonging to his best friend, Little White Mouse. The 5 videos were even more impressive. The first showed Widow Li chasing Bai Xiaowen all over the place, brandishing a broom. The second featured the old man from the weapon shop chasing after Bai Xiaowen with a folding stool, furious because Bai Xiaowen had stolen his back scratcher. The third captured a touching moment on the street where Bai Xiaowen exchanged love tokens with the adorable little girl Xiaoyu. The fourth showcased Bai Xiaowen in his big, ear-lazy persona, heroically teaching a group of troublemaking kids a lesson. And the last one was a hilarious scene of him running around the village, swinging a dog-beating stick and chasing after the village dogs. After watching all the clips, Zhu Qingjing and Lin Anren turned in unison to stare at the star of the videos, Bai Xiaowen. They exchanged a glance and sighed together. They had always known that Bai Xiaowen would never play by the rules, but they hadn't expected him to stir up so much chaos in an open-world game and become famous in the village thanks to these scandals. Hey, you two don't actually believe the ridiculous rumors in the comments, do you? Bai Xiaowen asked, looking exasperated at the couple's suddenly odd expressions. Bro, say no more, I get it, Zhu Qingjing said for once with a look of understanding, patting Bai Xiaowen on the shoulder. Sure, it's an open-world game, but you really took it to another level. Honestly, Widow Li's got a great figure, and Xiaoyu is adorable. It's only natural you'd be interested. Say no more, we're all men here, Lin Anren added, giving Bai Xiaowen a knowing pat on the other shoulder, secretly deciding to help him find a nice girlfriend. As Lin Anren scrolled through the forum posts, he noticed that 3 of the most popular users, all familiar to Bai Xiaowen, were active in the comments under each video. The third most popular was his acquaintance, Big Strawbag Warlord, who threatened to gather a mob and beat up Bai Xiaowen in the game after seeing the clips. But his threats were immediately swarmed by other players, and after being thoroughly roasted, he slunk back into the game to vent his frustration on weaker players. The The second most popular commenter was Pink Little Orange, who had once given Bai Xiaowen the wrong directions. On the trending lists in the forum, Bai Xiaowen's name kept popping up with nicknames like Village Noob Shame, Top Street Loafer, Peeping Maniac, and Creepy Uncle. Under every video and post about him, there were comments and jokes from the girls. One of them even affectionately called him the dog dealer, which made Bai Xiaowen curse under his breath. The third spot on the popularity chart was held by someone with the ID Hua Dai Lianyu. Her presence was simple. She would just leave a casual passing by under every post. She never said much, but her shy, head-down demeanor had a surprisingly strong effect on all the nerdy guys. If she hadn't deliberately toned down her looks in the game, she might have even outshone Little Orange in popularity. Xiaobai, what level are you now? After a full day of playing, Bai Xiaowen had gotten the hang of the leveling system and replied confidently, I just hit a bit over level 5 before I logged off. What about you guys? We can't compare to you, little rascal. You've got those long legs and black stockings and a tight skirt to hang on to, the other person replied enviously. We're still 50 short of level 4. The mobs are way too hard. 2 veteran players have to team up for ages just to kill one, and the quests only give rewards, not experience. This game is so tough, it makes every other game we've played look like child's play. Ugh. Listening to their complaints, Bai Xiaowen wondered when he ever had long legs and black stockings and a tight skirt. Just as the couple was going on about their struggles, there was a knock at the door. An AI robot food delivery courier was standing outside. Zhu Qingjing casually handed his phone to Bai Xiaowen, signaling him to scan the code and pick up the food. The delivery bag behind the robot opened automatically, revealing 3 steaming dishes, a soup, and 2 large boxes of rice, which warmed Bai Xiaowen's heart. The 3 of them chatted and ate together, enjoying each other's company. But after the meal, while Bai Xiaowen was in the restroom, Zhu Changjing and Lin Anren quickly wiped their mouths with a couple of napkins and slipped out. When Bai Xiaowen returned and saw the mess left behind, he couldn't help but shout, they just ditched me. After tidying up the apartment, Bai Xiaowen set aside half an hour to carefully review the forum posts from the night before. He stared thoughtfully at the key information on his computer screen. If a player logs out in a safe zone, their character disappears. If they log out in a leveling area, their character enters a dormant state, where it can be attacked by other players or killed by hostile monsters. A flash of white light, and freedom returned. Bai Xiaowen slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying on a lush, green meadow. He let out a quiet breath, grateful that had chosen this secluded spot to log off earlier that morning. Xiaobai, you're up? Came Guzzi's familiar voice from nearby. I'm up, Xiaobai. Bai Xiaowen looked over and saw that Guzzi had shrunk in size, now barely taller than the surrounding blades of grass. With a chuckle, Bai Xiaowen replied, as if yesterday's adventure was nothing more than a distant dream. Man and dog shared a smile before setting off toward the village. Along the way, the grassland was dotted with rabbits in black, white, and gray, their numbers now evenly balanced, a far cry from the early days when white rabbits dominated. Bai Xiaowen didn't need to think twice to realize the rabbit clan's internal struggle had finally settled. At the village entrance, a scout from the domineering guild stood guard by a large stone. Bai Xiaowen smirked, lowered his head, and slipped easily through the bustling crowd at the gate. Master Pharmacist, and back again. Stepping into the pharmacy, Bai Xiaowen greeted the white-haired, bearded Huang Yaoshi with practiced ease. Back again, my young friend? What treasures have you brought this time? Huang Yaoshi asked with a cheerful smile. Grinning, Bai Xiaowen began emptying his backpack, piling up all sorts of medicinal ingredients. First came heaps of horned sheep antlers, then neatly bundled groups of 50 rabbit teeth, over a dozen bundles in all. The apprentice stared in shock, wondering if this guy hadn't just wiped out an entire rabbit warren. He'll take 20 batches of red potions and exchange the rest for cash, Bai Xiaowen said boldly. Oh, and could you add a bit more sugar to the potions? I like them sweet. The apprentice froze, glancing at Huang Yaoshi for help. After all, changing a potion's formula on a whim was usually a big no-no. If that's your preference, adding more sugar cane won't hurt, Huang Yaoshi agreed kindly, indulging the unusual request. Once everything was tallied up, Bai Xiaowen was handed 55 silver coins. He stared in surprise. That's a lot of money, old master. You brought 3 top-quality rabbit teeth, and quite a few of the others were above average. The price is fair, Huang Yaoshi explained, stroking his beard. Bai Xiaowen tipped back a bottle of red potion and grinned. Great potions, great people see you. Just as he was about to leave, Huang Yaoshi pulled something from his sleeve and tossed it to him. Old age makes me appreciate a few kind words. If you find anything else good, don't forget me. Consider this a down payment. Got it, boss. Bai Xiaowen called out cheerfully, waving goodbye. The moment Bai Xiaowen stepped out of the pharmacy, his expression changed instantly. He eagerly pulled out the ring and quickly scanned its attributes. It was a spatial storage ring that tripled his backpack capacity, expanding it to 240 slots with no level requirement. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up as he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this is a real treasure. He knew very well that the system only gave players 60 backpack slots. With this ring, his storage instantly expanded to 240 slots, more than enough to handle any situation that might come his way. To Bai Xiaowen, 240 slots felt almost limitless, and he no longer had to worry about running out of space for his items. In the entire village, Old Huang, the pharmacist, was the most trustworthy person. Bai Xiaowen never had to worry about getting shortchanged when trading with him. In fact, he sometimes even managed to get a little extra. With a satisfied smile, Bai Xiaowen nodded at Old Huang and left the pharmacy in high spirits. Guzi stood nearby, sharing a knowing look with Bai Xiaowen. Having just scored a small windfall, Bai Xiaowen was in an excellent mood and grinned like a child as he agreed to Guzi's suggestion. Next, he headed to the clothing and armor shop. As soon as he walked in, the shop owner's eyes lit up, clearly anticipating another easy mark. The owner greeted him warmly, offering tea and snacks, eager to take advantage of Bai Xiaowen again. But this time, Bai Xiaowen was prepared. Without wasting words, he pulled a large pile of animal pelts from his backpack, stacking them in neat bundles on the shop floor. The owner's smile grew even wider at the sight of so many pelts, but he didn't realize that Bai Xiaowen had already disabled the harvesting hidden bonus and knew exactly how to protect his own interests. Bai Xiaowen had mixed several high-quality pelts from the rabbit tribe's 3 elders in with the ordinary ones and pretended not to recognize their value, letting the owner think he was getting a great deal. The shopkeeper was secretly delighted, convinced head struck gold. However, it wasn't long before he realized Bai Xiaowen was no pushover. The two bargained fiercely, the negotiation becoming tense at times. Bai Xiaowen stood his ground and kept raising the price. In the end, he sold all the pelts for 10 above market value, pocketing 90 silver coins from the deal. Feeling triumphant, Bai Xiaowen calculated that had made a total of 135 silver coins, that day roughly 1,300 to 1,500 yuan. He was overjoyed. To the shop owner, Bai Xiaowen seemed like a complete fool as he greedily stashed away the high-grade rabbit pelts, cursing Bai Xiaowen's ignorance. Meanwhile, the other players in the shop were left speechless by the transaction, buzzing with conversation. The shop assistants couldn't believe this outsider could bargain so ruthlessly with their boss, forcing even an NPC to show him respect. Some sharp-eyed players started to take note of the quantity and quality of pelts Bai Xiaowen had sold, realizing there was no way an ordinary player could gather so much in a single day. Gradually, they began to suspect that Bai Xiaowen might have a powerful, mysterious team backing him, and he was far from just an ordinary newbie. Satisfied, Bai Xiaowen left the shop with his backpack full and his spirits high. But as he walked away, the shop owner's face darkened. Muttering curses under his breath, he gathered up the pelts Bai Xiaowen had just sold and ordered his assistant to count and inspect them. When the assistant reported the results, the shop owner's face turned pale. Bai Xiaowen had mixed premium rabbit pelts in with the regular ones, leaving the owner with a significant loss. She hadn't scored a bargain at all, and might have even lost his shirt. At the same time, seeing Bai Xiaowen's success, some players in the shop tried to copy his bargaining tactics. But the shop owner, now furious, kicked the first player out and immediately hung up a closed for business sign, slamming the door shut in a rage. After finishing up at the pharmacy and the gear shop, Bai Xiaowen headed straight for the village tavern. Besides selling ingredients, his main goal was to ask Xiaoyu for help cooking the golden rabbit meat. Earlier, when he and Guzi were in the wild, they had tried to roast it themselves, but the system had warned them that their cooking level wasn't high enough to handle such a rare ingredient. The system had given them two choices: eat it raw or level up their cooking skills before trying again. But clever Bai Xiaowen immediately thought of the talented young chef who had taught him to cook in. He just happened to have an extra piece of rabbit meat. "Big brother, you're here." As soon as Xiaoyu saw Bai Xiaowen, she ran up to him with a bright, happy smile. "I'm here." Bai Xiaowen smiled and nodded, reaching out to pat Xiaoyu's head, but quickly withdrew his hand when he noticed the hostile glare coming from behind the counter. "Big brother, I've come up with a few new dishes lately. They're a little pricey, but I'll give you a 20 discount." Xiaoyu tugged at his sleeve, bouncing with excitement. The owner, seeing how close Xiaoyu was with Bai Xiaowen, eyed him coldly, barely bothering to hide his annoyance. It wasn't until Bai Xiaowen took out a large amount of premium lamb, rabbit, and poisonous mushroom meat to sell that the owner's expression softened a little. While the owner was busy counting the goods, Bai Xiaowen gently tugged Xiaoyu's ponytail and pulled out a large piece of golden rabbit meat. "Xiaoyu, do you think you can cook this?" As soon as Xiaoyu saw the perfect marbling of the rabbit meat, her eyes lit up with fascination. To a true chef, the allure of such a top-tier ingredient was even greater than the presence of her beloved big brother. "Xiaoyu." Bai Xiaowen tapped her on the forehead, softly bringing her back to her senses. Snapping out of her daze, Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically, then grabbed Bai Xiaowen's hand and hurried him into the kitchen, which had a sign on the door reading "No admittance." "Where do you think you're going?" The owner's face darkened as he caught sight of them, shouting after them as they disappeared from view. Counting the meat, the owner grew more and more uneasy. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. "Damn it, I've been tricked. That boy's trying to steal my daughter." Imagining what Bai Xiaowen might be doing with his daughter, The owner forgot all about the meat. He kicked open the counter door and stormed out. Does he really think he can win my precious Xiaohua over with a few pieces of meat? Dream on. He rushed through the kitchen, heading straight for Xiaoyu's room in the back, determined to stop by Xiaowen's meat for meat scheme. Xiaoyu, I just saw a giant black rat run into your backyard, Bai Xiaowen said with a grin, noticing the commotion. Xiaoyu covered her mouth and giggled. Big brother, stop joking around. There's no way there's a rat that big in the village. You're always teasing me. The boss kicked open the door to the room, only to find it empty. Striding quickly back to his own room, he kicked open that door too, but it was just as deserted. Oh, big brother, why are you in such a rush? You have to wash these things properly first. Xiaoyu's voice drifted in from the kitchen, tinged with a hint of annoyance. The boss' expression changed instantly. The conversation made him pause for a moment, but then he dashed to the kitchen door and kicked it open. Inside, Xiaoyu and Bai Xiaowen were standing by the sink, washing carrots. Bai Xiaowen, Xiaoyu, what are you two doing in the kitchen with the door closed in broad daylight? The boss demanded, his eyes wide and his tone stern. Bai Xiaowen, still calmly washing the carrots, replied without hurrying, just washing carrots, Dad. Washing carrots? You've got some nerve, closing the door like that. The boss' face darkened, clearly unhappy. Xiaoyu puffed up her cheeks and glared at him, sounding a bit impatient. Dad, who says you can't close the door while cooking? If you've got nothing else to do, why don't you go back to the dining area? There are still customers out there. Come get me when you need me. The boss was so exasperated he couldn't speak, his face turning red and then white. Before he could say anything else, Xiaoyu quickly pushed him toward the door. Go on, get out. Don't make a mess in here. I don't believe for a second you two are just quietly cooking, the boss muttered, shooting Bai Xiaowen a fierce look. With one last disgruntled growl, he found himself shut out by Xiaoyu. The kitchen returned to its calm. Xiaoyu washed her hands and turned back to prepare the rest of the ingredients. Bai Xiaowen and Guzi waited outside, watching Xiaoyu work with interest. Before long, a mouth-watering aroma drifted out from the kitchen, prompting the boss and Bai Xiaowen to stand up and follow the scent inside. Xiaoyu was holding a bottle of golden honey, gently brushing it over the rabbit meat, a smile on her lips. Big brother, this rabbit is top quality. I'm planning to pan-sear and roast it to keep its natural flavor. When it's about 70% cooked, I'll brush on a thin layer of my special sauce and honey, then add shredded carrot for extra texture. It's going to be delicious. Bai Xiaowen and Guzi couldn't help but drool, staring hungrily at the dish taking shape. Xiaoyu noticed and playfully shifted her hips, blocking their view with her back. Hold on, let me finish prepping everything first. Don't be impatient. Seeing how busy Xiaoyu was, Bai Xiaowen and Guzi sensibly stepped aside, waiting for the meal to be ready. The kitchen was filled with tempting aromas, making everyone look forward to the delicious feast to come. A system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations, player mythology, for attending the Hansen cooking class with the genius junior chef of Novice Village number 9527. You have gained culinary insight and a large amount of cooking experience. Bai Xiaowen stood there in a daze, still trying to process what just happened when the system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, player mythology. Your basic cooking skill experience is full and has automatically upgraded to intermediate cooking skill. Watching the little girl carefully slicing meat in front of him, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but think to himself, this is my lucky star. If the innkeeper weren't watching us like a hawk, I'd love to take her home. Xiaoyu focused on placing 3 pieces of perfectly golden, mouth-watering rabbit meat onto 2 large plates, her movements meticulous and deliberate. Bai Xiaowen deftly used his chopsticks to move the 3rd piece of golden rabbit meat and some shredded radish from his and the dog's plates into a small dish. The dog immediately caught on, raised a paw in approval, and nodded enthusiastically, as if to say, not greedy, grateful, excellent, excellent. Ding! Congratulations, player mythology, on tasting roasted golden rabbit for the first time. Strength 2, Constitution 2, Agility 2, Spirit 2. Hearing the system prompt, Bai Xiaowen paused for a moment, then continued to devour the food. The rabbit tasted even better than candied oranges, utterly addictive. Both he and the dog quickly polished off their portions, patting their stomachs in satisfaction and letting out a hearty burp. The dog then split the air and returned to the contract partner space. Bai Xiaowen got up to leave, but Xiaoyu called out, Big brother, your rabbit meat. No, it's your rabbit meat, Bai Xiaowen replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling like a sea of stars, making the little girl's heart race and her cheeks flush. Xiaoyu, take your time and enjoy. I'm going to settle the bill with your penny-pinching dad. He'll come play with you again when I have time. With a casual wave, Bai Xiaowen headed for the front desk. At the counter, the innkeeper announced the total. All the meat comes to 71 silver coins and 17 copper coins. Bai Xiaowen weighed his coin pouch and noticed that the amount shown by the system matched the owner's quote exactly. He nodded to himself. The innkeeper might be stingy, but at least he was honest in business, unlike that tailor who always tried to skimp on materials. After sorting out the materials in his backpack, Bai Xiaowen made his way to the equipment consignment center near the village square. The thought of soon exchanging his in-game gear for cash and living the extravagant life of a top-tier tycoon put a spring in his step. Have you heard the news? A batch of top-tier equipment just showed up at the System Equipment Consignment Center. More than a dozen pieces are neatly lined up in the display window, and among them, two black iron-grade items are especially eye-catching. The villagers are buzzing with speculation. Some are marveling. The consignment center charges a 5 fee, why not just set up a stall? Others guess it's probably some low-key gaming pro trying to hide their identity through the consignment system. After all, you can only hide your level for now. Your game ID is still visible. All this gear is being auctioned off, so the prices are bound to be high. Bai Xiaowen stands at the edge of the crowd, listening to the chatter with a faint smile. Just as he expected, word is spreading fast throughout the village. Now, all he has to do is wait for the big shots in Novice Village 9527 to start bidding, and he'll profit without lifting a finger. Damn it. Overlord Warlord grits his teeth, eyes locked on the consignment hall's display screen. Just you wait. I'm going to find you and PK you in public. It turns out, those very items were the ones he lost to the Silver Rabbit King in White Rabbit Palace, and now Bai Xiaowen is selling them in the village's consignment hall. After settling everything, Bai Xiaowen checks his inventory. He's already amassed an impressive 5 gold coins. He immediately logs out and heads to the forum, posting anonymously in the red dust chat section for Novice Village 9527, selling 5 gold coins in a bundle, Novice Village 9527, along with a virtual contact number. As soon as he logs back into the game, a call comes in from the Overlord Guild. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaowen claims the coins have already been sold. He's less worried about them using the coins against him and more concerned they'll recognize him and try to back out of the deal. Putting on his gaming helmet, Bai Xiaowen heads straight for the Gladiator Sheep's territory. It's a 20-minute journey, and not a single call comes in. He understands why 5 gold coins are worth 5 or 6,000 Huaxia credits, which is a huge sum for ordinary players who only earn 3 to 5,000 a month. For the wealthy elite online, though, it's pocket change. If they're still unsold by evening, he plans to exchange the gold for silver coins and sell them individually. It might net him more profit, but it's far too time-consuming. As soon as he reaches the outskirts of the Gladiator Sheep's territory, Bai Xiaowen spots a 4-person team attacking a Gladiator Sheep. Their teamwork is flawless and their movements coordinated, clearly veterans from other games. With a quick glance, Bai Xiaowen immediately sees through their hidden levels and the current HP of the Gladiator Sheep. All 4 members of the squad were now at level 3, and the Gladiator Ram had less than 200 health left. It clearly wouldn't last much longer against their combined assault. The leveling party seemed to have noticed the arrival of an outsider. Too, their movements sped up, weapons swinging faster, and the pace of their attacks became much more intense. In just a matter of seconds, the Gladiator Ram let out a final wail, its health bar dropping to 0. The massive creature collapsed to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Not far away, Bai Xiaowen watched the tense 4-person team, who kept glancing warily in his direction, obviously worried someone might try to steal their kill or snatch the loot. Bai Xiaowen grinned and was about to leave, not wanting to make them nervous while grinding mobs. But just as he took 2 steps, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. The 4 moved in perfect sync after taking down the monster. 3 of them quickly turned, standing shoulder to shoulder in a defensive stance, weapons gleaming coldly in their hands. The 4th rushed to the ram's body, swiftly gathering the loot with practiced, efficient movements. But as the 4 got a good look at Bai Xiaowen's avatar name and face, their tense expressions instantly relaxed, breaking into wide smiles. Meow God, how come you're still playing solo? A cheerful female voice called out. Meow God, want to team up and play with us? A male voice chimed in. Meow God, I've watched all your short videos, theory awesome. Another voice teased. The voices sounded familiar, causing Bai Xiaowen to pause in confusion. He turned back, squinting at the 4. Their faces rang a bell, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, it clicked, these were the same 4 players had asked about beginner weapons right when he started the game. April thunder, May lightning, June snow, July clear sky, Bai Xiaowen called out one by one. I remember you now. Looks like fate brought us together again. He grinned, genuinely pleased to see the veterans who had patiently helped him as a newbie. A string of friend request notifications popped up. Bai Xiaowen accepted them all without hesitation, but when the team invite came, he declined without a second thought. Everyone knows Meow God never joins up with a bunch of guys, May Lightning joked, waggling his eyebrows. Clear sky, it's up to you to win him over and make it a 5-person leveling squad. Use your feminine wiles, wait. Before he could finish, June snow and July clear sky exchanged a look and moved in perfect harmony. One landed a smack to the back of his head, the other swept his legs out from under him. With a yelp, May Lightning crashed to the ground, legs flailing in the air. Bai Xiaowen coughed lightly and said, you 4 definitely aren't newbies to online games, so we'll be straight with you. I'm a solo player. You know what that means. So, maybe we'll meet again sometime. With that, Bai Xiaowen pulled 4 glowing carrots from his inventory and tossed one to each of them before turning to leave, his figure growing smaller in the distance. Halfway down the path, he suddenly stopped and shouted back, I might not like teaming up, but if you ever run into a tough quest you can't handle, I'll lend you a hand. Consider it thanks for helping me out when I first started. See ya. The four watched him go, exchanging glances. This Meow God isn't quite like the rumors online, April Thunder mused. Judging by his attitude, we definitely misjudged him yesterday, June Snow agreed. July Clear Sky looked down at the carrot in her hand, took a small bite, and her eyes lit up. Wow, this carrot is super sweet. What the heck? This carrot actually gives a stat boost. May Lightning exclaimed, holding the carrot high and shouting excitedly, Meow God is awesome. Meow God is the best. Meow God rules. In a remote corner of the gladiator sheep territory, Bai Xiaowen and his pet dog were fully focused on taking down the sheep in front of them. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Player mileage me. You have an incoming call from the real world. Would you like to answer? Answer. Bai Xiaowen responded immediately, quickly pulling himself out of the fight with tears in his eyes, leaving the half-health gladiator sheep for his dog to finish off. He had been waiting for hours, and finally, the second call came through. As soon as he picked up, a gentle voice greeted him, leaving a good first impression. Hi, I just saw your post about selling gold coins on the forum. Do you still have any available? Bai Xiaowen's eyes flickered with caution as he tested the waters. Hey buddy, which guild are you with? He stayed on guard, wary of a possible trick from the Dominator Guild. After all, the server had just opened, and he wasn't yet strong enough to take on everyone like he could in the myth game. Yu, the leader of the Ice Blue Guild, the caller introduced himself directly. You can check our reputation and reviews on the forum if you'd like. Working with us, you won't have anything to worry about. If possible, I'd like to add you as a friend in the game. Binji's tone was soft and Sincere clearly wanted to establish a long-term partnership with this major gold supplier, not just a one-time deal. Hearing that the caller was from Ice Blue Guild, Bai Xiaowen smiled and replied, my in-game ID is mileage me. I'm actually interested in your guild as well. If you want to discuss some small-scale cooperation, we could meet up tonight. Or, if you're free now, you can come find me in the gladiator sheep territory. My current coordinates are X, 3654, Y, 6781, Z, 336. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Both Bai Xiaowen and the Ice Blue Guild shared a common adversary, the Dominator Guild. Even if they couldn't become allies, it would be useful to have someone to help fend off Dominator for now. Brother Meow, give me half an hour at most, Bingyu replied, his expression turning a bit odd after hearing Bai Xiaowen's name. Alright, see you soon. A person's name carries weight, just like a tree casts a shadow. Mileage Me was already somewhat famous in the 9527 Newbie village forums. Bingyu browsed those forums daily, looking to recruit talented players, so he was well aware of this ID. However, he never expected that behind the jokester persona of Mileage Me lay the skills of a true gaming expert. Binji's conclusion was simple. Gladiator sheep territory was one of the top leveling zones in 9527 Newbie village at this stage, and it was also where Ice Blue Guild's elite team trained. Just half an hour ago, had heard that some guild members had rushed back from the sheep territory to the village for the equipment auction. To make sure Ice Blue could secure more gear for guild events and player rewards, Bingyu started buying up gold coins before the auction began, which was why he called Bai Xiaowen. In short, he wanted Bai Xiaowen's gold to buy his equipment. After hanging up, Bai Xiaowen went back to fighting monsters. Meanwhile, his dog easily dodged the sheep's attacks and reminded him, Xiaobai, about a kilometer to your left, there are two groups of familiar faces fighting. Who? Bai Xiaowen asked without pausing his attacks. One group is the bunch from the rabbit hole last night, and the other is the group you just talked to, the dog replied, batting the gladiator sheep away with a paw. Should we help, or lay low? Let's finish this fight first, Bai Xiaowen said, his brow twitching slightly as he picked up the pace. With their attacks speeding up, the gladiator sheep was quickly brought down. Bai Xiaowen casually scooped up the loot and headed straight for the group of players being chased by Dominator Guild, ready to jump into the fray. Xiaobai, Bai Xiaowen called softly. Instantly, the palm-sized dog understood and tore through the void, vanishing into the contract partner space. Standing at a vantage point, he fixed his gaze on the two groups chasing and fleeing in the distance. A faint smile played on his lips as he quickly calculated their inevitable route in his mind. Relying on the triangle knowledge Head learned in elementary school, he picked the optimal interception point and hurried off. Meow God. Those five belong to the Domineering World Guild. April Thunder looked anxiously at Bai Xiaowen, who stood between the two sides. This is between us, and Themiaud better stay out of it. No need to offend those idiots and bring trouble on yourself. Her words were a mix of gratitude and concern. It turned out that yesterday, because the Domineering World players tried to steal a monster they were already fighting, they impulsively started a fight and killed them. That incident immediately landed them on the Domineering World Guild's wanted list, forcing them to flee from the level 4 training area to the more dangerous level 5 zone. Yet, they still got tracked down. I know the Domineering World Guild. The #1 big guild in Newbie Village 9527. Bai Xiaowen said, his eyes skipping past the 4 battle players in front and landing directly on the cute girl at the back of the group, domineering priestess. Is your guild still recruiting? Meow god. Is this really the time for you to be checking out pretty girls? Mei Lightning was so anxious she wanted to grab Bai Xiaowen's arm and run, but he deftly dodged her. To the shock of the calendar named friends, domineering priestess suddenly shouted, retreat. We're pulling back. Clearly, she remembered Miao La Gumi all too well. Just seeing him again was enough to send chills down her spine. Priestess, with your support and our strength, we can totally handle 5 and 5. Yeah, priestess, don't worry with me here. Nobody can hurt you. I promise to. Count me in. As the 4 domineering world players scrambled to prove their loyalty, Bai Xiaowen suddenly shouted, extreme. At the same time, he drew a uniquely shaped white rabbit bone king sword from his backpack. Wait, what's up with that sword? It looks different from ours. Guys, this is our chance. If we can loot his sword, we'll hit the jackpot. Let's take him down. Facing the 4 charging at him with full momentum, Bai Xiaowen's lips curled into a confident smile. Seeing him daring to take on all 4 alone, and even going on the offensive, the opponents were furious. Arrogant. Cocky. Overconfident. Damn you. They yelled, drawing their weapons and rushing at him. Run, all of you. Domineering priestess suddenly screamed. He's Miao La Gumi. Miao? Ba Dao Mu Shin stammered in shock and immediately turned to run. His exclamation made the other 3 instinctively glance at the game ID above Bai Xiaowen's head deliberately minimized. They paused for a moment before breaking into knowing smiles. Within the Ba Dao Tianxia Guild, Bai Xiaowing known as Miao had a notorious reputation. Just last night, he single-handedly ruined the guild's elite raid plans, and the entire guild had spent all night searching for him without success. These 4 elite players from Ba Dao Tianxia hadn't participated in last night's debacle. Their squad leader's luck had been poor, drawing the worst lot. So he ended up leading a group of new recruits to grind monsters outside the village at dusk. As a result, their impression of Bai Xiaowen's abilities was based mostly on hearsay, leaving them skeptical. After all, in online games, players often exaggerate their opponent's strength to save face after a loss. A battle broke out in an instant. Bai Xiaowen moved like lightning, slipping past the 3 who charged at him and thrusting his Bai 2 sword straight at Ba Dao Mushin's back. The damage wasn't nearly as outrageous as the rumors claimed. Some said had once wiped out Ba Dao Mu Shan, Ba Dao Fa Shan, and a circle of archers in a single blow. Seeing this, the 4 relaxed, confidence returning to their faces. From their experience, it was clear Bai Xiaowen had chosen an assassin build, prioritizing agility with some strength. Their own Lanupa tanky warrior, 2 strength-based sword fighters, and an archer was practically tailor-made to counter assassins. They knew the classic rock-paper-scissors of the game. Warriors beat assassins, assassins beat ranged, and ranged beats warriors. The 4 timed their attack, charging at Bai Xiaowen with a roar, ready to play the heroes in this scenario. Yet Bai Xiaowen ignored the threats behind him, focusing entirely on attacking Ba Dao Mu Shan. Years of PvP had taught him that in group fights, you must take out the enemy's core first. Despite the chaotic assault, he weaved through their attacks with remarkable agility, his sword flashing as he stayed untouched. Bai Xiaowen's micro-movements stunned everyone watching. Seemingly unfazed, he kept relentlessly targeting his opponent. The 4 from Ba Dao Tianxia refused to back down, but quickly realized their attacks were missing by a mile. Even the archer accidentally shot one of his own teammates in the head thankfully, without causing damage, but it was still embarrassing. Just as things reached a critical point, the Yufan Pai squad suddenly appeared on the battlefield. April thunder, May lightning, and June clear sky silently closed in on the domineering archer, moving in perfect sync to form a tight circle around him and launching a fierce assault. Meanwhile, July clear sky kept a safe distance, continuously casting healing spells on Bai Xiaowen to keep his health up. The domineering priest desperately chugged potions and cast healing spells on himself throughout the fight, but it still wasn't enough to withstand Bai Xiaowen's critical strike. Seizing the perfect moment, Bai Xiaowen unleashed a quadruple damage ultimate skill, instantly leaving the domineering priest on the brink of death before finishing him off and sending him back to town. The tide of the battle quickly turned. Under the relentless attacks from April, May, and June, the domineering archer couldn't hold out any longer and was also defeated, teleported back to the city. Taking advantage of his ultimate skill buff before it expired, Bai Xiaowen used his superior movement speed to regroup with the calendar squad, retreating to the backline. The calendar squad took over the cleanup of the battlefield, while the remaining 3 members of domineering looked at the decorative white rabbit sword in Bai Xiaowen's hand, then glanced at the intimidating calendar squad. Realizing they stood no chance, they immediately gave up and fled in the opposite direction, with the calendar squad chasing after them and starting a pursuit. Just as Bai Xiaowen was stretching and enjoying the calm after the fight, his phone suddenly rang. Lan Bingyu, your timing is perfect. I just finished up here. Bai Xiaowen answered the call. What? You're right behind me. Bai Xiaowen turned around suspiciously and saw a six-person squad standing quietly about 30 to 50 meters away. Although their equipment wasn't as impressive as Bai Xiaowen's full set of black iron gear, for a time when most regular players had fewer than two pieces of decent equipment, their gear was already top-notch, marking them as elite players in the current game. The six members of Lan Bingyi's squad were visibly stunned. They never expected that Bai Xiaowen, famous in the 95-27 Newbie village forum for his jokes and reputation as a dog seller, would have such incredible gaming skills. It was almost unbelievable. Someone who could easily dominate with pure skill, yet chose to play the clown instead. They simply couldn't figure him out. Bai Xiaowen looked up and down at Lan Bingyu, who wore a gentle smile on his face. His eyes were clear and innocent, his figure tall and slim, and he looked to be in his early 20s, probably still a college student or just recently graduated. Bai Xiaowen quickly summed him up in his mind. Easy to persuade. Boss Lan. Hello, 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 hello. Bai Xiaowen broke into a wide grin and raised his voice enthusiastically. I've heard so much about you, your reputation truly precedes you. It's an honor to finally meet in person. With that, he rushed forward and gave Lan Bingyu a big, enthusiastic hug, wrapping his arms tightly around him. As soon as the hug was over, Bai Xiaowen immediately grabbed the wealth bringer's hand and shook it vigorously, pouring all his warmth and friendliness into the gesture. I've also heard a lot about you, cat god, Lan Bingyu said politely, offering a slight smile as he subtly pulled his hand back and took half a step away. It was clear from his body language that he wasn't a fan of overly enthusiastic greetings, or perhaps he just wasn't that close with Bai Xiaowen yet. Bai Xiaowen noticed the slight resistance, but didn't mind. He simply smiled and got straight to the point. Boss Lan, should we talk business and discuss the gold coin deal now? Look, we're friends, but you can't take advantage of that and lowball me. Uncle, can't you act a bit more serious when handling business? You're so immature, honestly. It's embarrassing. A high school-aged kid standing behind Lan Bingyu scolded Bai Xiaowen with a frown, sounding like a little adult. Baozi, that's enough. Lan Bingyu immediately snapped, his tone like that of an older brother scolding a younger sibling. Baozi pouted, looking aggrieved. In his opinion, Bai Xiaowen was definitely acting childish. It's fine, it's fine. Young people are energetic, I get it, Bai Xiaowen said cheerfully, putting his hand on Baozi's shoulder and giving him a quick, sneaky pinch. Baozi nearly jumped out of his skin, his face twisting in pain. Lan Bingyu watched the two clowning around and could only step forward with a helpless sigh, positioning himself between them. Cat God, the current exchange rate is 1 silver coin for 13 yuan. For this transaction, on behalf of Ice Blue Guild, I'll offer you 13.5 per silver coin. 13.5 times 100 times 5. That comes to 6,750 yuan. Since this is our first deal, I'll round it up to 7,001. Consider the extra as a little thank you from me. To be honest, our guild is just getting started, and I'm not much of a pro gamer myself. In the future, if we run into any trouble, I hope you'll have our back. No problem at all. That's nothing, Bai Xiaowen replied, ruffling Baozi's hair. Baozi quickly dodged away. Not to be outdone, Bai Xiaowen leaped after him and managed to ruffle his hair again, thinking to himself, this kid is so soft fun to mess with. Turning to Lan Bingyu, he said, don't worry, Boss Lan. You show me respect, and I'll return the favor. If I have anything to sell, I'll come to you first. If you need anything, just ask, I'll help if I can. Lan Bingyu couldn't help but look at Bai Xiaowen, who radiated mischief from head to toe, with a perplexed expression. If he hadn't just seen Bai Xiaowen take on 5 opponents at once with such skill, he never would have believed this guy was actually a gaming expert. In Lan Bingyu's mind, shaped by a short time in the online gaming world, this was hard to accept. A top gamer is usually the type who wears a stern, expressionless face all day, always looking at people with a sideways glance, squinting, tilting their head back to look down their nose, or even just giving people the cold shoulder. Basically, they never look at anyone directly. But Bai Xiaowen was nothing like that. He had a shrewd, hustler's vibe about him, and his eyes lit up at the sight of money. In stories, characters like him usually don't last long before getting taken out by the main character or the villain's crew. Rain, this deal is really big. I think we should take it slow, 1 gold coin at a time, Bai Xiaowen said, rubbing his hands together with a fawning grin. Lanju, don't get me wrong, I'm not doubting your integrity. It's just that there are too many scammers in online games, and I've been burned before. I hope you understand. Years of gaming had taught him some hard lessons, and had finally learned to be careful. So after all that, you're saying you don't trust us? Bayazijin couldn't help but sneer. It's just 5 lousy gold coins. That's not even as much as my weekly allowance. I wouldn't even bother scamming for that little. As he spoke, his face fairer than most girls showed his disdain. Suddenly, Baozi swept his leg in a playful kick, and Bai Xiaowen quickly jumped back. Baozi, cut it out. Lan Bingyu rubbed her temples and stepped between them, exasperated. Cat God, I get where you're coming from. Just give me your bank account number, and I'll log off to transfer the money right now. 622689011225xxxx. Bai Xiaowen recited his account number, handing Lan Bingyu a gold coin as a gesture of good faith. She nodded with a smile and logged out. Not long after, Bai Xiaowen got a text alert. His Huaxia Dragon Bank card ending in XXXX had just received a transfer of 7,000 Huaxia coins. Now that's what I call a high roller. He laughed, giving Baozi's cheek a playful pinch, which made Baozi threaten him with a watermelon knife. Just then, April thunder, May lightning, June snow, and July clear sky returned after chasing off the rival guild, Ba Dao Xia, and happened to witness the big transaction. July clear sky, blushing, pulled Bai Xiaowen aside. Cat God, we played all night and earned over a gold coin. Could you help us find a buyer too? Of course, we'll give you a cut. Lan Bingyu, they've got a gold coin or so as well. Interested? Bai Xiaowen asked with a grin. Seeing Lan Bingyi's surprised look, he explained, I'm a solo player. I just happened to be passing by and helped them out. Anyway, I'll introduce you guys. Just buy me a drink as commission. I've got things to do, so I'm off. See you, little Baozi. After Bai Xiaowen made his smooth exit, he found a quiet corner to summon his pet and grind some more monsters. Hours passed in a blur. As the sun dipped in the west, he set off for home. Feeling relaxed, the equipment auction was coming up soon, and it was time to reel in his catch. Bai Xiaowen had just returned to the village when he unexpectedly ran into the Blue Ice Rain core leveling team at the Equipment Consignment Center's auction area. The place was packed with people not just members of the Ice Blue Guild, but also those from Overbearing World and Gale Guild. The three guilds now formed a standoff, each representing a major force in Novice Village number 9527. Wedged between the Ice Blue and Gale guilds, Bai Xiaowen flashed a wide grin, baring his two front teeth as he enthusiastically waved toward the Overbearing World crowd. The members of Overbearing World were so infuriated by this that they nearly ground their teeth to dust. If it weren't for the presence of their two rival guilds keeping things in check, they would have rushed over to confront Bai Xiaowen on the spot. After exchanging a few words with familiar faces, Bai Xiaowen looked up at the auction board in the trading area and was left utterly stunned. To his amazement, the ordinary pieces of equipment Head casually picked up were each being bid up to nearly 30 silver coins. Even more shocking was that his black iron item, the Gladiator Ram boots, had already reached a bid of 2 gold coins, with Blue Ice Rain herself as the top bidder. Meanwhile, the Battle God chest plate, which had a combat healing effect, was being pushed to an astronomical 3 gold and 50 silver coins, and the bidding was still going strong. The two main bidders were both people Bai Xiaowen knew well. Baozi, the Watermelon Blade warrior from Ice Blue Guild, and the Overbearing World's guild leader, Battle God. Both wore fierce expressions, neither willing to back down. Watching the numbers climb ever higher, Bai Xiaowen felt a wave of regret wash over him. He never could have guessed that the junk whiteboard equipment Head picked up would be so valuable, worth more than all the gold and materials Head collected over the past 2 days. Converted to real currency, it was easily worth tens of thousands of yuan. The thought made his eyes well up with tears and filled him with remorse. Just last night, after Overbearing World was wiped out at the entrance of the Rabbit King's lair, a lot of whiteboard equipment had been left on the ground, but had been too busy fighting the Rabbit King to pay any attention, and the system ended up refreshing all the loot. Now, he realized that each of those pieces was worth at least 300 yuan. A fortune Head missed out on for nothing. Members of Overbearing World watched the rising prices with dark, stormy expressions. For Bai Xiaowen, missing out on the equipment was just a regret, but for Overbearing World, it meant a real financial loss. They would have to compensate their members who lost gear with actual money. Bai Xiaowen only mourned for a couple of seconds. Seeing the grim faces of Overbearing World, he broke into a wide smile, feeling much better. He even reached over to pinch Baozi's chubby cheek, just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Humiliated by his failed bid, Baozi angrily drew his watermelon blade and swung at Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen leaned back, narrowly dodging the attack. As the two were about to clash, Blue Ice Rain deftly stepped between them, stopping the fight just in time. By 8 in the evening, the auction that had captured the attention of all 3 major guilds and countless onlookers finally came to an end. 12 pieces of whiteboard equipment had sold for a total of 355 silver coins, split almost evenly among the 3 guilds to reward their members and bolster their guild warehouses. With these new additions, each guild gained a significant edge in the competition for prime leveling zones. The Gladiator Ram boots ultimately went to Overbearing World for 3 gold and 20 silver coins. The Battle God's chest plate was reclaimed by its original owner for a staggering 4 gold and 10 silver coins. After deducting a 5 transaction fee, Bai Xiaowen walked away with a hefty profit of 10 gold and 85 silver coins. When the dust finally settled, the fierce war god donned his battle gear once again, searching everywhere for Bai Xiaowen, only to discover that he had vanished without a trace. This realization left him seething with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. At that moment, Lan Bingyi's communicator suddenly chimed with a flurry of message notifications. He was just about to log off for dinner, but the persistent alerts made him pause. When he checked, every message was from Meow God Meow Lugumi. Lan, Are you still buying gold coins? The brief message was filled with urgency. Seeing the familiar nickname, Lan Bingyu couldn't help but smile. Meow god, that was fast. You've already saved up another coin? I just sold a few things, and now I've got 10 freshly minted gold coins on hand. Special price for an old friend, still 13.5 per coin. What do you think? Bai Xiaowen replied quickly. Lan Bingyu frowned, thinking carefully. Wait a second. All that gear the three guilds just bid on, don't tell me it was all yours? Heh, since we're old friends, they'll be honest, Bai Xiaowen typed, a hint of pride in his words. I got all of it from Ba Dao War God. By the way, is he running around looking for me right now? His words were like a bombshell, had not only revealed his deadly feud with the Ba Dao Guild, but also subtly strengthened his connection with Lan Bingyu. Lan Bingyu couldn't help but consider. Miao Legumi had already taken down Ba Dao Mu Shun and Ba Dao War God. This was now a fight to the bitter end. Given that, he didn't need to worry about this mysterious, money-loving player suddenly switching sides. Meow god, where are you? They'll come to you right away. Little Grove on the west side of the village. Give me 5 minutes. The transaction was completed quickly. Lan Bingyu said, I had our finance department transfer the money to you while I was on my way. 10 gold coins, 13,500 in cash. Please check your account. Bai Xiaowen handed over the coins and couldn't help but praise Lan Bingyu's straightforwardness. Lan, you're a real boss. The trust warmed him, especially since they'd only met 3 times, yet the other party was willing to pay in advance. After all, even though Village 9527 was called a beginner's village, it was as large as a real-world district. If he wanted to disappear, it would be nearly impossible to find him. Meow god, can I ask you something? Go ahead, Lan. No need to be polite between us. If you get any more gear in the future, could you sell it to our Ice Blue Guild first? We'll pay a bit above market price. That way, you save on auction fees and get your cash faster. How does that sound? This way, they'll have a stable supply of equipment from guild members. Once Ice Blue Guild gets stronger, we can also help you keep Ba Dao Tian Xiao in check. It's a win-win situation. What do you think? Lan Bingyu scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Although this was only his 3rd meeting with Bai Xiaowen, bringing up a partnership so bluntly did seem a bit opportunistic. But if he didn't seize the chance, he worried that this Meow God supplier might be snatched up by another guild. With Big Blue himself asking, of course you've got my respect, Bai Xiaowen replied easily, a shrewd glint in his eyes. As long as the price is right, I'm open to anything. Deal. It's settled, then. Lan Bingyu broke into a grin, reaching out to shake Bai Xiaowen's hand. With that handshake, the two struck an informal partnership. The arrangement benefited both sides. Lan Bingyu secured a steady supply of equipment, and Bai Xiaowen found a reliable buyer, saving him the hassle of constantly heading back to town to use the auction house. Here, these carrots are for you guys. I'm heading out. After the deal, Bai Xiaowen handed Lan Bingyu a small bag of carrots, then made his signature dramatic leap as he swaggered away. Lan Bingyu watched Bai Xiaowen's departing figure, grabbed a carrot, and took a bite. A second later, his eyes went wide. This carrot actually boosted stats. Just then, the system notification chime rang out. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. He opened the message. It was from Bai Xiaowen, who'd just left. Big Blue, about my real combat strength, please keep it to yourself, you know what I mean. Sure, Lan Bingyu replied simply, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, typing and deleting, over and over, before settling on just 4 words. Are the carrots for sale? Barely 2 seconds later, Bai Xiaowen's reply popped up. Carrots are for those with fate on their side. Lan Bingyu gazed at the fading sunset in the distance, unable to suppress a smile. This guy, greedy yet not entirely so, was truly interesting. After leaving the village, Bai Xiaowen strolled leisurely toward the Ram training grounds, hands behind his head. 10 p.m. Xiao Bai, are you really going to bed? As a Zay who keeps a good routine, I am definitely going to bed. You really think I'm buying that? Believe what you want, what's it got to do with me? Bai Xiaowen looked at the chat on his screen, a faint smile on his lips. This pup really is disciplined. The next morning, Bai Xiaowen got up lazily, took care of business in the bathroom, brushed his teeth, showered, and washed his face all in one go. After getting ready, he left the apartment full of energy to grab breakfast. 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 tea eggs, 2 bowls of soy milk, and 2 orders of fried dough sticks. Didn't ask why. Just know he could afford it. On his way back, Bai Xiaowen spotted a flashy guy in a little hat selling sliced cake by the roadside. He glanced at his wallet, then at the cake, and picked up the pace, slipping away quietly. Back in his rented room, Bai Xiaowen took a quick shower to refresh himself, then logged in to team up again with that early rising puppy to farm some experience. When it comes to making money, the early bird gets the worm, he reminded himself, setting his sights on the next goal. Cake freedom. With a flash of white light, Bai Xiaowen reappeared in the small storage room behind the beginner village inn. Xiaoyu, I'm leaving now. Big brother, 20 copper coins is too much. 10 copper coins cover your storage room's rent. The other 10 are pocket money from me. All right. Bai Xiaowen smiled and patted Xiaoyu's head, stepping out in high spirits. Xiaoyu's cheeks instantly flushed pink, her heart racing. Her favorability rating for him quietly ticked up from 91 to 92. With his head down, Bai Xiaowen left the tavern and circled the village a few times, making sure no one was following him before slipping quietly out. Last night, during his ambush on the Tyrant World Guild, he overheard them mention that a formidable player had already left the village. This put Bai Xiaowen on high alert again. Was this the dangerous opponent they spoke of? Still, he didn't rush into action, instead pausing to think things through on his own. Should I take him out? Do it. One's called Min Qianxue, the other Hua Shangshuang. They're scavengers. In the gaming world, scavenger isn't exactly a compliment. These players specialize in looting top-tier gear off others, targeting anyone wearing valuable equipment, not just picking up scraps. Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang were once just third-rate players, but after working together for so long, they developed a seamless partnership. Together, they could easily beat most second-rate players, and with a sneak attack, even top players weren't safe. But today, Bai Xiaowen had a different target. Miaomi. He left the village at a brisk pace, heading straight for the Ram Arena. Along the way, Bai Xiaowen's instincts were as sharp as ever. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He glanced back repeatedly, but the only movement in the grass behind him was a gentle sway in the wind. The open landscape seemed perfectly normal, yet the unease lingered. What's going on today? Why does everything feel so odd? He muttered, rubbing his nose, suddenly struck by a new thought. Could it be I've charmed another cute girl? Being admired from the shadows every day is exhausting. This damned masculine charm of mine. He let out a helpless laugh. A few hundred meters away, a player in shabby gear wielding an iron sword was clumsily fighting a small white rabbit. His awkward movements screamed Newbie, as if Head just started playing. But any nearby player would be stunned by what was actually happening. Despite the seemingly fierce battle, both sides were flawlessly dodging every attack. Neither the rusty sword nor the rabbit ever landed a hit. They kept their distance, never making a single mistake. Yet, the sword-wielding player's attention wasn't really on the rabbit. His eyes glinted green, darting occasionally toward a distant spot. Any veteran player would be shocked to recognize his skill. Hawkeye, a newly released support ability from the Archer trainer. Hawkeye is straightforward in its effect. It extends a player's field of vision and sharpens distant details. The higher the player's level, the more effective the skill becomes. Bai Xiaowen knew had already moved beyond the range of Hawkeye. The sword-wielding player finally ended his mock battle with the rabbit, leaping up to finish it off in a single strike. Without so much as a glance at the rabbit's body, he immediately headed toward his real prey. Bai Xiaowen. Watching him abandon his loot, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but sigh. What a wasteful guy, not even picking up the money. A few seconds after the broken sword warrior left, another player appeared, carrying a well-crafted iron sword. This player crouched down skillfully, quickly picked up the copper coins next to the rabbit's corpse, and without missing a beat, hurried after the first one. Judging by his seamless loot pickup, it was obvious he was teamed up with the broken sword warrior. 3 steps left, 3 steps right. Twist your neck, shake your hips, let our little puppy out. Bai Xiaowen hummed a cheerful tune, lazily starting another day of his laid-back routine. Sunlight rose from the east, filtering through the leaves and casting mottled patterns on the grass. A person and a dog moved across the area, or more accurately, the dog was fighting hard while Bai Xiaowen lounged nearby, snacking and occasionally giving some advice to the dog, who was frowning and drenched in sweat from the effort. From midday to sunset, after nearly 20 hours of relentless effort from the dog, Bai Xiaowen finally leveled up to 6, basking in the golden glow of dusk. Come on, Xiaobai. Let's head back to the village and have Xiaoyu cook us a feast, Bai Xiaowen said with a yawn and a grin. Okay. The dog flopped to the ground, raising its paw and 2 toes in agreement. Then, with a leap, it slashed at the air, vanishing straight into the equal contract partner space. It immediately cut off their telepathic link, ready to enjoy a good sleep and wake up only when it was time to eat. Although the dog had insisted on early to bed, early to rise for good health the night before, in reality, it had wandered around the village after Bai Xiaowen logged off, picking up new words and knowledge from the otherworldly players. Before it knew it, it was already early morning, and after only a few hours of rest, Bai Xiaowen summoned it back for another grueling workday through their telepathic bond. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. When Bai Xiaowen had walked over 100 meters and was stretching with both hands overhead, 2 arrows suddenly flew from a distance and struck him in the head. 2 blood-red damage numbers floated up in the air. The moment Bai Xiaowen was attacked, he reacted instantly, pushing off with his left foot, twisting his body, and leaping to the side, then rolling as soon as he hit the ground. Head barely left his original spot when 3 more arrows whistled in, landing in a straight line right where Head just been standing. The sight sent chills down his spine. Had he hesitated even a split second, he wouldn't have been able to dodge a single one. After dodging the attack, Bai Xiaowen quickly scanned his surroundings and locked onto a large rock 7 or 8 meters away that only cover within a dozen meters that could give him a chance to regroup. With a series of leaps, rolls, and unpredictable movements, he managed to make it behind the rock. As Bai Xiaowen took cover, The attacker put away his bow and drew a sharp dagger, silently closing in on Bai Xiaowen's position. Bai Xiaowen, scowling, yanked the 2 antenna arrows from his head and tossed them aside. Just as he pulled out a health potion and was about to pop the cap, a large black rat suddenly burst from the knee-high grass. The rat swung a sword and landed a heavy blow on Bai Xiaowen's back, making him gasp in pain. Bai Xiaowen rolled forward to create distance and turned for a closer look. Turns out, it wasn't a rat, but a person, and he was wearing a ghillie suit for camouflage. This was just ridiculous. The attacker quickly closed the gap, raising his sword for another strike. Bai Xiaowen drew his white rabbit sword to block, and the clash sent a harsh metallic screech through the air. The blades bounced apart, and the first round ended in a stalemate. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to recover from his attack, he suddenly released his right hand and swiftly switched to grip the handle of the white rabbit sword with his left. Almost in one fluid motion, he swung the sword in a powerful slash. In that instant, Bai Xiaowen broke through the usual pre- and post-attack delay mechanics of the game, landing a heavy blow on Dahei Haozi. Dahei Haozi's body jolted, his expression freezing for a split second. His first thought was, this guy isn't simple. The next second, Bai Xiaowen and Dahei Haozi both dodged each other's vital points almost simultaneously, each swinging their swords. Both attacks missed, and the word miss appeared above their heads. Despite the missed opportunity, Bai Xiaowen wasn't discouraged. He immediately prepared to use a unique skill he had perfected through countless hours of practice as a left-hand player, switching hands mid-combat to land an extra basic attack, hoping to use this momentum to gain a slight advantage. In battles between experts, even the smallest advantage can snowball into overwhelming dominance. However, before Bai Xiaowen could release his sword, Dahei Haozi suddenly sidestepped and, with a swift, gliding motion, charged forward more than half a meter, slamming into Bai Xiaowen's chest with tremendous force. Bai Xiaowen was sent flying, crashing hard against the edge of a stone barricade. He watched as Dahei Haozi skillfully used his ability to reset the post-attack delay, causing Bai Xiaowen's heart to skip a beat. This was not a move your average player could pull off. In most role-playing games, attack animations are divided into 3 parts: wind-up, execution, and recovery. There's always a brief delay before and after the attack, the so-called pre-attack and post-attack delays. For slower characters, these delays are especially noticeable. While most ordinary players just stand there waiting during these intervals, experts use skills to fill in the gaps, making sure not a single second is wasted. Both Bai Xiaowen's hand switch technique and Dahei Haozi's charging ability were examples of exploiting this principle. In less than 10 seconds, every move Bai Xiaowen made seemed to be perfectly predicted and countered by his opponent, as if the entire fight was under Dahei Haozi's control. Meanwhile, in the contract companion space, the dog who had been napping suddenly felt a sharp pain. A mouthful of blood sprayed out like mist. That familiar backlash from the contract made the dog's heart race with panic. He quickly focused his mind, and the scene in his head became clear. Bai Xiaowen's body, cold as ice, lay motionless. Rage surged up within him, but confusion soon followed. Why can't I leave the contract space to avenge Bai Xiaowen's death? The dog wondered, a chilling question forming in his mind. Even more puzzling, why had the contract not been dissolved after Bai Xiaowen died? For someone who prided himself on being all-knowing and all-powerful, this situation was unprecedented. His mind was in complete turmoil, without a single answer. In the distance, the warrior player Washang Shuang stood still, watching the spot where Bai Xiaowen had vanished. Casually, he sent the battle footage to the archer player, Min Qianshui. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he crouched down to collect the loot that had dropped from Bai Xiaowen's body. Min Qianshui tossed him a red potion and said softly, "He's a skilled player, too bad his stats were just too weak. If he had the same attributes as us, I wouldn't hesitate to swap him in." The battle was over, but the tension still lingered in the air. The winners gathered their spoils, while the defeated could no longer rise. Washang Shuang stared at the looping video in front of him, his brows tightly furrowed. In the footage, he clearly had the upper hand, launching a sneak attack from behind, but somehow his opponent effortlessly turned the tables, and the fight escalated into an even match. Min Qiangsu stood nearby, listening quietly to Washang Shuang's analysis of mythology, nodding in agreement. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the video, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. A heavy silence hung over the little patch of grass for several minutes. Suddenly, both of them shot to their feet as if startled, exclaiming in unison, "This guy didn't use any game skills at all." Despite the huge gap in stats, he hadn't used a single game skill. The weight of this realization hit them like a ton of bricks, leaving them breathless. "His technique is even better than Li Sansi and Li Xiaoyao, the ones we faced a few days ago," Min Qiangsu said gravely. "He might even be stronger than Huadielianyu. Top players in Origin keep popping up out of nowhere," Washing Shuang sighed. "Who would have thought a mere beginner's village could be hiding so many masters? I have a feeling." A glint flashed in Min Qiang's eyes. "He might be the key to us breaking through our current bottleneck." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go after him." Meanwhile, in the Resurrection Plaza of Novice Village number 9527, Bai Xiaowen gazed up at the starry sky, a faint smile playing at his lips. Interesting. They actually managed to use the terrain to that extent. Those two have potential, but their technique still needs work. Xiaobai, how are you still alive? Guzi stared at Bai Xiaowen in shock, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. To him, life and death were even more mysterious than the powers he once commanded over time, space, and the mortal world. People from other worlds like us can be revived here. Bai Xiaowen replied with a mysterious grin. As for why, well, let's just say it's better left unsaid. Is it because of the laws of the Great Desolation? Something like that. Damn it, Xiaobai, Guzi grumbled. If I'd known you could be revived, Benz wouldn't have had to take that hit for you. Scared the life out of poor Zebabi. Bai Xiaowen slung an arm around Guzi's shoulders. Buddy, that's a dangerous way to think. Sometimes you just have to take one for the team. Guzi glanced over at Bai Xiaowen, a slow grin spreading across his face. Not being afraid of death might not be such a bad thing after all. After all, it's only by facing life and death that you get stronger. 5 days flew by. During this time, Min Qiangsu and Hua Shangshuang were like two relentless little imps, pestering Bai Xiaowen every day to play Battle Royale with them. Bai Xiaowen didn't mind at all. In fact, he was enjoying himself. Since the difficulty of leveling up in the free mode increased exponentially, most players hit a wall after reaching level 5 or 6. The skilled ones might manage a level every 3 or 5 days, while the less skilled barely made any progress at all. Zhu Qingjing and Lin Anren, the couple, often called to check in, worried that their noob friend might get abandoned by some mysterious, long-legged expert and quit the game in frustration after falling behind in levels. In reality, Bai Xiaowen's days were pretty fulfilling. During the day, Head watched Guzi help him grind monsters and level up, snacking on sunflower seeds without a care in the world. From afternoon to evening, Head joined Min Qiangsu and Hua Shangshuang for rounds of Battle Royale, and occasionally, Head even have a run-in with members of the Domination Guild for a friendly match. That night, the stars were scattered across the sky and the crescent moon hung high. With more than 2 hours left before Bai Xiaowen's period of weakness ended, he was taking Guzi along to fight some ramming sheep, waiting for the two scavengers to arrive, and looking forward to his moment to show off. Outside Novice Village number 9527, in the lamb fighting training area, Bai Xiaowen stood at the edge of the grass, a faint smile playing on his lips. He toyed with a stone in his hand, eyes fixed on a suspicious-looking patch of grass ahead. He had been observing this spot for half the day. Shui, Shuang, aren't you too tired after hiding in the grass for hours? How about coming out to grab a late-night snack and maybe do a little grilling? Bai Xiaowen said with a grin, tossing the stone into the undergrowth. Ow! With a yelp, Hua Shangshuang leapt from the grass, clutching his head, his small sword glinting coldly. Almost at the same moment, Min Qianxue loosed an arrow straight at Bai Xiaowen's head. Bai Xiaowen remained unruffled, as if Head expected it. He plucked the 2 arrows from his head with ease, then casually took a few sips from a red potion, looking completely confident. Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang exchanged a puzzled glance. Today, Mileage Me was acting strangely unlike his usual self, who would bolt at the first sign of trouble. Mileage Me, why aren't you running today? Did you call for backup? Hua Shangshuang scanned the area warily, shifting his footing, ready to escape at any moment. After all, the first rule of scavengers, if there's easy loot, take it. If things go south, run for your life. I'm done pretending. No more acting. Bai Xiaowen suddenly stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. What? Hua Shangshuang looked bewildered. I, the great cat god, originally planned to reform you 2 wayward scavengers by living as an ordinary person, hoping you'd turn over a new leaf before Bai Xiaowen could finish. Min Qiangshu's arrow struck him in the head again. Annoyed, Bai Xiaowen yanked out the arrow and threw it on the ground. Can't you wait until I've finished my speech before you attack? Have a little courtesy, will you? Min Qianxue ignored him and knocked another arrow. This time, he unleashed his signature movie, a triple shot that broke the game's limits. 3 arrows whistled through the air almost simultaneously. At that critical moment, Bai Xiaowen suddenly felt a weight lift from his body, as if Head just shed 2 massive burdens. His 7 days of weakness were finally over, and his account was fully recharged. With a slight, effortless movement, he dodged all 3 arrows with minimal motion, making it look as though they'd simply missed. Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang stared in shock, realizing something extraordinary had just happened. Bai Xiaowen glanced at the 2 stunned scavengers, then leisurely opened his personal status panel. Player ID, Mileage Me title, Hexagonal Warrior, the almost starved lowly lover, the brat bashing, bunny infuriating, chicken stealing little rascal. You 2 come at me together. Today, they'll play with you and show you just what the Cat King is made of. Bai Xiaowen stood his ground, a confident gleam in his eyes. Min Qiang's face was icy cold as he drew his bow, firing arrows in rapid succession like a rainstorm, all aimed straight for Bai Xiaowen's face. But Bai Xiaowen didn't panic in the face of the barrage. He sidestepped and ducked with effortless precision, each movement perfectly neutralizing the deadly attacks. A flicker of surprise crossed Min Qiang's face, his brows knitting together. This was the first time Head ever encountered someone with a hit rate below 50%. If they weren't in a free-for-all run by ancient powerhouses, Head's suspect by Xiaowen of using some kind of auto-dodge cheat. Watching by Xiaowen dodge the arrows so easily, Hua Shangshuang's face showed a hint of astonishment. He drew his sword with a serious expression and shouted, "Old Shui, cover me, I'm out of here." Before the words had even finished, a blue glow flared around him as he turned and sprinted away. Seeing Hua Shangshuang's classic scavenger move, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but smile. He hefted his greatsword and gave chase, laughing. Min Qiangsu didn't hesitate either. He spun around and bolted in the opposite direction. "Damn it, are you out of your mind? There's a bowman right next to you, and you don't even try to take him out, instead you're chasing after me." Hua Shangshuang glanced back at the shadow stretching out behind him in the moonlight, cursing under his breath. "I just like a challenge. Doesn't matter if it's a guy or a girl, I always go for the hardest target first," Bai Xiaowen replied, his steps light and his greatsword resting easily on his shoulder. Hua Shangshuang thought to himself, "Damn pervert." Out loud, he said, "Bro, don't chase me. I'll send you some spicy videos later, 2 terabytes worth." "Women just slowed down my sword arm," Bai Xiaowen said, unfazed. Then he added, "Men too, for that matter." Bai Xiaowen was still reeling from his own words when Hua Shangshuang suddenly spun around and flung a handful of sand right into his face. Sand flew everywhere, and Bai Xiaowen started coughing, blinking furiously as his eyes stung. By the time he managed to clear his eyes, Hua Shangshuang was already dozens of feet away. Seeing this shameless move, Bai Xiaowen smirked. "Not bad, little rascal. Extreme," he called out, and a greenish glow burst around him. His agility stat shot up by half in an instant. Hua Shangshuang had just caught his breath after running 20 or 30 meters, but when he looked back, he nearly dropped his loot. Bai Xiaowen was already just a few steps behind him. This was insane. Seeing the word absurd floating above his head, Hua Shangshuang's face turned green. He tumbled and shouted, "Old Shui, run. This guy just chugged a speed potion's a beast." Bai Xiaowen grinned, flashed forward, and unleashed a 4-hit combo on Hua Shangshuang. Watching nearly 2/5 of his health bar vanish, Hua Shangshuang's nerves frayed, and he frantically raised his sword to block. Sparks flew as their blades clashed. "What's wrong with you? Why do you keep stabbing me in the back?" Hua Shangshuang yelled as he defended himself. "Nothing, just personal preference," Bai Xiaowen replied coolly. "Come on, which one of us is the real scavenger here? Obviously you are. Fight me face to face if you've got the guts." "No way," Bai Xiaowen shook his head, not letting up his attacks. Half a minute later, Hua Shangshuang's perspective floated above his own body, feeling completely drained. He let out a hopeless cry. Just in the world already. Bai Xiaowen scooped up the shiny loot on the ground. Nice equipment. Green leaf snake boots. Iron equipment. Agility, 5. Iron attribute, strength 5. Level requirement, 3. Item description, shoes made from green leaf snake skin. Very comfortable and cool. Iron gear, 5,000 coins. Easy, Bai Xiaowen chuckled, when a sudden pain shot through his shoulder. He turned around to see Min Qiangsu had returned. "Why didn't you run?" Bai Xiaowen asked, puzzled. "I want to test something with you," Min Qiangsu replied seriously. "I'm not gay," Bai Xiaowen clarified immediately. Bai Xiaowen glanced at the bold words floating above Min Qiangsu's corpse, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "See you around. You're always welcome." As he spoke, he quickly gathered the materials Min Qiangsu had dropped and stashed them in his backpack. At the entrance to the novice village, the stars and moon shone together in the night sky. In the dim light, Bai Xiaowen spotted 2 large, shadowy figures running toward him, resembling a pair of oversized black rats. People sure are dedicated these days. It's already past 2 in the morning, and they're still out here grinding levels. "It's those 2 from before," Guzi remarked lazily. Grinning, Bai Xiaowen hefted his greatsword and strode forward to meet them. The 3 of them stopped, eyes meeting. After a brief silence, Bai Xiaowen was the first to speak. "From what I know, scavengers like you don't usually go looking for trouble. That's not really your style." Without a word, Hua Shangshuang tossed a dark, bundled object at Bai Xiaowen. It was the big white rabbit battle pants they'd stolen from him a few days ago. Bai Xiaowen chuckled and slipped them back on. "What kind of game are you 2 playing now?" "Master Meow. I'm here to learn from you," Hua Shangshuang said with a sheepish grin, rubbing his hands together. "I'm not into guys," Bai Xiaowen replied seriously. "You always know how to joke, Master Meow." Hua Shangshuang grinned even wider. "Honestly, the 2 of us have been stuck at a bottleneck in our skills for a long time. At least 2.5 years, Min Qiangsu added. Back in our last game, veterans told us that the only way to break through is to have a real expert guide you. You're strong easily among the top 20 players we've ever met. So why not go to the other 19? Bai Xiaowen asked, leaning on his big white rabbit sword. "They all look down on scavengers like us and refuse to teach." Min Qiangsu shrugged. Hua Shangshuang gazed up at the sky. "Would like to turn over a new leaf, but the world just doesn't give people like us a chance." If someone killed you in-game and then turned around and asked you to teach them how to play, would you? Of course we would, they replied in unison. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but sigh, and Wardlathese, too, really knew how to talk themselves up. It's nothing special. Just practice, Hua Shangshuang said. He'll throw in 100 terabytes of study materials, Min Xinshui added. What do you take me for? Bai Xiaowen exclaimed, drawing his sword in mock outrage. You're a good person, they said together. Deciding not to waste any more time, Bai Xiaowen's body shimmered with a green glow as he dashed toward the novice village. The other two hurried after him, but their lack of agility made it impossible to keep up. The sun is shining bright. The flowers smile at me. The little birds say good morning. Why are you up so early every day? Are you nuts? With a cheerful children's song playing in the background, Bai Xiaowen slowly woke up. Feeling invigorated, he ordered the deluxe family combo from Zhaiji Lao, slipped on his shorts, and started his morning routine all in one go. A flash of white light signaled Xiao Bei's login. With a blade of grass in his mouth, he strolled around the village, unloading all the materials from his backpack one by one. The second thing Bai Xiaowen did was to contact Lan Bingyu for a trade. He took out all the gear and gold coins he had collected from the two scavengers yesterday, ready to sell them. After a day, the gold price had dropped from 13 silver coins each to 11.5, but Lan Bingyu still offered a good price of 12. While a difference of half a coin per piece doesn't seem like much, given the total amount, Bai Xiaowen made an extra profit of around 750 huaxia coins just from selling the gold. In the end, he sold the equipment for 8,000 huaxia coins and the gold coins for 6,000. Pleased with this successful deal, Bai Xiaowen jokingly awarded Lan Bingyu the title of Special Friend of the Cat God. After sending off this good Samaritan, he turned to Guzi and asked, Xiao Bai, with my current combat strength, where's the best place for me to farm monsters? Guzi lazily lifted his head and explained all the options available before leaving the village in detail. If you want to play it safe, you can head to the prickly boar territory next to the gladiator sheep area. If you're looking for a challenge, there are some special monsters at the border between the grassland and the forest-grading elemental wolves, booze-loving drunken monkeys, and the rock-climbing skyrock tigers. Once you're stronger, you can venture into the largest and most dangerous area within the village boundaries, the forest. There you'll find giant wasps, spiked trants, jungle lizards, basketball chickens, face spiders, and dumb tigers, among others. You should know, in Hermit Village, the forest is the real starting point. If you want to enter the open world, you have to make it through that forest. Grass-eating wolves? Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up. That's the one. Excited, he pulled out the palm-sized Guzi from his pocket and lifted him high above his head, just like the old monkey presenting the lion cub in a fairy tale. The nearby players watched with envy. Even though the game had been live for over a week, players with pets were still rare in the starter villages of the Huaxia region. Statistics showed they made up less than 5 of each village's population. According to information posted on the free game forum, pets in the game are divided into 12 tiers: decorative pets, common pets, elite pets, rare pets, ancient pets, origin pets, primordial pets, spirit beasts, immortal beasts, divine beasts, super divine beasts, and free beasts. These tiers correspond to the 12 bloodline levels of wild monsters, and also match the 12 cultivation ranks of humanoid NPCs. There are 2 ways for pets to get stronger. One is to gain experience by following their owner and defeating powerful beasts. The other is to absorb the bloodline of a higher level beast. However, if a pet tries to absorb a bloodline that is too powerful without special methods to neutralize it, it may not survive the process and will self-destruct. Bai Xiaowen had already set a new goal for leveling up and cheerfully stepped out of the village. He had barely walked a few steps when 2 followers suddenly appeared behind him. You too. It's broad daylight. Why aren't you out fighting monsters, doing quests, or scavenging for loot? Why are you following me? Bai Xiaowen glanced back at the 2 trailing behind him, his tone tinged with impatience. But Min Xinshui and Hua Shangshuang didn't reply. They simply followed him in silence, showing no intention of leaving. After Bai Xiaowen had walked about 2 kilometers out of the village, the light particles on his body suddenly began to flicker, and the special effects of his ultimate skill flared up in an instant. The 2 behind him tensed up, ready to bolt, but Bai Xiaowen didn't attack them. Instead, wielding the white Datu sword, he charged straight toward a group of 6 players several hundred meters away. This is our chance. Hua Shangshuang immediately spotted the 6 targets, quickly drew his bow, and fired an arrow into the distance. Min Xinshui readied his own arrows, joining Hua Shangshuang in launching a counterattack. The arrows whistled through the air, striking 3 of the 6 players. With a series of explosive sound effects, the 3 of them quickly wiped out the entire scout squad sent by the Ba Dao Tianxia Guild within just 2 minutes. Bai Xiaowen calmly sorted through the spoils, then waved his hand, dividing the loot into 2 piles. He took the larger share for himself, while the duo took the smaller portion. Snow and Frost didn't hesitate for a second. They stuffed their share straight into their backpacks, as if they were already used to this arrangement. Meow God, got some time later? Can you teach us a few moves? Hua Shangshuang grinned, clearly eager. Meow God. How did you manage to dodge our attacks so precisely yesterday? Min Qian Shui chimed in, obviously intrigued by Bai Xiaowen's skills. Bai Xiaowen shot them a glance and replied coolly, not listening, not listening, don't care what you say. Meow God. What do you do for fun when you're not busy? Sing, dance, rap, play basketball, smoke, drink, get a haircut, skydive, scuba dive, paraglide, or maybe throw punches and swing swords. Let's chat, maybe we'll find a shared hobby. Washang Shuang kept asking, showing no sign of stopping. Min Qian Shui moved closer, his tone even more playful. Meow God. Is your footwork all improvised? Or do you have a set technique? Meow God. Do you know what dang 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 means? Only you. Washang Shuang asked with a teasing smile. Oh, would you just shut up? Bai Xiaowen suddenly stopped, glaring coldly at the two of them. One more word, and I'll stab you right here. The two immediately fell silent, and for a few seconds, the air was still. Bai Xiaowen looked back at them and suddenly brought up something from before. Hey, you two mentioned last time what were the usernames of those scavengers who taught you? Ba Zhong Yingyu, Washang Shuang answered. Jiuzhong Xinshang, Min Qian Shui added. Bai Xiaowen paused and glanced at the two, silently repeating the names in his mind. So it was those two who trained them. Realization dawned on him, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Thinking back on those scavengers who once robbed him in myth, he couldn't help but shake his head, marveling at fate's strange twists. Wushuang Guild's top alchemist, Ba Zhong Yingyu, and top blacksmith, Jiuzhong Xinshang. They really are something, Bai Xiaowen muttered. Deep down, he already understood that these two had only gotten to where they were because of the influence of those old scavengers. Still, the two who once stabbed him in the back had now become key figures in the Wushuang Guild. Bai Xiaowen smiled, glanced at the two trailing behind him, and a hint of meaning flickered in his eyes. Meow God, meow God. Are you actually planning to head for the most dangerous part of the forest in Novice Village 9527? Min Qianxue stared at Bai Xiaowen's back, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Washang Shuang. I figured out who you really are. Bai Xiaowen froze for a moment when he heard this, his heart tightening with unease. Had those two mentioned him before? He turned around to look at Min Qianxue, a complicated expression flickering in his eyes. You must be from one of those ancient martial arts families like in the novels, right? Min Qianxue's tone was full of certainty. You're a martial arts failure, which is why your fiancé called off the engagement. Then your family saw you as a disgrace and kicked you out. Now you're using this open world game to hone your skills and gain experience, secretly building up your strength so you can go back, reclaim your place, and become the clan leader. Bai Xiaowen's heart skipped a beat at her words. In that moment, it was as if he could hear a voice deep inside him echoing 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. Don't look down on the young and poor. He had never forgotten that saying. He swore that one day, he'd stand before his family as a changed man and face those who once humiliated him. And then what? Min Qianxue seemed to be getting carried away with her own version of the story. You'll beat up bullies, build a harem, take down bosses, party every night without a care, until you become immortal. Then you'll ascend to another realm, switch maps, keep beating up bullies, building your harem, taking down bosses, partying every night until you break out of the three-dimensional universe. Use two-dimensional weapons to beat up bullies, build your harem, take down bosses, party every night. Never a dull moment. Bai Xiaowen shook his head helplessly, gave her a thumbs up, and put on an exaggerated look of admiration. Impressive. Honestly, it's a shame you're not writing novels. But just then, a few low chuckles drifted over from a distance. Bai Xiaowen quickly turned around and shouted, Don't come any closer. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave. My two big sisters will be here any minute. Oh, one of the voices replied with a mocking laugh. Little sister, you're pretty cute. Your sisters must be just as good looking, right? Haha. Another voice chimed in, teasing, when your sisters get here, how about we all play a little multiplayer game? Haha. Go ahead and message them. Tell them to hurry up. Just one little girl, how are 6 of us supposed to share? Their laughter hung in the air, thick with menace. Bai Xiaowen bit his lip, anger boiling inside him. But he knew he was no match for them right now. His only hope was that the two sisters would arrive soon. Still, their taunts didn't distract Bai Xiaowen from his thoughts. He suddenly realized that all the injustice and humiliation he had endured would one day become the source of his greatest strength. As Bai Xiaowen listened to the vulgar taunts echoing from afar, a series of familiar, pixelated scenes flashed through his mind. The hero saving the damsel, love at first sight, the beautiful girl chasing after him, heartfelt confessions, wild nights, shameless passion, steamy encounters, giving everything for love, and finally, a happy ending. Chuckling to himself, Bai Xiaowen drew his big white rabbit sword and charged toward the source of the commotion. Skirting a massive boulder, he quickly arrived at the scene. What he saw made him frown. A rather tough-looking little girl was surrounded by 6 players. Her in-game ID was Xiao Juzi. The 6 players encircling her were named Tiger number 1, Tiger number 2, Tiger number 3, Tiger number 4, Tiger number 5, and Tiger number 6. These tigers were clearly protected by the system's thunder penalty. While their words were filthy, they didn't actually dare to make a move. It was obvious they were just trying to provoke Xiao Juzi, waiting for a chance to act under the guise of self-defense. However, Xiao Juzi clearly understood the game's rules. She kept her cool and didn't fall for their taunts for a second. Bai Xiaowen felt a wave of disgust as he watched the group circle the tough little lowly. If he wanted any hope for wild nights, this scene could easily ruin everything unless, of course, the little girl could be raised somehow. Seeing the 6 bullies closing in on her, Xiao Juzi anxiously tapped at the air, frantically sending out distress signals. Her tiny frame trembled under their pressure, her health bar nearly empty, and she looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Let go of that girl, come at me. Bai Xiaowen's angry shout shattered the tense silence. The sudden outburst startled Xiao Juzi so much that her health bar immediately dropped to 0. The air froze. All 6 tigers turned their eyes on Bai Xiaowen. Only then did he realize had blurted out the wrong line. Annoyed at himself, he quickly corrected his tone and shouted, "You've got 10 seconds. Get lost." A mocking voice rang out in response. Well, who let you out of your cage? Take a look at yourself before trying to play the hero, will you? Get lost. If you ruin our fun again, it'll smack you so hard you'll never log in again. The 6 thugs eyed Bai Xiaowen's thin frame and the obvious Snow Frost Brotherhood gear on his back with nothing but disdain. In real life, Bai Xiaowen would never have dared to take on a gang like this, but in the game, he was more than happy to teach them a lesson. Pathetic, just a bunch of losers, Bai Xiaowen thought coldly. To him, these guys were little more than inexperienced kids. Tiger number 3 whispered to Tiger number 1, "Boss, check out that mileage me guy's weapon, it looks pretty valuable. If we could get it, we could sell it for a good price." Tiger number 1's eyes flashed with greed as he fixed his gaze on Bai Xiaowen's weapon. He said in a low voice, "Mileage me, hand over your weapon now, and well forget your earlier nonsense. Otherwise, every time we see you, we'll beat you down. There are 6 of us, you know." Bai Xiaowen gave a cold laugh. "Take a good look, do you know who I am?" His eyes were sharp and full of challenge. "These guys really think we want fight back?" Tiger number 1 growled, glaring at Bai Xiaowen like a hungry wolf. His teammates stepped forward, cracking their knuckles. Bai Xiaowen faced the 6 of them without a trace of fear. "Guys, let's show them what we're made of." Without waiting for a response, he led his team into the fray, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense, ready to explode. "You're going to rob us?" Lao Shue's face was full of disbelief when he heard Menghu number 1's words. "Did you hear that, Lao Shue? They're actually trying to rob us." Upon hearing this, Hua Shangshuang burst out laughing so hard that snot bubbles formed, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. "That's right," Menghu number 1 sneered, eyes fierce. "Not only am I robbing you, but I'll hunt you down with no end until you're back at level 0. We're nobodies, but you 6 even dare to rob the Miaoshan?" Lao Shue pointed at Bai Xiaowen, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Some cat god, dog god, or turtle god," Menghu number 6 scoffed, sucking up to his boss. "Look at him so scrawny. He's not even fit to carry our boss' shoes. He's not even good enough to carry the chamber pot." Menghu number 5 quickly chimed in. "He's not even good enough to wipe our boss' butt." Menghu number 4 added, not to be outdone. "He's not even good enough to eat shit." Menghu number 3 piled on. Menghu number 2, after holding it in for a while, finally spat out, "Not worthy." As Bai Xiaowen listened to this string of insults, his eyes grew cold. In an instant, his ultimate skill activated, and he was ready for battle. He said icily, "I was thinking about letting you live a few seconds longer. Not anymore." In the eyes of the 6 Menghu gangsters who were used to brawling in the real-world, numbers always decided the winner. But they'd forgotten something. This was a game world called freedom. And in games, there are those with extraordinary skill, people who break the rules and stand above the rest. Players call them legends. "Sweep the bunnies," Bai Xiaowen roared, his weapon slicing through the air in a deadly arc. The 6 Menghu thugs burst out laughing upon hearing the skill's name. But in the next second, their smiles froze. A row of blood-red damage numbers, each over 50 points, popped up above their heads one swing, and a third of each of their health bars was gone. Meanwhile, the 6 thugs' attacks barely registered on Bai Xiaowen, with only a few pitifully low numbers appearing. 2 of them didn't even break through his defense. Bai Xiaowen couldn't even be bothered to dodge such feeble attacks. Shock utter, overwhelming shock was written all over their faces. "Twin arrow barrage," Men Chinchua shouted. "Take that, monkey." Hua Shangshuang followed up. 3 arrows flew out at once, striking the most arrogant Menghu number 1 dead on. With the damage boost from Bai Xiaowen's skill, the 3 arrows wiped out Menghu number 1, who had only managed a single attack from start to finish. Bai Xiaowen glanced at the 3 arrows sticking out of Menghu number 1's head and turned around, only to see Hua Shangshuang holding a wooden bow as well. Just like Min Chinchua, this guy was a true all-rounder. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. Scavengers really are a talented bunch. If you don't have a few tricks up your sleeve, you wouldn't survive in this game. Only those who really play no ranged and melee are completely different experiences, each with its own rhythm and skill set. Mastering both is no easy feat. When the 5 remaining thugs saw their boss wiped out in an instant, they showed their brotherhood by shoving each other in front as human shields and bolting for their lives. With everyone thinking the same thing, they ended up tumbling into a heap, none of them getting away. Bai Xiaowen and his 2 companions showed no mercy, taking them out one by one with sword and arrow. The 5 scattered thugs didn't last even half a minute before they were all down. After the fight, Bai Xiaowen's eyes turned into little hearts as he turned hungrily toward the nearby lowly. The sight made her turn pale with fear, collapsing to the ground as tears streamed down her face. But in the next moment, to everyone's shock, Bai Xiaowen ran straight to Menghu number 1's corpse, squatted down to pick up a piece of basic gear, and dashed away, completely ignoring the crying girl. Wait, what? Hua Shangshuang's eyes went wide. In all the novels, isn't this the part where the hero comforts the lowly to win her favor? He stared, amazed at how unyielding Bai Xiaowen was. Miaoshan is awesome. Min Qianxue gave a big thumbs up. Why are you two staring at me like that? Bai Xiaowen noticed their looks, reluctantly pulled 2 shabby pelts from his bag, and tossed them over. Fine, everyone gets a share. Min Qianxue was speechless. Hua Shangshuang was equally at a loss. Alright. We only picked up 3 items just now, so let's split them. 3 divided by 3 equals 1. Here you go. Bai Xiaowen shoved a basic staff into Min Qianxue's hand, stuffed the other 2 items back in his bag, and that was that. Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang were instantly floored by Bai Xiaowen's masterful math skills. Meanwhile, the little lowly sat there in a daze. What are these 3 doing? Can't someone pay attention to me? Little orange, where are you? A clear, feminine voice echoed from afar, interrupting the trio just as they were about to make their smooth exit. Bai Xiaowen froze at the sound, absent-mindedly stroking his chin and narrowing his mismatched eyes in thought. The voice felt strangely familiar, but he couldn't quite place where had heard it before. Sis Lianyu, I'm over here. The tears on Little Orange's cheeks vanished in an instant, replaced by a bright smile as she waved excitedly in the direction of the voice. Responding to Little Orange's call, a girl wielding a watermelon knife suddenly appeared from behind a boulder, exuding an unmistakable air of hostility. Bai Xiaowen took a closer look, and his expression grew complicated. Actually knew her. Hua Dai Lianyu immediately recognized Bai Xiaowen standing across from Little Orange, her anger flaring up. You've got to be kidding me. Even high school girls aren't safe from you. Scummy cat, take this. Without waiting for an explanation, Hua Dai Lianyu raised her knife and charged. Bai Xiaowen, expression cold, simply turned and walked away, not bothering to defend himself. Seeing this, Little Orange quickly ran over to stop Hua Dai Lianyu from attacking. The 2 girls huddled together and whispered for a moment. Then Hua Dai Lianyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She turned to Bai Xiaowen and said apologetically, Sorry, I misunderstood you. Thanks for saving Little Orange. Thank you, Brother Miao, Brother Shui, Brother Shuang, for saving me. Little Orange peeked shyly out from behind Hua Dai Lianyu, giving the trio a sweet smile. Sis Lianyu was just really worried about me. Please don't be upset. Hua Dai Lianyu immediately switched to a scolding tone. So now you know how to be scared? Who told you to sneak out alone? Your sister and I have been looking for you for ages. You didn't answer your phone or reply to any messages. Little Orange quickly clung to her arm, trying to act cute. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but notice Hua Dai Lianyu's impressive figure and bent over slightly in response. Glancing back, he saw Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang standing with their backs to the group, and couldn't resist teasing. What's this? You two trying to be ancient heroes, doing good deeds without leaving your names? After thanking them, Hua Dai Lianyu turned to the other 2. But when she saw their in-game IDs, her expression changed dramatically. Min Qianxue, Hua Shangshuang, you 2 damn scavengers. I've been looking for you for days. Robbing and killing is one thing, but you actually dared to target me? If I don't take you down today, they'll write my name backwards. Bai Xiaowen was stunned. These 2 had actually pulled off a real highway robbery. Good morning, Lianyu. Min Qianxue greeted awkwardly. Oh, that watermelon knife really suits your style. Oh, by the way, that black iron staff of yours, Sui sold it for you a few days ago, Hua Shangshuang said, rubbing his hands together with a big grin. Since we're all friends here, we're only charging you a 2 gold coin fee. The rest 6 gold coins are all yours. Special half price for our feline friend, Min Qianxue chimed in playfully, her tone teasing. 3 gold coins. Min Qianxue is feeling generous. Let's lower the fee again. You 2 jerks. Hua Dai Lianyu exploded with anger. Hearing that not only had they sold her staff without telling her, but they also wanted a fee, she snapped. Without hesitation, she whipped out a watermelon knife from her waist and charged at them. I'm going to break your bones today. Little Juzi watched the 3 of them tumble into a brawl, her eyes wide with worry. She shouted anxiously, Stop fighting. Please stop. All 3 of you stop. She stared at them, clearly unsettled. Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang had just saved her. They were good people. Her big sister was a good person too. Good people should be friends, not fighting. Don't worry, little Juzi, Bai Xiaowen said with a gentle smile, watching the 3 of them wrestling, but making no move to intervene. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, a knowing glint in his eyes. Haven't you heard the saying, fighting means affection, scolding means love? They're just messing around. Still, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hua Dai Lianyu, who could easily get by on her looks alone, clearly wasn't just talk. Her combat skills were nearly on par with his own. All right, Hua, you win. We give up. You can have every last coin. We don't want any of it. Min Xinxue and Hua Shangshuang both raised their hands in surrender, admitting defeat as they backed away from Hua Dai Lianyu. They knew they were no match for her and had no intention of pushing their luck. You two idiots still dare to joke with me when you're at death's door? You're asking for it. Hua Dai Lianyu's teeth clenched audibly, her fury so intense it was practically making her hair stand on end. She shouted, "Fire dance." In an instant, a burst of red light flared around her as a powerful surge of energy erupted from her body. Her attack speed shot up dramatically, and the watermelon knife in her hand sliced through the air, leaving shimmering afterimages in its wake. Whoa, she's evolved. Bai Xiaowen stared in shock, completely taken aback by her sudden burst of speed. He was frozen in place, thunderstruck. Mijage, what Lianyu just used isn't an evolved move. It's called Fire Dance. Xiao Zhizi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She invented this skill herself when she fought a booze-loving big monkey. My sister was out picking up her college diploma that day, so I'm the only one who knows this secret. Seeing Bai Xiaowen's intrigued expression, Xiao Zhizi couldn't help but share the story of Huadai Lianyu's self-made skill in a mysterious tone. So it's a skill she came up with herself. Bai Xiaowen's dark eyes shone with admiration. Looks like this number 9527 beginner village really is full of hidden talents. Big brother, your eyes are so pretty. Xiao Zhizi was drawn in by the confidence and excitement in Bai Xiaowen's eyes, her own eyes sparkling brightly. Don't fall for me, little one. I don't go for little girls, Bai Xiaowen replied, flashing what he thought was a suave smile. The sharp glint in his eyes faded instantly, returning to his usual charming look. Big brother, you're so full of yourself, Xiao Zhizi teased, making a face and pouting in mock annoyance. Bai Xiaowen was just about to pat her head when thunderclouds suddenly gathered overhead. Xiao Zhizi's cheeks flushed, and with a tap in the air, she quietly disabled the system's punitive lightning. Meanwhile, the fight was heating up as Huadai Lianyu tangled with Hua Shangshuang and Min Xinxue. The two scavengers were down to less than a third of their health, and facing Lianyu's overwhelming strength, they knew one more special attack would finish them off. At the critical moment, the two exchanged a knowing glance and shouted together, "Charging strike." The double-powered blow was half blocked by Lianyu's horizontal blade, but it still sent her flying. As she was airborne, the two quickly threw sand in her face, catching her off guard and leaving her covered in dust. By the time the air cleared, the pair had already made their escape. Clenching her teeth, Huadai Lianyu gave chase, but Hua Shangshuang shouted as he ran, "Miss Lianyu, you'd better stay here and look after your little sister. I'm sure you've heard of the great cat god. We've left the staff money on the ground. If you don't chase us, we'll take it as forgiveness and next time, barbecue's on us." Lianyu sneaked a glance at Bai Xiaowen and slowed to a stop, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. Bai Xiaowen saw her wary look and felt deeply wronged. Just as Lianyu awkwardly tried to explain, a loud voice rang out. "Damn it, you scumbag, you pervert, you dare bully my little sister? They'll make you pay." Bai Xiaowen turned to see a familiar figure rushing toward him. It was none other than Pink Orange, the one who'd given him terrible directions at the start of the game and started calling him dog seller online. "Pink Orange, today I'm settling old scores and new. It's either you or me." "Mijage, what you just said, it's either you or mice, actually a grammatical error," Xiao Zhizi pointed out earnestly. Bai Xiaowen and Huadai Lianyu glanced at the little language expert, at a loss for words. Pink Little Orange struck with her sword right away. Bai Xiaowen instantly entered battle mode, activating his big white rabbit's fury and extreme skills. In a flash, he seemed like a different person, launching a lightning-fast counterattack at Pink Little Orange. Little Zhizi stood by, eyes wide with amazement as she watched the fight. "I didn't know Brother Meow had such amazing skills." A glint of gold flashed in Huadai Lianyu's eyes as she quietly assessed the situation. "This cat is no ordinary player's actually developed his own status-type skills, just like I have." On the battlefield, swords flashed and skill effects exploded one after another. Seeing another fierce battle break out, little Zhizi grew anxious, hopping from foot to foot as she tugged on Huadai Lianyu's sleeve. "Sister Lianyu, hurry up and break them up." Her movements made the big white rabbit bounce along with her. "Wait a minute, Zhizi," Huadai Lianyu explained. "There's a misunderstanding here. Miao Legumi is the one who saved your little sister." Pink Little Orange paused, eyeing Bai Xiaowen suspiciously. But before she could say anything, Bai Xiaowen seized the opening and brought his sword down hard. A massive yellow critical damage number floated in the air. "Impressive defense," Bai Xiaowen remarked, raising an eyebrow. Pink Little Orange rolled away, clutching her head, then wiped her teary eyes and gripped her sword tightly again. "You shameless cat. How dare you ambush me? If I don't take you down today, they'll write my game ID backwards. Xing Xiaohong Fun. Prepare to meet your end." Hundreds of rounds flew by in an instant. The longer Bai Xiaowen fought, the more surprised he became. His opponent was much stronger than had expected. Pink Little Orange's fighting style wasn't exactly agile, but her moves were fierce and her PK skills were clearly honed through experience. She was obviously a highly active player. Compared to her, Bai Xiaowen and Huadai Lianual, players who hadn't played in a while, were a bit rusty in some areas. If their equipment were on par, Bai Xiaowen knew he'd have no chance of winning. Pink Little Orange was just as surprised. This seemingly goofy cat turned out to have incredible combat skills, with unpredictable attacks that were hard to defend against. Worse yet, she could barely land a hit on him herself. Realizing she couldn't win, she decided to play dirty. I'm done for, Lianyu, I can't beat him. Come help me gang up on him. So now you're just going to cheat when you're losing? Bai Xiaowen taunted. Guess cheating doesn't count if you admit it, huh? Huadai Lianyu watched as Pink Little Orange was pushed back by Bai Xiaowen, amazed by both their skills. She kept a close eye on the battlefield, ready to step in and help whoever got hurt. All right, you two, that's enough. When Huadai Lianyu heard Pink Little Orange's cry for help, she immediately rushed forward, determined to break up the two who were locked in a fierce fight. Her figure cut through the air, but she came to an abrupt halt halfway. Out of nowhere, a giant blood-red number appeared above Pink Little Orange's head, so glaring it made her heart skip a beat. With a dull thud, Pink Little Orange's peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief as she collapsed to the ground, as if her soul had been ripped away in an instant. Her fingers were still poised to activate her gear, her face frozen in confusion. She had clearly just triggered a high-level defense skill, so how had she been instantly killed by Bai Xiaowen? Bai Xiaowen stood nearby, grinning broadly and flashing his prominent front teeth, his eyes twinkling with pride. Luck's really on my side today, he thought, delighted. That rumormonger even activated her defense skill, so I thought there was no way I'd take her down. Who knew I'd land a massive critical hit? Serves her right. He gave Pink Little Orange's corpse a kick, then bent down to inspect the loot scattered on the ground. When he saw what had dropped, his grin grew even wider. Jackpot! There's some real treasure here. Red potions, wolf pelts, wolf fangs, one after another. Suddenly, an unusual item caught his eye. Whoa, what's this? Still warm, too. He picked up a piece of gear, and instantly, the system info popped up. Earth Wolf leather armor. Constitution 12 black iron attribute. Earth Wolf barrier. Activate a defensive shield, reducing all incoming damage by 20 points while active. Duration 15 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Mana cost 20. Level requirement 6. Item description: armor crafted from elemental wolf pelts, inheriting some of the elemental wolf skills. A rare piece of starter gear for beginners. Bai Xiaowen slipped the still warm armor on without hesitation. You know, this open world game really is user-friendly. Even the clothes are stretchy and fit perfectly, he said, satisfied, stroking his new gear. The moment he took off his big white rabbit battle armor, the flashlight effect from the set turned gray. Big brother, my sister wants me to ask, how much would it take for you to give her gear back? Little Orange peeked out from behind Hua Dai Lianyu, only half her small face visible, her voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes were fixed on Bai Xiaowen, who was still looking smug. Bai Xiaowen grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Tell your sister her armor fits me great, but it does smell a bit sweaty. Maybe she should shower more often. My sister says you're a good person. Can you please give her armor back? Little Orange pleaded softly. A good person? Bai Xiaowen raised an eyebrow, amused. Right now, she's probably cursing me for being shameless and despicable, isn't she? He shook his head, still smiling. Then he continued, Little Orange, you tell your sister. This gear is mine now. If she wants it back, I've got 3 words: no way. 4 words: not a chance. 5 words: forget about it. 6 words: there's no way at all. Big brother, there's no way at all is 5 words, Little Orange corrected him quietly. What do you know, kid? Bai Xiaowen waved her off. It's called humor. Ever heard of it? Little Orange mustered her courage, her voice still gentle. Big brother, I know you're actually a really good person. My sister just has a tough exterior, but a soft heart. She's always been like that. Except for fighting with me over figurines, dolls, comics, idol photos, occasionally stealing my pocket money, reading my diary, and bossing me around, she really doesn't have any flaws. So, next time you see each other, could you please not fight? Bai Xiaowen shot Little Orange a sidelong glance, feeling playful. Suddenly, he put on a fierce expression and glared at her, making the little girl shrink back behind Hua Dai Lianyu, only a strand of hair peeking out. Satisfied, Bai Xiaowen announced, Little Orange, you've got me all wrong this time. I'm definitely not a good guy. If you want to take back something that's ended up in my hands, you'd better be prepared to pay a hefty price. Bai Xiaowen crossed his arms, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After a pause, his gaze swept over Little Orange, and his tone softened slightly. But you seem like a decent kid. They'll cut you a deal on this gear, 50 silver coins, just for you. Standing nearby, Hua Dai Lianyu couldn't help but pull a strange face at these words. She did a quick calculation. 50 silver coins was about 700 yuan in real money. For a high school freshman like Little Orange, that was no small sum. But compared to the actual value of the equipment, the price was absurdly low. It almost sounded like a joke. Could this guy really have a thing for underage girls? Hua Dailian, you thought, alarm bells ringing in her head. Yikes, that's creepy. Little Orange pouted, her lips a soft pink, and carefully pulled a worn cloth pouch from her backpack. Inside were all her savingsa, few shimmering Liberty coins. Her eyes were full of reluctance as she spoke, her voice tinged with grievance. Mister, I just started playing this game with my older sister a few days ago. She told me to help her collect loot, and she gives me 1 copper coin for every little monster I pick up. I've only managed to save up 5 silver coins and 23 copper coins these past few days, but I'll give you everything I have. She looked up at him with sincere eyes. If it's not enough, just give me your bank account number, and I'll log off right now to transfer you the rest. Bai Xiaowen's mouth twitched at her words. He thought to himself, no wonder people call her Pink Little Orange. Her sister is really something else, tricking her own little sister into the game to work as child labor. That's just shameless. Only 1 copper coin per monster? If I hired someone to collect loot, I'd pay at least 3. At that moment, Bai Ze's voice rang out in Bai Xiaowen's mind through telepathy. Why don't you ever pay me? Bai Xiaowen frowned and shot back in his head. What's it got to do with you, stupid mutt? Are you missing any meals? Ever since you ate that weird herb, you've been eating enough for 5 people. I've lost so much money from all the meat I can't sell because of you. I should be charging you. If you keep whining, they'll cut off your food. Fine, 5 silver coins it is. Hey, race the gear, and now we're even. Bai Xiaowen casually took off the coyote hide armor and tossed it into Xiao Juzi's arms. Xiao Juzi caught the armor, her eyes lighting up with excitement as a goofy grin spread across her face. 5 silver coins in hand, she thought gleefully. If I resell this, that's 50 silver coins, 90% profit. The thought made her so happy that she almost burst out laughing, completely forgetting her usual sweet and delicate image. Seeing how delighted she was, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out and patted her head. You're just a little thing so cute. Xiao Juzi's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. All right, enough chit-chat. I'm off, Bai Xiaowen called out with a smile, then turned and skipped away. Hua Dailian watched Bai Xiaowen disappear into the distance and couldn't help but smile. He really is a lot like him, just a bit sillier. If the two of them met, it'd definitely be interesting. She felt a pang of nostalgia. She hadn't seen him in years and wondered how he was doing now. Softly, she murmured, I wonder if he'd be surprised to see how pretty I am now. Just then, a notification popped up. Ding. Player Xiao Juzi has sent you a friend request. Accept? Bai Xiaowen hit confirm, adding the adorable little girl to his friends list. His mood lifted even more as he set off on a new adventure. Hey, what's got you in such a good mood? Suddenly, Min Qiangshu's voice called from behind. Come on, share it with us so we can be happy too. Oh, nothing. I'm just feeling good, Bai Xiaowen replied with a grin. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes. Wait, didn't you two get chased off by Hua Dailian? Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang exchanged a look and smiled. We just found a spot to hide for a bit. Didn't really leave, Hua Shangshuang said with a smirk. It's not like we're afraid of that fierce woman, we just wanted to be polite to the ladies and kids, you know? Oh. Min Qianxue made a face, sticking out his tongue mischievously. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen spotted a monster up ahead, his expression turning serious. It was an elemental wolf water, level 6, with 16 defense and 1000 HP. It looked gentle and calm, usually feeding on grass and keeping to itself. Although it wouldn't attack unprovoked, no one dared underestimate it. Seeing the wolf, Bai Xiaowen started forming a plan. Skill description: 1. Water wolf power uses water element to heal itself, continuously regenerating health during battle. 2. Claw combo delivers 2 strikes, each dealing double the normal attack damage. He made a mental note of the skills, preparing for the fight. Hey, what's that white-eyed skill of yours? Hua Shangshuang asked, puzzled. It's nothing, just a regular insight skill, Bai Xiaowen replied casually, his gaze never leaving the elemental wolf. Come on, don't fool us. We all learned insight from the skill trainer. It's not like what you have. Hua Shangshuang and Min Qianxue exchanged a teasing glance. Skill trainer? Bai Xiaowen looked surprised. Aren't your skills self-created? Self-created skills? You mean your insight is self-created? Min Qianxue was stunned. Self-created skills, is that even possible? Bai Xiaowen seemed to realize something. I actually got mine by accident after having cataract surgery. I tried visiting the skill trainer south of the village, but their doors were always closed. I couldn't get in at all. Really? Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang finally understood. We used to learn and buy our skills from the skill trainer down south, Hua Shangshuang added. By skills? But when I went a few days ago, there was a closed for business sign. Bai Xiaowen frowned, confused. Yeah, the trainers are renovating right now, so their hours are unpredictable. You can basically ignore that sign even if someone's inside. They don't care about it, Min Qianxue explained. Oh, Bai Xiaowen finally understood. So that's how it is. By the way, can you teach us how to create our own skills? Hua Shangshuang looked at him eagerly, like a student hungry for knowledge. You guys don't make your own skills? Bai Xiaowen was taken aback. He had thought that was standard in an open-world game. Turns out it wasn't. Well, once I learn the system skills, it'll be even stronger, Bai Xiaowen muttered to himself, feeling even more excited. He gripped his sword tightly and charged straight at the elemental wolf without hesitation. Min Qinxue and Hua Shangshuang stood off to the side, watching Bai Xiaowen and his dog locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, Min Qinxue tapped on the team request in her hand, ready to invite Bai Xiaowen to join them for monster hunting. Over the past few days, they had noticed that not only Bai Xiaowen, but even the players who had been lying in wait to ambush him were generally low-level. Bai Xiaowen rejected the invitation without hesitation. Just as he was about to resume fighting, a fireball suddenly shot down from the sky and landed squarely on his backside. Startled by the heat, he jumped up and turned around, only to see smoke curling from the mouth of the elemental wolf. It was clearly the one who had just fired the fireball. Bai Xiaowen rolled his eyes. This elemental wolf really had a few tricks up its sleeve. 1. Power of the fire wolf. Harnesses fire element energy to attack, with a chance to inflict a burning debuff that causes continued health loss. 2. Claw combo. Delivers 2 strikes, each dealing double the normal attack damage. It was only now that Bai Xiaowen realized there were several different types of elemental wolves. The red-furred ones used fireball spells, the light blue ones could heal themselves, the pale green wolves cast slowing spells, the turquoise wind wolves unleashed wind blade attacks, and the yellow earth wolves could activate a barrier spell. At that moment, Min Qinxue and Hua Shangshuang observed how Bai Xiaowen had struggled to take down even a single wolf at first, but now handled 2 with ease. Their eyes shifted, as if they had suddenly understood something important. Seeing the confusion in their eyes, Bai Xiaowen chuckled softly, his tone carrying a hint of earnest advice. Reading thousands of books isn't as useful as walking 1,000 miles. The path lies beneath your feet, not just in your mind. True understanding comes from combining knowledge with action. The two of them instantly brightened, as if they had grasped some profound truth. Bai Xiaowen smiled even wider, thinking to himself, every long journey begins with a single step. Before he finished speaking, Min Qinxue and Hua Shangshuang began imitating Bai Xiaowen's dodging maneuvers, awkwardly trying to copy his moves in battle. However, things didn't go as smoothly as they'd hoped. Their dodges became clumsy and stiff, rather than more effective. Watching this, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but shake his head. You have to eat one bite at a time, or you'll choke. That's what's happening to you now. If you just imitate without understanding, you lose your agility. The two immediately realized their mistake. After making some adjustments, they started working together, coordinating their moves far more smoothly. Seeing this, Bai Xiaowen nodded slightly, quietly reflecting that everyone fights in their own way. For these two, their 112 approach, combining their strengths and complementing each other, was the key to unlocking their full potential. Bai Xiaowen had met countless top players in the game myth, but most were lone wolves. Duos like Hua Shangshuang and Min Qinxue weren't the most technically skilled, but their teamwork allowed them to unleash surprising power. Such synergistic partnerships were truly rare. At this moment, they had found their own path. As the pair grew more adept at handling battles, Bai Xiaowen noticed his own luck seemed to improve as well. Before noon, he managed to take down 2 monsters in a row and, to his surprise, both dropped level 6 whiteboard equipment. In her spare time, Bai Xiaowen would sneak over to her 2 wolf hunting teammates and use her gathering skill to quietly collect materials from the elemental wolves they'd killed, earning a tidy little profit on the side. However, her clever scheme didn't last long before Min Qinxue, always sharp-eyed, caught on. Min Qinxue and Hua Shangshuang had chosen the scavenger path. They rarely fought monsters unless the creatures were much lower in level, so they'd never bothered to learn gathering a life skill that cost both time and money. Even so, as seasoned scavengers, they had their own rules, and they stuck to them. So, Bai Xiaowen and this scavenger duo soon found themselves locked in an epic debate about materialism. The argument from Bai's side was blunt: the wolves are dead. You two can't gather from them, and if you leave them there, it's a total waste. Let me have them, I'll even toss a few perks your way. The other side fired back: I'll do what I like. I'd rather throw them to the dogs than give them to you. Bai countered: well, I do have a dog, why not just let me take them? That only made her opponent angrier. You rascal. The back and forth went on until Bai Xiaowen finally proposed a compromise. How about I take half the materials and give you guys a few tips now and then? In exchange, I get the rights to gather from the wolf corpses. After hours of grinding, all 3 players and the dog were starving, their hunger meters dipping low enough to start losing health. Bai Xiaowen smugly set up a campfire to roast some meat, while Min Qinxue and Hua Shangshuang did the same nearby. The aroma from Bai's fire was irresistible, and soon, the other two exchanged a glance, tiptoed over, and started grabbing the roasted wolf and lamb skewers stuck in the ground, munching away as they stole bites. Bai Xiaowen was so mad she nearly coughed up blood, grabbing her sword and preparing to throw down. In no time, the 2 separate campfires merged into one, with 3 people and a dog sitting in a circle. After a long meeting, they agreed to split the barbecue duties evenly. Bai Xiaowen would handle the roasting and provide her own ingredients, while Min Qinxue and Hua Shangshuang would supply food for themselves and the dog. But once they put the plan into action, the two quickly realized Bai Xiaowen had outsmarted them. The so-called cat god's pet dog had a bottomless stomach and ate faster than by herself. Min Qinxue and Hua Shangshuang were so frustrated they nearly flipped the table, and Bai Xiaowen had to take over feeding the dog again. Cat god Min Qinxue hesitated by the campfire. Mouth full of barbecue, Bai Xiaowen snapped. Don't talk to me, O2, never keep your word. Ignoring her, Min Qinxue continued. We asked around after we logged off, but no one's ever heard of that title. Bai Xiaowen thought to herself, if you actually managed to find out, I'd be shocked. The three exchanged glances for a long moment, while Bai Zhe the dog chewed on meat and watched them curiously, seemingly entertained by the whole scene. Eventually, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but speak up. Look, you've seen it for yourselves, me gaming skills are all talent. I've already taught you everything I can. The rest is just experience and game sense. That's not something you can teach. Instead of sitting here eating barbecue, why not go out and make some money? I know a few easy targets I can recommend. For example, Pink Orange the rumormonger overbearing war god. That guy's loaded. He wipes with diamond-studded toilet paper. Hua Shangshuang grinned. We've played scavenger roles in plenty of games. Even though you couldn't make money freely in those, we still saved up a decent stash. We can get by without robbing people. Looting is just the fastest way to get stronger. It's different now, Min Qianxue said calmly. Hua Shangshuang smiled again, clearly catching her meaning. Bai Xiaowen looked at them both, shrugged helplessly, and gave them a look that said, you've got me cornered. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, like sand slipping through your fingers, cherries turning red, plantains turning green, eyes darkening, and lips taking on a purple hue. In the space of 2 days, Bai Xiaowen and the scavenger duo managed to claw back some of the experience they'd missed in the first 5 days, leveling up to just over 6. Thanks to his dog companion and a double XP card, Bai Xiaowen's progress was even more impressive, reaching well past halfway to level 7. During this time, Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang's skills improved significantly, especially as they tried to mimic Bai Xiaowen's evasive maneuvers. Pushing themselves, they unexpectedly discovered a new combo technique, which gave their combat power a serious boost. Watching them, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He spent ages sparring with his dog, but their coordination was nowhere near as seamless as the partnership between Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang, who had been working together for years. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen's friends list lit up with a beep beep beep. He clicked on the flashing icon without thinking. Hey Miaoshan, are you there? Came a message from Lan Bingyu. I am boss. I was just about to message you, but you beat me to it, Bai Xiaowen replied with a grin. Miaoshan, how much good gear have you scored these last few days? Lan Bingyu followed up quickly. What are you doing, Miaoshan? WHYD you stopped grinding all of a sudden? Hua Shangshuang asked curiously, noticing Bai Xiaowen had paused. Bai Xiaowen shrugged. We're legit gold farmers, not like you guys always looking for shortcuts. I've spent 2 days farming materials, gear, and coins. If I don't sell soon, everything's going to lose value. You scavengers wouldn't understand. We get it, Min Qianxue replied coolly. Miaoshan, listen to you. Like you weren't a gold farmer yourself back in the day, Hua Shangshuang added with a friendly chuckle. Bai Xiaowen shot him a sidelong glance and waved dismissively. All right, what do you want this time? Spit it out. After spending the past 2 days together, Bai Xiaowen had gotten a clearer read on these two scavengers. Sure, they were always looking to make a quick buck, but at least they were decent people if they'd never cheat a friend. For Bai Xiaowen, that was enough. He thought to himself, as the Miaoshan saying goes, no one's perfect except the great Miaoshan. Everyone has flaws, but if you can see the good in a friend, they're worth keeping around unless they're truly awful, of course. Hua Shangshuang just grinned and got straight to the point. Miaoshan, how's your selling channel? I mean, with our connections, you know we've got something special going. We're working directly with Lan Bingyu, president of the Ice Blue Guild. Our prices are unbeatable. Bai Xiaowen puffed out his chest and put on a confident front. Heh, we've been busy since you logged off. Scored a batch of gear and coins, you know what I mean? Even Min Qianxue, usually so reserved, cracked a rare smile and rubbed his hands together. Yeah, we get it. Bai Xiaowen couldn't be bothered to drag things out and simply raised a finger. 19 split, you get 1, I get 9. Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang stared at Bai Xiaowen, their eyes wide with disbelief. The usually friendly cat god was actually proposing a 9,010 split in his own favor. Wasn't this just daylight robbery? Bai Xiaowen paused, looking at the 4 cowbells on the table, their surfaces gleaming softly. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh in frustration. I've really lost my mind. I've been grinding levels for so long, my brain's fried. What I meant was you guys take 90%, they'll just take 10% as a broker's fee. That's fair, right? At this, the two visibly relaxed, smiles returning to their faces. So it was just a misunderstanding. The cat god might be stingy, but he wasn't unreasonable. Seeing their relief, Bai Xiaowen immediately threw his arms around their shoulders, speaking earnestly. The game's been open for a while now. Big spenders already have their steady sources for gear. The auction house is mostly casual players trading with each other. Unless you've got some top-tier items, prices aren't going to be great. Just then, a message from Lan Bingyu popped up. Cat God, are you still there? Hua Shangshuang jumped in before anyone else could respond. We have 23 pieces of basic gear and 20 gold coins. We want to cash it all out in RMB. Holy crap, Bai Xiaowen exclaimed. Did you guys just rob the village's weapon shop? That's worth 70 or 80,000 yuan at least. He quickly shifted gears, grinning. By the way, does your scavenger squad need another member? I'm great at splitting loot, and I can keep watch while you fight. Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang both covered their faces in exasperation. This cat god really could switch personalities in a heartbeat. Just then, another message from Lan Bingyu arrived. Still waiting for the update. They'll be there in 5 minutes. Without another word, Hua Shangshuang and Min Qianxue tossed the gold and gear on the ground and made a run for it. Bai Xiaowen called after them, puzzled. Why are you running? Hua Shangshuang flashed his trademark wide grin. We're scavengers, you know how it is. Only then did Bai Xiaowen realize the truth. These two had made plenty of enemies in the village, picking fights with every top player on the forums. Had never met such brazen scavengers before. Hey, Bai Xiaowen shouted after them. You're just going to leave like that? Aren't you afraid you'll run off with your stuff? You can't even beat me right now. They replied in unison. You're not that kind of person. Bai Xiaowen felt a warmth in his chest as he crouched down to collect the loot, but a sly smile crept onto his lips. You're giving me too much credit. I totally am that kind of person. Frost on the roof and Snow at the door exchanged a knowing smile before swiftly slipping into the nearby grove to hide. Cat God, Lan Bingyu reported to Bai Xiaowen as she counted their loot. We just picked up 27 common gear items and 20 gold coins. I've already converted everything to cash and sent it over to you. The gold value of these 4 extra items is included, too. She paused, hinting at something more. You've kept such detailed records this time, looks like you're not working solo, are you? Bai Xiaowen smiled. You saw right through me. It's tough to get by as a solo player, so I'm just making a few connections and earning a little commission on the side. He sighed, didn't expect the silver coins to lose a third of their value in just a few days. He walked over to Baozi, the group's resident joker, and draped an arm around his shoulders. Sensing an opportunity, Lan Bingyu quickly made her pitch. Cat God, want to join our guild? All the gear and gold you earn will be yours, and you'll get an extra salary starting at 5 figures, guaranteed. That's not easy money. Bai Xiaowen shook his head. Joining a guild means giving up freedom. Gold is nice, girls are great, but I'd give them all up for my freedom. Lan Bingyu didn't mind his response and shifted to analyzing the in-game economy. It's normal for freedom coins to fluctuate. Statistically, this game's currency is devaluing pretty slowly. It might drop a bit more over the next few months, but as gold farming becomes more efficient, it shouldn't be a big issue. Plus, the developers have promised that once things stabilize, players will be able to exchange coins for real currency. When that happens, freedom coins and Huaxia yuan should be roughly equal in value. Bai Xiaowen looked a bit lost and hesitated before asking, did you study finance? Yeah, Lan Bingyu nodded. Family's arrangement. Honestly, I prefer gaming and team extreme sports. Team extreme sports? Ha ha ha. Bai Xiaowen gave her a suggestive grin. Cat God, don't read too much into it. I get it. You really don't have to explain. I don't think you get it. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen perked up. Big shot Lan, let me guess your backstory. You must be the rebellious heir who ran away from home to make it big in the gaming world. And if you lose, you have to go back and inherit your family's trillion yuan fortune, right? And Baozi and the others are all rich kids you recruited? You're the only spoiled rich kid here. Baozi retorted in disgust. With that sheltered attitude, you must have read too many cheesy web novels. A trillion yuan fortune? Do you even know how much that is? Bai Xiaowen wouldn't let it go. Come on, with how annoying Baozi is, there's no way he'd have survived this long without some kind of background. Lan Bingyu quickly stopped Baozi, who was about to brandish his kitchen knife, and laughed. Don't exaggerate. Our family company's only just broken the 10 billion mark. It's a bit embarrassing, to be honest, the eldest sighed, frowning slightly. When the group first started, we didn't have a clue about running a business, and the ownership structure was a complete mess. After we went public, new capital was injected, which diluted the shares even further. So, even though it's technically a family business, it's really lost any sense of cohesion. As for me, I'm just an ordinary company employee sent to take charge of the free-to-play games division. Is there a difference? He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Of course there is. Even if you moved your family's billions over here, my tiny rented apartment wouldn't be able to hold it all. Bai Xiaowen widened his eyes at that and shook his head in protest. Now you're just talking nonsense. The company's market value is in the billions, but that's not personal wealth. And didn't you just say the place is a mess now? Plus, you only just started in free-to-play games, and the board only gave you $500,000 as seed money. Those board members have no idea how fierce the competition is here, or how high the expenses can get. We've already spent several times more than planned on someone, when we could have gotten the same equipment for 10-20 less elsewhere. Baozi jumped in angrily. Now the boss is even dipping into his own pocket to pay the staff. Forget it. There's no point explaining all this to a blockhead like you. Bai Xiaowen darted forward, striking a playful 7-day love lock pose. With a grin, he teased, Baozi, you're getting more mischievous by the day? After the deal was done, Lan Bingyu didn't leave right away as usual. Instead, she kept finding reasons to chat with Bai Xiaowen. Sensing something was off, Bai Xiaowen cut to the chase when Lan Bingyu ran out of small talk. Lan Bingyu, you've always been straightforward. If there's something on your mind, just say it. Don't worry about us, someone chimed in. Go on, we're listening. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lan Bingyu explained a bit awkwardly. Hey, race the thing. Yesterday, our guild discovered an area called the Transcend domain while exploring. There, we got a team quest from a mysterious NPC recover a necklace that belonged to his late wife. The quest requires us to go deep into the Transcend domain, and only players level 6 and above can participate. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up, and the rabbit folk map immediately popped into his mind. Lan Bingyu continued, according to the NPC, the necklace is most likely held by a high-level elite or boss monster. The rewards are pretty generous, probably a lot of high-level gear or items of similar value. Cat God, I wanted to invite you to join us for this quest. With your guild strength, you can't handle elite or boss-level trance. Bai Xiaowen released Baozi and stroked his chin thoughtfully. You are one of the 3 major factions in Novice Village 9527. I wouldn't expect you to have trouble with that. Seeing Lan Bingyu hesitate, Baozi explained directly, we're not the only guild pushing into that area. Ba Dao Tianxia and Gale Guild are there too. This is a unique quest. Whoever completes it first gets the reward. We've already made a deal with Gale Guild to team up. Each side will send an elite squad, and we'll split the rewards based on contribution. According to our intel, the Badao Tianxia Guild has recently spent a lot of money to recruit a group of high-level solo experts, which has further strengthened their position. Now, even though our 2 guilds are joining forces, facing this kind of challenge, it's not certain we'll have the upper hand. At worst, all we can do is slow down their quest progress and temporarily stop them from becoming even stronger. Honestly, what the boss just said was basically asking if you're willing to help out. If you're in, great. If not, just let us know straight up. When Bai Xiaowen heard this, he smirked and looked up with a hint of disdain. TSK, TSK, TSK. Competing with the biggest guild in Novice Village 9527 for progress? That sounds like a real challenge. He shook his head, a trace of mockery in his tone. I knew it's spending money like water most of the time, but when it really matters, you can't even find a shadow of them. Baozi turned away angrily, his face full of disappointment. He couldn't help but complain like a kid. Seriously, Miaoshan doesn't care about anything. When it counts, they run faster than anyone else. Baozi, let it go, Bai Xiaowen said, patting his shoulder before turning to Lan Bingyu. This kind of quest is always complicated and drawn out. It's understandable if Miaoshan doesn't want to get involved. If that's the case, forget it. He'll go ask someone else. Lan Bingyu listened quietly to Bai Xiaowen's words, trying hard to hide her disappointment and forcing a weak smile. She opened her friend's list and looked around, but she was out of ideas. Novice Village 9527 was big enough for thousands, but finding a few trustworthy people among them was easier said than done. In the end, she sighed helplessly. Hey, Big Leg Lan, I was just messing with you. Don't mind my lousy attempt at a smile. Seeing her expression, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't worry, Miaoshan. There's no rush. We'll take our time with the quest. Since you agreed to help, you'll need some prep anyway. Lan Bingyi's face relaxed a little, though she hesitated. You know, this might be the most important operation since the Ice Blue Guild was founded. It's a huge investment. Even though our rewards can't compare to what Jifeng or Badao Tianxiao offer, we'll let you have first pick of whatever we have. Hey, don't be so formal, Bai Xiaowen laughed, ruffling Baozi's hair. The reward's not important. What matters is the guild's growth. We're friends something this small. Even if you pay me in installments, it's fine. Baozi clenched his fists, clearly holding back his frustration. He'll just have to suck it up. Despite his words, his childlike disappointment was obvious. Oh, by the way, Lan Bingyu, do you still have open slots on your team? Bai Xiaowen smiled, his eyes sharp. If so, how about I bring along a couple of friends to help out? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere shifted. Baozi and Lan Bingyu exchanged glances in silence. Who are these people you've brought? Tell me their names so I can see for myself. If they're just here to mess around, I don't care if the boss vouches for them, I'm still not on board. As soon as Baozi heard Bai Xiaowen, he tossed his head back, couldn't resist chiming in with a cocky air. Hey, little bun, the grown-ups are talking here. Why do you keep butting in, you brat? Do you even have your homework done yet? Bai Xiaowen turned, eyeing the still baby-faced Baozi. Before he finished speaking, he reached out and gave him a smart tap on the back of the head, quick and matter-of-fact, like an elder scolding a kid. Stay out of it. I swear, I'm gonna chop you to pieces. Baozi's eyes went wide with rage, and he whipped out a watermelon knife from his jacket, making the whole scene tense, but almost comical. Lan Bingyu, however, didn't even bat an eye. He threw an arm around Baozi's shoulders, grinning as he tried to smooth things over. If Miao Shun vouches for someone, we trust them. See, Baozi? You should learn a thing or two from your boss. Don't always think about waving knives around. I'm an honest, reliable guy. There's no way I'd bring anyone shady to mess with you all. He even managed to sneak in a bit of self-praise without missing a beat, then added more seriously, those two, some of you probably know them. I promise, they're just as good as anyone here. If they teamed up, even I'd have to watch my back. Bai Xiaowen nodded, satisfied, then went on to heap praise on the two, not missing the chance to brag about himself in the process. So what are their names? Maybe I've heard of them. Lon Bingius' eyes lit up, unable to hide his excitement. After all, who wouldn't want more skilled teammates? Hey, deal's done. You two can come out now, Bai Xiaowen called out with a grin, waving toward the nearby bushes. In the grove, two shadows paused, exchanged a glance, hesitated briefly, then decided to listen to Miao Shun. Hey everyone, good afternoon. Hua Shangshuang came bounding out of the bushes, waving and grinning like he was on a red carpet. Hey, Min Qianxue replied, short and to the point, as always. What the hell, it's you two again. Baozi's face instantly flushed red with anger. No wonder that axe looked familiar. I thought it just looked like mine, but it actually was mine. He got more worked up as he spoke, practically jumping in place. You guys really have some nerve. Stealing our stuff, fixing it up, and then selling it back to us? That takes guts. Damn it. Last time you ambushed me while I was having barbecue, you blew up the black iron bracers ID just bought in the trading house. Today, I'm not letting you off easy. Before Head even finished, Baozi stormed forward, roaring as he flipped the table. Guys, let's take these two bastards down. The mood exploded. Half of Lon Bingius' elite crew jumped up in sync, drawing knives, swinging clubs, and hefting axes. The scene turned chaotic, like a pot of boiling water. Hua Shangshuang and Min Qianxue saw things going south and immediately ducked behind Miao Shun, heads down like two scolded kittens, hands inching toward their pockets, ready to bolt at any second. They weren't afraid of onions, but with things spiraling out of control, a wild brawl could take down even a seasoned scavenger. Lan Bingyu grabbed Baozi, bewildered, and asked in a low voice, Baozi, who are they exactly? You all seem to know them, but I've never seen their names on the forums. They're scavengers from our village, Baozi replied through gritted teeth, his tone full of resentment. You've played MMOs before, right? You know the type, always sneaking around, ambushing, robbing people. They usually target the well-equipped experts in the village, killing and looting. That's why they're not well known among regular players. For people like us, who have a bit of a reputation and some skills, getting killed by those two wouldn't exactly be something to brag about. Naturally, we wouldn't go around making a scene about it or exposing them online. As Baozi spoke, he kept a close eye on Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang. His watermelon knife traced a dangerous arc through the air, clearly itching for action. His posture made it obvious. The moment Lan Bingyu let go, he'd be the first to rush in and beat up those two little scavengers cowering behind Bai Xiaowen. We've been on the straight and narrow for years now. We don't do that kind of thing anymore. Hua Shangshuang stammered, his voice trembling. We're with him now. If you've got a problem, take it up with him. Min Qianxue quickly pointed at Bai Xiaowen, trying to shift the blame. When did you two go straight? Bai Xiaowen turned around with a laugh, only to see the two of them pointing their fingers right at his head. The sight nearly made him explode. He cursed silently. What the hell does this have to do with me? Lan Bingyu, overwhelmed by the chaos in front of him, hurried over to calm things down. All right, everyone, let's not argue. Since these two brothers say they've changed their ways, let's just let bygones be bygones. As for any losses, you can report them to the guild's finance office later. They'll put it on my tab for now, and I'll make sure to pay everyone back when I can. Miao Shun is a good friend of our Ice Blue Guild, and his friends are our friends too. If a friend makes a small mistake, it's nothing we can't forgive. Boss Lon, you're awesome. Boss Lon, you're the best. Boss Lon, you're amazing. Boss Lon, you've got the biggest tail. Hua Shangshuang immediately started sucking up, then rolled his eyes and added, by the way, Boss Lon, are you still taking on followers? Preferably a paid position. How about the three of us? Min Qianxue chimed in, full of anticipation. Get lost. Whatever you two are up to, don't drag me into it. Bai Xiaowen shot back, making it clear he wanted no part of their schemes. Once everything was settled, everyone said their goodbyes. Bai Xiaowen, under the hopeful gazes of his two companions, asked for their shared account and exchanged the equipment Head just acquired for gold coins, which he then converted to cash and transferred to them to settle their debts. Back in the village, the first thing Bai Xiaowen did was sell off all his materials and items at the local shop for money. The second thing, under Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang's guidance, was to head straight to the village's skill trainers to learn new abilities. The three of them knocked on the skill trainer's door for ages, but it seemed like all the trainers inside had suddenly gone deaf. They didn't respond at all. Not one to give up, Bai Xiaowen simply squatted by the door and settled in for a long wait. They ended up waiting at the trainer's place for a full 4 hours before finally running into a drunken, bald skill trainer who staggered out with a money pouch, about to buy groceries and continue celebrating the reopening of the trainer's hall after years of closure. Seizing the moment, Bai Xiaowen shouted, whatever, let's just go in, and barged inside. He almost crashed straight into the arms of a sultry female trainer who was just about to close the door. Startled, she hugged her impressive chest and, in a panic, unleashed a blast of holy light that nearly roasted Bai Xiaowen on the spot. After some shameless bargaining, Bai Xiaowen managed to get all the trainer's skills at a 20 discount under the watchful eyes of a group of tipsy instructors. Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang, who had started off mocking Miao Shen for trying to haggle with NPCs, were left in shock when the deal was done. They realized he really was a genius after all. Bai Xiaowen sold off all the equipment, items, and materials he had accumulated over the past few days, exchanging them for tens of thousands of Huaxia coins, which he then spent in a shopping spree. As he admired the shiny new skills head just acquired, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Spending money really was a great feeling. When others questioned his seemingly reckless purchase of skills, Bai Xiaowen just brushed it off. It's just a game. Having more skills never hurts. The more skills you have, the more combos you can pull off, and the more unpredictable your fights become. Some people say having too many skills is hard to manage. That's not a problem for me at all. Taking stock of his active skills, apart from Junlin, which had severe side effects, Bei's blessing, which also came with significant after effects, and Byakugan, which was a purely supportive skill with no drawbacks, the only ones really suited for combat were Rabbit Sweep, Big White Rabbit's Wrath, and Extreme. These were more than enough for dealing with minor enemies, but when facing experts, such a limited skill set would be a real handicap. That's why expanding his skill tree had become his top priority. Now that he had the chance to learn more class skills, he wasn't going to let it slip by. After the shopping frenzy, the group of skill tutors waved their arms and promptly kicked Bai Xiaowen and his two companions out of the shop, locking the doors behind them to continue their grand opening celebration. Watching this, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but give a wry smile. Is there a single normal NPC in Novice Village 9527 besides Xiaoyu and Huang Yaoshe? The three exchanged phone numbers, agreed on a meeting time and place for the next day, and then went their separate ways to take care of their remaining business. As soon as he took off his helmet, Bai Xiaowen's phone started ringing. The caller ID was a number he didn't recognize, but the ringtone blared. "Grandpa, your grandson is calling you." "Hello? Xiaobai, what are you up to? Who is this?" "It's May or Dad." Bai Xiaowen's temper flared instantly. He unleashed a tirade of angry words before hanging up. But the phone rang again, stubbornly repeating, "Grandpa, your grandson is calling you." Annoyed by the persistent ringing, Bai Xiaowen reluctantly picked up the phone once more. "Who the hell are you? Speak up," Bai Xiaowen demanded sharply. "I'm your dad, Chu Zhongtian." The other replied with confidence. Bai Xiaowen snorted. "You? Chu Zhongtian? Please. If you're Chu Zhongtian, then I'm Lin Danda. With that lisp, and the way you talk, like you lost your two front teeth, you really think you can fool me? You little punk, have you forgotten what 7 wolves tastes like?" Bai Xiaowen rolled his eyes, then lowered his voice a notch, testing. "The king covers the earth, the tiger rules the land. Bai Xiaowen. The pagoda subdues the river demon. Chu Zhongtian. Chicken stew with mushrooms. The mushrooms are 2 meters tall. Odd changes stay odd, even changes stay even. Check the sign for the quadrant. 3832414122 strength to move mountains, spirit that covers the world. When luck runs out, elegance never fades. Sigma Sigma, Old Chu. Sigma Sigma, Xiaowen." Once they confirmed each other's identity, Bai Xiaowen let out a sigh of relief. "All right, enough with the greetings. I'm hanging up now, Old Chu." "Hang up, my ass." Chu Zhongtian shot back immediately. "Old Chu, did you just curse at my grandpa? You're done for. You'll need at least $100 to settle this. You little punk, cut the crap. I have something serious to talk to you about." Chu Zhongtian's tone turned serious. Bai Xiaowen grinned. "I'm your own son, just say what you need. If we can handle it, we will. If not, then so be it. Do you know your sister's college is on break? Her maglev train arrives at noon the day after tomorrow. I need you to pick her up for me. You two haven't seen each other in ages. You're siblings, you can't keep fighting forever." Bai Xiaowen thought to himself. "We're like this because of you and Mom," but he just said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. When you two meet, talk nicely. Don't start fighting like before. She always starts it, not me. Relax, I've got this. What did you say? Nice weather today, huh? You little brat." A brief silence fell. Then Bai Xiaowen suddenly asked, "If I'm picking up Xiaoxi, what are you doing?" "I'm traveling right now. Won't be back for a while." "Traveling? You? Are you out there chasing after some vixen?" "You little punk." "Old Chu, I've been busy lately. If you don't tell me the truth, I'm hanging up." Another silence. "I'm in the district hospital right now. Can't make it," Chu Zhongtian finally admitted. "What happened? Is it serious?" There was a hint of concern in Bai Xiaowen's voice. "I'm not dying yet," Chu Zhongtian replied with a bitter laugh, then hung up. "Hey, hello? That little brat actually hung up on me." Bai Xiaowen yelled at the disconnected phone. 50 minutes later, Bai Xiaowen appeared in room 807 of the inpatient ward at S District Hospital. He looked at his dad leg in a cast, head wrapped in bandages, missing 2 front teeth, and struggled to keep a straight face. "So, Comrade Old Chu, what's with this hilarious look? Don't tell me you got into a fight over some pretty girl?" Didn't she at least bring you some bone broth? How did you find me? Chu Zhongtian eyed his son suspiciously. Bai Xiaowen flicked the cast on his dad's leg and grinned. It's not that hard to find someone in a hospital if you know what you're doing. 3 nights ago, I was reading on the toilet for too long. When I stood up, my leg went numb and I fell. It's nothing serious. But my brand new phone fell into the toilet. These fancy gadgets nowadays so expensive, but can't survive a drop. Back in my day, our brick phones could crack walnuts every day and never break, Chu Zhongtian explained. Bai Xiaowen shook his head helplessly. Looking at his dad's stubborn expression, he knew that if it weren't for his sister coming home for the holidays, his dad probably wouldn't have told him anything. He glanced at the banana in his hand, then at his father, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What are you grinning about, you little brat? Chu Zhongtian glared at him. Chu Zhongtian felt a sudden pang of anxiety when he saw his son's mischievous grin. Given his current condition, he really couldn't handle any more trouble. Be good, Dad. They'll call someone to keep you company right away. With a smile, Bai Xiaowen patted Chu Zongshan's head, took out his phone, and dialed a mysterious number with practiced ease. Annoyed, Chu Zhongtian slapped Bai Xiaowen's hand away. You little rascal. Show some respect. After 2 rings, the call connected. Bai Xiaowen's expression changed instantly, and he choked up as he spoke. Mom, something terrible happened, sob sob. In the living room, Bai Shireen was playing Fruit Ninja on her tablet. Without even looking up, she snapped. What's with all the wailing in broad daylight? Did your dad die or something? Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but silently marvel at her words. Mom, Dad got drunk last night and drove into a ditch. He just got out of surgery, and he's barely hanging on. Bai Xiaowen jumped out of Chu Zongshan's reach, tears streaming down his face, snot and all. He says he wants to see you one last time and apologize. He's in room 807 at the district hospital. Hurry. There was a loud crash as Bai Xian's tablet hit the floor, her voice turning urgent. Are you serious? This isn't something to joke about. Hello? Hello? This brat actually dared to hang up on his own mother. Bai Shireen immediately called back, but all she heard was the automated message. Sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off. Sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off. The other patients in the ward, having overheard Bai Xiaowen's call, were stunned. They all gave him a thumbs up. That kid is truly devoted. Why did you call that woman? Chu Zhongtian asked grumpily as he watched Bai Xiaowen hang up. You two have been apart for years, and neither of you has moved on. Anyone can see what's going on. Bai Xiaowen smiled as he picked up a fruit knife and began peeling apples with practiced skill. After finishing, he cut the fruit into neat pieces and arranged them carefully in a lunchbox, then started on the next apple. After filling 2 large boxes, Bai Xiaowen thoughtfully stuck a toothpick into the fruit and said, Comrade Chu, these 2 boxes should keep you going for a while. I'm off. With that, he skipped out of the ward. A few seconds later, Bai Xiaowen's head popped back in through the doorway. Make the most of this chance. Good luck. I'm rooting for you. Then he skipped away for real. Kids born after 2010, honestly, they're all over the place, sighed a fellow patient born in the 2000s. Yeah, the ones from the 2000s and 2010s, what can you do? A patient from the 1990s chimed in. Honestly, the 90s, aughts, and 10s generations added someone born in the 1980s. Kids these days, muttered an elderly man, his hands shaking. The next morning, on the outskirts of the Trant territory near Newbie village 9527, 2 massive guilds, Gale and Ice Blue, had gathered, each with several hundred members. At the front of both guilds stood over 20 players, all at least level 6, most even at the daunting level 7, making them the top fighters in the village. Yet, they all looked impatient and far from happy. For such an important raid, 3 people had gone missing, leaving hundreds of players waiting on just them. Jifeng Shaodai, the leader of the Gale Guild, stood at the front of the group, his brow furrowed as he looked at the restless team behind him, already grumbling before they'd even set out. He turned to Lan Bingyu, the leader of the Ice Blue Guild beside him, and lowered his voice. President Lan, we can't just keep waiting like this. Badeo Tianxia's people have already started advancing from the other side of the Trant territory. How about we move out first? Just send those 3 the coordinates. Lan Bingyu hesitated, clearly conflicted. He knew all too well that if they didn't wait for the unpredictable mileage she might just take her people and leave. The Ice Blue Guild already had few top players. Losing those 3 would not only weaken their fighting strength, but also put them at a disadvantage when it came to splitting the loot. This alliance between the Ice Blue and Gale guilds was reminiscent of the alliance between Shu and Wu during the Battle of Red Cliffs, peaceful on the surface, but with hidden agendas beneath. Lan Bingyu didn't want to see Badeo Tianxia gain too much power, but he was equally wary of letting the Gale guild take advantage of the situation. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. Just then, a familiar voice called out from the back of the crowd. A hand landed on Lan Bingyi's shoulder, followed by an awkward explanation. Sorry, the 3 of us stayed up late last night and overslept. Min Xianxue and Hua Shangshuang, hearing this, couldn't help but complain inwardly. We were late because we were waiting for you, but you've managed to shift the blame so smoothly that even a 5-star chef would be impressed. All right, let's get going. Lon Bingius' expression shifted from worried to relieved as he gave the order to the main team. Everyone turned to look. As soon as Bai Xiaowen and his companions appeared, nearly half the group immediately drew their weapons. Among them, Pink Orange, one of the 5 external experts hired by the Gale Guild, fixed her gaze on Bai Xiaowen, rather than the 2 well-known scavengers famous for ambushes. The hundreds of ordinary members from both guilds broke into heated discussion. While everyone knew the village's resident comedian, mythology, most were unfamiliar with the scavenger duo Min Qianxue and Hua Sheng Shuanghuo, specialized in ambushing top players. No one could quite understand why the appearance of these 3 had stirred such a strong reaction among the elite players. Fortunately, both guild leaders had already briefed their members, and with a combination of authority and financial incentives, managed to keep tempers in check for the time being. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Xiaowen quietly activated his Byakugan, surveying the crowd. Judging from the composition of the elite raiding party, it was clear that the Ice Blue Guild's finances were stretched thin. Other than the 3 of them, they hadn't been able to hire any outside help at all. In fact, the only level 7 experts present were Lan Bingyu himself and a few members of his second-generation rich kid leveling squad. The lineup of Gale Guild was much more complicated than that of Ice Blue. In addition to their own elite players, they had specially invited 2 internet-famous streamers who were well-known even outside the gaming community, Pink Orange and Hua Dai Lianyu, as well as 3 well-regarded solo experts from the village. That hammer-wielding drunk moon is all about hard power. He's great at heating fights and focuses on strength and constitution, but his agility is lacking, Hua Shang Shuang whispered into Bai Xiaowen's ear. Min Qianxue added, that assassin, Snail Rave Rider, has a playstyle similar to yours, Cat God, always on the move. But since they prioritize agility with a bit of strength, their defense and HP are on the low side. As for Crooked Mouth Dragon King, he's a master with the spear and a pain to deal with at mid-range, but he's not much threat up close or at a distance. Bai Xiaowen just shot them a sideways glance as they rattled off their insights, saying nothing. Introduced by the 2 guild leaders, the 30 members of the raid team got to know each other and showed off their levels as a display of strength. Aside from Pink Orange, who had previously been taken out by Bai Xiaowen, all the external experts Gale Guild had brought in were already level 7. Unsurprisingly, Bai Xiaowen and his 2 companions, who were just over level 6, immediately became targets of disdain, especially from the 3 soloists, who looked down their noses at them. Seeing this, Gale Guild's leader, Gale Xiao Dai, was secretly delighted. Judging by the current strength of Blue Rain's team, he could definitely demand an extra 20 of the loot once the mission was over. Bai Xiaowen, however, just curled his lips at the other's contempt. He knew that stats and levels weren't the key. What really mattered was the cap on equipment and skills. Even if he was behind in level, he was second to none in terms of gear and abilities. Hundreds of players set out in a mighty raid formation. Besides the expert ringers, both guilds had assigned regular members to scout ahead and boost the team's efficiency. These veteran players knew the game inside and out, coming up with all sorts of tactical workarounds within the rules. As the team marched on, Pink Orange suddenly sneaked up behind Bai Xiaowen, who was chatting with Hua Shang Shuang and Min Qianxue. With a quick leap, she locked him in a 7-day ironclad hug and hissed in his ear, "Damn cat, we meet again. You're lucky Gale Xiao Dai is here today, otherwise I'd tear you apart. I'm dying, I can't breathe. You 2 idiots, stop gawking and pull her off me." Bai Xiaowen rolled his eyes, pleading for help. Hua Shang Shuang glanced at Hua Dai Lianyu, who had somehow appeared between them, and grinned. "Sorry, Cat God, I'd help if I could, but my hands are tied." Min Qianxue chimed in as well. The elite team members nearby watched Pink Orange hanging onto Bai Xiaowen's back with envy in their eyes. They started whispering among themselves. Didn't they say Pink Orange and Cat God couldn't stand each other? Come on, fighting means flirting, you just don't get it. My goddess, my heart can't take this. Women love a bad boy. I need to learn how to flirt like that. With your looks? You just get arrested. Seriously, flaunting their relationship in front of hundreds way too much. That's some sweet PDA. I want to be carried like that too. Girl, you can use my shoulders. Try anything funny with me and I'll suplex you on the spot. Original author's note. People keep saying no one reads traditional online game stories anymore. I don't believe it. I want to prove myself. Turns out, I was wrong. No one really reads them. I was hanging in there, but then the pandemic hit and my shop went under. Still, the support from readers here warmed my heart, so I decided to finish this book, no matter how it does. If you like it, please help spread the word. The pandemic closed my shop, and I'm in debt. Every extra reader and every cent earned helps me pay the bank interest. Bai Xiaowen was being squeezed so tightly by Pink Little Orange that his eyes rolled back, a mixture of pain and pleasure etched across his face. Struggling to speak, he pleaded, "Most people would at least give you a break every now and then. Could you loosen your grip so I can catch my breath?" His voice was tinged with helplessness. Hearing this, Pink Little Orange's cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Embarrassed, she only tightened her hold, making the health points above Bai Xiaowen's head drop even faster, almost outpacing his regeneration. What do you mean by give you a break? Hua Dai Lianyu asked curiously, glancing at Min Qian Shui. Hua Shuang forced an awkward smile. Min Qian Shui answered calmly, it means you squeeze for 9 seconds, then let go for 1. That way, you don't go overboard and it lasts longer. Something like that. Hua Shuang secretly gave Min Qian Shui a thumbs up, thinking he was impressively quick-witted. Min Qian Shui grinned and flashed a peace sign in response. Little Orange, just use that give and take technique on the cat. Hua Dai Lian, you joked to ease the tension. If you actually choke him out, it'll be hard to explain after all. He's sort of our ally right now. What are you talking about? Pink Little Orange stammered, face burning. She quickly let go of Bai Xiaowen and leapt toward Hua Dai Lianyu, playfully clinging to her instead. The group pressed on, encountering only a few scattered tree spirits along the way. With just a dozen or so at a time, they posed no real threat. Hundreds of rank 4 to 6 guild members swarmed them, wiping out the weak monsters in seconds. The solo mercenaries hired by the guild barely had to lift a finger, simply following behind to soak up experience points. Thanks to the apology gold shed received from Hua Shuang, Hua Dai Lianyu was in a good mood and chatted with the others about scavenger rumors. Bai Xiaowen and Pink Little Orange occasionally chimed in, but there was a strange tension between them whenever one spoke, the other fell silent, as if they were playing a game of hide and seek with their words. The other 3 solo players kept their distance, walking at the very back with an air of superiority, barely responding to anyone. The seasoned gamers didn't mind, but the regular guild members up front grumbled about these so-called pros who did nothing but tag along. Guild leaders Lan Bingyu and Jifeng Xiao Dai were bombarded with private messages filled with complaints about the freeloading mercenaries, leaving them feeling overwhelmed. About half an hour later, the situation suddenly changed. A thunderous roar split the air, and the elite players at the front were swept away by a powerful area attack. Immediately after, hundreds of vines burst from the ground, entangling the fallen players and dealing continuous damage. From deep within the forest, a tree spirit boss over twice the height of a person emerged, flanked by a dozen ordinary tree spirits. With just a single combo attack, the low-level players at the front were wiped out like paper, dozens instantly killed and turned into white light, sent back to the respawn point. Treant Guard Captain. Level 8. HP, 4000. Monster Overview. The captain of the Treant Guards, a mid to high tier combatant among the Treant clan. Skilled in wood element magic and summoning spells. Approach with caution. Skills. 1. Obstacle Sweep. Knocks back all enemies in front and deals area damage equal to twice its attack power. Cooldown, 5 minutes. 2. Vine Entangle. Unleashes wood element magic, spawning vines over a wide area to slow and bind enemies, dealing continuous magic damage equal to 5 of its max HP per second. Cooldown, 10 minutes. 3. Summon Sprites. Summons 4 regular trans every 30 seconds to assist in battle. After secretly activating his Byakugan, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but frown. A wild monster with such powerful stats is just a regular guard captain, not even an elite level boss. Everyone, focus on holding off the regular trance. Support the elite raid team in taking down the Treant boss. Lan Bingyu called out calmly as she charged forward, her weapon flashing with a cold gleam. With a single swing, she sliced through the thick vines binding her teammates. Seeing this, the others quickly followed her example, freeing their trapped companions. Meanwhile, Gale Xiaodai, watching Lan Bingyu command the team, ran straight toward Bai Xiaowen and the other reinforcements, a confident grin on his face. Not gonna lie, guys, some people in the guild have started to doubt your skills. Now's your chance to show them what you're really made of. The 3 solo players nodded slightly, drawing their weapons in perfect sync and striding forward with effortless flair to meet the Treant boss Hedon. Spurred on by the challenge, Bai Xiaowen and his group followed closely behind, leaping into action. As the elite players sprang into motion, they bypassed the regular guild members at the front, heading straight for the Treant boss. At the first clash, all 30 elite raiders lit up with a rainbow of buffs, dazzling the battlefield with bursts of color. The seemingly unstoppable Treant boss was quickly overwhelmed, forced to retreat step by step before the onslaught of these top-tier players. Hundreds of guild members watched in awe from the rear as the 30-person squad unleashed their skills, utterly stunned by the display of power. Many casual players, having never witnessed high-level combat before, stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend how such a huge gap in strength could have formed among players in just the first week of the game. The 5 external experts recruited by Gale Guild exchanged approving glances as they observed their teammates' performance, thinking to themselves, Xiaodai really did find some heavy hitters. But those 3 brought in by Lan Bingyu, what a bunch of freeloaders. The 2 slacking archers are one thing, but that Gui's just blatantly here to coast along. Unbelievable. Lan Bingyu and the others were equally shocked to see Bai Xiaowen, who was supposed to be a warrior, holding up a massive sword and healing the team from the back. Isn't he a fighter? How does he know healing spells? As if that wasn't enough, there was also the mage's fireball, surprisingly powerful, both in terms of damage and healing output, hinting at a high spirit stat. The only downside was his questionable aim. Since Bai Xiaowen rarely played ranged classes, his casting was erratic, his arms flailing as though he were swatting flies. It took several missed fireballs before he finally started to get the hang of it. Then, his next fireball landed squarely on Xiao Cheng's head, making a solid thud. You trying to sneak attack me, or what? Just you wait. Pink Xiao Cheng spun around in outrage, dodging a massive swipe from the Triumph boss, her eyes blazing with fury. It was just a misfire, I swear. You gotta believe me, Huaxia, don't lie to Huaxia. Bai Xiaowen quickly threw up his hands, looking completely innocent as he tried to explain. Amid swirling dust, the Triumph boss crashed to the ground. Members of the two major guilds erupted in cheers, hugging each other to celebrate their hard-won victory. Bai Xiaowen glanced around, searching for cute girls with a cup or above among the guilds to hug. But before he could act, Pink Little Orange charged over with a menacing look and an iron sword in hand. Startled, he bolted away, kicking up a trail of dust behind him. Nearby, the trio of solo players and the elite team members watched Bai Xiaowen and Pink Little Orange bicker and flirt, their brows twitching in exasperation. They were still fuming over Bai Xiaowen's blatant tactic of hiding at the back, pretending to offer support while secretly leveling up his skills. The team pressed onward. The deeper they ventured, the more trance they encountered not only in number, but also in strength. Both their attack and defense had leveled up significantly. Casualties among the cannon fodder players began to mount, with more and more bodies scattered on the ground, but this did nothing to dampen the guild members' enthusiasm. If anything, it only fueled their fighting spirit. By noon, everyone gathered in small groups with their friends, lighting campfires to grill meat and take a short break. Pink Little Orange and Hua Dai Lian Yu were chewing on dry, tasteless roasted meat when a mouth-watering aroma suddenly wafted over. The irresistible smell made their mouths water. Exchanging glances, the two foodies' eyes lit up, and they followed the scent without a second thought. To their surprise, the source of the delicious aroma was none other than Bai Xiaowen's trio, tucked away in a corner of the camp. They watched secretly as Bai Xiaowen, Washang Shuang, and Min Qian Shui huddled together, laughing and chatting as they devoured juicy, glistening skewers of roasted meat. From time to time, they would chug down bottles of red potion, the kind that was notoriously spicy. Yet these three treated it like a soft drink. Pink Little Orange, what are you doing here? Bai Xiaowen shot her a sidelong glance, his tone openly provocative. Pink Little Orange's almond-shaped eyes narrowed, ready to snap back, but Hua Dai Lian Yu quickly pulled her behind. We just saw you guys enjoying your food, so we came to take a look, Hua Dai Lian Yu said with a friendly smile, her tone calm and even. Lian Yu, want a couple of skewers? We promised to treat you last time, Washang Shuang offered, grinning as the aroma of her meat skewers filled the air. We're not interested. The two girls replied in unison, but their eyes remained fixed on the mouth-watering skewers. Okay, fine. They both quickly changed their tune, anticipation clear in their voices. Pink Little Orange pouted in frustration, while Hua Dai Lian Yu smiled awkwardly, their contrasting expressions painting a vivid picture. Catch, Lian Yu. Min Qian Shui didn't hesitate, tossing two sizzling, juicy skewers their way, the aroma spreading through the air. I have to admit, I never thought you'd have any redeeming qualities, you stinky little cat, Little Orange said between mouthfuls, her face full of satisfaction as she devoured the meat. Glad you think so. Washang Shuang nodded in agreement, a proud grin on her face. Try this with Idiol, be surprised. Min Qian Shui said, tossing over a bottle of red potion, its strange glow catching the sunlight, as Pink Little Orange looked like she was about to pick a fight with Bai Xiaowen. The two girls exchanged a puzzled glance, took a bite of meat, then a cautious sip of the red potion. The spicy herbal tang was laced with a rich sweetness, like a specialty cocktail. Paired with Bay's barbecue, it was an unexpectedly delicious and unique combination, something they'd never tasted before. Their eyes sparkled with delight. Without hesitation, they plopped down on either side of Bai Xiaowen, sandwiching him in the middle. Bai Xiaowen looked around smugly, basking in the envious stares from the other male players. Suddenly, he felt a surge of pride. Man, this feeling of being the center of attention is amazing, he thought to himself. Suddenly, a series of frantic dog barks echoed from thin air. Hey, did you forget about Ben's? I haven't had a single bite of meat since last night. I'm starving here. You'd better give me some barbecue, or I swear I'll bite you. The dog tore through the void, barking furiously at Bai Xiaowen, saliva flying everywhere. Who do you think you're talking to? Bai Xiaowen's face darkened. He raised his hand and gave the dog's head a sharp smack, producing a crisp smack sound. Hua Dai Lian Yu and Pink Orange gazed at the palm-sized, adorably silly puppy in front of them, their eyes instantly turning into giant hearts. They dropped their chunks of meat and healing potions and started fighting over it. The little dog, caught between the two beautiful girls, was clearly enjoying its luck, while Bai Xiaowen stood off to the side, completely speechless. I can't believe that a handsome guy like me is less popular than a dumb dog. Bai Xiaowen muttered to himself. These days, even dogs have it better than people. After everyone had eaten and rested, the two guild leaders gathered all their elite members for a brief and efficient strategy meeting. When the meeting ended, the group set off again, this time with a more refined tactical arrangement. 30 elite members were positioned at the very front as the spearhead of the assault. To ensure the safety of this elite force, each melee fighter was assigned a dedicated healer, while every two ranged players shared one healer. This comprehensive, close-quarters support greatly reduced the risk of casualties among the elites. As for Bai Xiaowen, who was hoping to coast along, he was reluctantly persuaded by Lan Bingyu to switch back from his ranged build to his specialty, melee combat. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the sun was already setting in the west. When the final treant fell with a crash, everyone finally had a chance to catch their breath. The healers leaned against the trees, chatting about the day's battles. That guy called Drunk Moon is way too gutsy, actually tanked two treants at once. One healer complained, wiping sweat from her forehead. I could barely keep up with the healing. I went through more than 20 stacks of mana potions this afternoon. When this is over, I'm definitely asking the guild leader to reimburse me. I didn't use that many mana potions, another healer chimed in. But that guy who rides a snail and dances around the battlefield is a nightmare to support. He's always darting around for backstabs. If I lose focus for even a second, I can't find him. It drives me crazy. The crooked-mouthed Dragon King is so handsome, a female healer said, eyes sparkling. Especially when he smiles, it's just irresistible. I used to think Pink Orange was too blunt and didn't really respect her. Another healer said seriously. But today, I'm convinced. She's the best female player I've ever supported actually, even better than most of the guys. She continued excitedly. With players like her around, who says women aren't as good as men? I'm totally a fan now. From today on, I'm officially joining Team Orange. When I get back, I'm dropping my staff and going melee. Oh, please, her teammate teased. If you can't even heal the right person, are you going melee just to hit your teammates? But honestly, Huadai Lianyth won him support Tingis just as skilled as Orange. And that figure of hers just perfect in every way. Even as a girl, I can't help but admire her. The support girls were chatting and laughing when they suddenly noticed that the usually lively Yu Rabbit was standing quietly against a tree, staring into space. Rabbit, what's got you so lost in thought? Someone asked curiously. Aren't you usually the chattiest one here? Come on, share your thoughts about supporting all these experts. Yu Rabbit snapped out of her daze when she heard her friends and looked up, opening her mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. Wow, Rabbit, you're acting so different today, one of the girls teased. Did you fall for Cat? But he's already paired up with Pink Orange. As cute as you are, it might be tough competition. Who says so? Another girl argued. Our Rabbit is adorable. Just wait for the right opportunity to work your charms. Get close, and with time, you'll win him over. Hey, green tea, cut it out, someone laughed. Rabbit's so cute. I want to take her home myself. While the support girls were teasing each other, Yu Rabbit suddenly shouted excitedly. He's different from everyone else. Moon Rabbit blushed at her friend's teasing and gave the playful culprit a gentle tap. With a hesitant, slightly awkward expression, she said, would you believe me if I said I didn't use a single mana potion all afternoon? I relied entirely on natural mana regen to heal mythology. Stop kidding around. Her teammates immediately protested. The fights were intense this afternoon, especially that last skirmish when two treant captains showed up out of nowhere. Even the most frugal players went through 6 or 7 bundles of potions. How could you not use any? Moon Rabbit insisted. I'm not lying. Mythology's movement was incredible. He always skirted the edge of the monsters, and from a distance it looked like he was getting hit, but his health never dropped at all. If I hadn't been watching him closely, I'd have thought he was running some kind of dodge script. Just as she was about to defend herself further, the scout had gone ahead, suddenly bolted back, panic written all over his face. The whole team snapped to alert. After hearing the scout's report, Blue Rain and Swiftwind's faces turned grim. It turned out a massive treant, as tall as a 2-story building, was blocking the only way forward. The level gap was so large that the scouts couldn't even check its stats. Let me try, Bai Xiaowen volunteered with a grin. My insight skill can reveal more information. The team didn't have much faith in him, was infamous as an epic-level slacker, but at this point, they had no better options. When they reached the area, Bai Xiaowen gently parted the grass ahead, revealing 18 treants. The most striking was the enormous one in the center, sitting at the height of a 1-story building. If it stood up, it would be even more intimidating. Bai Xiaowen quickly read off the details. Treant 4th Elder, Elite Monster, Level 9, Defense 35, HP 6000. He's one of the 4 elders of the Treant clan, notorious for his temper. If he spots intruders, he'll fight to the death. He continued listing its abilities. Vinebind deals 5 max HP as damage over time. Deadly Thrust inflicts 0.8 times spell damage. And if his HP drops below 40, he can use Instant Blossom, gaining a shield worth 20 of his max health and boosting all attributes by 10. Everyone was stunned. Meow God, your insight skill can even see skill numbers and cooldowns? That's insane. Frost on the Roof swallowed nervously. Bai Xiaowen just smiled vaguely, thinking to himself, so normal insight can't see all this? This wide-eye skill is way more useful than I thought. At that moment, the treant, who had been sitting with its eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open and let out a piercing shriek. The ground 50 meters away split open beneath the team, and countless vines burst forth, wrapping wildly around them. The attack's range was far greater than anyone expected. Several teammates were instantly entangled and immobilized. Only Bai Xiaowen and a few other quick-reacting players managed to dodge in time. The shockwaves from the Elder Treant's first attack had barely subsided when its second wave of skills came roaring in. The ground shook violently as countless vines burst through the earth, shattering into thousands of razor-sharp spikes that swept outward like a torrential downpour. At the same time, 17 ordinary treants seized the moment to charge. They targeted the players who were immobilized by the vines, unleashing a coordinated assault. The Elder Treants binding vines and deadly strikes, combined with the focused attacks from the regular treants, decimated 1/6 of the 100-strong raid team in an instant. Before anyone could catch their breath, the towering Elder Trentwo stories tall struck a strange pose and lunged toward the raiding party. Dirt and debris billowed in its wake. Lan Bingyu and Jifeng Xiaodai shouted urgently, "Fall back! Get back now!" Unfortunately, the retreat order came too late. At least half the players were still trapped by the earlier vines, unable to move. The two guild leaders watched helplessly, their faces turning pale. If the Elder Treant broke through to the backline, the fragile damage dealers and support classes would be wiped out without them. The whole raid would fall apart. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, Hua Shangshuang turned to Min Qianxue and smiled. "Xue, want to show them what you can do?" Min Qianxue returned the smile. "If I do, there's no going back. But things are pretty good as they are." They exchanged a knowing glance, then simultaneously stowed their bows and drew their black iron longswords. This sudden move caught Hua Dailianya's attention. She frowned and asked, "What are you two up to?" "We want to stand in the sunlight," they replied, facing the approaching Elder Treant without flinching, swords at the ready. They were scavengers, living in the darkest corners of the game world, motivated by profit, notorious for killing and looting, despised by others. It wasn't until they met Bai Xiaowen that they found a purpose worth pursuing and began testing the limits of their skills. "Elder Treant, you'll be the first stepping stone as we step into the light. Joint combat technique, sundial." Hua Shangshuang called out. "Joint combat technique, moonblade." Min Qianxue echoed. With hundreds watching, their swords slashed through the air, meeting at the center and producing a harsh screech. 2 points of light, one black, one white appeared on the blades, quickly merging together. The screech faded into a clear, metallic ring as the Elder Treant loomed overhead, its massive fist ready to strike. As an assassin and an archer both specializing in agility and strength, a direct hit would be devastating. But at the critical moment, the fused black and white sword energy shot from their blades, striking the Elder Treant Hedon. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. The moment the Elder Treant was struck by the combined attack sundial Munwilla, huge blood-red, triple-digit number appeared above its head. Its massive body came to an abrupt halt, as if it had slammed into an invisible wall. The clash of forces lasted only a split second before the Elder Treant was lifted off the ground and sent flying backward like a kite with a snapped string, tumbling more than 10 meters away. The outcome of the battle was immediately clear. To deal triple-digit damage through the Elder Treant's terrifying defenses was enough to shock everyone present. Lan Bingyu, who was directing the retreat, caught this scene out of the corner of her eye and couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. The previously unknown duo, buy one get one free, had just displayed staggering combat power. All the seasoned players on the field understood. While the damage was impressive, the real game-changer was the forced knockback effect. Without that strike, if the Elder Treant had charged into the team entangled by vines, the consequences would have been far more severe than simply losing a fifth of their fighting force. "I can't believe our novice village number 9527 has such powerhouses. I need a screenshot. I'm posting this everywhere. I'd say they're on par with the top players from any newbie village." Cheers erupted from the crowd, with someone even shouting, "Wow, these two are so cool. I love them." "You're a dude, what are you on about?" "Bosses, I want to have your babies." "You're a guy, that's not happening. Move aside, let me have them." "Whoa, girl, don't be impulsive. A good woman doesn't serve two men." "Boss, can we add you as friends and have you help us level up later?" Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang stood there, basking in the cheers and applause they'd never experienced before. In all the online games they'd played, their skills had always been top-notch, but no one had ever cheered for them like this simply because they were scavengers. Just as the two were soaking in this rare moment of glory, two large hands suddenly reached out from behind, grabbing them by the collars and dragging them away. The owner of those hands was none other than Miaoshan. Bai Xiaowen knew his two teammates' abilities inside out. Their self-created combo attack packed an incredible punch, instantly unleashing true damage several times greater than the sum of their attack stats. At this stage, even the tankiest players wouldn't survive a direct hit. But the move came with a clear downs idea 5-minute period of severe weakness, during which all their stats dropped by 2/3. Hauling his two friends to the rear, Bai Xiaowen grinned, tossed them into the arms of two capable healers, and gave a big thumbs up with his trademark toothy smile. No need to thank me, brothers. With that, he sprinted back into the fray, leaving the two to recover under the healer's care. With Bai Xiaowen's intelligence as their foundation, the combined attack skill Sundial and Moon Wheel from the Xue Shuang duo as backup, and the persistent ants biting and elephant assaults from their teammates, the Blue Eye Scale Raid team finally managed to defeat the Treant Elder after a hard-fought battle lasting over 40 minutes. On the battlefield, the Treant Elder crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Risk and reward go hand in hand, and this time the group was rewarded with a rare boss loot explosion. 3 pieces of black iron gear glimmered dully on the ground. 10 white-grade items were neatly lined up, and various materials and coins were scattered around, sparkling in the sunlight. The two guild leaders immediately stepped forward and, with serious expressions, discussed the distribution plan. They quickly reached an agreement and split most of the loot evenly. The extra black iron bow was awarded without dispute to Men Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang, the two key players who had saved the entire team at a critical moment. Surprisingly, even the top experts who were usually hard to please had no objections to this clearly preferential distribution. The pair's dazzling combo move had thoroughly convinced everyone of their strength. With that attack in their arsenal, even without relying on ambushes, the two were easily a match for any veteran player present. In the world of online games, strength is the most direct path to respect, and this rule is even more unshakable than in real life. Hua Shangshuang took the Black Iron Treant War Bow and carefully examined its stats. Strength 20, Agility 30, required level 8, Black Iron trait. 5 chance to trigger Thornbind when firing arrows, immobilizing or slowing enemies. He exclaimed, nice stats. But then looked a bit regretful, since both of them were only just over level 6, with about half a level to go. Barring any surprises, it would take at least half a week to a full week before they could equip the weapon. As Hua Shangshuang got lost in thought, Bai Xiaowen quickly snatched the weapon and let out his own exclamation of admiration. The black iron item stats were indeed impressive, even better than his current level 5 bronze white rabbit sword, though it was missing an extra skill. Before Bai Xiaowen could even get a good grip on it, Men Qianxue snatched the bow back just as quickly, barely glancing at the stats before stuffing it into her backpack. Her swift, decisive action made it seem as though she was afraid Bai Xiaowen might try to pocket it for himself. This left Bai Xiaowen rather annoyed, though he had indeed considered borrowing it for a couple of days to try out the archer playstyle. Meanwhile, according to the guild's agreement to split loot evenly, Lan Bingyu received a piece of black iron armor. Without hesitation, she walked over to Bai Xiaowen to offer it to him, despite Baozi's grumbling in the background. Bai Xiaowen took the armor, spun it in his hands without even looking at the stats, and immediately said it wasn't suitable for him before tossing it back to Lan Bingyu. A more opportunistic player might have accepted it without a second thought, but Bai Xiaowen was different and had always come to help out of a sense of duty, never intending to take any reward. This wasn't Bai Xiaowen trying to be self-righteous. It was because Lan Bingyu had always bought his equipment at 10 above the market price, even when she was strapped for cash herself. She never asked for credit or tried to haggle. In Bai Xiaowen's eyes, he owed her a favor, and he intended to repay it. The free-roaming game world was vast, and without teleportation items, large-scale raids like this often took a long time, less grueling than real-life military campaigns. As the raid stretched into the night, new intel arrived from the lone spies that the Ice Blue and Gale guilds had left behind in Ba Dao Tianxia's territory. The members of the Tyrant World Guild had already set up camp and were taking turns logging off to rest in shifts. After some discussion, Lan Bingyu and Jifeng Shaodai decided to follow their example, splitting the members of both guilds into 2 teams to alternate between guarding and resting. With a total of 7 hours allocated for rest, each team could get a bit more than 3 hours of sleep, which was quite considerate given the intense, time-sensitive nature of the raid. Even the Tyrant World Guild only managed 5 or 6 hours of rest at most. Around 2 a.m. the next day, Bai Xiaowen was jolted awake by a barrage of calls from Men Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang, who were taking over his shift. Still groggy, he logged in and struggled through the early morning hours, only feeling slightly less exhausted by dawn. After the 7-hour break, Bai Xiaowen rejoined the battle, moving forward with the main force to continue exploring. Along the way, the team kept fighting, chopping, and slaying treants everywhere as far as the eye could see. The whole process was monotonous and dull. Since early the previous morning, the raid team members had been grinding for over 24 hours straight, and many had already reached level 7, bathed in golden light. By noon, as Bai Xiaowen was feeling completely bored with the endless clearing, the dog, who had been hiding in the contract space to avoid the tough girls, Hua Dai Lianyu and Funhong Xiaocheng, suddenly spoke up. Xiaobai, I have some information that might interest you. the dog said mysteriously. Seeing the dog's hesitant expression, Bai Xiaowen lowered his voice and asked, "Is it about that secret map?" "Yeah," the dog nodded. "Where is it?" Bai Xiaowen pressed. The dog replied smugly, "Ask nicely, and maybe he'll tell you. You'd better not push your luck, or he'll cut off your food right now. See how you like going hungry." Bai Xiaowen threatened. "Whoa, that's scary," Baze exclaimed, poking his head out of a rift in space. He casually pulled a slab of marbled lamb from his backpack, took a leisurely bite as steam rose from it, and mockingly added, "What a dog, so damn doggy." Guzi glanced at Bai Xiaowen's smug expression, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, before slipping back into the contract space. He lazily called out, "Go past 3 intersections, then turn to your right, boss. I've got something to do, so we'll be gone for a bit. Don't bother looking for me. See ya." Lan Bingyu, seeing a private message from Cat God, anxiously looked back, only to realize the figure had already vanished. She let out a sigh of relief, thinking, at least Cat God didn't take away Shui, who guards the door, Shuang, who sits on the roof, or those few friendly girls from next door. If we lost 4 levels even members at once, I honestly wouldn't know how to explain that to Jifeng Xiaodai. Bai Xiaowen had barely slipped away from the main group when Guzi spoke up coldly, "Someone's following us. Want me to take care of her?" Bai Xiaowen narrowed his eyes, quickening his pace as he weaved skillfully through the forest, vanishing from sight in an instant. The stalker, startled by how quickly Bai Xiaowen disappeared, picked up her pace and began searching the area. Suddenly, a sword shot out from behind a tree, pressing against her neck. Startled, she fell straight to the ground. "It's you?" Bai Xiaowen frowned as he looked at the girl before him. "You too." Looking aggrieved, You too sat on the ground and said quietly, "President Lan Bingyu told us to follow you and provide healing support." Bai Xiaowen squinted at her, frowning. "I already told your president I'd be leaving. Head back." Before he finished, You too, unconvinced, quickly summoned a virtual keyboard and her fingers danced across the keys with impressive speed. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but admire her quick reflexes. This healer was definitely something else. Suddenly, You too grinned smugly. "President just told me to stay nearby and help you finish your quest. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can rejoin the main party. Don't worry, I might be a support class, but I'm really good at what I do." Bai Xiaowen glanced at her, his eyes flickering with an idea. He suddenly pressed the button to leave the party, rubbing his hands together mischievously. "Your president must really trust me, sending such a cute and pretty girl along. Aren't you worried about what could happen between a guy and a girl alone?" You two immediately took 3 steps back, clearly on guard. But Bai Xiaowen didn't care. He just grinned and dashed away. Realizing she'd been tricked, You two quickly stretched her long legs and chased after him. Bai Xiaowen was agile, weaving in shaped path through the trees, quickly circling behind a large tree. You two, losing sight of him, hurried to adjust her direction and followed closely. Just then, Bai Xiaowen suddenly burst out from behind the tree, moving like a shadow. But what greeted Yi Yu was a warrior charging at full speed. She was knocked off her feet, rolling several times before crashing into a tree and coming to a stop. Before she could react, a mage's fireball shot out from the sword of Defy 2, hitting her square in the stomach. She tumbled even farther, rolling helplessly until she hit another tree and finally stopped. Bai Xiaowen glanced at the girl lying flat on her back, a faint smile on his lips. He whispered, "Extreme." Then, without looking back, he darted off into the distance. Yu Yi too rubbed her sore stomach, glaring resentfully at Bai Xiaowen's retreating figure. As someone adored both online and in real life for her cuteness, she had never been treated like this before. Usually, the boys around her were always attentive and gentle, never letting her lift a finger. She had never met anyone as blunt and inconsiderate as Bai Xiaowen, who showed no mercy and acted without hesitation. She glanced around the quiet little grove, puffed up with anger, then stood up, fixing her messy hair as she stomped in the direction of the main group. Even though there were only a few monsters on this newly opened path, things would get dangerous further ahead. As a priest who had only invested points in stamina and spirit and knew only holy light and healing spells, she wouldn't stand a chance against high-level monsters. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaowen had already slipped back to the fork in the road and, led by the dog, started exploring another path. Watching the dog expertly deal with the thorny trant, Bai Xiaowen grew annoyed and kicked the dog's rear clearly. This guy had been slacking off during their usual training. Suddenly, both of them stopped and looked at each other in surprise. They were standing at the edge of a cliff. "Why is there a cliff here? I sensed it was nearby," the dog said, puzzled. "How should I know?" Bai Xiaowen replied irritably, leaning against a tree and drinking a health potion. Ignoring his complaints, the dog sat down and closed its eyes to sense the surroundings. After a moment, it said, "It's either down below the cliff or somewhere on the cliff face." Bai Xiaowen peered over the edge, looking at the mist swirling below. "So how do we get down there?" The dog's eyes lit up mischievously. "Why don't you try jumping? Maybe there's a hidden realm or a lake down there. You have resurrection powers now, so even if you die, you'll revive back in the village. Why don't you jump? You wouldn't die either, trust me." Bai Xiaowen shot him a sideways glance. "Am not from another world like you. Since you signed a contract with me, you have the same ability. Don't believe me? Give it a try." "Heh, no thanks." Just as they were racking their brains for a solution, a conversation drifted toward them on the wind. "I heard two groups, each with hundreds of people, have invaded our Trant territory. If I weren't feeling under the weather these days, I'd have sent them packing long ago." "Yeah, sent them packing. Face my sword, fiend." Bai Xiaowen shouted. "Face my claws, monster." The dog chimed in right after. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaowen returned to the cliff's edge, holding a vine, with the dog gripping another vine in its mouth. The two of them had made their way back to the precipice, ready for whatever came next. Bai Xiaowen carefully wove the thick vines together, his fingers skillfully tying butterfly knots. He secured one end of the vine to a massive boulder at the edge of the cliff, giving it a few hard tugs to test its strength. With that, a simple tool for descending the cliff was ready. Man and dog exchanged a knowing glance and nodded at each other. "Come on, buddy, you got this." The dog raised its front paw and gave Bai Xiaowen a pat on the backside before it tore through space and disappeared without a trace. What the where did the dog go? Bai Xiaowen turned around to find his companion had vanished in an instant, cursing under his breath. That mud is something else. He lay on his stomach to peer over the edge of the cliff, but thick clouds and mist obscured the bottom from view. Looking closer, he noticed a small ledge about 20 meters down. He tossed the vine toward the ledge, gripping it tightly as his feet found purchase on the jutting rocks. Carefully, he began to descend. When he reached the first platform, he found nothing of interest. He studied the terrain, adjusted his position, and made his way toward another lower ledge. After repeating this process several times, he finally spotted a natural cave about 50 meters from the top, hidden by dense treetops. Letting go of the vine, Bai Xiaowen edged along a narrow, 10-centimeter wide ledge toward the cave entrance. After 5 nerve-wracking minutes, he finally leapt into the cave, gasping for breath as he tried to calm his pounding heart. He switched on his white rabbit flashlight and began to explore the cave. Although his system-granted night vision was enough to see clearly, the light brought an indescribable sense of security. Before long, the dog reappeared out of thin air. Bai Xiaowen shot it a sideways glance, choosing to ignore it. They ventured deeper into the cave for about 10 minutes until the sound of dripping water echoed in their ears. A little further on, Bai Xiaowen suddenly noticed luminous pearls embedded in the cave walls. He leaned in to take a closer look, and the system immediately displayed information. Night luminescent pearl, a glowing gem formed by the essence of heaven and earth, valued only for its illumination and often collected at high prices by the wealthy. The word valuable made Bai Xiaowen grin. He pulled out his white rabbit sword and began prying the pearls from the wall. The dog could only shake its head in exasperation, thinking, is this really the time to worry about treasure? The deeper they went, the more winding the tunnel became. At every turn, top-grade night pearls cast a gentle glow. Bai Xiaowen kept collecting them as he went, leaving only darkness behind. After about an hour, the tunnel suddenly opened up. The walls stretched straight up to the ceiling, with no more pearls in sight. He switched on both his white-eye flashlight and the white rabbit flashlight, instantly illuminating the entire cavern. Man and dog split up to search. The experienced dog quickly found a special mark in an unremarkable Cornera rabbit paw print pressed into the rock, next to a sword-shaped engraving, with a small hole beneath it. Bai Xiaowen examined the markings closely, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. After a moment of thought, inspiration struck him. He gave the dog a slap on the rear, drew his white rabbit sword, and inserted it into the hole. Turning it left, it locked in place. Turning it right, something shifted unexpectedly. After the sword spun 2.5 times, the walls of the cave began to creak and crack. With a sharp sound, the stone slowly parted, revealing a spacious chamber, about 100 meters square, opening up before the man and his dog. Bai Xiaowen looked at the Bai-2 sword in his hand, secretly marveling. This family heirloom of the rabbit clan was not just a weapon, it was also the key to a hidden chamber. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This really feels like I'm playing a video game, he mused. Guzzi, unable to contain his excitement, wagged his tail like a fan and hopped around. The treasure must be in there. Let's go check it out. As a descendant of the Baizhe clan, his curiosity about the unknown was even greater than his appetite for good food. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated by Guzzi's antics. He cautiously poked his head through the opening, scanning the room for any surprises, wary of another flying carrot incident. The chamber's furnishings were simple. Everything was made of stone. Stone tables, stone chairs, stone stools, a stone bed, stone pots, stone cups, and even the decorative carrots were carved from rock. After making sure there was no danger, Bai Xiaowen took the Bai-2 sword from the wall and stepped inside carefully. Xiaobai, take out the treasure map. Guzzi spun in circles, so excited that he completely forgot he could open Bai Xiaowen's backpack himself. There aren't any piles of gold or beautiful dog princesses in here, so what are you getting so worked up about? Bai Xiaowen shook his head helplessly and pulled the treasure map from his backpack. The moment the map appeared, The entire chamber was bathed in golden light. The map, made from golden fur, floated into the air and dissolved into shimmering specks. A powerful pressure filled the space as an image began to take shoppy, humanoid rabbit, gradually forming in midair. Guzzi clicked his tongue in admiration. Who would have thought that the humble rabbit clan could produce such an extraordinary being? The world truly is full of wonders. Hearing this rare praise, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but swallow nervously. Even rabbit kings of the highest ranks were usually dismissed as little bunnies by this picky dog. For Guzzi to speak so highly meant the figure before them was likely immensely powerful. Bai Xiaowen asked warily, "Is it really that strong?" By transforming itself from a beast into human form, it may not be the most powerful in the world, but it certainly stands as a giant in its own domain. What a pity we weren't born in the same era. As Guzzi listened to Bai Xiaowen's question, he gazed at the golden light with a hint of regret and muttered to himself. Bai Xiaowen's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself, "Damn, Guzzi is getting poetic again. This is one cultured and capable dog." The points of light in the void gradually converged, forming the image of an elderly man with two rabbit ears on his head. The old man kept his eyes closed, and when he spoke, his voice was ancient and distant. "I sense the trace of fortune I left with my clan hundreds of years ago. Is it you, my kin?" Slowly, the old man opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Bai Xiaowen and Guzzi, confusion flickering in his eyes. "Neither of you are of my rabbit clan, so why do you possess the item I left behind during my youthful travels?" Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to make up a story, Guzzi spoke up bluntly. "We got it after killing the current rabbit king of your clan." Bai Xiaowen was nearly scared out of his wits by this. He cursed inwardly. What the hell? This idiot dog really dares to say anything. Couldn't you at least tell a white lie or two? Divine beast. Baze. The old man's expression remained calm, but an overwhelming aura surged from him in an instant, brimming with hidden danger. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen felt as if he was completely paralyzed by an invisible force, unable to move a muscle, let alone run away. The gap in strength between them was painfully obvious. "You want kill me?" Baze said with a calm smile. "Because I have something you want to know." The old man stared at Guzzi for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Is the rabbit clan doing well these days?" "Throughout countless years, nothing has changed. They've always been the weakest among all beings, but at least they continue to thrive and multiply." Baze replied calmly, though his words carried a deeper meaning. "In that sense, they're far stronger than us so-called divine beasts, mighty on the outside, yet always on the brink of extinction. For all we know, somewhere out there, your clan may still have someone just like you." The old man was silent for a moment, then asked, "Bai Xiaowen, among the white, black, and gray rabbits, which group is the strongest now?" "We killed the white rabbit king, so now the three clans are back in balance," Bai Xiaowen answered quickly. "Balance is good. Balance is good." The old man nodded, a look of relief passing through his eyes. "Thank you both for answering my questions. I have no more regrets. I shall take my leave. As for this cave of wonders, let fate decide who finds it." With that, his body dissolved into specks of light and slowly faded away. As he vanished completely, a talisman drifted down gently into Bai Xiaowen's hand. Bai Xiaowen stared at the yellow talisman, looking at the fading points of light with a bewildered expression. He muttered, "Is that old rabbit crazy? We killed his descendant and he's thanking us." Clearly, the conversation between the old rabbit and Baze was far beyond his comprehension. For someone like him, his perspective is already focused on the fate of the entire clan. The survival and prosperity of his people is what truly matters. Baze explained proudly, wagging his tail. "As for who rules and who serves, who lives or dies, that's all up to fate. Of course, I doubt you'd understand any of this with your current intelligence. Anyway, let's hurry up and look for that cave of wonders." Baze's explanation made Bai Xiaowen grit his teeth in frustration. What the hell is this cave of wonders stuff? You old relics always talk in riddles. Can't you just speak plainly for once? I'm really fed up with this. Bai Xiaowen grumbled a few words under his breath, then grabbed the intricately carved stone set from the table and stuffed it into his backpack with practiced ease. Judging by his actions, he was planning to trade these items for some cash at the general store, just like he did with those luminous pearls. The so-called cave heaven was clearly a hidden place, maybe tucked away in a corner of the room, or concealed somewhere in a mountain cave. Whoa, Guzzi's eyes widened. He was about to say something else when he stopped short. In the distance, the ground suddenly split open without a sound, revealing a secret passage. Guzzi turned and saw Bai Xiaowen squatting by the table, his rear sticking high in the air as he fumbled with a stone cup. It was obvious now the cup was the mechanism that opened the hidden passage. In a panic, Guzzi jumped up and kicked Bai Xiaowen on the back, afraid he'd mess up the mechanism. "Are you crazy?" he shouted. Bai Xiaowen stood up, rubbing his head, just in time to see the secret passage slowly closing. He glanced at the cup, then at the passage, a smug smile spreading across his face as he patted his head. "I knew this cup was a secret trigger. It didn't let me down." Guzzi shot him an exasperated glare, but Bai Xiaowen was already charging ahead, squeezing into the passage. With no other choice, Guzzi followed after him. The two of them, one man and one dog, carried their big white rabbit flashlight and walked down the tunnel for quite a while before finally reaching the end. Before them was a thick stone wall, which opened in much the same way as the entrance again, using the big white rabbit key. The stone wall slowly shifted aside, revealing a small hidden chamber of about 20 square meters. The room was empty, except for a massive platform, 3 to 5 meters on each side. In the center of the platform were 5 slots, clearly meant for placing models corresponding to a sword, armor, pants, boots, and a bracelet. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up as he realized that the shapes of the slots matched the big white rabbit set he was wearing. Excited, he slapped his head and exclaimed, "I get it. An equipment fusion system." As he spoke, he began stripping off his gear, and in the blink of an eye, he was down to his underwear. He quickly slotted each piece of equipment into the corresponding slot. Guzzi watched in shock, about to explain how to use the items, only to realize Bai Xiaowen had already figured it out himself. Did this guy suddenly get smart? He thought to himself. Once all the equipment and talismans were in place, Bai Xiaowen looked at the platform with anticipation. But after waiting a while with no reaction, he started to feel disappointed. Why isn't it working? Talisman spells need to be activated with your blood, Guzzi explained calmly. Bai Xiaowen hesitated, but then pulled a dagger from his backpack. Carefully, he cut his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the talisman. As soon as the blood touched it, the talisman began to glow faintly. Bai Xiaowen felt a cool, slightly painful sensation at the wound, but it was manageable. Just as he was about to cut himself again, a dog suddenly lunged at him, biting his arm. Ah! Bai Xiaowen screamed in pain as blood spurted out, instantly staining the air around him. The sudden pain made him lose control of the knife, nearly slicing his own finger. "You idiot!" Bai Xiaowen shouted, clutching his arm as he tumbled off the platform. As he fell, the blood-soaked pendant around his neck slipped free and floated upward. The fresh blood caused the talisman's glow to intensify dramatically. The 4 pieces of black iron equipment and the blood-drinking pendant Bai Xiaowen had taken from Old Li's armory all gathered around the bronze big white rabbit sword under the influence of the talisman. Ding! Congratulations, player Meow Jemmy. Equipment smelting successful. Hidden quest awaiting the strongest of the rabbit clan completed. The bronze big white rabbit sword has been upgraded to silver big white rabbit sword. As the big white rabbit sword is now a blood-refined item, it gains the special trait No level requirement. The system's notification chimed just as Bai Xiaowen and Guzzi were bickering. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he smacked Guzzi aside, scrambling on all fours toward the newly upgraded silver big white rabbit sword. The great white rabbit sword gleamed with a silvery sheen, and its attributes were truly impressive. Strength 50, Spirit 50, Constitution 50, Agility 10, with a level requirement of 10 but no class restrictions. Even more enticing were its 3 special silver tier abilities: a passive bloodthirst effect that converts 10 of all damage dealt into health, Shadow Rabbit, which grants a 15 chance to boost agility by 10 for 5 seconds when attacked, and an active flash effect within a 10-meter radius that can be toggled on or off. Bai Xiaowen gazed at the newly upgraded Great White Rabbit sword in awe. The enhancement had more than doubled its stats, and the skill effects had been significantly improved. The only thing that left him speechless was the flashlight-like glow feature. But when he checked the remaining 4 pieces of his set, he realized something was wrong. The Great White Rabbit battle bracelet, armor, pants, and boots had all lost their original luster, reduced to plain equipment. A closer inspection revealed that not only had their basic stats plummeted, but all of their unique skill effects had been absorbed and merged into the Great White Rabbit sword, leaving them entirely ordinary. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to change his gear, the platform beneath his feet suddenly collapsed with a loud crash. The rock wall ahead split open, revealing a passage wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. Faced with the pitch-black unknown ahead, Bai Xiaowen, dressed only in white shorts, struck a dramatic pose with his sword and shouted, "Laser sword," while secretly activating the flash effect on the Great White Rabbit sword. "You're such a dork." Guzzi couldn't help but complain. "I've always wondered, where do you pick up all this cringy stuff?" Bai Xiaowen asked, looking at him strangely. Guzzi scratched his neck with a paw and shook his fur. "While you're sleeping, Benze goes around the village and learns from you otherworlders. Your language isn't that hard, but some of your words are pretty weird." "What? You can go out on your own after I log off?" Bai Xiaowen exclaimed, then grinned slyly. Before he could finish, Benze tore open the void and dove back into the companion space, leaving behind a single word. "Don't even think about it." "I wasn't done. What if it's something good?" Bai Xiaowen called after him. "Let's make a deal. After I log off, you go out and grind monsters, and we split the luditate 20 or 70-30 50-50 works too, at the very least, 60-40. When Guzzi stayed silent, Bai Xiaowen switched tactics and put on a pitiful face. "Xiao Bai, just say no and I promise I'll never bother you again, really, never again." "No way. You jerk." Bai Xiaowen snapped, instantly dropping the act. Bickering all the way, Bai Xiaowen pressed forward through the cave, the glowing great white rabbit, sword lighting his path. As time passed, the stifling air gradually became cooler. He closed his eyes and felt a faint breeze brushing his face. Looking down, he saw droplets of water converging into a stream as thick as his thumb, slowly flowing beneath his feet. Based on the common knowledge that every modern elementary school student knows, Bai Xiaowen quickly determined that there must be a path ahead of the cave. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he thought to himself, if there's a way out, there's no need to turn back. Inside the cave, water trickled and twisted along the path. Bai Xiaowen had no idea how long he had been walking. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the distance, and he quickened his pace, rushing forward eagerly. But just as he reached the cave entrance, a seed the size of a fist suddenly shot toward him. Bai Xiaowen reacted instantly, stepping back nimbly while keeping his eyes on the front. Before he could catch his breath, there was a loud bang. The seed exploded. Although the blast wasn't deadly, the force was enough to send him flying backward, slamming hard into the cave wall and leaving his whole body trembling with pain. Gritting his teeth, Bai Xiaowen quickly activated his wide-eye technique and looked outside the cave as he retreated. In front of him, a detailed description of a monster appeared. Treant Guard. Level 7. Defense 25. HP 3,500. Description: an ordinary plant spirit, skilled in wood-based magic. Approach with caution. Skills: Nature's Grasp. Delivers a heavy punch every 10 seconds, stealing 10 of the target's health and mana on hit. Vine Entangle. Casts a wide range with spell, summoning vines that slow and bind enemies, dealing 200 magic damage per second. Cooldown 5 minutes. Suddenly, two treants burst into the cave, their limbs flailing as they chased him relentlessly. As soon as Bai Xiaowen landed, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn it." He spun around and sprinted away. It wasn't that he was a coward, the number of treants pouring in was overwhelming, as if he had stirred up a hornet's nest. The entire entrance was filled with green spirits. Most alarming of all, at the very back of the group was a massive treant, clearly an elder, exuding an intimidating presence. Bai Xiaowen ran for his life, dodging as countless vines shot up from the ground, almost trapping him. If he got caught, he knew exactly what would happen. With all his strength, he weaved around the vines and managed to avoid being ensnared. Fortunately, the treants weren't agile. Their strengths lay in defense, spirit, and power. Bai Xiaowen's speed far outmatched theirs. The most dangerous one, the treant elder, was simply too large to fit into the narrow cave, which gave Bai Xiaowen a bit of relief. After passing through a secret chamber, winding tunnels, and dark passages, what normally would have taken an hour took only half an hour with the treants in pursuit. At the cave exit, Bai Xiaowen leaped out to greet the blue sky and white clouds. The baby treants didn't hesitate to follow, jumping down one after another in a neat line. Bai Xiaowen grabbed onto a troublesome tree crown, using it to stop his fall midair, while the treant babies tumbled straight over the edge of the cliff. The treants behind them realized what was happening and tried to stop, but were shoved forward by their companions, resulting in a chaotic chain reaction as they all fell over the cliff one after another. Clinging to the tree crown, Bai Xiaowen watched as his experience bar inched upward and muttered quietly, 100 treants fall off the cliff, and I only get this much experience? Seriously carefully, he climbed onto a sturdy branch and peeked down to check on the situation below. Below, the treant babies had finally come to a stop, the fall finished, but the cave was still in chaos. The treants looked up, shouting angrily at Bai Xiaowen, but their attacks were no longer a threat to him. Raising the Da by 2 sword high, Bai Xiaowen shouted, "Holy light! Fireball! You think I can't understand your insults? Take that." His disdainful expression and sharp counterattacks drove the treants into a frenzy. Their furious cries echoed up the cliff. They wished nothing more than to drag him down from the tree crown right then and there. Bai Xiaowen grinned widely, flinging fireballs, holy light, and other ranged spells down from the cliff cave at the treant babies below. Hearing their angry shouts only made him feel even more delighted. Farming treant babies at this spot was hands down his favorite thing to do. Just as he was basking in his own success, a muffled sound echoed, and Guzzi squeezed out from a crack in the void, happily sprawling across Bai Xiaowen's body. The dog watched the fight eagerly, cheering him on. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen felt the tree crown sink sharply beneath him. Oh no! The branch was about to snap. Stupid dog, get out of here right now. Clinging to the treetop, he was nearly scared out of his wits. This dog wasn't just popping out unexpectedly, it had gotten huge and heavy too. Bai Xiaowen could only cling tightly to the tree, desperately trying not to fall. In its combat form, the oversized Guzzi gave him a disdainful look. What are you so scared of? The tree crown is sturdy. Go ahead, check for yourself. With that, the dog spat out a fireball, then a water orb, followed by a lightning bolt. Basic elemental spells from the 5 elements, which Guzzi could cast as easily as yawning, effortlessly switching between different skills. Bai Xiaowen was stunned. Not only could this dog fight, it could actually use magic. It was unbelievable. But before he could process it, Guzzi started urging him, "Xiaobai, Stop slacking off and get back to fighting. Hanging here is killing me. Bai Xiaowen almost snapped back at him, but the swirling mist and dizzying drop below made him think twice. He quickly stopped attacking, silently vowing revenge. You're dead, meet later for this. Had lost count of how many mobs had aggroed, only knowing he just kept casting spells. The Treant babies didn't seem very smart, and taking them down one after another wasn't much trouble. Their endless insults were a bit annoying, but Bai Xiaowen couldn't be bothered to care. Man and dog worked in perfect sync, pausing occasionally to recover mana, and resuming their barrage as soon as their mana was full. Bai Xiaowen's spell power was average, but thankfully, he had a dog whose ranged attacks were just as strong as its melee. Together, they wiped out Treant babies, littering the ground with basic gear, materials, and gold coins that rained down like a storm. Bai Xiaowen was sorely tempted to jump down and scoop it all up, but could only watch in agony as the loot was refreshed by the system, disappearing before his eyes. Several hours passed before Bai Xiaowen finally reached level 8.5, basking in golden light and marveling at his insane leveling speed. Normally, even top-tier players like him would need a lot of time to gain a single level at this rate. As dusk gradually settled, man and dog continued their teamwork, picking off the remaining Treant babies with ranged skills until the last one fell and the battle was finally over. Bai Xiaowen carefully poked his head out from the tree canopy and saw that the cave on the cliff was now completely empty. Without wasting any more words with the dog, he nimbly leapt back into the cave, immediately starting to frantically gather up loot for fear that the system would refresh and all his gains would disappear. The dog quickly slipped into the contract partner space, then reappeared at Bai Xiaowen's side in a suitable spot, helping him collect the spoils. Materials from the Treant for making armor and various herbs soon filled up half his backpack, and he also pocketed 3 or 4 gleaming gold coins. Even more surprising, they managed to collect a complete set of basic Treant series equipment, a near miracle given how low the drop rate was at this stage of the game. Not wanting to miss any opportunity, Bai Xiaowen crouched down to gather the remaining ordinary Treant materials that hadn't refreshed yet. Soon, the man and his dog had filled their backpacks halfway. Despite burning through a lot of equipment materials and gold with that terrain bug, their haul was still substantial. While it didn't quite match the rewards earned by the 3 guilds grinding outside, the best part was that Bai Xiaowen didn't have to share any of it with anyone else. The new equipment stats were impressive. Treant Battle Bracelet, Strength 4, Constitution 4, Agility 4, Spirit 4 level 7. Treant Battle Armor, Constitution 20 level 7. Treant Battle Pants, Agility 8, Constitution 8 level 7. Treant Battle Boots, Agility 15 level 7. Treant Belt, Constitution 8, Spirit 8 level 7. There were also items like the Treant Staff, Battle Bow, and Robe. After equipping himself with this new gear, Bai Xiaowen's stats improved significantly, and the bright green Treant belt was particularly eye-catching. Unfortunately, he was still missing a helmet, cloak, necklace, and other accessories, which bothered his perfectionist tendencies. As the sun set, Bai Xiaowen sat cross-legged, sharing some barbecue with the dog to restore their hunger. Taking the chance, he carefully checked his status panel. Player ID, Mio Legimi. Title, Hexagonal Warrior, the near-starved lowly lover, beaten-up Shoda, infuriated bunny, and sneaky little thief. Level, 81205200. Class, unemployed. Base stats, Strength 98, Constitution 45, Agility 76, Spirit 77. Health 900, Mana 770. Attack Power 98, Spell Power 77. Physical Magic Defense 45. Hunger 66. After enjoying his meal, Bai Xiaowen spent another half hour, cleaver in hand, making his way to the cave entrance in a blaze of sparks. He hid inside and cautiously peeked outside, only to be shocked by the scene before him. The Ice Blue Guild and Gale Guild's raiding teams had joined forces to take on a massive Treant boss, the Treant Second Elder. This level 9 elite monster had 9,500 health and 40 defense. Its attack wasn't high, but its skills were especially troublesome. 1. Vine Entangle. 2. Exploding Seed. Explodes after 5 seconds, causing area knockback and dealing 1.5x magic power as damage. 3. Thorn Garden. Every minute, spawn seeds within a 50-meter radius. Within 10 seconds, random support plants grow. For each plant, the second elder regenerates 0.15 of its total health per second. Although this boss had 2,000 more HP and stronger defenses than the previous elder, as long as you understood its mechanics, it wasn't particularly tough without its minions to help out. Of course, that was assuming you knew its skills inside and out. The second elder has 2,000 more HP than the fourth elder and much higher defense, though his attack power is relatively low. Without any minions to help, he isn't too hard to defeat, at least, if you know what his abilities are. Bai Xiaowen stood at a distance, activating his Byakugan skill to observe the battlefield. He quickly noticed something everyone else had missed. At least 20 summoned plants were quietly standing at the edge of the battle zone. almost blending in with the weeds and showing no sign of movement. These inconspicuous plants were healing the boss for over 200 HP per second, almost completely offsetting the damage dealt by ordinary players. Right now, the raid team was relying solely on about 20 elite players to chip away at the second elder's health. Bai Xiaowen did some quick math at this rate. Even if both guilds kept at it for another hour, they might not be able to take down this self-healing boss. On top of that, as more attack plants spawned around the edge of the battle zone, things were only going to get tougher. Poor kids, Bai Xiaowen thought with a smirk. Without your Bai God to guide you, what will you do now? Inside the battle zone, the raid team was struggling. No wonder this boss dares to guard the clan gate alone. His healing is off the charts, a frustrated archer muttered. At least there aren't any regular Treant minions around. If we had to fight those two, we'd have no choice but to give up, a support girl said, wiping sweat from her forehead. Another support player frowned. We don't even know what skills this boss has. If he gets a low HP shield like the last boss, we're in real trouble. I missed the first day when AI Xiao Lily beat up the brat who spied on the widow. If Meow God was here, we'd at least know the boss's abilities, a shield warrior said as he blocked incoming attacks. And don't forget the little thief, who almost starved to death. Gay, 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 a sword warrior added. Just then, Bai Wenho had snuck out of the cave and circled around behind the battle zone. Suddenly sneezed loudly, nearly falling over. Why did I sneeze out of nowhere? Stupid game, Bai Xiaowen muttered, rubbing his nose in annoyance. Half a minute later, he was hiding behind a massive tree, straightening his clothes. With the white rabbit sword raised high, he leapt out and shouted, Guys, I'm back. As soon as Bai Xiaowen appeared, Lan Bingyu, Jifeng Xiaodai, and the nearby teammates all looked like they were about to cry. He was finally back. The two guild leaders exchanged glances and nodded. Lan Bingyu immediately pulled out of the front lines. Meow God, you're finally back. Where did you go? I sent you hundreds of messages and you didn't reply to a single one. Lan Bingyu complained tearfully, glaring at Bai Xiaowen, who had vanished for an entire afternoon and come back in a set of basic Treant gear. Bai Xiaowen gave an awkward grin, but quickly skipped over the awkwardness and got serious, explaining the second elder's abilities, cooldowns, and other key information to Lan Bingyu. Lan Bingyu immediately shifted into work mode, listening intently with pursed lips. When he finished, she slapped her forehead in realization and said, So that's why the second elder heals so fast. It all makes sense now. Don't panic, everyone. Don't give up. Miaoshan has brought back a strategy for defeating the Treant boss. Listen to my command. Elite members, keep attacking the second elder, don't stop. Assign support players, stay focused on healing. The rest of you, follow me to take down the attacking plants that have sprouted from the Treant elder seeds around us. As Lan Bingyu finished speaking, she raised her greatsword high and shouted out the news, her tone both reassuring and commanding, calming the anxious team members and exuding undeniable leadership. As her words fell, hundreds of team members snapped to attention. Those who hadn't yet received instructions from Bai Xiaowen instinctively looked back at Lan Bingyu's call. When they saw Miaoshan appear at the rear of the group, the heaviness and anxiety in their hearts vanished instantly. What had felt like a hopeless situation suddenly seemed manageable. Now that everyone understood the enemy's skills, they knew a comeback wouldn't happen immediately, but at least they weren't fighting blindly anymore, and their anxiety eased. Under Lan Bingyu's command, the team quickly reorganized, moving in sync like a well-drilled elite force. Bai Xiaowen joined the battle, sword flashing, and with a thunderous roar, he wiped out the Treant elder seeds and their incarnations nearby. The elite members were stunned. The second Treant elder's defense was almost equal to all previous bosses combined, and their regular attacks only dealt about 20 to 40 points of damage. Yet Myashen's sword easily landed blows of over 50 points. What surprised everyone even more was Myashen's speed. He was just as quick as the others, his attacks lightning fast, and there was no sign of any buff skill effects when he swung his sword. In other words, Miaoshan was dealing this astonishing damage without using any enhancement skills. The gap was so wide the team could only marvel to themselves. Miaoshan is truly incredible. As they glanced at Myashen's simple, leafy level 7 Treant set, everyone started to make guesses. These experienced players quickly realized that his damage boost was likely related to the increasingly radiant sword in his hand. Almost everyone came to the same conclusion. Miaoshan must have triggered some kind of special event that improved his weapon's quality or effect. They'd seen things like this in other online games before. They were almost certain that Myashen's sword was at least bronze tier. As for silver tier weapons, no one even dared to hope. According to all the reports online, no one had ever obtained a silver or higher quality weapon. A few players who had witnessed Myashen's true strength before Min Qianxue, Hua Shangshuang, and Funhong Xiaocheng could only smile helplessly at the sight. Is it even fair anymore? He disappears for a bit and comes back with new gear and way more power. They knew Miaoshan had taken the chance to upgrade his equipment again. Huadai Lianyu was also left speechless. At that moment, a thought popped into everyone's mind. Should they recommend this story to help Myashen's adventure get some attention and maybe relieve the drought of good reads? After all, This kind of story was rarely seen, and it deserved more recognition. With the intel provided by Xiaowen, the strategy for defeating the Second Elder became crystal clear. Even a formidable boss like the Treant Second Elder, who was notoriously tough to handle, couldn't escape the fate of being conquered by the raid team. With an unwilling, agonized scream, the Second Elder crashed to the ground, its massive body thudding heavily against the earth. It dropped 4 pieces of level 8 black iron gear and over a dozen common items and impressively generous haul. Standing before the pile of loot, Lan Bingyu, as usual, took out the 2 pieces of black iron gear assigned to her Trent robe and Treant blade and handed them to Bai Xiaowen, signaling for him to pick one. This time, Baozi stood to the side, for once showing no trace of complaint on his face. Although he was usually a bit annoyed by Bai Xiaowen's constant teasing, at heart, Baozi was fair-minded and straightforward, always willing to give credit where it was due. He knew perfectly well that without Bai Xiaowen's crucial information, none of them would have realized that the inconspicuous plants mingling at the edge of the battlefield were actually tied to the boss healing mechanism, let alone managed to pull off the victory. Bai Xiaowen had more than earned his pick of the black iron gear. Bai Xiaowen took the 2 black iron items and examined them closely. The Treant robe offered a solid 20 stat boost over his current basic gear and included an extra skill, chance to summon a flower when taking damage. He frowned slightly. Equipment that only triggered on taking damage wasn't particularly useful for someone like him, whose innate ability gave him near-perfect evasion. He then looked at the Treant blade, and his eyes lit up. This weapon inherited the seed explosion skill, which forced enemies back when hide a rare and valuable ability for player-versus-player combat. After thinking for a moment, Bai Xiaowen unexpectedly tossed the blade to Baozi. "This sword suits you better," he said simply. Lan Bingyu watched Bai Xiaowen's easygoing manner, her expression growing more conflicted and her sense of guilt deepening. After everyone finished dividing up the loot and adjusting their gear and mood, a figure silently crept up behind Bai Xiaowen. It was a cute priest girl, who raised her staff and brought it down on Bai Xiaowen's head without hesitation. The blow nearly knocked his eyes out of their sockets, leaving everyone around them stunned by the sudden attack. "What the heck?" Bai Xiaowen cursed, gripping his sword and turning to see who dared to hit the so-called god Bai. When he saw that it was you rabbit the same girl had beaten up at lunchtime, instantly deflated, losing all his bravado. Earlier that day, you rabbit had enthusiastically tried to help him with a quest, only to get inexplicably beaten up in return. To be fair, he did feel a bit guilty about it now. Of everyone present, only Lan Bingyu knew part of what had happened, but she just scratched her head and stayed silent. Beating up a cute girl like that, well, that was classic cat god behavior. As the atmosphere grew awkward, Baozi's attention was caught by a spot off the main Ratia, hidden cave belonging to a powerful rabbit clan. His childlike curiosity kicking in, he ran over to Lan Bingyu, excitedly suggesting, "Boss, since everyone's in high spirits right now, why don't we check out that cave? Maybe we'll score some more good loot." As the guild leader, Lan Bingyu found herself in a dilemma when Baozi made his request. If it were only members of her own guild, she wouldn't mind exploring the cave, but now that 2 guilds were working together, things had become a bit more complicated. "We're not doing anything anyway, so why not take a look?" Jifeng Shaodai noticed that no one from his guild objected, and broke the silence with a smile. "Who knows, maybe it's really the treasure vault of the tree spirit." Baozi's face lit up at that, and he immediately took the lead, heading for the hidden mountain cave that once belonged to the rabbit clan's strongest. Bai Xiaowen glanced at the cave had already visited several times that afternoon, rubbed his nose, and swallowed the words he was about to say. The cave twisted and turned. Baozi led the group through the entrance, secret rooms, and chambers. The whole way, it was eerily quiet, not even a rabbit in sight. Baozi picked up the pace, eventually breaking into a jog. Lan Bingyu and the others, though exasperated, had no choice but to follow. With years of MMO experience, everyone knew that the quieter a place was, the more dangerous it tended to be. There could easily be something lurking deeper in the cave, even more frightening than the tree spirit's second elder. Everyone except Bai Xiaowen was on edge. He strolled along at the back of the group, carrying the giant white rabbit sword in one hand and gulping down a big red potion with the other, completely relaxed. Before long, had fallen far behind the main group. After more than an hour, everyone finally reached the end of the Kavya sheer cliff. Baozi gazed at the blue sky, white clouds, and mist outside, lost in thought. "Damn, where did Miaoshen go this time?" Hua Shangshuang suddenly asked. "It was too chaotic earlier, I didn't notice," Hua Dailianyu replied. "That pervy slacker. The minute you lose sight of him, he's off slacking again, so annoying." "Finhong," Xiaocheng grumbled. "He's been gone for at least 10 minutes, Men Chinchua added. "Thanks to Brother Baozi, we all get to enjoy this beautiful view," Jifeng Shaodai joked, trying to lighten the mood. "Relax, everyone. If you're afraid of heights, stand back a bit. Don't want anyone falling off by accident." After 2 days together, everyone had grown quite fond of Baozi and his straightforward nature, so they offered words of comfort. But that only made Baozi feel worse. Time was precious during a first clear run, and now had wasted half a day dragging the whole raid team through a useless cave. If they ended up losing to Domineering World, it would all be on him. It really is a great view. Just a bit crowded, Lan Bingyu said, taking a deep breath of fresh air and giving Baozi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I'm going to grab some barbecue. Once you've all had a look, come out and eat, then we'll get back on the road. About 20 minutes later. What the hell? Who's stepping on my face? Do you have a death wish? A furious shout came from right under Lan Bingyi's feet, startling her. She looked down to see Miao Shen curled up in the corner, fast asleep, his head practically on the ground. Looking at how everyone else had eagerly searched for treasure, then at Miao Shen, who had found a quiet spot and dozed off like he didn't have a care in the world, it was clear when it comes to staying calm, no one could beat Miao Shen. As soon as the members of the Blue Eye Scale Raid squad emerged from the cave, they followed the instructions of their two leaders. In small groups, they found familiar companions, sat together, and began preparing to light campfires and roast meat to fill their hungry stomachs. After 2 days of intense raiding, everyone was utterly exhausted. On average, each person had slept only 3 or 4 hours over the past 2 days, with nerves stretched to the breaking point. Now, as the tension finally eased, a wave of fatigue washed over the camp, leaving an eerie silence hanging in the air. Shui, Shuang, Yu, and Cheng quickly formed a temporary group. With their campfire already burning and ingredients laid out, they even thoughtfully saved a spot for their resident chef, Miao Shen. All four gazed hopefully at Bai Xiaowen, clearly wishing he would show off his cooking skills. But Bai Xiaowen pretended not to notice, tilting his head skyward at a dramatic angle as he strode right past them and headed straight for the campfire where Lan Bingyu and Jifeng Xiaodai were sitting. I already ate in the cave. Want me to grill your meat for free? Dream on. Bai Xiaowen chuckled to himself. With a dramatic backward move, he squeezed into the crowded campfire circle, shamelessly plopping down on Baozi's lap. He then draped an arm around Baozi's neck with a flirtatious flourish. Lan Bingyu, since we've got a moment, can I ask you something? The entire campfire fell silent in an instant. Baozi, suddenly the center of attention, looked as uncomfortable as a cat with its tail stepped on and jumped up abruptly. Caught off guard, Bai Xiaowen nearly toppled into the fire with him, but Baozi managed a quick roll, avoiding the flames. The two ended up tangled together in a rather suggestive pose. As soon as Baozi got to his feet, Bai Xiaowen reached out and, in a playful tone, said, "Come on, help me up, you rascal." The onlookers shuddered at the display. Gritting his teeth, Baozi pulled out his newly acquired tree spirit cleaver, ready to strike, but Bai Xiaowen dodged nimbly and took off running. The two chased each other around the camp, instantly breaking the heavy silence. Laughter rippled through the crowd, and everyone visibly began to relax. Lan Bingyu and Jifeng Xiaodai exchanged a knowing glance over the flickering flames, their eyes lingering on Miao Shen with newfound appreciation. Whether Miao Shen had done it intentionally or not, he had helped solve a tricky problem for them. Large-scale raiding events like this, with 100 participants, were essentially military operations. In the virtual world, managing morale was even more challenging. If negative emotions spread unchecked, it could impact not only team spirit, but also lead to mistakes during combat, weakening the group as a whole. For the team leaders, this was no small challenge. The two guild leaders at the top did notice these subtle changes, but everyone else was too busy complaining about how tired and sleepy they were. Baozi, if you don't hurry up and eat, all the meat you grilled will be gone, Lan Bingyu said, looking helplessly at Miao Shen, who was having a great time playing behind her. Only then did Baozi snap back to reality. When he turned around, he saw that only 2.5 skewers were left from the 7 or 8 he had carefully grilled. He exploded with anger. If you're going to eat, just eat. What's the point of giving me back half a skewer if you can't finish it? Seriously, are you kidding me? Once the commotion died down, Bai Xiaowen, no longer joking around, sat down beside Lan Bingyu with a serious expression. Lan Bingyu, how far along is our raid team now? How much longer do you think it'll take? Since I've come this far with you, we're all in this together, so let's not keep any secrets. Lan Bingyu and Jifeng Xiaodai exchanged a look, then immediately took out the map and spread it on the ground. Jifeng Xiaodai pointed at the map with a twig. Miao Shen, look here. Once we get past the tree spirit elder we just fought, we'll be entering the core area of the tree spirit's territory. At this rate, we should be done by late tonight or early tomorrow morning at the latest. Staring at the remaining fifth of the route on the map, Bai Xiaowen fired off a series of rapid questions. How far has the Bidao Tianxia Guild gotten? How many members do they have left? What's their team structure like? Are there any strong players we need to watch out for? And which tree spirit is holding the quest item? This barrage of professional questions made the two guild leaders' expressions shift. Lan Bingyu took a moment to compose herself before answering seriously. Half an hour ago, our scout died during the Bidao Tianxia Guild's boss fight. After he revived, he reported back that they still have 109 members, while we only have 82 left. They're a veteran guild, so their team structure is definitely more professional than ours, but they only have a few more level 7 experts than we don't. That's thanks to your insight skill. As for which tree spirit has the quest item, we're not sure yet. Not sure. Bai Xiaowen's voice shot up in disbelief. Are you kidding me? How can you not know? The NPC didn't give them a detailed explanation. He just sent over 2 simple maps, marking the final destination of the quest. Jifeng Xiaodai smiled awkwardly and explained, but overall, things have been going pretty smoothly. We've made a lot of progress with the quest, and our gear has improved a lot. Honestly, whether we finish the quest or not doesn't matter that much anymore. He paused, then added, right now, our main goal is to stop the Badeo Tianxia Guild from completing the quest. We just can't let them pass so easily. Bai Xiaowen was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, you two running a guild honestly, it's just infighting among yourselves. Lan Bingyu and Jifeng Xiaodai exchanged glances and gave helpless smiles. It was true their guild had been struggling from the start, mostly due to bad luck. They just happened to pick the number 9527 beginner village, only to run into Badeo Tianxia, a veteran guild that had already claimed the territory. Badeo Tianxia was powerful, with hundreds of loyal members from the very beginning, easily able to rally over 1,000 people. Their own group was just a handful of offline friends, barely holding the guild together. It was impossible not to feel outmatched. If it were anyone else, or if the map were any smaller, the two of them would have been crushed by Badeo Tianxia long ago. Seeing the disappointment on their faces, Bai Xiaowen sighed softly and tried to reassure them. You really don't have to worry. A lot of small guilds start out just like this, building up slowly over time. Trust me, once you get out of the beginner village, Badeo Tianxia won't even matter. Lan Bingyu frowned, looking a bit aggrieved. Meow God, can we change the subject, please? Meanwhile, Jifeng Xiaodai couldn't help but curse silently to himself. Seriously? Does he have to be so blunt? Can someone shut this guy up? They'll send a 66 yuan red envelope to whoever does. At that moment, hidden in the shadows by the campfire, no one noticed that 2 pairs of eyes were quietly watching them, harboring secrets of their own. As the campfire died out, the team set off on their journey once again. After a brief rest, the members from both guilds felt reinvigorated by their leaders' encouragement and generous rewards. Yet, while the guild leaders handed out their pep talks and bonuses, fatigue was etched on their faces not because of the expense, but because someone's blunt words had completely crushed their spirits. Bai Xiaowen had only spoken a few harsh truths, but to him, it was simply the reality of the situation. While Domination Under Heaven might be a powerful guild within Novice Village 9527, that's just a small corner of the virtual world. In this open-world game, tens of thousands of starter villages coexist, each packed with thousands of players. Any guild that manages to stand out among them is bound to be formidable. Domination Under Heaven, which hadn't even managed to dominate its own starter village, stood little chance in the wider competition. But such truths are hard for most to accept. Moonlight spilled across the land as night fell. Bai Xiaowen glanced up at the bright moon, suddenly struck by the nagging feeling that he had forgotten something. Before he could sort out his thoughts, urgent shouts shattered the quiet. 2 scouts sprinted over from the distance. Boss, we've spotted the Domination Under Heaven guild. They're about a kilometer ahead. The scouts reported breathlessly. We counted their numbers, there are about 100 left, and they have way more level 7 experts than we do. The scouts' report matched what the guild leaders had said earlier, but Bai Xiaowen couldn't shake a sense of unease, as if something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The doubt lingered in his mind like an inexplicable breeze. Everyone, after 2 days of grinding, were finally at the last stage. Domination Under Heaven is just ahead. Listen to Xiao Dai and Medant act rashly, and don't alert the enemy, Bai Xiaowen ordered, his voice steady and decisive. Lan Bingyu hesitated, as if wanting to add something, but after a moment's pause, he softened his words. He had wanted to stress that their real goal was to disrupt Domination Under Heaven's plans and prevent them from completing their mission. But saying that now felt too negative and ill-timed, so he held his tongue. With the orders given, the team immediately switched into cautious mode, moving stealthily like shadows as they circled around the enemy. Lan Bing Jifeng's squad melted into the tall grass, advancing silently for a full 20 minutes before they finally drew close to their target. Gradually, the figures of the Domination Under Heaven Guild appeared in the distance. At this moment, the Tyrant World Guild was battling a group of tree spirits. 50 tree spirits roamed the forest, and judging by their ordinary size, it was clear there were no particularly powerful boss monsters among them. What should we do now, boss? Should we take this chance to charge in and catch them off guard? Baozi crouched low, crawling to the front and whispering his suggestion to the 2 guild leaders. No way. Lan Bingyu and Jifeng Xiaodai rejected the idea in unison. The Tyrant World Guild was only facing ordinary monsters for now, so launching an attack wouldn't deal a decisive blow. Both leaders were waiting for a better opportunity. When Tyrant World encountered a tough boss, they would join forces with the boss to crush them and cut off any chance of further progress. Tyrant World displayed remarkable teamwork in battle. Shield warriors and swordsmen held the front line perfectly, while archers and mages dealt continuous damage from the back, and support classes kept up a steady stream of healing. In just over 10 minutes, All the tree spirits were wiped out. Watching from the bushes, Bai Xiaowen observed Tyrant World's formation and coordination. He had to admit that this veteran guild, which had migrated from other online games, was far stronger than emerging forces like Lan Bingyu and Jifeng Xiaodai. Everyone, stay put and wait until they're gone before we follow. The two guild leaders ordered in hushed voices, their instructions quietly passing through the team. But before the message could reach everyone, something unexpected happened. Tyrant World's team suddenly changed direction and charged straight towards their hiding place. We've been spotted. Get ready to fight. The leaders shouted in alarm. The elite members quickly drew their weapons and formed up, but shouts and the clash of weapons erupted behind them as well. Turning around, they saw another team of 40 or 50 people flanking them from the rear. Facing nearly twice their number, the team's expressions changed drastically. The sudden arrival of these reinforcements had caught them completely off guard. Our intel was wrong. There's a traitor in the team. Lan Bingyu, quick to react thanks to her experience in the workplace, immediately sensed the problem. When two scouts tried to defend themselves, she motioned for silence and swept her gaze over the group, saying coldly, I'm not talking about you two. It's someone else. After analyzing the situation, Lan Bingyu pinpointed the core issue. Tyrant World had not only anticipated their spies, but had also secretly split their forces. Even more alarming, they were able to locate Ice Blue Gale's position with precision, which meant that Tyrant World had also planted a mole within their own ranks and that person was still among them. In the end, Lan Bingyu had no choice but to admit that, whether in terms of overall strength, intelligence, tactics, or experience, their opponents were ahead by more than a step. The enemy forces were closing in, and both Lan Bingyu and Jifeng Xiaodai were visibly rattled. Their darting eyes kept glancing behind them and at the enemies closing in from both flanks. The traitor had yet to be exposed, but the enemy was already at their doorstep. Pressures from within and without left the two guild leaders anxious and on edge. Suddenly, a glaring red number flashed above Jifeng Xiaodai's head, followed by a sharp pain stabbing into his back. He frowned, drew his sword, and spun around, only to see one of the 5 external reinforcements had personally recruited the assassin known as Chizhou Woniu. Chu Bingdi had somehow slipped behind him unnoticed and unleashed the signature assassin skill, backstab. You dare betray us? Jifeng Xiaodai roared in fury, raising his sword to strike down the traitorous assassin. But before his sword could fall, a loud shout erupted at his side. Silver Dragon Charge. In the brief moment his attack stalled, Jifeng Xiaodai was slammed out of the raid group by a fierce impact. The attacker was none other than another guild outsider Zui Longwang. At the same moment Jifeng Xiaodai was ambushed and knocked out of position, 2 familiar leaders of the Badao Tianxia Guild, Badao Gongshan and Badao Fazhen, calmly issued orders from beyond the enemy's attack range. All archers and mages, target the area 5 meters in front of the enemy and launch a blanket attack. Fireball multi-shot fire. At their command, dozens of archers and mages unleashed their skills without hesitation. Arrows and spell projectiles rained down, saturating the empty ground in front of the enemy. Format Iona spectacular sight. Jifeng Xiaodai, who had just been thrown into this kill zone, didn't even have time to react before he was instantly defeated by the barrage. At the same time, 2 thunderous shouts erupted behind Lan Bingyu. Warriors charge. 2 figures charged at him simultaneously, but collided just a step and a half away, knocking each other back. Lan Bingyu turned, stunned, disbelief written all over his face. He never imagined that not only had a traitor infiltrated Jifeng's guild, but even his own guild harbored betrayal. Glancing back, he saw the 2 figures facing off. One was Zhongyi Jian, a core warrior from his elite leveling squad, and the other was Miao Legumi, someone had always admired and hoped to befriend. Now, both of them, just like Chizhou Woniu Chu Bengdi and Zui Longwang, had activated full PvP mode. Lan Bingyi's expression changed instantly, a flood of emotions surging in his chest. One was a trusted member of his core team, the other a potential friend he deeply respected. Either one's betrayal was a painful blow. Bai Xiaowen had experienced countless betrayals and double-crosses in online games before. The moment Badao Tianxia's forces began to encircle from the rear, he realized there had to be a mole in the team. From that instant, he started scrutinizing every member except Lan Bingyu, Jifeng Xiaodai, Washang Shuang, and Min Qianshui. The first 2 were the guild leaders. There was no reason for them to betray the guild they'd worked so hard to build. The others were close friends whom Bai Xiaowen had personally brought into the group. Most importantly, although Min Qiangsu and Washang Shuang cared a lot about money and didn't have high moral standards, they would never betray him, the friend who had brought them along to fight monsters together. They weren't the type to stab a friend in the back. Next, Bai Xiaowen quickly ruled out Pink Little Orange and Huadai Lianyu. 2 people had interacted with more frequently, but wasn't entirely sure about. It wasn't because they looked like innocent, justice-loving girls, but because he noticed that when the Ba Dao Tianxia Guild surrounded them, their reactions were identical to everyone else's, utterly confused, then immediately on guard. This made Bai Xiaowen extra cautious. After careful analysis, he soon narrowed down the list to a few highly suspicious individuals. As the enemy drew closer, Bai Xiaowen watched for subtle changes in their behavior. Within seconds, he accurately identified the three traitors, Wai Zui Longwang, who always rode a snail to the disco, Zhongyi Ji Jian, and that guy who always pretended to be loyal. The three were quietly sneaking up behind Jifeng Xiaodai and Lan Bingyu, the guild leaders. When the ambush began, both Jifeng Xiaodai and Lan Bingyu were attacked at the same time. Bai Xiaowen didn't hesitate, he chose to help Lan Bingyu. After all, she was his teammate and had powerful backing. As for Jifeng Xiaodai, who was little more than a casual acquaintance, Bai Xiaowen could only silently say, "Sorry, take care." After Zhongyi Ji Jian's sneak attack failed, he immediately turned the tables, pointing furiously at Bai Xiaowen and shouting, "Unbelievable. Lan Bingyu has always treated you well, and you still betrayed her. If I hadn't reacted in time, you would have gotten away with your scheme. You're truly heartless, a traitor in disguise, a wolf in sheep's clothing." Watching Zhongyi Ji Jian put on such a dramatic performance, Bai Xiaowen felt speechless. If this guy didn't become an actor, it would be a waste of talent. If he hadn't been the one accused, Bai Xiaowen might have believed Zhongyi Ji Jian was really as loyal as his name suggested. Standing to the side, Lan Bingyi's gaze shifted between the two men, one furious, the other calm. Her heart wavered. Her eyes flickered back and forth, but in the end, she leaned slightly toward Bai Xiaowen, though her guard was still up. Instinctively, she trusted Zhongyi Ji Jian more. After all, he was not only a core team member, but also her college classmate, someone with deep ties to her. By contrast, Bai Xiaowen was just someone she'd met recently and felt a slight fondness for. In the end, Lan Bingyu made her choice, quietly settling her thoughts. Bai Xiaowen simply grinned, unfazed by the suspicious looks thrown his way, and said nothing. Had already seen through it all, his eyes as calm as still water. The situation before them had already set the stage for a complicated aftermath. Hua Shangshuang grinned widely, hiding in the back and giggling nonstop. There was a sense of gleeful anticipation in his laughter, as if he were watching a particularly entertaining show. In my opinion, this is way more exciting than reading a novel. Min Qianxue's eyes sparkled as she became completely absorbed in the unfolding drama before her, paying no attention to the members of the dominating world guild closing in from both sides. Pink Little Orange squinted, lightly poking Hua Shangshuang with her small sword. "Hey, are you two undercover agents too, just like your cat god?" As she spoke, her gaze flickered meaningfully toward Zhong Yi Jian. Having been a seasoned player in online games for years, she had developed a sharp instinct for judging people. This time, she didn't hesitate to side with Bai Xiaowen. "Come on, if you want to talk, just talk, stop poking me in the back." Hua Shangshuang jumped up in surprise. "If you weren't a girl, I'd smack you upside the head." His sudden outburst startled Pink Little Orange. "You two must have a real talent for causing trouble," Hua Dai Lianyu said with a resigned chuckle, grabbing the fired-up Pink Little Orange before things could escalate. As soon as Hua Shangshuang and Min Qianxue saw Hua Dai Lianyu step in, they immediately fell silent. Ever since the last time she had given them a serious beating, they developed a deep, inexplicable fear of her. Even though they considered themselves pretty skilled, they knew they stood little chance against her. Of all the experts they'd encountered in Newbie Village 9527, only two people truly left them feeling out of their depth, Bai Xiaowen and Hua Dai Lianyu. As for Pink Little Orange, she was tough to handle in a direct fight, but if it came down to a sneak attack, the outcome would be anyone's guess. Unfazed by the Sword of Loyalty's insults and Lan Bingyi's faint distrust, Bai Xiaowen casually picked his nose. He knew all too well that a fox can't hide its tail forever. The truth would come out sooner or later. Though the standoff seemed to drag on, in reality, only a handful of seconds had passed. In that brief moment, the members of Dominating the World had already completed their encirclement. Sensing the tide turning after his lie was exposed, Sword of Loyalty narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted out his Gale skill, hoping to use the burst of speed to break through to Dominating the World's side. But Bai Xiaowen had already seen through his plan. The moment Sword of Loyalty made his move, Bai Xiaowen silently activated his own charge skill, perfectly predicting the escape route. Like an arrow, he shot forward and blocked the only path ahead. The two collided head-on, sending Sword of Loyalty tumbling head over heels, rolling several meters across the ground. Before Sword of Loyalty could get up, Bai Xiaowen swiftly repositioned himself, landing a precise knockback fireball. With a loud bang, Sword of Loyalty was slammed straight into a tree behind him. "Did you see that?" Yu Yedu took the chance to complain to the girls around her. "That stupid cat beat me up just like this at noon." Even in such a tense situation, she still found time to grumble, drawing exasperated looks from her friends. Seeing Sword of Loyalty in trouble, members of the Ice Blue Guild were about to rush to his aid, but Lan Bingyu held them back. Sword of Loyalty's abnormal behavior had made it clear who the real traitor was. This harsh truth left Lan Bingyu numb with disappointment. The betrayal of a longtime real-life classmate hurt far more than that of the recently acquainted Miao Legumi. While Lan Bingyu was lost in guilt, a mocking voice sounded, and a heavy sword landed on his head. Looking up, he saw it was Bai Xiaowen, wielding the very black iron sword that Sword of Loyalty had transformed into after his defeat. Sorry, cat god, Lan Bingyu managed to force out, as if it took all his strength. To be honest, Bai Xiaowen looked him in the eye. If you'd chosen to trust me just now, I'd have felt great, but I'd also think you were out of your mind. If I were you, I wouldn't have believed me either. Bai Xiaowen grinned and waved his hand nonchalantly. As a seasoned player, he knew all too well only real-life friends or relatives could get into Lan Bingyi's elite raid team. When it came to choosing between close friends and someone you'd only met online a week ago, the answer was obvious. Heh, I just love how our Miao god acts all aloof while trying to comfort people. Min Xianxue turned and joked with the two female players. Miao god, I want to have your babies. Hua Shangshuang shouted, brandishing her iron sword. Get lost. Bai Xiaowen shot back, clearly exasperated. Fenhong Xiaoqing and Huadai Lianyu exchanged a smile, amused by their friend's antics. Lan Bingyu fixed her big, watery eyes on Bai Xiaowen, her gaze full of confusion. Most people, when wrongly accused, would be furious, storm off, or even turn against their friends. But Bai Xiaowen remained unusually calm, as if he were viewing the situation from above, putting himself in everyone's shoes. That was how he managed to stay so composed. Just then, Ba Dao Tianxiao arrived, leading his guild members into battle. Enemies truly do become bitter rival. She sent 5 levels even players to gang up on Bai Xiaowen. Actually, it was more like 10. Ba Dao's priest Ming Meizi and a curvy, older priestess were providing full healing support behind a shield wall of 3 warriors, keeping the attackers alive. The members of the Gale Guild, Ice Blue Guild, and the freelance reinforcements were all stunned by the spectacle 10 high-level players against 1. That was some serious grudge. Ba Dao Tianxia, along with other well-known players like Qi Zhou and Yo Chu Bangdi and Wai Zui Long Wang, launched a fierce assault on Bai Xiaowen. With 2 healers constantly patching up his enemies, Bai Xiaowen was having a tough time. Don't panic. Lan Bingyu called out, immediately taking charge. Stick to the original plan. Defense warriors, keep their melee in check and protect our squishies. Ice Blue Corps Squad, follow me to rescue Miao God. Gale's Shout Eye Squad, lead 2 elite teams for a counterattack. Brothers, taking out 1 is worth it. Taking out 2 is a win. Let's go. Without waiting for orders, Fenhong Xiaoqing, Huadai Lianyu, and Zuyued 3 outside reinforcements had already spotted a weak point and charged in. Meanwhile, Min Xianxue and Hua Shangshuang sensibly switched to bows and hid behind the defense warriors, taking potshots from safety. There was none of the heroic self-sacrifice you might expect. Later, the 2 defended themselves confidently. Miao God so strong. Does he even need us to save him? As long as we're not dragging the team down, that's contribution enough. All Bai Xiaowen could do was complain helplessly. I've lived half my life and never met 2 shameless slackers like you. Damn. Lan Bingyu watched as Bai Xiaowen was surrounded and attacked by a group of players. With a sharp command, she tried to lead her team in to break through and rescue him. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. As soon as she and her squad advanced a few steps, Xiangxia's elite troops, outnumbering them by a third, forced them back to their original position, making it impossible to move forward. On the other side of the battlefield, Bai Xiaowen was trapped by 5 elite players, struggling to hold his ground. Although his sword strikes dealt impressive damage, he couldn't overcome their shameless tactics. 2 priests stayed safely at a distance, constantly healing their teammates, while the 5 attackers guzzled health potions between blows, their healing overflowing and their caution leaving Bai Xiaowen no room for a comeback. As the fight dragged on, the expressions of the 5 attackers from Xiangxia shifted from arrogance to astonishment, especially the 2 lone wolves who had never faced Bai Xiaowen before. They'd thought Xiangxia was overreacting with such an elaborate setup, but now it all made sense. Despite being outnumbered 5-1 by Xiaowen ID, Mileage Me dodged most attacks with ease and found opportunities to strike back. Even more surprising, his attacks had a lifesteal effect, restoring a significant amount of health each time. What really frustrated his opponents, though, was Bai Xiaowen's unpredictable fighting style. In just a few minutes, he unleashed nearly every class skill except for those exclusive to archers requiring specific weapons, support skills like Holy Light and Healing, mage spells like Fireball and Ice Spike, warrior abilities like Charge and Slash, assassin moves like Backstab and Substitution, even grappler techniques like Suplex and Bust all blended into a chaotic yet effective assault. At first, Bai Xiaowen's skill usage seemed a bit clumsy, but as the battle went on, he unleashed increasingly bizarre and seamless combos from various classes. One moment he was swinging his sword, and the next, ice spikes and fireballs shot from its tip. Whether physical or magical, his damage output was overwhelming, as if he had far more attribute points than an ordinary player, leaving the 5 attackers more and more unsettled as the fight went on. In this open, freeform combat system with no target locking, most players only tried to learn skills from either the physical or magical class, trees very few attempted an all-class approach. There were two reasons for this. First, spreading yourself thin meant mastering nothing. Second, the official forums clearly stated that all non-primary class skills would be wiped after changing classes at level 10. Since each skill cost dozens of silver coins to learn, experimenting recklessly could cost thousands, something regular players simply couldn't afford. Of course, Bai Xiaowen didn't know about that second rule, as the announcement was only posted after Head finished browsing the forums. Had he known in advance, his penny-pinching nature would have never allowed such extravagance. It was yet another twist of fate that brought him to this point. Among the five-member squad led by Ba Dao Tianxia, the one having the hardest time was the assassin known as riding a snail to rave. As an agility-focused assassin with strength as his secondary attribute, he stood no chance against a powerhouse like Miao Lugumi, whose stats were off the charts in every category. Every attack he launched barely scratched the opponent's defenses, and both his attack speed and movement were completely outmatched. Just taking a single hit would cost him nearly half his health bar, making the whole experience downright tormenting. What made things even more frustrating was the presence of a cute priest in the Ice Blue Gale strategy team, going by the name Yu Wild Rabbit. She stood more than 30 farther away than the average spellcaster, baring her tiny tiger teeth in frustration as she relentlessly healed Miao Lugumi. Judging by her angry expression, it was clear that someone in the five-person team must have seriously offended her in the past. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Bai Xiaowen had already figured out about 80 of his opponent's skill sets and attack patterns through real combat. As for the 20 of trump card skills that Ba Dao Tianxia stubbornly refused to use, that was only natural after all. Miao Lugumi still had at least 3 powerful self-created skills up his sleeve. This kind of mutual probing was perfectly normal between top-tier players. After analyzing the situation, Bai Xiaowen concluded that the skill level of these 5 players was on par with Min Qian Shui and Hua Shang Shuang after they split up, putting them in the upper tier of second-rate players. While they couldn't match the likes of Fun Hong Xiaocheng and Hua Dai Lianyu, the top-notch gear provided by their guild made up for any technical shortcomings. In the context of a newbie village, they would definitely stand out as rare experts. Just as Bai Xiaowen finished his observations and was about to make his move, another little Bai in the contract space was lazily lying on the ground, licking its fur and playing around. Suddenly, it slapped its dog leg and shouted, "Little Bai is getting serious now." Then, imitating Bai Xiaowen, it pulled out some lamb and a red potion from its bag, munching away while clicking its tongue in approval. Seizing the right moment, Bai Xiaowen deftly dodged a spear's shadow and closed the distance in a flash. "Charge!" he roared, slamming into Dragon King with the crooked mouth, who had just finished his attack and was left vulnerable, successfully breaking through the defensive line. As soon as he burst out of the encirclement, the other 4 members of Ba Dao Tianxia's team immediately gave chase, trying to close in. With a quick glance behind to gauge their positions, Bai Xiaowen shouted again, "Back throw!" Grabbing Dragon King's arm, he hurled him toward the other 3 riding a snail to rave and his teammates temporarily blocking their pursuit. Without missing a beat, he swung his sword with his right hand, sending a fireball the size of a washbasin straight at Ba Dao Tianxia's chest. Although Ba Dao Tianxia dodged in time, the fireball still grazed his shoulder, forcing him to halt his chase. At this moment, Bai Xiaowen abandoned his usual habit of loudly announcing his skills, silently activating the 2 most powerful abilities granted by himself and his weapon. Instantly, his entire body was enveloped in glimmering light, making him stand out in the dusk. His speed surged dramatically as he charged directly at the priests in the back row. He knew all too well that unless he took out both priests first, no matter how skilled he was, he'd never be able to kill any of the 5. He could, of course, use those 2 forbidden moves with massive side effects to instantly take out an opponent, but that would guarantee his own death on the battlefield because of the backlash. Even worse, if the big white rabbit sword dropped, it would be a true disaster. And to make matters worse, the dog still wasn't listening to him. After breaking away from the battle, Bai Xiaowen immediately set his sights on his new targets, the 3 defensive warriors guarding the priest. His strategy was clear. As long as he could break through the line formed by these warriors, the priest would be exposed to his attacks. With a sweeping motion of his Da Bai 2 sword, he unleashed a group attack skill called Sweeping Rabbits. Instantly, 1.5 times his normal attack damage exploded onto the 3 defensive warriors, causing double-digit damage numbers to appear above their heads. Without pausing, Bai Xiaowen twisted his blade and used Slash, a single target attack with 1.5 times the usual damage. The tip of his sword then glowed blue as he cast Ice Spike, another 1.5x magic attack that not only dealt damage, but also slowed the enemy's movement and attack speeds. Just then, the 3 defensive warriors seemed to act as one. With a synchronized shout of Shield Bash, a skill similar to a warrior's charge, they rushed toward Bai Xiaowen. But he only smiled slightly. With a loud crash, their 3 shields collided, but all they struck was a broken plank with green leaves. Bai Xiaowen had already used the high-level assassin skill, Substitution. The beauty of substitution was that it had to be triggered the instant he was about to take damage. For 1.5 seconds afterward, he gained super armor, became immune to crowd control, took 80 less damage, and could reappear anywhere within 3 steps of his decoy. Backstab. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen appeared behind a shield warrior, triggering double damage. Even with his Da by Tuss Rage state activated granting him a 40 attack boost and unleashing his full combo, he still couldn't take down a single shield warrior. Clearly, these defenders had invested heavily in defense stats, far exceeding his expectations. Shield warriors are so boring, Bai Xiaowen muttered to himself. Hitting them feels like scratching an itch, and getting hit by them is just as mild. You'd never understand the joy of being a shield warrior. One of them grinned, then used the tank-exclusive taunt, forcing Bai Xiaowen to attack him for 2.5 seconds. The 3 shield warriors took turns taunting him, chaining their skills to keep Bai Xiaowen locked down for a full 7.5 seconds. This kind of pure team play style was something Bai Xiaowen had only seen in elite squads from the Ice Blue and Gale Raiders during his week of playing the game. Seeing Bai Xiaowen controlled, Ba Dao Mushin quickly shielded his companion and pulled the cool-headed priestess away from the battlefield. As the 3rd second of taunt ticked by, Ba Dao Tianxia was already leading 4 teammates to flank Bai Xiaowen. His expression changed instantly. He hurriedly deactivated his Da by Tuss Rage buff, fearing he'd be instantly wiped out by a focused attack, while his defense was reduced by 40. As the 3 seconds of taunting ended, the Crooked Mouth Dragon King immediately launched his counterattack. With a swift charging skill, he knocked Bai Xiaowen to the ground. Not only did this move settle the score for the earlier mockery, but it also left Bai Xiaowen completely dazed. Seeing Bai Xiaowen down, the other 5 rushed in. From the moment the shield warrior first pinned him down to when the Crooked Mouth Dragon King sent him flying, nearly 9 seconds had passed without Bai Xiaowen getting a single chance to strike back. Now, lying on the ground and grimacing in pain, he glanced at his health bar with thirds of it had vanished in an instant. If that's how you want to play, don't blame me for getting rough. Bai Xiaowen muttered through narrowed eyes. He suddenly pulled out a handful of sand head carefully prepared and flung it at his opponents. This wasn't ordinary sand, it was fine, sifted sand he had handpicked in the village, free of stones or impurities. To boost its effect, Head even asked Xiaoho had a 94 favorability rating for some of the notorious super spicy chili powder from Novice Village 9527, the kind that burns your hands just from touching it. Damn, Hua Shangshuang shouted in surprise. He's using a copied trick. Min Qianxue called out. Just as Bai Xiaowen got back on his feet, a green light enveloped him. Looking over, he saw that Yi Yu Wild Rabbit had rushed out from behind her team's warrior line to heal him. The sight moved Bai Xiaowen, his eyes stinging with emotion. Gulping down a red potion, he yelled to her, "Rabbit, get back. Don't worry, I'm safe now. When this is over, I'll reward you with the biggest carrot ever." Before he finished, a holy light spell struck his head. It didn't do any damage, but the burning sensation made him wince. Glancing sideways, Bai Xiaowen saw that Badeo Tianxia and the others were closing in again. He quickly grabbed another handful of sand and flung it at them. The 5 opponents instinctively shielded their eyes, scoffing inwardly at the repeated use of such a basic trick. But in the next instant, Bai Xiaowen shouted, "Gale," and activated the warrior's pursuit skill. With a blur, he darted straight into the nearby woods. "Damn it," Hua Shangshuang cursed. "Seriously?" Min Qianxue echoed. "What the hell?" Hua Dai Lianyu and Pink Orange Fairy shouted in unison. "Are you kidding me?" Lan Bingyu stared in disbelief. Bai Xiaowen's ultimate movement skill was still active, and combined with Gale, his speed was off the charts. Badeo Tianxia only managed to chase a couple of steps before stopping, gritting his teeth and yelling into the trees. "Damn it. If you've got guts, stop hiding and come out here. Morons." Bai Xiaowen's insult echoed from deeper in the woods, fading quickly into the dense foliage. Badeo Tianxia and his team stared into the rustling grass, stopping in their tracks. Though they considered themselves experts, they knew there were even more mysterious and powerful players in the game. Their recent clash had made it clear this mysterious player was a top-tier master. He might not act like one, but his strength was undeniable. Trying to chase a player of this caliber through such complex terrain was nothing short of suicide. Ba Dao Tianxia didn't dare recklessly pursue Bai Xiaowen after he slipped into the cover of the woods and grass. Instead, he scanned his surroundings warily, then raised his weapon and led his teammates to vent all their fury on the Ice Blue and Gale Raid squads. The sudden appearance of 10 top players on the battlefield put enormous pressure on Ice Blue and Gale's teams, and their formation quickly began to fall apart. Seeing this, Hua Dai Lianyu and Pink Orange exchanged a knowing glance and immediately shifted the focus of the fight, charging straight towards Ba Dao Tianxia. When the 2 female players blocked his path, Ba Dao Tianxia showed a look of disdain. His teammates, riding a snail to the club and Crooked Mouth Dragon King, were just about to warn him, but the 2 women shouted in unison. "Fiery dance of the orange wind." At their shout, red sparks flared around Hua Dai Lianyu, while Pink Orange was enveloped in a golden glow. Both instantly gained powerful skill buffs, their combat power surging as they dashed toward Ba Dao Xia. After being badly beaten by Xiaowen last time, Pink Orange had reflected deeply. She stayed logged in for 72 hours straight, locking herself in a leveling map and grinding monsters nonstop. Finally, in a moment of exhaustion and inspiration, she unlocked her exclusive combat skill Orange Wind. This skill, much like Hua Dai Lianye's Fire Dance and Xiaowen's ultimate, could instantly boost all of a player's core stats. While such skills might not be as straightforwardly useful as direct physical or magic attacks for less skilled players, for experts, they were the ultimate form of enhancement. After a few rounds of fighting, Ba Dao Xia and his group were shocked to realize that in this team, the tough opponents weren't limited to Miao Legumi. These two girls, though not as outrageous as Miao Legumi, were still far more skilled than anyone on his side. Especially once they activated their buffs, their attacks were relentless, every move a threat. Pair up and keep Hua Dai Lianyu and Pink Orange occupied. Make sure to use potions to maintain your health. Priest focus on healing. The rest of the level 7 elites, split into 4 groups, break through their backline, and take out their damage dealers and healers. Ba Dao Xia, experienced as he was, quickly devised the best strategy after just a few dozen rounds with the two girls. One word, stall. Under his command, 2 levels even solo players teamed up, while riding a snail to the club and Crooked Mouth Dragon King formed another pair. With the priest's constant healing, they tightly locked down Pink Orange and Hua Dai Lianyu, giving them no chance to support their teammates. Meanwhile, Ba Dao Xia led the remaining levels even experts in small groups, launching a direct assault on the Ice Blue and Gale Guild's backline. The area that was advancing fastest was the mid-rear section that Hua Dai Lianyu and Pink Orange had just been guarding. With the two girls now drawn away, this spot became the perfect breakthrough point for the enemy, who swept through it with ease. But as Hua Dai Lianyu and Pink Orange glanced sidelong at the enemies pouring in, their lips curled up in faint smiles, showing no sign of worry. That position wasn't just guarded by them. Hiding in the back were 2 timid eggs whose strength was on par with Miao Legumi, and their power was anything but simple. Several levels even experts from dominating the world charged forward as if no one could stop them, quickly breaking through to the last line of defense at the rear of the formation. Seeing this, 2 defending warriors leapt aside in perfect sync, leaving the defense wide open to the enemy. The levels even experts' eyes gleamed with excitement. If they succeeded, the generous rewards dominating the world had promised would keep them living in luxury for quite some time. For the guild itself, this victory meant even more. It would not only suppress the alliance of 2 major guilds, but also allow them to dominate the resources of Novice Village 9527, paving the way for their expansion into the larger world beyond the free novice villages. Just then, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the enemy's rear line, switching their bows for long swords in a flash. The moment their faces became visible, several people's expressions changed dramatically. Men Qian Shui, Washang Shuang, I've been looking for you 2 for ages. Prepare to die? Damn it, I'm taking you both down today, no matter what. But the 2 showed no fear. Instead, they smirked in amusement. Well, look who it is. Washang Shuang laughed. Your gear's worth a fortune. Let's work together again sometime. Min Qian Shui added. Work with your damn selves. Someone from dominating the world roared in anger. Some had been killed by the duo before, and others, like by Xiaowen, had been robbed multiple times. The sight of these 2 was more infuriating than any taunt a shield warrior could dish out. Watching the fight, Qizhou and Yo Chubong Di and Wai Zue Long Wang, who were battling Pinky Orange, cried out in alarm, "Get back! They're the pair I told you about, the ones who used the combo skill." Before their warning was even finished, 2 beams of light flared up. Combo skill, sundial. Combo skill, moon wheel. A white light blazed with the intensity of noon sun, while a black beam shone deeper than the night sky. The 2 streams of light intertwined into a 2-meter-wide line, and everyone in their path, including the tankiest warriors, fell instantly, vanishing in a burst of white light. The skill's range was only a few meters, but even so, it instantly wiped out more than 4 levels even experts. Attack now. They'll be weakened after using their combo. Wai Zue Long Wang shouted between clashes. But Pinky Orange pressed the attack even harder, leaving both him and Qizhou and Yo Chu Bung Di too distracted to act. Just as the enemy prepared to exploit the opening, the 2 warriors who had jumped aside earlier suddenly charged back in, knocking back the advancing foes. Other lines also sent warriors to provide support. Meanwhile, the archers and priests from Ice Blue Gale Strategy Squad quickly pulled the weakened Min Qian Shui and Washang Shuang to the very back of the formation for protection. Everyone in the team already knew the secret. After using their combo skill, this pair would be left in a weakened state. Meanwhile, after sprinting dozens of meters away, Bai Xiaowen glanced back and saw no one chasing him. A sly smile crept onto his lips. Like a nimble leopard, he used the dense undergrowth and sturdy tree trunks for cover, silently circling back toward the battlefield. At that moment, Badao Tianxiao was leading his guild in a fierce battle up ahead. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Bai Xiaowen made a wide detour and suddenly launched an attack from behind the Badao Tianxia guild. The raging buff from the Da Bai Tu glowed around him, making him look like a sharp blade piercing straight into the enemy ranks. The backline of Badao Tianxia quickly fell into chaos. Mages and archers dropped one after another, their screams echoing across the battlefield. Hearing the commotion, Badao Tianxia was alarmed. He immediately abandoned the offensive at the front and led his elite members back to defend. Fortunately, the guild had several shield warriors. These heavily armored fighters, seeing Bai Xiaowen wreaking havoc in their backline, quickly raised their shields and swords. Though their movements were as slow as snails, they expertly closed in from all directions, using charge skills to try and trap him. Instead of panicking, Bai Xiaowen smiled confidently. He swiftly activated his Gale and ultimate skills, cutting down several supports and archers in a flash before making a quick retreat. The shield squad had 7 or 8 members. If even one managed to control him, their teamwork would easily keep him locked down for 10 or 20 seconds. In this large-scale MMORPG, there was no system to reduce crowd control durations like in MOBA games. As an experienced player, Bai Xiaowen knew the rules of the game well. He skillfully applied the guerrilla tactics of advance when the enemy retreats, harass when they pause, strike when they tire, and pursue when they flee, maximizing his mobility. This strategy completely disrupted Badao Tianxia's formation, forcing them to defend their rear without being able to deal with his elusive figure darting in and out of the bushes. Whenever Badao Tianxia pulled back from the front line, Bai Xiaowen would reappear on the main battlefield, helping his teammates finish off the enemy. Ordinary level 7 players rarely lasted more than 3 seconds under his fierce assault. This pattern continued over and over until midnight, and after nearly 2 hours of intense fighting, the battle finally drew to a close. Even with the support of healers and health potions, the Blue Ice Gale squad, though stronger in terms of raw power, struggled against the overwhelming numbers. By this point, only Lan Bingyu and Baozi remained from Lan Bingyi's direct team, desperately holding on while the others had fallen to Badao Tianxia's relentless assault. Less than a fifth of the members from both Gale and Blue Ice guilds remained. In a critical team fight, Men Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang had just unleashed their ultimate skills. As the warriors moved to block a breach, 2 enemy assassins suddenly used substitution techniques to dodge the warriors' charge, blinking straight into the backline for a suicidal attack. Working together, they instantly killed Men Qianxue, whose stats had been halved, leaving Hua Shangshuang isolated and vulnerable, her combat effectiveness drastically reduced. The formation was instantly torn apart by the enemy, and with melee fighters closing in on the back line, a brutal battle was inevitable. At this critical moment, Pink Little Orange and Hua Lianyu, the 2 young girls, unleashed astonishing power. Like female versions of the legendary Zhao Zilong in white armor, they charged into the fray, their swords flashing as they cut through the encirclement and pressed toward the enemy elite. Working in perfect sync, they broke through the enemy lines again and again, forcing Domineering World to send in several newly freed levels even experts as reinforcements. Surrounded by so many powerful foes, the 2 sword-wielding girls eventually fell in battle. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaowen adopted guerrilla tactics, constantly keeping at least 5 levels even opponents occupied. With his exceptional speed and explosive power, he darted through the shadows of the trees, silently claiming several lives. To the levels even experts and shield warriors, Bai Xiaowen was as slippery as an eel, nearly impossible to catch in the darkness. But for the fragile backline classes of Domineering World, he was a lurking viper, ready to strike at any moment, a constant, chilling threat. By the end of the fight, Domineering World led the remaining 90 or so members to surround the few survivors: Lan Bingyu, Baozi, Hua Shangshuang, Old Rabbit, and a handful of others. The battle had cost them 63 casualties, but the Blue Ice Gale raid team was nearly wiped out. Lan Bingyu, your guild's Blue Ice and Gale have lost this battle. Domineering World strode forward arrogantly. Since the gap in strength is so obvious, why not join forces and aim for the free world together? Before he could finish, Bai Xiaowen suddenly broke through the weak point at the rear, shoving aside a blocking warrior and diving into the backline. Wielding the big white rabbit sword, he unleashed a furious assault, instantly claiming several more lives. Domineering World's face changed at the commotion, and he quickly abandoned his swagger to organize a counterattack. Brothers, fight with me. Take down as many as you can. Lan Bingyu roared, leading the battered survivors in a final counterattack. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. Only one member of the Blue Ice Gale elite raid team survived. If it hadn't been for Dogsy leaping out with a lamb chop at a critical moment to save him, even Bai Xiaowen wouldn't have made it out alive. In the darkness, a masked figure in a black robe silently watched Bai Xiaowen and Dogsy escape, but soon looked away in his eyes. They were nothing more than insignificant little fish. This was the mysterious NPC who had previously given the 3 guild leaders the quest to find his late wife's relics. After retreating a few hundred meters, Bai Xiaowen stretched lazily, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Leaning against a small tree, hidden by the grass, he began to circle back unhurriedly. Now that the Blue Eye Scale raid team had failed their mission, it was time for him to fish in troubled waters on his own. Hee. Zhongzheng, why did you betray me? Lan Bingyu stood in the bustling square of the beginner's village, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of players as confusion welled up inside him. He hesitated for a long time before finally picking up his phone and sending a message. Not long after, a reply from Loyal Sword popped up almost instantly. The guild leader of Domineering World promised me a few days ago that if I provide information on Ice Blue Guild, I'll get 100,000 yuan, plus a spot on one of Domineering World's elite leveling teams. With this position, he'll receive a 5-figure salary from Domineering World every month. Lon Bingius' fingers trembled slightly, and for a moment the phone screen seemed to blur before his eyes. A sharp pain stabbed at his heart. Zhongzheng, he actually chose to betray his brothers for money. You'd betray your brothers just for money? Lan Bingyu gritted his teeth, his eyes full of confusion and anger. He remembered back in college. Zhongzheng wasn't like this. Back then, he was full of ideals, willing to fight for his friends' dreams. How did he become like this now? He slammed his fingers on the keyboard and replied, "Tell me, if a person isn't living for money, what else is there? Your so-called dreams? Dreams are a luxury for the rich kids who never have to worry about food and clothes. You could have taken it easy as a manager in your family's company, enjoying a comfortable life. So why did you insist on dragging us into this stupid game? Risking everything with those clueless shareholders' investment? Wake up, Lan Bing." A wave of suffocating frustration pressed down on Lan Bingyu, making everything before him feel utterly absurd. What do you have left now? Your pride? You think you're above it all, that I'm the clown, the villain. But I can't keep playing this game. Don't you get it, Lan Bing? You can't afford to play anymore, and neither can I. I just can't do it anymore. Lan Bingyu pounded out his final message on the keyboard, sending each word deliberately. Lan Bing, you lost. You can walk away and live the good life, just like your agreement with the shareholders said. But what about us? Did you ever think about us? Do you really believe the shareholders will care about nobodies like us after you're gone? They'll kick us out and keep only those who are useful to them. What can people like us, with no background or money, even do? Are we supposed to rely on you to support us? He pressed his lips together, staring blankly at the screen, and continued, "Now, by betraying you, I can get a payout and a steady 5-figure income every month. Why wouldn't I do it? What's so wrong with betraying you?" After sending the message, Loyal Sword didn't reply. He simply blocked Lan Bingyu, logged out of the game, and took off his headset. The wetness at the corners of his eyes made him look even more exhausted. He muttered under his breath, "I'm sorry. I can't keep going with you guys. I'm not alone, I have a family to support. With the way things are going, you're definitely going to lose that agreement with the shareholders. If you lose, that's one thing. But if you win, things could be even worse. You know, against capital, I'm powerless just like you. We can't win. We never could." Suddenly, a bitter smile appeared on Zhongzheng's face, and a look of despair flashed in his eyes. "None of us can win. Zhongzheng, why are you crying?" In the tiny apartment, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains onto the bedside. Zhongzheng's wife, her belly slightly rounded, looked even more delicate. Her eyes were filled with worry as she walked over to him and gently touched his shoulder. Zhongzheng shook his head and forced a smile. "It's nothing. I just got a raise. I'm really happy." He lowered his head, took a deep breath, then walked over and helped his wife sit down. "Your friend has been really kind to you. You should thank him properly sometime." "I will," his wife replied softly. Zhongzheng paused for a moment, then finally said, "Honey, why don't you quit your job tomorrow? I can support you now with my salary. I'm only 3 months pregnant. I can still move around just fine. While I'm able, I want to earn a little more for our baby's formula." She gently touched her still flat stomach, her eyes shining with determination. "You don't have anyone on your side, and things aren't great with my family after our wedding. Raising this child is up to the two of us. The more we can save now, the better. This is a huge project, much harder than making a baby in the first place. Honey, I just made 100,000 yuan." Lan Bingyu faced the questioning of Zhong Jian, her lips so dry they were almost cracked. Her fingers hovered above the keyboard, rising and falling several times in silent struggle. At last, she forced herself to type a line. "I promised you before that things would get better. I said we'd be among the first to join the new company, that would finally have the chance to show what we're capable of, that would achieve everything we ever dreamed of: reputation, money, status, and more." As soon as she hit send, a notification popped up. She'd been blocked. Lan Bingyu stared blankly at the cold message on the screen, her eyes losing focus. At the heart of the Trant territory, a fierce battle was raging. "Come on, guys, let's push a little harder. Finish this, and it'll give everyone a big Benusi'll eat well tonight." Ba Dao Tianxia shouted, his eyes fixed on the steadily dropping health bar above the Trant boss. His voice was full of energy, motivating the whole team. Bai Xiaowen stood in the shadows not far away, rubbing his hands together and bouncing on his toes, unable to hide his excitement. just a little longer, and he'd have a chance to slip in and snatch some loot for himself. But just then, Ba Dao Tianxia suddenly pulled 20 or so elites from his 80 or 90-person team and formed a tight ring around the boss. He'd rather slow down the fight than let Bai Xiaowen pull another stunt like he did with the Rabbit Clan elder. Ba Dao Tianxia wasn't stupid. Building a mid-sized guild with over 1,000 members took real smarts. Of course he could guess Bai Xiaowen might try the same trick again. I can't stand these overly protective types, acting like everyone's out to steal their stuff. Bai Xiaowen grumbled, though his eyes never left the battlefield. Just as he was about to activate his speed boost and make a move, Guzi suddenly jumped out, smacking him back into the tall grass. Someone's lurking out there, let's wait and watch, Guzi warned in a low voice, pointing his paw into the distance. Following the direction, Bai Xiaowen spotted a vague figure among the trees, quietly waiting for the perfect moment. Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But who's watching the oriole? A viper in the shadows. This game is getting interesting. Bai Xiaowen grinned, unable to hide his excitement. To have someone skilled enough to track them unseen, this was the real thrill of gaming. The contest between masters, the mind games and strategy, was far more satisfying than landing a lucky critical hit. The battle finally ended. The boss crashed to the ground, showering the area with loot. Ba Dao Tianxia rushed forward to check, only to find 2 black iron items and a handful of common gear. The late wife's keepsake mentioned in the quest was still nowhere to be found. Frowning, Ba Dao Tianxia glanced at the map. The next area was marked as the very heart of the Trant territory. He looked back at his remaining 70 or 80 teammates, remembered the NPC's promise of rich rewards, and quickly shook off any thoughts of retreat. From a distance, Bai Xiaowen watched Ba Dao Tianxia's hesitation, noticing that the mysterious figure was still waiting patiently. He immediately realized that the real action had yet to begin. Deciding to skip this round, he slowed his pace, gradually putting some distance between himself, the mantis, and the oriole. Only when they were each nearly 100 meters apart did he quietly continue to tail them, keeping himself out of the fray. Half an hour later, the 3 groups arrived one after another at the heart of the Trant territory. The bright moon hung high overhead, scattered stars dotted the sky, and the soft light of moon and stars bathed this mysterious domain. In the dim glow, they could make out a colossal Trant standing at the very center, its body as tall as several stories, eyes closed in deep slumber. Bai Xiaowen immediately activated his Byakugan, combining it with his eagle eye technique to observe the massive creature from afar. System information appeared before his eyes. Trant King. Boss monster level, 10. Defense, 50. HP, 36,000. Monster description, the strongest warrior among the Trants, leader of the Trant clan. Skill overview. 1. Vine Entanglement. 2. Deadly Thrust. 3. Fleeting Splendor. 4. Tremor Smash. Unleashes a series of ground-shaking attacks, dealing 1.5x AoE magic damage to all enemies within 15 meters. Cooldown, 5 minutes. 5. Earth Spikes. Sends roots underground, causing a row of wooden spikes to erupt at random, knocking several enemies into the air and dealing 1.5x magic damage. Cooldown, 6 minutes. 6. King's Summon. Summons 8 regular Trants every 5 minutes to assist in battle. A system notification chimed in by Xiaowen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, player mileage me. Byakugan has fused with Eagle Eye. After activating Byakugan, your vision range has increased by 100. After reviewing the boss's skills, Bai Xiaowen glanced down at the dog beside him. The dog looked up, its eyes wide with surprise. The Byakugan had actually evolved. It turned out that, aside from raising its proficiency through repeated use as the dog had mentioned, it could also be upgraded by fusing with other eye techniques. Lost in thought, Bai Xiaowen opened the system's skill panel and saw that the Eagle Eye skill had disappeared, now listed as a subskill under Byakugan. The dog watched all this unfold. Filled with jealousy. Within just half a month, Xiaobai had already unlocked the range-enhancing ability of the Byakugan. It was almost enough to drive Zay mad with envy. Because the Trant King was the final boss, the members of the Badeo Tianxia Guild proceeded with extreme caution. They pulled aggro bit by bit, spending about 20 minutes clearing out most of the lesser monsters around the boss to make the upcoming fight easier. Then, their main tank stepped forward, using a charge and taunt to successfully pull the boss. The guild members braced themselves. After 2 cautious probing waves, everyone finally relaxed. Although this boss stats were higher than anything they'd faced before, it was still within manageable limits. The frontline tanks could withstand the attacks, and the healers in the back could keep up. Statistically, this Trant King didn't even seem to hit as hard as the elusive Bunny Cave boss they'd fought previously. The battle raged on. Up front, it was like a battle between Mantis and Cicada, while Bai Xiaowen's group watched intently from behind, playing the role of the waiting oriole. Further back, the masked man in black robes like a lurking snake observed silently, nibbling on a carrot and sipping a health potion. Before they knew it, it was 2 a.m. Bai Xiaowen munched on a baby carrot, glancing up at the moon through the treetops, his eyes darting restlessly. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was forgetting something important. When Badeo Tianxia suffered losses exceeding 2/5 of their members, the masked man in black, who had been holding back, finally made his move. He had planned to let the two sides wear each other down and swoop in for the prize. But seeing the guild's backline take heavy losses and their damage output falter, he decided to act early to ensure his plan's success. If he had to kill the cicada first and then grab the mantis, so be it. It was just a different method to achieve his goal. With this thought, the masked man in the black robe let out a chilling, villainous cackle, the kind you'd expect from a classic antagonist. It was downright terrifying. The battle ahead raged on, with shouts and the clash of weapons filling the air, so no one noticed this eerie laughter. But in the open space about 100 meters behind, everything was silent. The sudden creepy laugh startled Bai Xiaowen so much that he shivered, dropping the half-eaten carrot from his hand. What the hell? Can't you laugh like a normal person? That creepy laugh nearly scared me to death. Bai Xiaowen grumbled as he squatted down, picked up the now dusty carrot, wiped it on his clothes, and continued munching without a care. Strangely enough, just after Bai Xiaowen's complaint, the masked man seemed to have heard him. His laughter abruptly changed, becoming upright and hearty, transforming instantly from sinister villain to a figure brimming with righteous energy. Damn, a face-changing freak. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but mutter as he stared at the masked man in the distance. Beside him, Bai Zai, the dog, looked at Bai Xiaowenho could find something to complain about in any situation and shook his head helplessly. On the battlefield, when Ba Dao Tianxia and the others heard this sudden, upright laughter, they all fell back at once, instantly on high alert. Apart from the shield warriors and the healing priests, everyone else stopped fighting, weapons at the ready, prepared for anything. Even more surprising was the reaction of the Tree Spirit King. The moment it saw the masked man, it halted its attack, making a raspy, almost human sound, as if trying to speak, its branches swaying slightly. The masked man listened to the Tree Spirit King, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He responded in the same strange language, engaging in conversation with the creature. Ba Dao Tianxia glanced at the masked man who had issued their question, then at the Tree Spirit King, who seemed to be talking with him. His eyes flashed with realization. He suspected they had triggered a hidden storyline. He quickly signaled for his teammates to hold their positions, telling everyone to wait and see what happened next. Taking advantage of the confusion, Bai Xiaowen and Bai Zai crept forward several dozen meters, hiding behind a large rock to eavesdrop. Others might not understand this bizarre conversation, but the two of them could follow every word exchanged between the tree spirit and the human. Despicable humans. Why do you keep stirring up trouble in our territory? The Tree Spirit King's branches trembled with anger. Oh, nothing much. I'm just a bit interested in the undamaged ring your tribe possesses, the masked man replied casually, as if discussing something trivial. Coveting the treasures of the tree spirits? Die, all of you must die. The Tree Spirit King's voice was filled with fury and murderous intent. Die? Of course someone's going to die, but it won't be me, it'll be you. The masked man sneered. Once I join forces with them to take you down, I won't spare these foolish insects either. Haha. After hearing this exchange, the man and the dog exchanged glances, both thinking that this masked man was truly devious. Finishing his conversation, the masked man narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that I had to suppress my power to enter this little blessed land, I could wipe out a weak tree spirit like you with a snap of my fingers. There'd be no need to rely on these insignificant insects at all. At this moment, the Tree Spirit King's fury reached its peak. He glared fiercely at the masked figure in black robes before him. This unwelcome intruder had infiltrated the Tree Spirit clan several times, each time being forcefully expelled by the king and the 6 elders. But this time was different. The masked man had not only returned, but had also brought 2 groups of hundreds of humans, who now surrounded the Tree Spirit territory with hostile intent. After a brief exchange in the ancient language of the trees, the masked figure suddenly switched to human speech. He turned toward Ba Dao Tianxia and the others, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. I have negotiated with the Tree Spirit King again and again, but it still refuses to return the relic of my late wife. I had no choice but to ask for your help. If you assist me, I promise you will be handsomely rewarded. The moment he heard the words, handsomely rewarded, Ba Dao Tianxia's eyes lit up. He nodded eagerly and immediately began organizing his people to support the masked man's assault. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaowen, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Never expected that, in this game, NPCs would actually create fake quests to deceive players. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. This level of openness and freedom completely shattered his previous understanding of the game. This wasn't just a simple game. It was a second world, full of traps, temptations, and tests of human nature. Once the battle began, the masked man's involvement instantly tipped the scales. Red damage numbers flashed continuously above the Tree Spirit King's head. Strangely, though, while attacking the Tree Spirit King, The masked man would accidentally use hidden tricks to kill members at the rear of Ba Dao Tianxia's party. The chaos caused by the Tree Spirit King's summoning spells made the battlefield a mess, and every 10 minutes or so, the guild would inexplicably lose 2 members. No one realized the true cause of these deaths, not even the victims themselves saw how they fell. Just then, someone asked, "Xiao Bai, do you know what an indestructible ring is?" Bai Xiaowen watched the battle ahead, squinting and smiling as he replied. After thinking for a moment, he explained in detail, "The indestructible ring comes with a protective array. It might not be much in the outside world, but here in this little blessed land, it's actually a decent piece of gear. Rumor has it that the ring conceals a major secret, but no one knows exactly what it is. And what about its quality?" Bai Xiaowen pressed, his eyes shining. After all, any piece of equipment that Guzi would describe in such detail was definitely something special. The only items on him that had ever earned Guzi's approval were the silver-grade big white rabbit sword, which Guzi had called not bad, and the inventory expansion ring gifted by Huang Yaoshi, which had received some mild praise. Guzi considered for a moment before giving his verdict. If we use the standard worldly ranking, it's probably around gold grade. But because it's rumored to contain a great opportunity and secret, its real value could just about reach the Grandmaster level. Grandmaster. Bai Xiaowen raised his hand excitedly and brought it down hard on the dog-headed figure in the black robe and mask before him. The movement was swift yet oddly clumsy. With a dull thud, the dog head was slammed heavily to the ground, splattering mud everywhere. Bai Xiaowen froze for a moment, staring at his own hand in confusion. He clearly hadn't expected his strike to land with such force. Although he was strong, he was far from fast by all rights. The dog-headed figure should have easily dodged. How had he managed to hit him? The dog-headed figure climbed out of the mud, shook his head, and spat out 2 mouthfuls of yellow dirt. He looked at Bai Xiaowen with unusual calm, not reacting with his usual rage or counterattack. Instead, he frowned and spoke in a serious tone, "Xiao Bai, there's something I need to tell you. Giving up the damage immunity ring might actually be the best choice for you right now." Bai Xiaowen looked bewildered, glancing from the dog-headed figure to the black-robed masked person on the battlefield. "Why? Is it because of that black-robed masked guy?" The dog-headed figure shook his head, neither confirming nor denying, his expression growing complex and deep. Bai Xiaowen felt a flicker of suspicion and, noticing the dog-headed figure's mysterious demeanor, couldn't help but curl his lip in mild disdain. Then he looked up and shot a mocking glance at the black-robed masked figure standing in the center of the battlefield. But in the next instant, Bai Xiaowen's gaze froze. The masked figure's attributes, all of them, were marked with question marks. The system showed only level 10, with no name, no monster description, no skill information, nothing but a blank slate. Even his white eye ability couldn't detect any useful details. He stared blankly at the empty interface, his mind in turmoil. White eye had always been a reliable way to probe his opponents. Even the evolved Golden Rabbit King couldn't hide its stats from him. But now, with this mysterious figure, all the information had vanished. A troubling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that his ability simply couldn't unravel this enemy? After Bai Xiaowen used his white eye's ability, he frowned slightly as he stared at the rows of question marks hovering over the enemies. He glanced down at the dog beside him, confusion in his voice. "Xiao Bai, what's going on here? All I can see with my white eyes are question marks. Is it the same for you?" The dog tilted his head, looking just as puzzled. "Question marks? What question marks?" "I mean, I can't get a clear read on their true strength," Bai Xiaowen clarified, trying to put it more simply. "Even though my physical stats are a bit higher than yours, the gap isn't huge. So what I'm seeing with my white eyes should be about the same as you, just a blur. If I had to guess, I'd say this masked man in black is probably just a projection, an avatar sent here by channeling power from the outside world." The dog narrowed his eyes, his expression unusually serious as he observed the masked figure fighting in the distance. If he can use an avatar like that, his real body must be incredibly powerful. Bai Xiaowen pressed further, intrigued. "Powerful? How strong are we talking? Give me a point of reference." "He's more than 100 times stronger than the Golden Rabbit King," the dog replied with a warning grin. "This is someone you really don't want to mess with right now. Take my advice, walk away." Bai Xiaowen smirked, seeing right through the dog's attempt to goad him. "If that's the case, taking him down might just net me some treasures as rare as the indestructible ring. Xiao Bai, I can't use Bai's blessing to help you this time. And even if you win, you'll be asking for all kinds of trouble," the dog said meaningfully. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" In the past, the dog would have dragged Bai Xiaowen away from danger without a second thought. But now things had changed. After all, Xiao Bai could come back to life. "With resurrection on my side, why not give it a shot?" Bai Xiaowen replied casually. After some research, had realized that while leveling up gave decent stat boosts, the bonuses from high-level gear were even more impressive. To him, levels were just a threshold for equipping better gear and learning stronger skills. That's why he cared more about equipment than experience. "I can't help you this time," the dog said seriously. "Until you're strong enough, no one can know about me. Otherwise, you'll attract enemies even worse than the one you're facing now. My power is sealed, and I look different, but it'll stay hidden just to be safe." With that, the dog slipped quietly into the tall grass. The fight raged on. The Treant King's health dropped from 20,000 to 15,000, then to 5,000, and finally down to just 2,000. On the verge of defeat, the Treant King cried out in anguish, "Cursed humans! My kin have already retreated to these remote lands, yet you still hunt us down. Is there truly no place left for us in this world?" After a hoarse, desperate roar, there was a thunderous crash as the Treant King collapsed in utter unwillingness. Bai Xiaowen stood in the shadows, his expression instantly darkening. The final strike from the masked figure in the black robe had dealt far more damage than had anticipated, completely disrupting his tactical plan. He had originally timed everything precisely, preparing to use a charge and back throw to pin down the black-robed figure once the Treant King's health dropped below 800. Combined with Guzi's ranged abilities and the leftover damage from Ba Dao Tianxia's team, Bai Xiaowen was hoping to capitalize on his white eye's advantage and maybe snatch the final blow. Reality, however, proved him wrong. The opponent ended the fight in a single move. Seeing the Treant King fall, a hint of joy flickered in Ba Dao Tianxia's eyes. He raised his hand slightly, signaling the remaining 40 or so team members to move forward and check the loot. In that instant, the masked black-robed figure suddenly appeared, unleashing a fierce backstab aimed straight at Ba Dao Tianxia's heart. The attack was devastating, nearly killing the heavily armored, half-tank, half-damage warrior in a single blow. At the critical moment, the healing light of Ba Dao Mu Shun enveloped Ba Dao Tianxia. This seemingly delicate, cute priest reacted with astonishing speed. Although she had suffered losses against Bai Xiaowen before, her role as the core commander and leader of the guild's priest team wasn't just due to her impressive healing output. Her title as the guild's top support was earned through years of refined skill and sharp instincts across multiple games. It was only unfortunate that she had previously faced Bai Xiaowen, whose abilities, even when not at their peak, far surpassed the average player, making her seem less impressive by comparison. Pain seared across Ba Dao Tianxia's back as he quickly realized what had happened. He grabbed a large emergency healing potion from his pocket and chugged it while shouting for help. The other priests snapped out of their daze and immediately began casting spells to restore his health. Within 2 seconds, not only was his HP fully restored, it even overflowed beyond the maximum. He didn't know exactly what this masked, black-robed NPC was, but one thing was clear: this guy had gone from ally to enemy. Bai Xiaowen quietly watched the drama unfold, biding his time. Narrowing his eyes, he calmly wiped his fangs, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike with a lethal blow. A scattering of stars and a bright moon hung high in the sky, while the chill of early dawn quietly crept in. As the last member of the Dominators Guild fell, his figure dissolved into white light, signaling the end of this battle of cunning and betrayal. 40 lives, that was the price Dominators paid. Although they managed to defeat the Treant, they only managed to chip away a little over 4,000 health points from the masked man in black before being wiped out entirely. Standing among the fallen, the masked figure in black let out a loud, mocking laugh, his voice full of disdain and triumph. The souls of the Dominators hovered above, their eyes filled with frustration. How could a proud guild be so thoroughly toyed with by a game NPC? Helpless, their leader could only signal everyone to return to town. Luckily, the losses from this wipeout were still within an acceptable range. Most of the equipment scattered on the ground was just common gear, and only a handful of valuable black iron items were dropped. Compared to the overall rewards from the raid, these losses were insignificant, though the humiliation of being outplayed by an NPC was hard to swallow. Just then, 2 arrows whistled through the air, striking the masked man precisely on the inside of his thighs. Bai Xiaowen poked his head out from the grass, slinging the big white rabbit sword over his shoulder, a blade of dogtail grass dangling from his mouth. Well, looks like my archery still needs work. Bai Xiaowen strolled out, brushing off his clothes and joking. I was aiming for the head on your shoulders, but I almost hit the one below. Guess I need more practice. The masked man's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Those arrows had nearly hit a vital spot. Even though this was just an avatar, the provocation infuriated him. In his eyes, this insignificant pest not only dared to return, but also openly mocked him, utterly reckless. Honestly, I wasn't trying to shoot you in the face, but your laugh was just unbearable. I couldn't help myself. Now that I've vented, it'll be on my way. Bai Xiaowen quipped, pretending to retreat back into the grass. This blatant taunt finally pushed the masked man over the edge. He had already pegged Bai Xiaowen as a troublesome nuisance, but now he didn't care about the Treant King's corpse at all. After all, the body wouldn't disappear anytime soon. Dealing with this arrogant brat took priority. With his back to the enraged masked man, Bai Xiaowen appeared relaxed, but his eyes turned pale as he focused intently on a spot in the grass dozens of meters away. Suddenly, a dog's paw poked out from the grass, its 2 little pads spread apart as if it were making a peace sign at Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen cursed inwardly, "Stupid dog. Where does it even learn these useless tricks?" But out loud, he muttered urgently, "Substitution technique." The masked figure in the black robe unleashed his charged-up skill, striking directly at the back of Bai Xiaowen's head. A smirk started to form on his lips, but it froze instantly. The sensation from his attack was all wrong. It didn't feel like hitting flesh, but more like striking wood. Sure enough, the shadow before him instantly turned into a wooden log. The masked man was first enraged at being tricked, then shocked in disbelief. Bai Xiaowen had his back turned the entire time. How could he possibly have sensed the sudden attack? Did he have eyes in the back of his head? As the man hesitated, Bai Xiaowen had already used the substitution technique to flash behind him, landing a precise backstab. The masked figure snapped back to his senses as a sting, like an ant bite, hit his back. He sneered inwardly. No matter how he pulled it off, an ant is still an ant, crushable in an instant. But before he could turn around, Bai Xiaowen unleashed a lightning-fast combo, a basic attack followed by a back throw, canceling the ending lag of his swing. The masked man didn't even have time to counter before he was tossed into the air, caught in a state where he couldn't move. Bai Xiaowen immediately activated his Rage of the Gale Rabbit buff, lighting up with 3 colored orbs and gaining a burst of speed as he dashed forward. The masked man had just hit the ground when Bai Xiaowen, having predicted his landing, charged in with a warrior's rush, followed by a knockback fireball and a slowing ice spike. This forced movement combo sent the masked man flying from one patch of grass to the trunk of a tree on the other side. Before he could even slide down, Bai Xiaowen followed up with several basic attacks. Each hit only did double-digit damage, but the seamless flow between skills and attacks quickly shaved off nearly 900 health points. Ever since his attack was dodged by the substitution technique, the masked man had been knocked around relentlessly, and now he was seething with rage. He hastily used a cleanse skill to break free from Bai Xiaowen's combo, then countered with a move similar to a warrior's charge, but with much flashier effects, clearly intending to return the favor and regain his lost pride. Just as the skill was about to hit, Bai Xiaowen shouted, and a burst of colorless white light flared around him, the signature explosive aura skill of melee fighters, instantly boosting his defense by 70. Besides the short-term defense buff, this skill also granted a super armor effect, making him immune to control effects, much like the substitution technique. When the super armor wore off and the masked man saw his attack neutralized, he reacted instantly, stepping back swiftly to put some distance between them. The eyes beneath the black-robed man's mask glowed blood red, rage nearly bursting through the narrow slits. In stark contrast, Bai Xiaowen wore a lazy smile, stretching nonchalantly before his expression turned serious. The phase of sneak attacks was over. A true tug-of war was about to begin. After exchanging dozens of blows, Bai Xiaowen was surprised to find that this scheming, humanoid boss not only possessed attributes on par with the Treant King, but also demonstrated formidable combat skills, easily matching the top players in the game. Fortunately, Bai Xiaowen's real-world talent skill, Extreme Evasion, was maxed out. Otherwise, the black-robed man could have easily finished him with just a few moves. Facing Bai Xiaowen's almost exaggerated mastery of dodging and his occasional use of the tricky moonlight combo, the black-robed man's expression darkened behind his mask. Shock, wariness, and a deep sense of humiliation mingled together, making his attacks increasingly fierce, yet noticeably less controlled. As time passed, Bai Xiaowen grew more familiar with the black-robed man's attack patterns, defenses, and evasive maneuvers, gradually tipping the scales in his favor. The large stock of healing potions and support skills he carried proved to be a decisive advantage. Even more crucial was Guzi, who would occasionally reach out a paw to heal Bai Xiaowen, with astonishing effectiveness comparable to the legendary dominant shepherd in the game. As Guzi continued to digest the half-stalk of celestial execution grass it had eaten earlier, its level had already risen to an impressive level 2, and full absorption would likely grant another level up. With each level gained, more of Guzi's sealed minor abilities were unlocked, adding new variables to the battle. Minute by minute, time ticked away until Bai Xiaowen's extreme skill finally ran out after its 60-second duration. During that time, he managed to land a single quadruple damage strike, thanks to a bit of luck. With the skill's end, his attack speed and evasion dropped, but he was still able to dodge 90 of the black-robed man's attacks. In the outside world, facing an opponent like Bai Xiaowen, the black-robed man would have unleashed wide area slowing spells or massive damage skills to finish things quickly. But in this secluded village, protected by the will of heaven, his power was severely restricted. Out of more than 100 attack skills, fewer than 10 were usable. Though each of his single-target skills ranged from B to S rank in power, they were useless if they couldn't connect. Even an SS rank skill meant nothing if it missed its mark. This frustrating battle sparked a strange thought in the black-robed man's mind. This so-called ant before him seemed to have even more combat experience than he, a long-renowned powerhouse of the free continent. What's more unbelievable was that this ant not only had rich combat experience, but also wielded dozens of skills from various classes, everything from grappling techniques to fireballs and lightning strikes. There seemed to be nothing he couldn't do, and he used support skills with equal mastery. In the outside world, the black-robed man would have scoffed at Bai Xiaowen's hodgepodge, unorthodox fighting style. Yet here and now, it was precisely this unpredictable approach that left him completely at a loss. In short, the masked, black-robed man found every move awkward and restricted, as if shackled by invisible chains, unable to unleash the full power of this external avatar. Bai Xiaowen faced the masked man in black with unwavering focus. His eyes, dark as lacquer, narrowed slightly as he tracked every movement of his opponent, analyzing and simulating each action in his mind. After 10 minutes, the masked man's moves became increasingly clear to Bai Xiaowen. By the 15th minute, he could fully read his opponent's techniques, no longer relying solely on instinct and split-second reactions to keep up. Another 20 or 30 minutes passed, and something strange began to happen. The masked man's attacks started to appear slow in Bai Xiaowen's eyes. In reality, the man in black was moving even faster than before, yet to Bai Xiaowen, each motion seemed to slow down. So close, just a little more. Almost there, Bai Xiaowen muttered under his breath, aware that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Suddenly, the masked man let out a shout, falling feather. It was the first time he had used a buff skill, a sign that he was now taking this fight seriously. With the skill activated, his agility surged and his attacks became even fiercer. Bai Xiaowen was forced to retreat again and again, narrowly dodging the relentless onslaught. His eyes, straining with intense concentration, were bloodshot and bulging. Just as he was about to grasp a crucial insight, it slipped away, becoming hazy once more. Night had fallen, and Bai Xiaowen's situation grew more perilous. If it hadn't been for the dog hiding in the grass, secretly healing him twice, he might have already been defeated. As Bai Xiaowen's mind began to waver, a familiar, mocking voice echoed in his head. TSK, little one, you're the heir to my half-demon legacy. How can you let yourself be beaten like this by a second-rate fighter? The voice continued. Since you're my successor, I'll let you in on a truth it took me years to realize. Don't be so stubborn like Jian Shisan. All that talk about never retreating or always pushing forward is nonsense. Sometimes, when you can't solve something, try looking at it from another angle. Right now, instead of hanging on by a thread, why not just let him finish you off? Or think of it this way: if something is invisible, why force yourself to see it? Maybe it's not so bad if it stays hidden forever. Remember, go with your heart and follow the flow. Only then will you find true freedom. When Bai Xiaowen heard the irreverent voice echoing in his mind, his initial excitement quickly gave way to irritation. He thought to himself that if he really followed that guy's advice and gave up resisting, getting killed by the masked man in black would at least be quick, but all the equipment and money he was about to win would be gone in an instant. What was even worse, if his beloved great white rabbit sword dropped, that would be a true tragedy. But as he mulled over the deeper meaning hidden in the half-demon's teasing words, he suddenly realized there was a kernel of truth in that seemingly ridiculous suggestion. Why cling to what you can see with your eyes? If he couldn't see, why not simply stop trying to look at all? This idea echoed in his mind again and again, until suddenly, everything clicked. Bai Xiaowen slowly closed his eyes, and just as his eyelids were about to shut completely, the blurry world around him suddenly came into sharp focus. I see it. I can finally predict your next move again. Bai Xiaowen burst out laughing, his pupils now a faint blue-purple. This inexplicable laughter made the masked man in black feel a wave of uneasy emotion he should never have felt when facing such a seemingly insignificant opponent. The battle that followed took a strange turn. The masked man's attacks missed again and again, his accuracy even worse than before. Each swing of his sword cut through nothing but empty air. Just then, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, player mythology. Your self-created skill has met the system's rating requirements. Please name your skill. Bai Xiaowen had originally wanted to call it Break the Void, but changed his mind at the last second. To commemorate this moment of enlightenment, he chose a different name: Insight. In his eyes, the masked man's figure now split into three. One was the real body, and the other two were projections of possible next attack paths, with the clarity of each projection reflecting how likely that move was. This was exactly one of the 6 legendary talents that made Imo Zhongbai a legend in the mythic online game. Void Insight, now reborn as a self-created skill in free game, and made even stronger by the game's unique system. The system quickly confirmed the name. Congratulations, player mythology, skill naming successful. Skill name, Insight. Skill level. A passive skill notification appeared in front of Bai Xiaowen. In combat, he can randomly spot openings in an enemy player's current moves. Any attack that hits an opening deals damage equal to 4 of the enemy's maximum health. When targeting non-player enemies, the damage from exploiting an opening is halved. If the enemy covers their weak spot with a weapon or their body, they are immune to this damage. After carefully reading this Aya technique-like skill description, Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of combining his previously acquired Eagle Eye and Byakugan abilities. While skillfully dodging the masked figure's relentless attacks, he muttered under his breath, "Byakugan." As chakra surged through him, faint purple light dots appeared in his pupils, mingling with the pure white of his eyes. This unusual sight immediately caught the attention of the masked, black-robed opponent, who was clearly puzzled by this unprecedented blend of white and purple in Bai Xiaowen's eyes. Bai Xiaowen kept dodging, calmly waiting for something to change. After a few seconds, just as he was about to lose hope, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player mileage me. Your inside eye technique has successfully fused with the Byakugan skill and is now categorized as a Byakugan subskill. The new skill effect appeared right away. In combat, you can randomly spot one opening in the enemy's moves. Striking the opening deals regular attack damage, plus an additional 5 of the enemy's maximum health as bonus damage. The bonus is halved against non-player targets and nullified if the opening is defended. This was the second of the 6 signature skills created by the legendary war god Mo Zhongbai in the mythic game, bringing Bai Xiaowen one step closer to reclaiming his former glory. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe the dog, hiding in the grass, was astonished to see that Bai Xiaowen had managed to evolve the Byakugan skill had taught him to an unprecedented level, all while in the middle of battle. This guy, who was even more unpredictable than a half-demon, had given him far too many surprises lately. At first, Bai Zhe had chosen Bai Xiaowen simply because of his kind nature and half-demon-like way of dealing with people. As for talent or ability, Bai Zhe hadn't thought much of him, seemed less gifted than even the ordinary people in this small, blessed land. Yet as their adventure went on, Bai Zhe was repeatedly shocked to discover that his contract partner's potential was as unfathomable as a black hole at the end of the primordial world, far deeper than he had ever imagined. Now, staring at the masked, black-robed opponent in front of him, Bai Xiaowen watched as 2 red arrows marking openings kept shifting with his enemy's movements. A confident smile spread across his lips. With his new predictive skill and the system's bonus for exploiting openings, he finally had what he needed to turn the tables and break out of his desperate situation. Although Bai Xiaowen's insight skill appears overwhelmingly powerful, it actually relies on a crucial prerequisite experience. This ability can only be activated after exchanging dozens, or even hundreds, of moves with an opponent, and it is far from being all-powerful. It only allows him to see through moves the enemy has already used. The principle lies in carefully observing the opponent's subtle movements and habitual reactions when they launch attacks or use skills, allowing for a comprehensive analysis and the prediction of their next move. In theory, anyone could master this skill through constant practice. However, very few truly achieve it. It requires not only extraordinary talent and perception, but also that mysterious quality described by the half-demon as the supreme freedom of going with the flow. At this moment, Bai Xiaowen noticed the masked man in the black robe raise his shoulder by half a centimeter. 2 shadowy figures, one bright, one dim, immediately relayed feedback. There was a 70 chance the opponent would unleash a sweeping strike, and a 30 chance he would raise his shoulder higher to switch to a diagonal slash. Next, Bai Xiaowen observed the opponent clench his fist with one hand and subtly form an orchid finger gesture. The shadows gave another precise prediction. There was a 95 chance the opponent was about to use his highly concealed sword chi from the sleeve skill, and a 5 chance he simply had an itchy palm and wanted to scratch it. As the battle wore on, Bai Xiaowen's insight skill became increasingly accurate. In theory, given enough time to analyze, this skill could even reach 100 prediction accuracy. That's why, throughout his long gaming career, whenever he used this ability, he was almost unbeatable. Of course, insight is not an invincible technique. In Bai Xiaowen's memory, only a handful of top experts had ever managed to break through it, just 2 or 3 people. If any of these elite fighters were here, they could use their ability to overturn the odds and easily defeat the masked man in black, their strength far surpassing Bai Xiaowen's current level. Thank you to the enthusiastic readers who quietly recommended this book in the book shortage plaza. I just happened to see it and truly appreciate your support. Today, the stats have dropped sharply again, and it's hard to stay motivated in such a slump. It's already 2:30 a.m. and time to get some rest. Bai Xiaowen could anticipate every move the masked man in black made. At his current level, as long as he stayed alert and avoided being instantly defeated by a powerful attack, his lower stats were no longer a fatal weakness. The system's insight skill not only allowed him to see through his opponent's moves, but also to spot their vulnerabilities. Although exploiting these openings required considerable skill, Bai Xiaowen, once a top-tier gamer, was far from incompetent. He focused on dodging attacks and searching for chances to counter. About 1 in 5 of his strikes landed on a weak spot as the masked man darted around at high speed. Each successful hit dealt at least 500 damage, nearly 10 times higher than the regular 50 or 60 he did with basic attacks. Meanwhile, the masked man's chances of hitting Bai Xiaowen grew slimmer. Even when a blow landed and took a chunk of his health, Bai Xiaowen's constant healing effects quickly restored him, as if he were soaking in a pool of healing potions. Cornered and furious, the masked man finally resolved to unleash his most devastating technikia move that could destroy an external avatar. Kid, I admit you're strong. Maybe you'd become even stronger if you survived. But this time, you're dead for sure. His voice was low, seething with murderous intent. Because I have a sword technique, blood abyss. When I strike, all falls silent. The moment he finished speaking, a black and red aura surged around him, and a powerful energy burst forth. A shockwave swept by Xiaowen several meters away. The words, all falls silent, echoed through the sky, followed by wild, maniacal laughter that seemed to shake the heavens. At the same time, the masked man raised his hand in a sword gesture toward the sky. Above his head, a massive blood-red sword began to take shape, radiating a terrifying aura. Bai Xiaowen instinctively tried to dodge. Only a fool would stand still and wait to be cut down by such a gigantic sword. To his shock, his legs wouldn't move at all, as if they were encased in lead. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge an inch. Xiaobai, choose, sovereign or death. The voice of Guzi, hidden in the grass, echoed directly in Bai Xiaowen's mind through telepathy. Bai Xiaowen's gaze flickered between the centaur-spawned Treant King's corpse and the blood-red sword looming above the masked man. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed even more wildly than his opponent. You have one sword, and so do I, Bai Xiaowen declared, straightening his back. My sword charges forward without hesitation, slaying demons and gods alike, never retreating, only falling if defeated. With that, Bai Xiaowen stood with his hands behind his back, mimicking Jian Shisan's air of mystery, and quietly intoned, sovereign. In an instant, dazzling white light erupted from him, turning the night to shimmering silver as if a celestial being had descended. An overwhelming aura surged from within, and the oppressive force binding him melted away like snow under the blazing sun. The next moment, the masked man found himself rooted to the spot, unable to dodge, his eyes widening in shock. He'll trade one sword for another. If you survive, I die, Bai Xiaowen said, his gaze unwavering as he prepared for their final showdown. Both sword techniques were overwhelmingly powerful, and as their sword auras collided, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. Even the air felt suspended in that instant. With this clash, victory or defeat would be decided in a single stroke, the outcome clear for all to see. Empowered by an unrivaled momentum, the white rabbit sword unleashed a pure white sword aura that sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. At the same moment, a crimson sword aura formed above the masked man in black and shot out, glowing with a bloody light. Red and white, the two sword auras intertwined and streaked across the sky like shooting stars, illuminating the world in a brilliant flash. Time itself seemed to halt, and the world changed colors. As the swords collided, a violent wind erupted, tearing the air into countless fragments. In that frozen moment, all color drained from the world. Impossible. Impossible. The masked man's voice was filled with furious disbelief, his eyes reflecting utter shock. How could an insect like you unleash such an astonishing sword strike? The sky cleared, the night moon hung at an angle, and scattered stars dotted the heavens. The masked man's face twisted with resentment and unwillingness. Though he was still alive, the outcome was already Decidetta had been defeated, utterly and completely. Bai Xiaowen stared at the masked man's tattered black robe, his own face turning as pale as the sword aura from a moment ago. He hadn't expected that, despite gaining the upper hand with his strike, the enemy would cleverly deflect most of its power during their clash. It was a logical and reasonable turn of events, but Bai Xiaowen could only vent his frustration. Damn it! How am I supposed to fight like this? Having unleashed the sovereign's sword, he was now 10 levels lower, with all his attributes severely weakened. His equipment had lost its luster, and only the white rabbit sword, which had no level requirement, remained unaffected. Clearly, his gear had lost its effectiveness due to the level drop. Impossible. I haven't lost. As long as I kill you, it doesn't count as defeat, the masked man roared, his voice thick with unwillingness and hysteria. He charged at Bai Xiaowen, desperate for a final, life-or-death confrontation. But at that critical moment, a bright silver shockwave shot out from the grass like a flash of lightning, piercing straight through the masked man's chest and instantly draining most of his remaining health. He froze, blood gushing from the wound, his eyes filled with a mix of rage and despair. Baze remained hidden in the shadows, quietly anxious. He knew this was merely an external incarnation of the masked man, and even if it died, it could still relay information. Still, he didn't dare let his guard down. After all, he didn't know the masked man personally, but the reputation of the half-demon from years past was no small matter. Offending the masked man might mean being hunted by a single person or faction, but if Baze's identity was exposed, both he and Bai Xiaowen would become outcasts, hunted by everyone. Until Bai Xiaowen's strength could rival the half-demons, Baze absolutely didn't want that to happen. You despicable, cunning, underhanded insect. How dare you use such dirty tricks? The masked man bellowed, no longer caring about appearances. Ambushing me in the middle of a fair duel. As the enemy charged, a surge of fear washed over Bai Xiaowen. He knew he was at a disadvantage, but in a life-or-death moment, he had no choice but to fight back with everything he had. Without time to think, he raised the white rabbit sword and launched a repelling fireball, hoping to force the enemy back and buy himself time to recover. But the after-effects of the sovereign's sword had left him in terrible shape. His reactions were sluggish, and the masked man easily sidestepped the slow-moving attack, seeing through the opening in Bai Xiaowen's defense. With his attributes severely reduced, Bai Xiaowen's movements became clumsy. He stumbled, tripping over his own feet and collapsing to the ground, his face pale as paper. As the masked man's mask loomed closer, terror filled Bai Xiaowen's heart. Just then, hope appeared before his eyes. The masked man's chest was suddenly wide open, exposing a glaring weakness. Clutching at this lifeline, Bai Xiaowen squinted, raised the white rabbit sword with all his strength, and hurled it straight at the exposed spot. As the sword flew from his hand, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but close his eyes and mutter, "Please hit. Please hit. I'd give up 3 more years of being a virgin if this strike lands." The man in the black robe, propelled forward by inertia, didn't stop until he was just 2 steps away from Bai Xiaowen. He collapsed to his knees in front of Bai, his face twisted with disbelief, and died in that awkward position. "Damn, I was just kidding earlier. Can I take it back now?" After defeating the masked man, Bai Xiaowen was overjoyed at first, but then he remembered what had said before. Unable to help himself, he threw his head back and shouted, trying to bargain with the gods. To his surprise, the system actually responded to his nonsense. "Ding. Congratulations, player mythology, for creating a new range skill for a melee class that meets the system's rating requirements. Please name this skill." Staring at the corpse in front of him, Bai Xiaowen instinctively scooted back a couple of paces, just in case it suddenly sprang back to life. After a moment, the system's words finally sank in. He leaped to his feet in shock. "Wait, did I just accidentally invent some awesome new skill in the heat of battle? Ding. Skill name too long, unable to use. Hey, flying sword." Bai Xiaowen flashed what he thought was a charming grin and gave his move a flashy name, even though it wasn't quite the same as the traditional flying sword technique. The system responded immediately, "Ding. Congratulations, player mythology, skill successfully named." Skill name, Hey, flying sword. Skill description, throw your sword to attack the enemy. May trigger additional skill effects. This skill has high growth potential. Attack range increases with strength. Skill damage, current attack power plus 1.5 times spell power. Cooldown, none. Requirement, must be holding a sword. Bai Xiaowen's smile vanished. "I said flying sword, not hey, flying sword." The system didn't reply. He could only console himself. Complaining to the system was about as useful as talking to a brick wall. At least cows might kick you, but the system could strike you down. Then it occurred to him that not only had he just unlocked 2 powerful skills, had also gotten the bodies of 2 bosses. With all this loot, he'll be rich, financially free, living at the top of the world, and women will be lining up for me. Before he could finish, his expression changed, and he quickly put his hands together in prayer. "Buddha, Guanyin, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Taishang Lord, everything I said just now was a jokey, a bit of dark humor from us young folks." After his prayer, he was about to search the masked man's body when suddenly a dark red blood lotus burst from the corpse's forehead. The lotus was as big as a grown man's palm and shot through Bai Xiaowen's chest before he could react. The shock sent him crashing to the ground, frantically patting himself down. Thankfully, he was unharmed. The blood lotus circled through the treetops before returning to hover in front of him, facing him from a distance. Instinctively, Bai Xiaowen turned around and called, "Xiaobai, what is this thing?" Predictably, there was no response, not even a hint of telepathic contact. Bai Xiaowen had just taken care of the masked figure in the black robe when Bai Zhe immediately recognized the origin of the blood lotus and vanished without a trace. A system notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, player mythology. You have triggered an indefinite hidden quest, the Blood Sovereign's Pursuit. Since you disrupted the Blood Sovereign's plans and killed his external incarnation, he will now be your eternal enemy, and neither of you will rest until the other is destroyed. This stupid system, can you at least learn some basic language skills? For a quest like this, don't use the word congratulations, okay?" Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but complain. Insulting the system for no reason. This is a warning. Everyone is responsible for maintaining a healthy online environment. The system immediately replied. "Fine, you win." Bai Xiaowen made a zipping his lips gesture and turned to loot the battlefield. As an experienced gamer, he knew that the stronger the boss, the better the loot. While he was debating whether to use his harvesting skill to get some materials from the masked figure, the blood lotus suddenly spoke. "Kid, they'll remember you. You may have won this time, but don't get cocky. When we meet again in the outside world, I will kill you, burn your soul and flesh, and make sure you suffer for eternity with no hope of reincarnation. If you weren't strong enough, just accept your defeat and stop talking so much. Get lost." Bai Xiaowen waved dismissively. Realizing he couldn't touch the soul projection, he simply kicked the corpse on the ground and used the motion to pull out the white rabbit sword. stepping on the mask's face for leverage. He examined the weapon closely and saw that the blade was covered in fine cracks, clearly the backlash from the Junlin skill. Frustrated, he kicked the corpse a couple more times before checking the sword's attributes. As expected, the weapon's stats had dropped by 60. All the skills had turned gray and unusable, and it was now even worse than a basic wooden staff. Just then, the system chimed in again. Ding. The Blood Sovereign has successfully placed a blood curse on the player. From now on, whenever you are within 2,000 meters of each other in the free world, both parties will sense each other's presence and location. Damn it. So you were sticking around just to pull this trick on me. Bai Xiaowen angrily smacked the corpse with his sword. You're a reckless kid. From this day on, we are mortal enemies. The Blood Lotus roared, then flew back to the corpse before dissipating into black smoke, leaving behind only a mask that glowed with a strange light. The system immediately offered compensation. Ding. Player's level has dropped significantly. As a special reward, you have received 3 double experience cards, each granting 6 hours of double XP. We hope you quickly recover from your setback, keep honing your skills, and become famous in the free world. Xiao Bai, you did great. Guzi appeared and praised him. Bai Xiaowen weakly waved his sword in response. Don't worry, Guzi reassured him. Your sword is no ordinary weapon. With materials from the Golden Rabbit King, not only can it be repaired, but it'll come back even stronger. Hearing this, Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up as he tallied his gains. A mask, an undamaged ring, an upgradable white rabbit sword, and 9 double experience cards. That's 54 hours of double exp, almost enough for 4 days. Not a bad haul at all. After Bai Xiaowen defeated the Treant King, a series of valuable items dropped to the ground. The most eye-catching among them was a special piece of equipment called Phantom Mask. Its attributes were impressive, 20 to strength, spirit, constitution, and agility, with no level requirement. The mask also offered 3 unique effects. It could be made visible or invisible at will, have critical damage to the face and reduced all damage by 40, and allowed the wearer to hide their ID while being immune to low-level players' detection skills. According to the item description, even powerful emperors like Shuezuns favored this artifact. In addition, the Treant King dropped a complete set of black iron tier Treant gear. Treant Battle Bracelet. 6 strength, 6 constitution, 6 agility, 6 spirit. Treant Battle Armor. 30 constitution. Treant Battle Pants. 10 agility, 10 constitution. Treant Battle Boots. 20 agility. Treant Battle Belt. 10 constitution, 10 spirit. Even more surprisingly, the Treant King's 6 major skills, all except for King's Summon, which Bai Xiaowen didn't care for, were perfectly inherited by these black iron items. Besides these 5 basic pieces, the Treant King also dropped 2 black iron weapons, a warhammer and a great axe. Pleased with their attributes, Bai Xiaowen quickly stored them in his backpack, planning to give them as gifts when he first met Zhu Qingjing and Lin Anren. However, after sorting through the loot, Bai Xiaowen suddenly remembered something important. Damn it, where's my indestructible ring? Why didn't it drop? He complained, slapping his thigh in frustration. With no one else around to answer, Bai Xiaowen turned to the dog at his side. Xiao Bai, what should I do if the indestructible ring didn't drop? The dog grinned mischievously. Why not give the Treant King's corpse another beating? Maybe it'll drop then. Bai Xiaowen didn't reply. Instead, he kept casting Gather on the Treant King's body, blinking his big eyes at the dog. If your family had an heirloom, would you wear it all day and night? The dog asked. Of course. Bai Xiaowen nodded immediately. After a moment, Bai Xiaowen seemed to realize something. You mean, the Treants have a hidden treasure vault like the rabbits do? The dog didn't answer directly, but gestured with his snout toward a certain direction. Following the hint, Bai Xiaowen spotted the faint outline of a small cave hidden among the shadows of the grass. The cave in front of him was surprisingly small, just tall enough for a 4-year-old child to squeeze through. Even an average person would struggle to crawl inside, hunched over. With such an unremarkable entrance, it was hard to imagine this place could be a treasure vault. Bai Xiaowen shot a doubtful look at Guzi, which immediately made the dog bristle. Can't you use your brain for once? This is a treasure vault for the tree spirits, not for humans. Why would they build it to fit your human size? Seriously, give me a break. Bai Xiaowen glanced at Guzi's tail, hesitating before speaking. But aren't tree spirits usually tall and imposing? This vault seems awfully tiny. You're not trying to trick me, are you? He paused, then added, I won't run into any snakes in there, right? Not that I'm afraid of snakes. It's just, you think everyone's built like you, short arms, short legs. Who says a treasure vault has to be big enough for a person to walk in? Whatever, I'm done talking to you. With that, Guzi pretended to be annoyed, tore through the air, and slipped back into the contract partner's realm. Once inside, he secretly congratulated himself. Good thing I managed to bluff my way out. If I'd stayed any longer, I'd have been sent in first again. Staring at the cave that looked suspiciously like a giant snake's den, Bai Xiaowen gritted his teeth and decided to go in and check it out for himself. Activating his Byakugan, he bent down and crawled inside. In less than half a minute, he reached the end of the passage. To his surprise, the indestructible ring was lying there in plain sight, completely unguarded and without a single trap around it. Bai Xiaowen picked up the ring with both hands, lost in thought. What the heck is this thing? The ring itself was nothing special in design, but its size was astonishing. It was 3 or 4 times thicker than Bai Xiaowen's waist, looking more like a giant hula hoop than a ring. For a tree spirit, the dimensions probably made sense. But if he tried to wear it, even if he bent it into 2 loops for a belt, it would still be ridiculously oversized. Oh great white god, your devoted follower has a question for you. Bai Xiaowen called out with a mischievous grin. The dog elegantly sliced open the contract partner space and reached straight into Bai Xiaowen's backpack, fishing out a shiny, greasy lamb chop. With the air of a true master, it took a dignified bite. Internally, Bai Xiaowen cursed the greedy mutt for stealing his rations again, but outwardly he kept a big, eager smile, looking every bit the diligent student. Just try dripping some blood on it, the dog mumbled, mouth full of lamb. Drip blood? That easy. Bai Xiaowen smacked his forehead. Holding the great white rabbit sword in his left hand and the indestructible ring in his right, he hopped several meters away like a startled rabbit. Only when he was safely out of reach did he cautiously use the dim blade to make a small cut on his fingertip. 2 drops of fresh blood fell onto the indestructible ring, and a vivid green light instantly filled the entire cave. Under Bai Xiaowen and the dog's watchful eyes, the ring began to shrink, eventually transforming into a perfect, emerald green band that fit Bai Xiaowen's finger exactly. A system notification popped up. Indestructible Guardian Ring. Quality, Gold Equipment. Attributes, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Spirit 20, Agility 20. Level requirement, none. Special effects. Combine 6 pieces of equipment or items to make them non-droppable. Magic Body Conversion. Can actively or passively block fatal damage. Skill effect. Consumes mana to offset damage at a 10-to-1 ratio. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Item description. A treasure of the Tree Spirit clan, rumored to hide a big secret inside. This is insane. This ring is incredible. Bai Xiaowen's eyes sparkled. As someone who often engaged in player battles, this was practically a lifesaver. He quickly set the ring itself as non-droppable, then bound the Golden Rabbit King's Fong, Golden Rabbit King's hide, his mask, the Huang Yaoshi ring, and the damaged Great White Rabbit sword. By the way, Xiaobai, where can I get my sword repaired? Bai Xiaowen asked, playfully thumping the dog's leg. Go find blacksmith Zhang in the village. He's not your average smith. With that, the dog tossed out the words, tore open space, and rolled back into the contract partner realm, looking quite pleased with himself. Pretending to be a master feels great. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Xiaowen stowed the great white rabbit sword in his backpack and wriggled out of the tree spirit's treasure vault like a big, white grub. He glanced up at the bright moon, opened the system interface, and saw that it was nearly 3 in the morning. The last time he pushed himself this hard was when he took down the Golden Rabbit King. Bai Xiaowen glanced around at the dense forest, quickly realizing this was far from a safe place to log out. If the tree spirits respawned, he'd be trapped here for sure. After a brief moment of thought, he had a plan. He activated his speed and sprint skills, racing toward the safe zone he remembered. By the time the sky began to lighten, he finally arrived at his destination, the hidden cave of the White Rabbit Supreme. He crawled into the cave, found a secluded corner, wished his dog good night, and logged off. At last, after more than 48 hours, the grueling tree spirit territory raid was finally over. When he opened his bleary eyes, the summer morning sun was already streaming through the window. As soon as he relaxed, his stomach started growling uncontrollably. Even though he had eaten plenty in the game, in reality, aside from a rushed meal during a shift, he hadn't had a proper bite in over 2 days. After a quick wash, Bai Xiaowen threw on his floral shorts and a tank top, slipped into his flip-flops, and hummed a tune as he headed downstairs to find food. Sitting at a street stall, enjoying breakfast and watching the sunrise, he had the nagging feeling he was forgetting something important. Before he could figure it out, exhaustion took over, his head drooped, and he fell asleep right on the table. Over an hour later, the busy breakfast stall owners couldn't help but laugh when they saw Bai Xiaowen, face half covered with an egg and scallion pancake. He paid and headed home, stripping down and diving under the covers, deciding to deal with everything else after a good sleep. But just a few hours later, smack! Ow! A sharp sound and a pained scream. Bai Xiaowen, clutching his backside, tumbled out of bed, blanket and all. He looked up in shock to see a graceful middle-aged woman standing by his bed, feather duster in hand. Dressed in sporty clothes, her figure was youthful and curvy. With none of the signs of middle age, she looked more like a woman in her early 20s, her elegant features tinged with a wild charm. This beauty was none other than his own mother, Bai Xian, same mom had tricked and blocked just 2 days ago. Bai Xiaowen grabbed his pillow and hurled it at her, but she chopped it in half with a swift hand. Realizing who it was, he could only groan. Mom, why are you wandering around in broad daylight with a feather duster? What if the cops mistake you for some sort of criminal? Bai Xiaowen, Bai Xiaowen's mother, was as graceful as her name suggested, with striking features that made her a rare beauty. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaowen took after his father in the looks department. Otherwise, he might have been the most handsome young man for miles around. But despite her gentle appearance, Bai Xian's temperament was anything but mild. A martial arts expert, she was especially skilled in Wing Chun style, designed for women. Any drunk fool who tried to harass her on the street would find himself unable to get anywhere near her, no matter how many buddies he brought along. When it came to raising her son, she ruled with an iron fist and a feather duster, keeping Bai Xiaowen firmly in line. The only time Head ever rebelled was when he ran away from home during college, disappearing for years without a word. That incident had become a silent taboo between mother and son, something they both avoided mentioning. You've got some nerve, kidlying to your own mother. And even blocking my number? Bai Shireen stormed toward his bed, feather duster in hand, snatching his phone off the nightstand. She quickly unlocked, if never bothered to change the password, and removed herself from his block list. Bai Xiaowen cowered under his blanket like a startled rabbit. I wasn't lying. Lao Chu really is in the hospital. Maybe I just made it sound a bit worse than it was. As for blocking your number, maybe I just tapped the wrong button while I was sleeping. Oh, so you accidentally blocked both me and Lao Chu? You're just full of accidents, aren't you? Bai Shireen snorted in disbelief. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you. Did you forget something important today? What? Bai Xiaowen looked genuinely confused. With a loud smack, the feather duster landed on the bed, making Bai Xiaowen jump. Bai Xian's expression was stern as she reminded him. Did you forget what you promised Lao Chu 2 days ago? Lao Chu, oh no? Bai Xiaowen slapped his forehead and glanced at the clock. It's almost 10. I'll be back in 2 hours. Mom, why didn't you wake me up earlier? It turned out that, 2 nights ago, Head promised Lao Chu had knocked out 2 front teeth while looking at his phone that Head go to the maglev train station at noon today to pick up his full-blood sister, Xiao Chu. I called you from a different number earlier, and you didn't answer. That's when I knew you'd forgotten. Now you're blaming me for not waking you up? Get up. Bai Shireen gave the bed another solid whack with the duster, as if she was ready to banish her son to the ends of the earth. Blushing, Bai Xiaowen pleaded, Mom, can you step outside for a second? I'm not wearing anything right now. Please. I've seen every inch of you since you were a bean sprout. Hurry up and get moving. Bai Shireen spoke up in her usual forceful way, then turned and headed straight for the bathroom. Left behind, Bai Xiaowen shouted in frustration. I'm not a bean sprout anymore, I'm a big eggplant now. He raised his fist and pointed it at the bathroom door, his silent protest echoing in his mind. Unfortunately, Bai Shireen couldn't hear a word of it. If she had, she might have smacked him with a feather duster. By the time Bai Xiaowen finished changing clothes, Bai Shireen had come out of the bathroom. One look at the mess on the sink nearly brought him to tears. His eyes welled up, on the verge of overflowing. Every single bottle of face wash, shampoo, and conditioner was gone. His mother had tossed them all out without leaving a trace. All that remained were a lonely tube of toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a rinsing cup, looking like a little family abandoned in the corner. Honestly, I threw out all those expired products for your own good. You're not exactly handsome to begin with. Imagine if you ruined your face. How would you ever find a wife? Bai Shireen's familiar nagging voice sounded behind him. By the way, Xiaowen, speaking of finding a wife, what happened to that girl you were seeing something way? Why did you break up all of a sudden? Did she run off with some rich guy, or a pretty boy? The sudden change of topic left Bai Xiaowen at a loss, his tears barely held back. Still, he forced a smile and tried to lighten the mood. Ms. Bai, since you're not busy, why not come with me to pick up Xiaoxi? Bai Shireen hesitated, frowning slightly. Forget it. That girl rarely comes home, and I doubt she wants to see me anyway. Seeing her downcast expression, Bai Xiaowen grew anxious. We're family. You two can't go on like this, can you? You haven't seen Xiaoxi even more than I have. Don't you miss her at all? He sighed, then grabbed the small insulated container on the table. The rich aroma of chicken soup filled the air as he opened it. Golden broth looked delicious. This chicken soup took 7 or 8 hours to make. As for you and Xiaoxi, they'll stay out of it. You do what you want. Bai Shireen let out a soft sigh, tapped Bai Xiaowen gently on the head with her fingers, then snatched the lid and quickly closed the container. A faint blush appeared on her face as she cleared her throat. When you pick up Xiaoxi, take her straight to stay at your dad's for a couple of days. He'll pack your clothes and daily necessities and have the city's express delivery robot send them over. She paused, then added, Oh, and Xiaowen, I heard from Lao Chu that Xiaoxi brought 2 classmates home this time. I don't mind if it's a girl, but if it's a boy, as long as they're just friends, fine. But if it's anything else, I'm warning you, kick him out immediately. Bai Xiaowen rolled his eyes, unable to help the twitch at the corner of his mouth. Mom, you must be kidding. You raised Xiaoxi to practice martial arts since she was little. Honestly, if things got physical, I'm not sure who would end up kicking whom out. Bai Shireen shot him a sharp look. Stop talking nonsense and go pick up Xiaoxi. It's still early. I'm going to take a nap and head out later. They'll be on time, Bai Xiaowen replied, acting like he didn't have a care in the world. Bai Shireen glared at him coldly. Hurry up. What if the maglev train arrives early? Mom, maglev trains run on precise schedules. They're never a minute early or late. You and Dad are so out of touch with this stuff, Bai Xiaowen said, his tone a little cheeky. Smack. The feather duster landed squarely on Bai Xiaowen's head, sending up a puff of dust. He immediately shut his mouth and stood still, obedient as a schoolboy. A few seconds later, Bai Xiaowen was kicked out of the house by Shireen, rubbing his sore backside. Mom, don't forget to send my gaming helmet from the bedside table. I need it for some pocket money. Standing outside, Bai Xiaowen kept knocking on the door, sounding a bit helpless. Inside, Bai Shireen was rummaging through drawers, busy packing his things, completely ignoring him. Bai Xiaowen hurried downstairs with his phone and called a cab straight to the maglev train station. Even with the AI navigation system mapping out the best route in real time, he still arrived at the station in a mess, nearly 2 hours later. To make matters worse, just as he reached the entrance, an AI-controlled sprinkler truck passed by and drenched him, ruining the hairstyle had taken pains to perfect. Furious, Bai Xiaowen shouted at the machine, but the cold, unfeeling vehicle ignored him and continued spraying water as if nothing had happened. Stepping into the main hall of the City maglev station, he was greeted by a vibrant, youthful crowd. Nearly 80% of the people waiting were young, and about half were strikingly attractive girls, an uncommon sight in daily life. Crop tops, camisoles, black stockings, and hot pants were everywhere, making it hard to know where to look. A glance at his phone reminded Bai Xiaowen, with some frustration, that he was already over 20 minutes late. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Lao Chu's number, but it was his father's voice on the other end. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but grumble to himself. So that hen really was a gift for Dad. His own son wasn't even as important as his ex-husband. Before he could make a sarcastic remark, Bai Xian's voice came through, scolding him relentlessly. Her assertive style was as forceful as ever, leaving him no chance to explain. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to defend himself, the call was abruptly ended. At the pickup area on the ground floor, Bai Xiaowen anxiously scanned the crowd. Despite being surrounded by beautiful women, his attention was entirely focused on finding his sister. She had always been the center of attention, thanks to their mother's good genes, so it shouldn't have been this hard to spot her. Had she changed so much in the past 2 years? Or had she simply gotten tired of waiting and left already? After hesitating for a moment, Bai Xiaowen finally dialed the number he hadn't called in more than 2 years. The call was answered quickly, and a cold voice spoke. Why are you calling me? Only then did he realize his parents hadn't even told his sister he was coming to pick her up. Before he could explain, the call was cut off again. He remembered how close they used to be, promising never to be apart. That was before the argument that changed everything, when their parents, in a fit of anger, got divorced. The fight for custody had turned into a bitter battle. He recalled giving Chu Xiaoxi 2.5 yuan, innocently telling her to buy candy, believing that if their parents were happy, everything would go back to the way it was. Back then, Chu Xiaoxi was still very young and believed everything her beloved older brother said. She happily ran out to buy candy without a second thought. The moment she disappeared through the door, Bai Xiaowen's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he grabbed the family's 42-inch LCD TV and smashed it to the floor. With a loud crash, the screen shattered like a spiderweb. This act ultimately led to the family's breakup. After a calm yet heavy discussion, the adults and their sensible child made a decision. Xiaowen would transfer schools and live with their mother, Bai Shireen, while Xiaoxi stayed with their father. That same day, when Chu Xiaoxi returned home, excitedly clutching her candy, Bai Xiaowen had already left with their mother. From that day on, the once inseparable siblings were forced apart. Though only a short distance separated them within the city, emotionally it felt as if they were worlds away. Whenever she ran into Bai Xiaowen, Chu Xiaoxi would avoid him, and eventually, she chose to live at school, using her heavy workload as an excuse. Time passed quickly. While at university, Bai Xiaowen got into trouble for beating up a powerful campus bully and nearly taking down the principal who tried to protect him. He had no choice but to leave and start his own company, Wushuang. As she grew older, Chu Xiaoxi gradually began to understand her brother's intentions back then. Still, the memory of being tricked into buying candy, only to return and find him gone, remained a sharp pain in her heart. Bai Xiaowen smacked his lips and dialed the number once again. If you have something to say, make it quick. I'm busy. Chu Xiaoxi's voice was clear but icy. Well, Dad went on a trip and just asked me to pick you up at the maglev station. I'm at the exit on the first floor, but I don't see you, Bai Xiaowen said, ready with his excuse. He went on a trip? Chu Xiaoxi frowned, sounding as wary as a little fox had sensed something was off. I heard the tour guide's a pretty lady with a sharp chin. You know Dad's always had a thing for that type, Bai Xiaowen joked. By the way, are you lost? Want me to call out for you? No need. I'm just in the restroom. Wait there, Chu Xiaoxi replied coldly. Even little fairies have to poop. Huh? Bai Xiaowen blurted out, thinking he was being funny. Do you think you're hilarious? Chu Xiaoxi's tone grew even colder. Before Bai Xiaowen could respond, she hung up. Bai Xiaowen had to admit, comedy was definitely not his strong suit. The maglev train station in City towered majestically, its 6-story structure housing hundreds of departure gates for trains bound for destinations across the country. Each floor was equipped with several restrooms, which left by Xiaowen anxiously scanning the elevator area, completely at a low. She had no idea which floor Chu Xiaoxi was on. Just then, a vibrant young woman emerged from a restroom near exit B on the 4th floor. She looked about 19 or 20, with delicate arched brows, almond-shaped eyes, and a pair of cute little tiger teeth that gave her smile a touch of mischief. Her clear, innocent gaze complemented her fair, smooth skin and long, glossy black hair that cascaded over her shoulders. Dressed in a plaid skirt that reached just above her knees and a simple white printed t-shirt, she exuded youthful energy, even if her figure hadn't fully matured yet. This was none other than Chu Xiaoxi, by Xiaowen's younger half-sister, who shared both his parents but bore a different surname. As soon as Chu Xiaoxi stepped out of the restroom, she was surrounded by two chatty girls. The older one appeared to be around 23 or 24, giving off the vibe of a recent graduate. Her sleek black ponytail bounced with every movement, and she wore trendy athletic shorts paired with the same white printed t-shirt. Her heart-shaped face was lit up by lively, sparkling eyes, making her seem especially spirited. The younger girl looked about 17 or 18, resembling a high schooler. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, and she wore a classic pleated skirt with the same white printed t-shirt. Unlike her older sister's outgoing demeanor, she seemed more reserved and shy, her eyes full of wonder at this first trip away from home. Looking closely, it was clear the two sisters shared similar features. Both were natural beauties. By the rating standards of Bai Xiaowen and Zhu Qingjing, both older girls would easily score above 90, while the younger one, though still growing into her looks, showed great potential. If Bai Xiaowen were here, he would have been startled to recognize them. The younger was Little Orange, whom he had once rescued alongside Min Xinxue and Hua Shangshuang. The older was Pink Orange, whose antics had often given him a headache. Pink Orange leaned in and whispered in Chu Xiaoxi's ear, "Xiaoxi, you were just laughing and chatting with us a moment ago. How come you seem like a different person after just a quick trip to the restroom? Is something on your mind?" Upon hearing what Pink Little Orange said, Chu Xiaoxi's cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She grabbed Little Tangerine with her left hand and seized Pink Little Orange with her right, pouting playfully. "You two little foxes, how dare you tease me?" The shy Little Tangerine grinned, her eyes curving mischievously. "Xiaoxi, when it comes to constipation remedies, my sister is the real expert. She has a ton of secret tricks. You brat, do you want a beating?" Pink Little Orange's face flushed with embarrassment as she reached out to smack Little Tangerine. "Yeah right, you're the one who deserves a beating. You started teasing Xiaoxi first." Little Tangerine stuck out her pink tongue and darted away, laughing like a playful kitten. The two sisters left Chu Xiaoxi behind as they teased and chased each other into the bathroom, giggling all the way. Chu Xiaoxi watched them go, about to tidy up her luggage, when her phone suddenly rang. Seeing Bai Xiaowen's name on the caller ID, she couldn't help but purse her lips and puff out her cheeks, a flash of coldness in her eyes as annoyance bubbled up inside her. As soon as she answered, her expression turned frosty, reserved exclusively for her traitorous brother. "Hey, little sis, which floor are you on? They'll come find you." Bai Xiaowen's voice was as warm as ever. "Who's your sister?" "I don't have a brother." Chu Xiaoxi shot back coldly, her tone full of disdain. "Oh, come on, don't be like that. If you want talk, they'll just start calling your name in every women's restroom until I find you." Bai Xiaowen teased, completely unbothered. "Don't you dare." Chu Xiaoxi gritted her teeth, refusing to believe he'd actually be so shameless. "Chu Xiaoxi, which bathroom are you pooping in?" he suddenly shouted, his voice so loud it seemed to cut right through the phone. Chu Xiaoxi's face turned crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment. She bit her lip in frustration and quickly retorted, "You shameless jerk. Stop yelling. I'm at the B entrance on the 4th floor. If you shout again, I'm leaving." All right, no need to get mad. How does visiting my dear little sister make me a jerk?" Bai Xiaowen replied, still teasing, his tone relaxed and easy. "Wait there for me, I'm coming up. Don't go wandering off." As soon as she hung up, Chu Xiaoxi's frosty expression melted away, replaced by a smile she could hardly suppress. She muttered to herself, "That traitor of a brother is getting more shameless by the day. He's infuriating." After Bai Xiaowen hung up the phone, he strolled leisurely up to the 4th floor, entrance B, with his hands behind his back. Standing at the bustling entrance to the women's restroom, he looked around, searching for his sister. Groups of girls came and went, some in black stockings and short skirts, others bearing their midriffs, and still others in all sorts of strappy, tiny dresses, but he never spotted the familiar figure of the sporty girl he was looking for. Just as he was about to give up his childish idea of surprising his sister and pull out his phone to call her directly, someone caught his eye. Not far ahead, a girl in a white t-shirt and plaid skirt drew his attention. "Nice figure," Bai Xiaowen thought to himself. "Once I finish this call, I've got to find a way to see her face." But as soon as he dialed, something unexpected happened. The ringtone came from the very girl in the plaid skirt. Bai Xiaowen froze. That couldn't be right. His sister was supposed to be a short-haired, athletic type. How could she be this long-haired, fairy-like girl? Curious, he started a little phone call game. Head dial, wait for the ringtone, and then hang up. He watched as the girl raised her hand to answer, only to have him hang up right away. He repeated this several times. Each time, her movements matched the ringtone perfectly. Eventually, the girl seemed to get annoyed by his childish antics. Her cheeks puffed out like an angry little hamster, and she called him back. At that moment, the ringtone sounded right next to Bai Xiaowen's ear. The girl spun around, and what she saw was a face grinning broadly, a few scruffy hairs on the chin and prominent front teeth. Even after all these years, those dark eyes full of strength and trust made Chu Xiaoxi recognize her brother at once. It was a unique look, just a few seconds of eye contact, and anyone would be drawn in. For a moment, Bai Xiaowen was stunned too. The long-haired, delicate beauty standing before him flawless except for the small hills on her chest was actually his little sister Chu Xiaoxi, whom he hadn't seen in 5 or 6 years. Come on, Mom, he wailed inwardly. Couldn't you have split the genes a little more evenly between us? Even 70-30 would have been fair, but 90-10? That's just cruel. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Chu Xiaoxi huffed. Chu Xiaoxi couldn't help but blush for a moment as she watched Bai Xiaowen acting all dramatic. But her expression quickly hardened, and she shifted into battle mode against her traitor brother, her voice instantly turning icy. I've met plenty of beautiful women, but there aren't many as ethereal as my little Xiaoxi, Bai Xiaowen said. Hearing Chu Xiaoxi's familiar cold tone, Bai Xiaowen wasn't upset at all. Instead, his grin grew even wider, his mouth stretching into a huge smile, showing off his white teeth, his laughter practically bubbling out of him. Chu Xiaoxi glared at him, but couldn't quite hide the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. It doesn't matter how much you flatter me. I still remember everything you did back then, every single thing. Chu Xiaoxi tried to keep a stern face, but inside, she was already softening, the chill in her voice fading away. As long as you remember. I was worried you'd be distant after all this time apart, Bai Xiaowen said with a cheeky grin. He bent down and slung both travel backpacks over his shoulders, one in front and one behind, then grabbed a large bag as well, determined not to let his sister carry anything extra. If he thought Chu Xiaoxi would let him, he probably would have just carried her, too. Looking at Bai Xiaowen's carefree attitude, Chu Xiaoxi couldn't help feeling a little exasperated. She glanced at his white t-shirt and cropped pants, both still damp from being sprayed, and raised an eyebrow. Hey, what's with all the water on you? Bai Xiaowen was just about to crack a joke to lighten the mood, but Chu Xiaoxi cut him off. Don't tell me you ran all the way here from home, or that you were so anxious because you couldn't find me. Or maybe, Bai Xiaowen's face fell instantly. Chu Xiaoxi had just called out every excuse had been planning, and he couldn't even pretend to smile. He said, a little sheepishly, when I got off the bus, a street cleaner's water truck came by and sprayed me. At that, Chu Xiaoxi's forced coldness finally gave way to a genuine smile. She let out a soft, serves you right. Bai Xiaowen grinned, thinking to himself, is it embarrassing to make a fool of yourself in front of family? Of course it is. But who cares? Bai Xiaowen watched as Chu Xiaoxi beamed with joy, feeling genuinely happy inside. After years apart, it seemed that Xiaoxi no longer held the same resentment toward him as before. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of time, how it softens both love and hate, as naturally as grapes ripen to purple or bananas turn black. With that thought, a smile tugged at the corner of Bai Xiaowen's mouth. He reached into his travel bag and pulled out an oversized, unisex baseball cap, putting it on with a flourish. He pressed the brim down in an exaggerated motion, struck what he thought was a cool pose, and announced loudly, all aboard the Xiaobai Express. Bai Xiaowen, aren't you a little old to be acting this childish? Chu Xiaoxi shot him a cold look as passers-by glanced their way. Still, she couldn't help but feel a familiar warmth inside. She pressed her lips together, face expressionless, and added, don't tell me you think all this luggage is mine. I came back with some friends this time, we're all staying at my place. Bai Xiaowen's smile faded as he ignored her subtle attempt to set boundaries. Instead, he leaned in with a nosy look and asked, are your friends guys or girls? If they're girls, that's fine, but if there are guys, you'd better be careful. These days, college boys aren't as innocent as they seem when they date. He launched into a rambling monologue about how high the breakup rates are among college couples, sharing all sorts of so-called words of wisdom. You really are old, Chu son, you sound just like him. Chu Xiaoxi cut him off, unable to listen any longer. If her father had said those things, she might have tolerated a few lines, but coming from this traitorous brother, she didn't want to hear a single word. Bai Xiaowen wisely fell silent, thinking to himself that she was just going through a rebellious phase. Kids always want to go against the adults. After a moment, he smiled and reached for Chu Xiaoxi's suitcase. Chu Xiaoxi instantly sprang up like a startled kitten, stubbornly trying to wrest her luggage from him. To her, Bai Xiaowen could help anyone else with their things, but he absolutely could not touch her suitcase. This was her last stand. But Bai Xiaowen was just as stubborn, unwilling to let his sister carry anything heavy. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. At that moment, a pair of sisters walked out of the restroom. One of them, cheeks puffed in frustration, complained, this is ridiculous. The hand dryer worked fine for everyone before us, but it broke as soon as we tried it. Nothing's going right these days, it's definitely that nasty cat Fang's fault. Little Juicy covered her mouth and laughed softly, her graceful and elegant demeanor making her look just like a young lady from a respectable family. Pink Xiao Cheng frowned at the scene, wiping her hands as she reached out to ruffle her sister's hair. It took a lot of effort to rescue you from those two old fogies, and now you're acting all prim and proper? If you want to laugh, just go for it. Why bother hiding your smile? Your little white teeth are adorable. Big sis, you're picking on me again. Little Juicy instantly dropped her act, pouting as she tugged at her sister's sleeve, her voice full of grievance. Oh, so now you're using my clothes to wipe your hands? Xiaoqing teased. Hey, you do it too. Little Juicy shot back with a mischievous grin. Xiaoqing sighed. I leave you alone for one day, and you start learning bad habits from that mangy cat. What's next? Are you going to frame your big sis and steal the family fortune, just like in those TV dramas? Come on, sis, have you been watching too many soap operas? Little Juicy started counting on her fingers, pretending to be serious. We each have our own trust funds from mom and dad, and we split the company shares 50-50. Other than New Year's money, what's there to fight over? By the way, when are you going to pay back the 100,000 yuan of New Year's money you borrowed from me for that gaming ring? You've changed, little sis. Suddenly, little Juicy straightened up and said seriously, sis, Xiaoxi's dad is here. Be polite when you speak to him, okay? Don't be too casual. We don't want uncle to think we're troublemakers. Oh, please, I've already graduated from college and started working. I don't need a kid like you teaching me manners, Xiao Cheng replied, her gaze drifting to Bai Xiaowen, who stood nearby in a large baseball cap. She couldn't help but think to herself, this uncle doesn't look old at all, so lean he could be mistaken for a young guy. Where's the beer belly most middle-aged men have? The sisters walked over to the siblings and greeted in unison, their voices sweet as honey. Hello, uncle. Bai Xiaowen was caught off guard by the soft, childish greeting. He was 25, almost 26, but he certainly didn't see himself as an uncle. He was in the middle of tugging a suitcase with Chu Xiaoxi when the two girls arrived. Embarrassed, Xiaoxi quickly let go, nearly sending Bai Xiaowen stumbling. Chu Xiaoxi quickly introduced them. Sister Xiao Cheng, little Juicy, this is my brother. His surname is Bai, like our mom. His name is Bai Xiaowen. They're my upperclassmen from the university club and her younger sister. Her voice was sweet and pleasant. Hearing his sister's introduction, Bai Xiaowen felt a mix of emotions. Now that there are others around, she finally calls me brother. Usually, she barely even looks at me. And what's with his surname is Bai, like our mom. Xiao Qingzi and Xiao Juzi, right? Bai Xiaowen grinned. I've heard a lot about you. Xiaoxi always mentions you on the phone, says you're her closest seniors and friends at school. Without even glancing directly at the sisters, he grabbed both their hands, nodding repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you so much for looking after Xiaoxi at school. Standing off to the side, Chu Xiaoxi watched her brother spin stories so smoothly, secretly impressed by how easily he could lie without even blinking, clearly a skill honed from years of experience in the real world. The sisters' parents had always believed in learning from mistakes with the older child and focusing on the younger only train the main account after the alt fails kind of philosophy. They turned all of Mu Xiaoqing's missteps into lessons, determined to raise Xiao Juzi into someone completely different from her sister. Hello, big brother. Imu Xiao Juzi replied politely, her eyes sparkling. We've heard so much about you from Xiaoxi too. Honestly, if it weren't for Xiaoxi looking after my wayward sister, I doubt anyone would want to deal with her temper. And just from your voice, I can tell you must be even more handsome than those celebrities on TV. This kind of mutual flattery was so over the top that Xiaoxi and Xiao Cheng were both secretly rolling their eyes. How fake can you get? Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen, wearing his baseball cap low, darted forward and gave the pink-haired Xiao Cheng a light smack on the back of the head. Hey, what are you doing? Chu Xiaoxi quickly stepped between them, rubbing Xiao Cheng's head and anxiously watching the situation unfold. After all, her brother might be lazy about practicing martial arts and too laid back to even bother with street fights, but Xiao Cheng, her senior, was a martial arts prodigy who loved a good brawl. If these two really went at it, who knew what would happen? Xiao Cheng had been full of anticipation to meet her talented junior's brother after all. If Xiaoxi was considered a campus beauty, her brother had to be a looker too, right? Getting thumped on the head the moment they met was definitely not what Shed expected. Big brother, haven't we met before? Xiao Juzi narrowed her big eyes, sizing up Bai Xiaowen's face, half hidden under his cap. Little rascal, it's only been a week and you don't recognize your cap brother anymore? Bai Xiaowen laughed, reaching out to ruffle her hair again. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I'm going to kill you. Xiaoqing finally realized that the guy in front of her was that annoying cat brother Shed clashed with before. Sensing the shift, Bai Xiaowen immediately dropped into a fighting stance, launching a black tiger steals the heart move. Xiaoxi quickly let go of her senior, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. Forced to defend herself, Xiao Cheng blocked the attack, and Bai Xiaowen switched tactics with a monkey steals the peach, but she dodged nimbly. After missing twice, Bai Xiaowen threw a rapid combination of punches at Xiao Cheng's face. She blocked the left, dodged the right, and countered with a swift white ape offers the peach strike, landing it squarely on his throat. Stop it. Stop fighting, both of you. Xiao Zhizi shouted in a panic, watching the situation spiral out of control. She quickly turned to Chu Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, please, talk to them. Chu Xiaoxi's eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced at the two before her. One was Senior Xiao Cheng, calm and meticulous even in a fight. The other was Bai Xiaowen, who radiated a roguish energy from head to toe. Her brows furrowed with confusion. How on earth did these two know each other? Hurry up, Xiaoxi. If we don't do something, the security guards and campus police will be here any second. Xiao Zhizi anxiously grabbed Chu Xiaoxi's arm, shaking it as worry filled her face. Having grown up sheltered, she was more than a little intimidated by anyone in a uniform. Don't worry, I've got this. Chu Xiaoxi pressed her lips together, smiled gently, and patted Xiao Zhizi on the head before leaping between the two combatants. 20 minutes later, the three of them walked out of the campus police office with their heads hung low. Even though Chu Xiaoxi had intervened in time, they couldn't escape a stern lecture from the officer. Xiao Zhizi glanced at the group, who looked as dejected as a bunch of defeated roosters, and had to stifle a laugh. Thief. I'm telling you, I only went easy on you because I'm a gentleman. Otherwise, you'd be on your knees right now, licking my shoes. Bai Xiaowen called out, dragging Chu Xiaoxi's large suitcase behind him while also carrying Xiao Zhizi's travel bag. His words, as always, were anything but serious. Xiao Cheng spun around, furious, and lunged forward only to grab at thin air. She glared at Bai Xiaowen, who was now hiding behind Chu Xiaoxi, and gritted her teeth. Come on, step out from behind Xiaoxi if you've got the guts. I swear I'll make you lick my feet today. Lick your feet? Bai Xiaowen raised an eyebrow with a mocking smile. You've got some interesting tastes, don't you, little lady? Ark. Xiao Cheng, seething, launched herself at Bai Xiaowen with a flying kick. Watching the two of them go at it from the moment they met, Chu Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. It was obvious this wasn't their first encounter, so how did her traitorous brother know her senior? And what was with all this meow and pink-orange business? She couldn't help but wonder. Do you think they might have had an online fling? Chu Xiaoxi suddenly whispered to Xiao Zhizi. Maybe it ended badly. So now they argue every time they see each other? Xiao Zhizi burst out laughing at Xiaoxi's wild imagination. Xiaoxi, you've been watching too many melodramas. My sister and Bai Xiaowen met in a game called Freedom. She paused, then lowered her voice. My sister got totally wrecked by him in the game. Even her in-game clothes got destroyed. If I hadn't stepped in, who knows what would have happened? Xiao Zhizi. Xiao Cheng suddenly rushed forward and clapped a hand over her mouth, dragging her away. Realization dawned on Chu Xiaoxi. So it was all because of the game. She remembered hearing not long ago that Senior Xiao Cheng had become obsessed with a game called Freedom, even putting aside her beloved martial arts practice. Who would have thought she'd meet her own brother in the game and end up with this kind of failed online romance drama? The world really was small. Xiao Cheng almost became her sister-in-law. After all the playful bickering, Bai Xiaowen, acting as half the host, naturally insisted on treating everyone to a welcome dinner. Are you out of your mind? Isn't the little diner next door better than this place? Chu Xiaoxi widened her eyes at the sight of the fancy hotel with its starry sign, bluntly grabbing Bai Xiaowen's arm and trying to drag him away. Her scolding tone and assertive actions made passers-by mistake Bai Xiaowen for a little brother being bossed around by his big sister. This is a special welcome dinner, just for you. It's been ages since we last met. Splurging a little once in a while won't hurt. Bai Xiaowen let Chu Xiaoxi pull him along, but he couldn't help feeling a wave of warmth inside, a smile spreading across his face. Standing to the side, Pinky Orange watched Bai Xiaowen's blissful expression and couldn't help but smirk, thinking to herself, wow, he really is a doting brother. I'd never guess. The four of them wandered up and down the street, checking out different options, and finally found a humble little restaurant tucked away in an alley. It was a real mom-and-pop place, a rare find in a city now full of cold, AI-powered fast food joints. As they pushed open the door, they were greeted by warm lighting and the delicious aroma of home-cooked food. Bai Xiaowen's attention was immediately drawn to a table near the entrance, where two men sat close together, deep in conversation. The one on the left looked particularly troubled, pouring his heart out to his friend. Bai Xiaowen's curiosity got the better of him. He found himself glancing over more than once, even edging a little closer to eavesdrop. Bro, I just got back from a 3-month business trip, the troubled man said, his voice low. Yesterday, my wife cooked a huge meal from fried cucumber, cucumber salad, cucumber with preserved eggs, even cucumber soup. Cucumber in every dish. Tell me, do you think she's trying to send me a message? His friend, already tipsy, raised his glass and clinked it against his companion's, offering comfort. Don't worry, your wife isn't that kind of person. But the man still looked glum, head hanging low. His friend clinked their glasses again, the liquor sloshing, sounding even more reassuring. Come on, trust me. Doesn't your wife have a mole on her left hip? In ancient times, they called it the loyalty mole. Women with that mole are famously devoted to their husbands. I'm telling you, There's no way shed cheat. Now drink up. Hearing this reference, the troubled man visibly relaxed, his frown easing as a smile crept in. If you put it that way, I feel a lot better. Cheers. Cheers. Brothers for life. Cheers. Brothers for life. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but grin at their conversation, his smile stretching all the way to his ears. He tried to hold it back, but finally lost control, bursting out with laughter so suddenly that he accidentally spit, spraying the two men at the next table. The three girls behind him stared in confusion, having no idea what Bai Xiaowen found so funny. One of the men shot to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. He glared at Bai Xiaowen, eyes blazing with anger. What's your problem? The three girls immediately tensed. Little Orange instinctively ducked behind the others, while Xiaoxi and Pinky Orange clenched their fists, ready to jump in if needed. But Bai Xiaowen didn't flinch. Instead, he flashed a wide grin. Don't you recognize me? Imzhong-san. Your distant cousin on your mom's side. According to the family tree, I should call you cousin. I even went to your wedding and gave you a gift in person, remember? I handed you the cash myself. Have you forgotten? The man paused, his eyes darting as he tried to recall. Then, the anger faded from his face, replaced by a hearty smile. Zhang-san, of course. How could I forget? Come on, it's fate that we ran into each other. Sit down and have a drink with us. With that, he grabbed Bai Xiaowen's hand, greeting him like a long-lost brother. Bai Xiaowen grinned at the words and gestured toward the three nervous girls beside him, each loaded down with bags. No thanks, cousin. I've got plans today I can't get out of. The man's eyes fell on the three girls behind Bai Xiaowen, a flicker of surprise passing through his gaze before his friendly smile returned. He nodded, then nudged Bai Xiaowen subtly with his elbow and whispered, Xiaosan, take care of yourself, all right? Yeah, I know. Cousin, I'm heading off for dinner now. Go on, go on. The four of them found a table and sat down. Chu Xiaoxi tilted her head and asked curiously, is he from my dad's side or your mom's? Bai Xiaowen corrected her fondly. What do you mean, your dad or my mom? Isn't he both our family? Then, lowering his voice and covering his mouth conspiratorially, he confessed, actually, I don't know him at all. You. Chu Xiaoxi glared at him, puffing up with annoyance. How can you lie like that without even blushing? Little Orange immediately jumped in, seizing the chance to scold him. If you don't know him, whyd you keep talking like you do. Are you just messing around? Bai Xiaowen's expression instantly cooled, and his tone turned unfriendly. He'll do what I want. Who are you to tell me otherwise? The two were about to start arguing when the other girls quickly pulled them apart. Bai Xiaowen changed the subject and started ordering food. Normally known for being a penny pincher, today he was unexpectedly generous, picking only the most expensive dishes on the menu. If Chu Xiaoxi hadn't snatched the menu away in time, he probably would have ordered everything. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to order drinks, the restaurant owner came over with a crate of beer. Looking up, he saw the man from earlier raising a glass in his direction. Bai Xiaowen sighed, thinking to himself that this guy really was straightforward. He glanced over at the honest man again, let out another sigh, and pulled the owner over to order an entire green feast for the guy. Then he borrowed pen and paper, scribbled down 8 characters. When you hesitate to cut, chaos will follow. After handing over the note, Bai Xiaowen thought to himself, brother, this is as much as I can do for you. Here, Xiaoxi, have some chicken drumsticks. And here are some chicken wings for you, and some chicken feet. Bai Xiaowen enthusiastically piled food into Chu Xiaoxi's bowl, all the while rattling off, fish eyes are super nutritious. And hey, raise some dried bamboo shoots. I remember you used to love these. He kept loading food into Chu Xiaoxi's bowl until it was overflowing, then grabbed his own bowl to help hold the rest. Almost all the best dishes on the table ended up in front of Chu Xiaoxi, while the sisters' chopsticks hadn't even touched the food yet. Pink Little Orange and Little Tangerine watched the scene, covering their mouths as they giggled. You're so annoying. I can feed myself. Chu Xiaoxi complained, but there was a warm glow in her eyes as she pushed away the big bowl Bai Xiaowen was handing her. Bai Xiaowen just smiled awkwardly. Little Tangerine, watching the sibling banter with envy, turned to her sister and said, Sis, look at them. What are you staring at? Did your hands stop working? Pink Little Orange glared at her, scolding sharply. Little Tangerine's eyes immediately filled with tears. Seeing this, Bai Xiaowen quickly offered the rejected bowl to Little Tangerine. Here you go, Little Tangerine, perfect timing. Your sister's hopeless, come on. Big brother saved you the biggest drumstick. He winked at her. And remember what we talked about the other day? You know what I mean. Oh, so you're trying to come between us right in front of me? Pink Little Orange slammed the table in anger, making the dishes jump. Just as she was about to act, a loud crash echoed through the room. Everyone turned toward the door at once, only to see that the two men who had been friendly just moments ago were now fighting, even flipping the table over. Bai Xiaowen lowered his head bitterly, quietly picking at his food. It wasn't long before the police arrived. After a brief conversation with the officers, one of the men walked over to Bai Xiaowen and gave him a wry smile. Thanks, man. If you don't cut things off when you should, it only causes more trouble, Bai Xiaowen murmured, half speaking to the man, half to himself. The man, eyes red, nodded. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help asking, What are you going to do now? I may look slow, but I'm not stupid, the man replied with a bitter smile. Adults have their own ways of handling things. I didn't want to fight, but your note pushed me over the edge. Anyway, he dug into his pocket. With this evidence, they won't get a cent after the divorce. Good thing there are no kids otherwise. I'd have to get a paternity test, too. The man froze for a moment. Bai Xiaowen's faintly bitter smile made him feel an unexpected sense of kinship, stirring something in his heart. He couldn't hold back, and the words spilled out of him like beans from a bamboo tube. He pulled an electronic pen from his pocket, and his previously simple demeanor was instantly replaced by a rare look of intelligence and composure. In that moment, it was as if an invisible connection formed between him and Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen noticed this and shook his head with a wry smile. He knew deep down that this man only appeared honest was actually far more complicated. Just moments ago, he had pretended to be slow-witted to get someone drunk, yet behind the scenes, he was fishing for information and preparing to keep evidence. The meticulousness of his plan was chilling, his calm almost frightening. Meanwhile, the man being watched by the police turned as pale as a sheet when he saw the recorder, sobering up almost instantly. Clearly, emboldened by alcohol, he had just let slip many secrets without realizing it. After venting his frustrations, the man nodded and was about to leave. Halfway out, he suddenly turned back and added in a low voice, "By the way, my mother passed away over 10 years ago. Her side of the family saw how poor I was and cut ties early on, afraid I'd one day ask them for money." Bai Xiaowen was taken aback, an awkward smile appearing on his face. So his own act of playing dumb had long been seen through. This man, it turned out, was more like him than had thought. The three innocent girls remained bewildered even after the police left with the others. What on earth had just happened? How did two seemingly friendly guys end up fighting? And why did the man who seemed so clueless earlier come back to thank Bai Xiaowen? It was all too much for them to comprehend. Their confusion ultimately settled on Bai Xiaowen, the only one among the four who understood what had really happened. Six wide, curious eyes blinked at him, each gaze filled with questions and anticipation. Lowering his head, Bai Xiaowen picked up a piece of food, a trace of bitterness in his expression. In a soft voice, he explained the whole situation. The three clever girls quickly caught on, their confusion fading away only to be replaced by a more complicated feeling. The realization that the world was far more complicated than they'd imagined. Pink Orange couldn't help but laugh, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Looks like you know a lot about these things. Don't tell me you've been cheated on before." Bai Xiaowen's expression darkened instantly, and he ignored her completely. Chu Xiaoxi, sensing the shift in mood, changed her expression as well. She knew Bai Xiaowen's past. Even though old Chu always claimed not to meddle, his frequent calls and video chats had already let slip those little secrets. Before Pink Orange could tease him further, Chu Xiaoxi gave her a hard kick under the table, while Little Orange pinched her secretly. Seeing this, Pink Orange's fighting spirit vanished. Her face turned red, and she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, lowering her head in silent self-reflection. After dinner, Bai Xiaowen wasted no time bringing the three girls home, eager to finally get a good night's rest. On their way home, the three girls, each with an average beauty score above 9.2, naturally drew plenty of stares from passers-by. People on the street couldn't help but have the same three thoughts. These girls are stunning. That guy looks like a rich kid, and life really is unfair. Bai Xiaowen led the group back to another familiar apartment. As soon as they set down their bags, he began assigning rooms. "Sis, you'll stay in your old room. Xiao Zhizi, you take the guest room. And as for you," he looked at Pink Xiaocheng, "you'll sleep in the living room." Pink Xiaocheng was about to explode, but Chu Xiaoxi quickly pulled her back. "Don't listen to him. He'll stay in my dad's room. So you and Xiao Zhizi can share the guest room." "So I'm the one who has to sleep in the living room?" Bai Xiaowen protested immediately. Seeing Chu Xiaoxi's confused look, he softened his tone and explained, "Your dad asked me to stay here for a while and keep an eye on you, make sure you don't get into trouble." "Who's getting into trouble?" "He'll show you some trouble right now." Pink Xiaocheng snapped, swinging her fist straight at Bai Xiaowen's chest. Bai Xiaowen was ready for her and dodged nimbly, then suddenly used his signature move, Forbidden Technique, 7-day lock of unbreakable bonds. The grappling technique had practiced for years with Zhu Changjing proved its power. Even someone as skilled as Pink Xiaocheng was pinned to the floor, unable to move. With the scent of orange-scented body wash lingering in the air, Bai Xiaowen instinctively tightened his hold. He realized he might have gone too far. If he let go now, he'd probably get punished on the spot. "Bai Xiaowen, let me go?" Pink Xiaocheng was both embarrassed and furious, her cheeks burning red. "Only if you promise not to hit me. In your dreams." "Wait, what's poking me from your pocket?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Pink Xiaocheng realized what she might be implying, and her face turned as red as a ripe apple. Chu Xiaoxi and Xiao Zhizi also blushed. Though all three girls were innocent, they'd never skipped health class, and sometimes even watched a few restricted dramas in secret. Bai Xiaowen quickly released Pink Xiaocheng and jumped to his feet, pulling a thick electronic cigarette from his pocket to prove his innocence. "I'm not that kind of guy. Besides, who could have dirty thoughts about a tigress like you?" Chu Xiaoxi glanced at the cigar-shaped vape and clicked her tongue. Pink Xiaoqing's face darkened, and she launched another attack. Bai Xiaowen dodged with the agility of a video game character, weaving and ducking as Chu Xiaoxi looked on in amazement. Just as the chaos reached its peak, the doorbell suddenly rang. Bai Xiaowen, breathing heavily, gave Pink Xiaoqing a timeout gesture and walked to the door, glancing back anxiously as he went. The door swung open to reveal an oversized AI robot, its chest emblazoned with the Next Year Express Lightning delivery logo. Bai Xiaowen instantly recognized this as the package his mom had sent. During inspection, he opened the compartment on the robot's back, and the sight inside made him both laugh and sigh. The contents were thrown together in complete disarray. Underwear, toothbrush, toothpaste, and even the cup were all crammed into a single bag. What really pushed him to the brink was that the underwear hadn't even been washed. With a resigned sigh, Bai Xiaowen dug out his treasured gaming helmet from the bottom of the box first. He couldn't wait to sit down and put it on, checking to make sure the device could still log into the game. Only after confirming everything worked did he finally relax. Once he entered the open world, his dog saw him wake up and excitedly opened the companion portal to greet him, only to find that Bai Xiaowen had already fallen asleep again. After logging out, Bai Xiaowen signed for the package and carried all the bags into the house in one hand. Without a word, he skillfully pushed the two couches together face to face, instantly transforming them into a perfect sofa bed. The scene brought back memories for Chu Xiaoxi. She remembered when her parents used to argue and old Chu would get kicked out of the bedroom to make a bed on the floor in exactly the same way. Back then, she'd always sneak him a pillow and blanket, then use the opportunity to slip into Bai Xiaowen's room to fall asleep listening to his fairy tales. The memories flooded back, and her eyes grew misty. Exhaustion weighing on him, Bai Xiaowen struggled to keep his eyes open and mumbled, "Xiaoxi, take the sisters out to get familiar with the area. Don't let anyone mislead them or get lost. This isn't a game if someone goes missing. I can't explain it to their parents." Hearing this, Pinky Orange blushed, recalling her embarrassing first encounter, and made a face at Bai Xiaowen. Chu Xiaoxi quietly replied, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Bai Xiaowen, eyes already closed, muttered about needing to buy new toiletries. He transferred 20,000 yuan to Chu Xiaoxi for living expenses, and before he could finish his sentence, he was already snoring. Had only managed 7 hours of sleep in the past 3 days, and just couldn't stay awake any longer. Looking at the transfer amount, Pinky Orange secretly wondered how this annoying guy could be so good at games. He must have scored a lot after their team was wiped out yesterday, and picked up some nice loot from Ba Dao Tianxia. Chu Xiaoxi didn't say anything, but she guessed that a significant portion of the money came from Bai Xiaowen. Her father, old Chu, usually only gave her just enough to get by, and she always had to report any extra expenses. "Xiaoxi, why don't you and Xiao Zhizi go out and have some fun together?" Bai Xiaowen rubbed his tired eyes and continued, "I've been participating in a big in-game event with the cats these past 2 days, barely got any sleep, so I need to catch up on some rest." Hearing this, Pink Xiaoqing let out a yawn as well, and turned to look for a room to rest in. However, Xiao Zhizi hid behind Chu Xiaoxi, stuck out her tongue playfully, and teased, "If the two of us girls go out, you two better not get up to any mischief at home. I don't want to leave with 3 people and come back to find 4. Her joke made Pink Xiaoqing's face darken, and she was just about to scold her younger sister, who had become much more lively under Bai Xiaowen's influence. But Chu Xiaoxi quickly grabbed Xiao Zhizi and dashed outside, laughing triumphantly as they left. When they reached the ground floor, the taxi Chu Xiaoxi had booked was already waiting for them. "Xiaoxi, where are we taking a taxi to?" Xiao Zhizi asked curiously. "Everyone's been playing free game lately, except for me. We're running out of things to talk about." "But Xiaoxi, you never play games, do you?" "I don't know why, but I suddenly felt like trying it." "How much does free game cost?" "The headset like Big Brother's is only 1,000 yuan, but the rings my sister and I use cost 100,000. Chu Xiaoxi blinked and teased, "Little rich girl, do you need a personal accessory or a cozy little maid to keep you company?" I suddenly feel like giving up on trying so hard. "Well, that depends on how you do." Time slipped by, and it was past 8 in the evening. Bai Xiaowen woke up on the sofa bed, staring blankly at the ceiling as he tried to piece together what had happened today. He glanced at the starry night outside, and then at the clock in the living room. Stretching, he got up for some water, then lay back down, but found he couldn't fall asleep again. The house was unusually quiet, so quiet it was unsettling. Bai Xiaowen rubbed his nose, picked up his phone, and dialed his sister's number, thinking it was late for her to still be out. Ding. "Player Xiao Xiaoxi, you have an incoming call from the real world. Would you like to answer?" While elegantly dodging attacks from a white rabbit in game, Chu Xiaoxi replied casually, "Answer it." Bai Xiaowen thought for a moment before saying, "Xiaoxi, where are you? Why aren't you home yet? It's not safe for a young woman to be out so late." "Why do you care where I am, Bai Xiaowen? Maybe you should remember your place. Don't call me if it's nothing important." Chu Xiaoxi shot back without hesitation, hanging up right away and giving him no chance to lecture her. "Who were you talking to, Xiaoxi? You sounded pretty happy. Are you secretly seeing someone behind our backs?" Xiao Zhizi noticed the smile playing at Chu Xiaoxi's lips and teased her. Little one, I paid you double what your sister offered to get you to work for me, so you'd better do your job and stop slacking off. Chu Xiaoxi glanced at the nearly dead white rabbit she had just struck, then swiftly took down another one. Her hands moved with practiced ease as she handled the attacks from both monsters at once. Xiaoxi, you're amazing. Xiao Zhizi stood nearby, watching Chu Xiaoxi expertly wield the 3 sets of gear she had gotten from Pink Xiaocheng to fight the white rabbits. She couldn't help but offer genuine praise. I wouldn't last long without you healing me from behind. Chu Xiaoxi replied modestly. Hee. Xiao Zhizi giggled happily. Thinking that playing games with Sister Xiaoxi always came with compliments, it was much more enjoyable than playing with her own sister. Meanwhile, in the real world, Bai Xiaowen had just hung up the phone and grumbled with annoyance. Stupid little sister. Always putting on a show in front of others this morning and got my hopes up for nothing. So annoying. Despite his complaints, Bai Xiaowen hopped from the sofa bed to the dining table. The sight in front of him brightened his mood instantly. 2 buckets of KFC family meals. Even though they were leftovers, he didn't mind at all. He combined the 2 buckets into 1.5, gathered all the fries into 1 box, and fetched some ketchup from the kitchen to complete the meal. Passing by the freezer, Bai Xiaowen casually opened the door and saw it packed with soda. He couldn't help but smile. After all these years, Lao Chu is still the same, as ever, not a bit has changed. After eating his fill, Bai Xiaowen let out a satisfied belch, grabbed his gaming helmet, and pressed the login button to return to the game world. As for the safety of Chu Xiaoxi and Pink Xiaocheng, he wasn't too worried. The 2 of them together could easily handle any ordinary troublemakers, and with Xiao Zhizi around, he was sure they wouldn't end up anywhere dangerous. Now, his only focus was making his way back from the thorny trance cave. With the familiar sensation of weightlessness and a flash of white light, his consciousness returned to the pitch-black cave. At that moment, a faint flushing sound came from the well-insulated bathroom. Pink Xiaocheng, dressed in cute cartoon pajamas, rubbed her flat stomach and walked out with a satisfied look, ready to enjoy the remaining family meal. What the heck? Where's my bucket? The moment she saw there was 1 less bucket on the table, Pink Xiaocheng's expression changed. She rushed over and found that the remaining bucket had been picked clean. It didn't take her long to find the culprit in the living room. Bai Xiaowen was wearing his gaming helmet, and the other bucket was sitting right beside him on the coffee table. How dare you snatch food from a tiger's mouth? If I let this slide, I don't deserve to be Mu family's eldest daughter, Xiao Qingzi. Furious, Pink Xiaocheng jumped onto the sofa, straddled Bai Xiaowen, and was just about to force him to log out of the game. At that critical moment, the guest room door suddenly creaked open without warning. When the guest room door opened, a little girl in the same adorable pajamas as Pink Little Orange came out, swaying sleepily. She yawned non-stop, rubbing her drowsy eyes with one hand, while holding a SpongeBob water bottle in the other, ready to fill it up in case she got thirsty during the night. At that moment, little Tangerine caught sight of something shocking on the living room sofa. She froze in place, her water bottle slipping from her hand and hitting the floor with a loud thud. In the silent living room, the sound echoed sharply. Startled by the noise, Pink Little Orange instinctively turned around. The 2 sisters stared at each other in stunned silence for more than 10 seconds. Then, little Tangerine's face flushed bright red. She quickly crouched down to pick up her water bottle and whispered in a voice barely above a murmur, "Sis, no matter how much you like him, you can't do that while Big Brother is playing games. What if someone sees you? It's so embarrassing." With that, little Tangerine hugged her SpongeBob bottle and dashed back to her room, slamming the door shut. But only a few seconds later, she opened the door again, her cheeks still red, poking her head out hesitantly. "Sis, I'll let it slide this time. They'll pretend I was sleepwalking and saw nothing. But you can't do this again. The books say relationships should be built slowly to be truly sweet. And make sure you're careful, don't leave as 3 and come back as 4, or I won't be able to explain it to Mom and Dad." She paused, then added, "And try to be quick. They'll go help you stall Xiaoxi and Big Brother in the game, so they'll log off later." "You're welcome, bestie." Grinning mischievously, she gave Pink Little Orange a thumbs up, flashed her little tiger teeth, nodded emphatically, and slipped back into her room. Pink Little Orange glanced at the guest room door, then at Bai Xiaowen, back and forth a few times, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. She immediately jumped off the sofa and rushed into little Tangerine's room. What followed was an hours-long heart-to-heart between the 2 sisters. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaowen was fully focused on the game, weaving through the underbrush of the Trant territory. He activated various speed-boosting skills, using his experience to deftly avoid drawing aggro from monsters. At the same time, he kept an eye on his friends' list, replying to the handful of messages that had accumulated while had been offline. Lan Bingyu messaged him about the end of the strategy event and even sent a 66 yuan red envelope as a small token of appreciation. Judging by the laughing emoji in her message, she was clearly aware that the Ba Dao Tian Xia quest had failed. Bai Xiaowen gratefully accepted the gesture from his friend, whose finances weren't great, and happily replied with a big smiley face. Meanwhile, Min Xinxue and Hua Shangshuang had each sent him a screenful of messages as well. The two of them seemed to have coordinated in advance. Their messages to Bai Xiaowen were nearly identical, with only a slight difference in order. Staring at his phone screen, Bai Xiaowen frowned as he scrolled through the nearly duplicate texts. Meow God, why aren't you online yet? Meow God, why can't I reach you on your phone? Meow God, did you strike it rich and sneak off to live it up? Meow God, if you're out having fun, remember to stay safe. Don't get yourself sick and mess up our game leveling sessions. Meow God, don't trust those sketchy cards, or you'll get scammed and end up in trouble. Don't let anything stop you from gaming with us. After reading through the messages, Bai Xiaowen quickly typed a reply in one of the chat windows. Get lost, you jerk. The corners of his mouth twitched, was both exasperated and amused by their antics. But what really caught him off guard was a private message from little Juicy, who had just moved in with his family. As he tapped the message open, he muttered to himself, could it be that the little girl was so taken in by my overwhelming charisma today that she's already fallen for me? Maybe she's secretly written me a love letter, asking me out behind Xiao Cheng and Xiao Zai's backs? He raised an eyebrow, a smug look crossing his face before quickly turning to worry. Oh man, she's way too young. How am I supposed to turn her down gently? As the message loaded, Bai Xiaowen's expression froze. His eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, as if struck by lightning. The truth was even more shocking than any imagined schoolgirl crush's younger sister. Xiao Shi had actually used her allowance at noon to buy a Freedom Game helmet and, for the first time ever, started playing a game. The last message from little Juicy was sent around 7 o'clock, by which time Xiao Shi had already reached level 1. According to little Juicy, Xiao Shi had leveled up entirely on her own skills. For a total newbie, this kind of leveling speed was like riding a rocket. After a moment of thought, Bai Xiaowen relaxed. Freedom, as a fully immersive online game, was about personal game sense, experience, reflexes, adaptability, and combat skills. His sister came from a martial arts background. Aside from lacking gaming experience and awareness, she far outclassed ordinary players in every other respect. As Bai Xiaowen raced back home, a server-wide announcement suddenly echoed in the ears of all Huaxia players, the crisp system notification ringing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Luo Gufan, the first in the world to reach level 10 and unlock the hidden class, Demon Slaying Celestial Master. This has triggered the Huaxia Novice Village Tournament. Any player reaching level 10 in the next 10 days is eligible to enter. Set sail for PK battles. Only the strongest will prevail. When the event ends, the Freedom World in the Huaxia region will fully open, including the teleportation arrays to the 24 main cities. The announcement went on to list the 24 major cities in the game: Sun Moon City, Xuanji City, Kunhui City, Yanhui City, Juk City, Yumen City, Guchong City, Fengji City, Dragon Mark City, Moi City, Chunjun City, Qingming City, Meteor City, Chuexia City, Qishao City, Longyuan City, Qixing City, Hongjun City, Peachwood City, Cage Sparrow City, Huaying City, Nightlight City, Liuguang City, and Yaoguang City. The system announcement repeated 3 times, each time emphasizing, congratulations to player Yi Luo Gufan, the first in the world to reach level 10 and unlock the hidden class, Demon Slaying Celestial Master. Bai Xiaowen pursed his lips and looked up at the sky, his eyes shining with excitement. Freedom really is getting more and more interesting. Yi Luo Gufan. He knew that even after killing the masked man in black last night and gaining experience, he couldn't have reached level 10 so quickly. In this invisible race for the top, he had lost. But that only made the game more interesting in his eyes. Bai Xiaowen believed that competition among the strong was far more exciting than dominating a bunch of rookies. At the same time, countless top-tier players grinding monsters in the novice villages looked up at the sky, their faces showing a mix of frustration and excitement, the same light shining in their eyes as in Bai Xiaowen's. Freedom was getting more and more fun. Xiao Bai, you're fired up today? Guzi said with a grin, looking at Bai Xiaowen. There seem to be a lot of experts out there. Things are definitely getting more interesting, Bai Xiaowen replied with a smile. You've still got a long way to go. We'll see about that. At 2 a.m., Bai Xiaowen dashed like a wild horse breaking free, leaping out from the edge of the Treant territory in Novice Village 9527 of free play, finally shaking off the monsters that had chased him for over 4 hours. The faint glow of his skill effects still lingered in the air, but his excitement outpaced even his frantic sprint. As the Treant territory faded into the distance, he let out a sigh of relief. Ahead was the border of the Drunken Monkey territory. After 4 hours of desperate running, he was finally rewarded. Though utterly exhausted, Bai Xiaowen still felt a rush of exhilaration and release. His eyes grew moist as he couldn't help but whisper, I finally made it out. After a brief rest to catch his breath, he gathered his strength and headed determinedly toward a hidden corner of the Drunken Monkey territory. That spot was a secret base for Bai Xiaowen, Min Xinxue, and Hua Shengshuang, a small hideout much like the Treant Cave, with few monsters around. It was their go-to place for logging off to eat or rest, a perfect spot to stay out of sight and undisturbed. He quickly concealed himself, draping a bunch of knee-high grass over his body and settling into the undergrowth. A little dog lay beside him in the grass, and he whispered, "Don't wander off. Stay here and wait for me." Still a bit worried, he pulled up a few more blades of grass to cover himself, finally feeling at ease. Logging out at last, Bai Xiaowen let out a long breath. Even after leaving the game, he could still feel that unique blend of excitement and exhaustion, as if he were still in another world. Just as he was about to relax, he realized that 6 big, watery eyes were silently watching him. "What are you three doing up in the middle of the night?" Bai Xiaowen looked at them, speechless, his earlier excitement quickly fading under their stares. Little Juzi pouted pitifully, her voice tinged with complaint. "Big brother, you should ask my sister. I just want to sleep." Chu Xiaoxi yawned widely, looking just as tired and helpless, but said nothing. Both of them glanced toward the pink-clad Mu Xiaoqing lounging on the sofa. Bai Xiaowen shot a glare at the laid-back Mu Xiaoqing and frowned. "Mu Xiaoqing, what's gotten into you this time? It's one thing for you to stay up, but why drag Xiaoxi and little Juzi into this? Why not let them rest?" Mu Xiaoqing lazily lifted her head, took a sip of her soda, let out a loud burp, and grinned mischievously. "Don't sweat the small stuff. Did you see the announcement on the Huaxia server? Yi Luo Gufan has reached level 10. Bai Xiaowen's eyes narrowed in surprise. Yi Luo Gufan. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face. That's right, the top-tier player who once made waves in Misty Walk, Yi Luo Gufan, had already hit level 10, far exceeding Bai Xiaowen's expectations. Mu Xiaoqing, suddenly as excited as a child, continued, "I can't believe Yi Luo Gufan is this good way beyond what I imagined. No wonder he's the best in Misty Walk. I'm dying to know how he leveled up so fast." Watching her eager expression, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but curl his lips. "Yeah, I saw. Impressive, for sure, but I doubt he'll get a chance to join in." Mu Xiaoqing immediately looked baffled, her eyes wide with confusion. "Why not? Don't you want to make a splash before leaving the village?" Bai Xiaowen didn't say much, just let out a quiet sigh. "I just can't join, that's all. No need to explain." Mu Xiaoqing wasn't about to let it go, sipping her soda as she went on. "With your skills, even if you join the competition a week from now, barely anyone in Novice Village 9527 could beat you well, except for me, of course." Chu Xiaoxi was taken aback by this, a flash of surprise in her eyes as she studied both Mu Xiaoqing and Bai Xiaowen. She had never expected her proud and aloof senior, the little swan, to acknowledge Bai Xiaowen's gaming skills so openly, let alone offer to back him up. Chu Xiaoxi had just heard Xiao Juzi's introduction. In Novice Village 9527 alone, there were at least 6 or 7,000 players logging in for the first time. That's not even counting the 3 or 4,000 more who, like herself, joined the game later on. Altogether, the total number was close to 10,000. Ranking in the top 5 among so many players wasn't exactly legendary, but it was definitely impressive. If this were school, it'd be like being the top student in the whole district. Bai Xiaowen pressed his lips together and was about to make up a story for Pinky Orange when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was snow at the door and frost on the tiles. The scavenger twins he hadn't seen for a whole day. His brow immediately furrowed. Don't these idiots ever check the time before calling? Good thing I'm still awake. If they'd woken me, I'd log in tomorrow and give them both a free haircut on the house. He answered, and the two immediately fired off questions almost identical to Pinky Orange's. Bai Xiaowen didn't hesitate to give them the same answer, but the pair famous for their relentless curiosity just wouldn't let up. As they pressed him for details, Bai Xiaowen shot a glance at Pinky Orange, quickly spinning another lie to cover the first. "After you guys got ambushed and logged off yesterday, I stumbled into a hidden quest. It was way too hard, and I failed, so the system penalized me by dropping 10 levels. I probably won't even make it to the village competition. Lost 10 levels." Pinky Orange blurted out, wondering what kind of quest could have such a harsh penalty. "Meow God, is that a girl's voice on your end?" Frost on the tiles wailed on the other side of the line. "We agreed to be single together, and now you're already cozying up with a kitten? Living together, even? That's just cold. Man, no loyalty at all. Screw off. Who said I was in the single club with you two losers?" Bai Xiaowen snapped, scowling. "Young man, you don't know how precious tadpoles are until you're older. Don't just stare at toads and cry. Take care of yourself." Snow at the door said in a mock-serious tone. Bai Xiaowen just pressed his lips together, speechless. Listening to the conversation on speaker, Pinky Orange ground her teeth, silently vowing to team up with Lian Yu and give those two wisecrackers a good beating someday. After the call ended, Bai Xiaowen looked at Xiaoxi and Xiao Juzi and, with a gentle smile as if coaxing children, said, "It's late. You two should get to bed. Beauty sleep is important if you want to stay pretty. Off you go." Then, drooping his eyelids, he turned to Pinky Orange and said sarcastically, "Mu Xiaoqing, go mind your own business. I don't care what crazy stuff you get up to, but leave Xiaoxi out of it." Pinky Orange was about to retort, but suddenly saw Bai Xiaowen, right in front of the three girls, pull off his t-shirt, revealing his fair chest and rock-hard abs. "Pervert." Pinky Orange blurted out. "Pervert? It's late, and I'm going to bed." Bai Xiaowen replied, tugging at the drawstring on his sweatpants as if he was about to pull them off too. Face flushing, Pinky Orange grabbed Xiao Juzi and stormed off, not bothering to argue further. Chu Xiaoxi, meanwhile, eyed her traitor brother's skinny frame with curiosity. Chu Xiaoxi had spent the entire afternoon experiencing the open-world game and had gained a basic understanding of it. In her opinion, what Senior Orange said about practicing martial arts in-game wasn't just empty talk. While the game couldn't improve your physical strength, it really could sharpen your combat experience. Anyone who studies martial arts knows that both combat experience and physical strength are essential here, like two legs supporting your progress. Physical strength is straightforward. With enough willpower and consistent training, you can build it over time. But real combat experience is hard to come by in today's peaceful world. Especially the kind of bare-knuckle, sword-and fist brawling you could get away with in the game. You'd never even dream of trying that in real life. After all, this isn't the pre-20th century era where martial arts ruled the land. In the 21st century, a night in a holding cell is the standard cure for anyone who lets their temper get out of hand. The next morning, with the sun already high in the sky, the delicious aroma of breakfast woke Bai Xiaowen from his deep sleep on the sofa bed. He jumped up and saw Xiao Juzi and Xiao Shi busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, the sizzling of the spatula filling the air with mouth-watering scents. At the dining table, Pink Xiaocheng was drooling as she earnestly instructed her two younger sisters on how to cook, striking the pose of a true food critic. Bai Xiaowen dashed to the bathroom in a few quick steps, washed up hastily, and then eagerly joined the hungry crowd waiting for breakfast. Mimicking Pink Xiaocheng, he sat at the table with a pair of chopsticks in hand, but he was even more impatient, tapping his chopsticks against the bowl to hurry things along. The racket nearly got on the nerves of the two girls in the kitchen, who shot him fierce glares, their omelets and fried rice almost ending up on the faces of these two pests. After everyone had eaten their fill, Bai Xiaowen and Pink Xiaocheng were forced to handle the cleanup, intimidated by the sharp looks from their sisters. Meanwhile, Xiao Juzi and Xiao Shi slipped away hand in hand into a small room. One put on a free play helmet, the other activated a gaming ring, and together they dove into the game world to begin a new day of adventure. Before long, it was already past 11. In the game world, the sunlight bathed the players in warmth. Bai Xiaowen, weary from his journey, finally arrived at the blacksmith shop in Novice Village number 9527, guided by the ever-reliable Doggo. From a distance, he saw a burly, bronze-skinned man wielding a hammer the size of a wash basin, crafting weapons with a steady rhythm. This was the village's renowned blacksmith, Zhang, whose muscles bulged with each powerful swing. Standing off to the side, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but marvel at the game's realism. The blacksmith wasn't just holding a chunk of iron like in other games, but was actually using tongs to carefully shape and polish the weapon. Seeing that Zhang the blacksmith was completely absorbed in his work and ignoring everyone else, Bai Xiaowen didn't rush. He casually grabbed a small stool and sat down. According to Doggo, Zhang was quite the oddball who never responded to anyone while working, not even the village chief. Before long, the rhythmic hammering lulled Bai Xiaowen to sleep, and he even started snoring. Zhang glanced at the sleeping Bai Xiaowen, but quietly continued his work. It wasn't until Bai Xiaowen toppled off his stool and hit the ground that he woke up, groggily checking the system time. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Without realizing it, had slept there for over 2 hours. Zhang, looking at the goofy expression on Bai Xiaowen's face as he lay on the ground, couldn't help but feel a certain fondness for him. Whenever visitors from other worlds saw Zhang the blacksmith at work, they would hover around him like flies, chattering nonstop. Bai Xiaowen, however, was completely different. He simply sat quietly to the side, waiting patiently for over 2 hours. Even though he eventually nodded off, his patience left a strong impression on Zhang. Inside the forge, the rhythmic clang of hammer on metal echoed without pause. Despite his good opinion of Bai Xiaowen, Zhang's hands never stopped moving. As Guzi had said, to Zhang, smithing was the most important thing in the world. With a sharp hiss, Zhang completed the final quenching and tempering process, sending up a cloud of steam. The weapon was nearly finished, only the sharpening with a whetstone remained. As he inspected the blade under the sunlight, he asked without looking up, "So, outsider, what brings you here?" Bai Xiaowen stood up, brushed the dust from his pants, and grinned. "I've heard your skills are renowned far and wide. I was hoping you could help me repair a weapon. The world is a big place, full of talented people. I'm just a village blacksmith, hardly worthy of such praise," Zhang replied, though he couldn't quite hide his pleasure. "Let me take a look at the weapon." Bai Xiaowen pulled a sword from his backpack. It was covered in cracks and looked on the verge of falling apart, the great white rabbit sword. Zhang frowned as he took it. This was forged from the tooth of a silver rabbit king, wasn't it? The craftsmanship is rough, but it just barely qualifies as silver grade. For it to end up like this, you must have been through quite a battle. Something like that, Bai Xiaowen replied vaguely, then asked nervously, "Can you fix it?" Zhang examined the sword carefully before nodding. "I can, but it won't be as sharp as it once was. You'll need to find 100 rabbit teeth. The better the quality, the better." 100? That much? Bai Xiaowen exclaimed in surprise. "That's the bare minimum. Zhang said seriously. Unless you can get your hands on the teeth of the 4 rabbit elders. Or, by some miracle, find a silver rabbit king again. Don't waste any more time, start gathering the materials. You are the one wasting time, Bai Xiaowen muttered to himself. Then, with a sly grin, he pulled something from his backpack. I don't have the elder's teeth or another silver rabbit kings, but I do have this. Just as Zhang was taking a drink, he glanced over and saw what Bai Xiaowen was holding, the tooth of a golden rabbit king. He immediately spat his water all over Bai Xiaowen's face. The golden rabbit king's fong. The large bowl in Zhang the blacksmith's hand slipped and shattered, porcelain shards scattering across the floor. In a flash, he darted forward and snatched the rare fong, far more precious than the silver rabbit king's fong, from Bai Xiaowen's grasp. Cradling the fong in trembling hands, Zhang squinted, his eyes turning into little crescents of delight, as if he were admiring a priceless treasure. He examined it carefully, his gaze so intense that Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but wipe his face, thinking, it's just a rabbit's tooth, does he really have to get this worked up? What Bai Xiaowen didn't know was that this seemingly ordinary blacksmith had another identity. He was also an equipment forger. On the free continent, a high-quality forging material was as irresistible to a forger as the finest ingredients are to a master chef, a divine weapon to a top warrior, or a beautiful woman to a hopeless romantic. For over 30 years, Zhang had been stuck in this remote mountain village, forging nothing but basic farming tools day after day. Even the recent orders for beginner weapons were a disappointment, since the weapon shop owner always supplied him with subpar materials. The quantities were always short, and there wasn't enough for him to craft even a single fine weapon, let alone fulfill the full order with any extra attempts. Zhang had long suspected the weapon shop owner was skimming off the top, but without solid proof, there was nothing he could do. Otherwise, he would have confronted him with his hammer long ago. Now, faced with this golden tier material, Zhang was so excited he could barely get the words out. With the golden rabbit king's fong, why bother repairing that old sword? Let me forge you something even better. Actually, I'm pretty fond of the sword's built-in skills, Bai Xiaowen replied hesitantly, feeling the heat of Zhang's gaze. The 4 skills on the white rabbit sword were indeed rare, whether it was the passive blood-sucking rabbit shadow or the active white rabbit's wrath. Both were incredibly useful in player-versus-player combat. Transferring skills is no problem for me, Zhang said confidently, flashing a grin. I just happen to have a few forging talismans. I can completely transfer your current skills to a new weapon while forging it. Hearing this, Bai Xiaowen broke into a wide smile. Zhang grinned back and held out his open palm. Bai Xiaowen paused for a moment, his gaze falling on the white rabbit sword and the golden rabbit tooth resting on the forging table. He carefully picked up both weapons with both hands and respectfully handed them over to the blacksmith, Zhang, whose large, calloused hands accepted them. Blacksmith Zhang, I'm counting on you to make my new weapon. Good luck, Bai Xiaowen said sincerely. Zhang nodded and placed the weapons securely back on the forging table. Then, scratching his head with an embarrassed grin, he said, well, according to the rules, I have to charge a forging fee. The reminder made by Xiaowen suddenly realized where he was. He almost forgot he was in a game world, and this seemingly honest middle-aged man was actually a system NPC. Getting paid for your work is only fair, he quickly responded. So, how much will it cost to make these? I should warn you, I don't have much money on me. Zhang held up his right hand, showing 8 fingers. You mean 8 silver coins? Bai Xiaowen asked. Zhang shook his head. 80 silver coins. Zhang shook his head again. Don't tell me it's 8 gold coins? Come on, Zhang, that's a bit much. Can't you give me a discount? As he spoke, Bai Xiaowen put his arm around Zhang's shoulder in a friendly way. Even though silver coins had lost some value recently, one was still worth about 6 yuan, while a gold coin was worth 600. 8 gold coins would be 4,800 yuan, a hefty sum. Zhang hesitated, looking as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Actually, I meant 80 gold coins. What? Bai Xiaowen nearly jumped in shock. Zhang, just because we know each other doesn't mean you can rip me off like this. 80 gold coins. That's outrageous. I'm really not overcharging you, Zhang explained helplessly. Honestly, I've already cut half the labor fee for you, and I haven't even included the cost of the talisman runes. Maybe 10 years ago, I could have done it for free, but now, there are things I can't explain. My hands are tied. Bai Xiaowen didn't fully understand what Zhang meant, but he seemed to get the gist. All right, you've got some big boss from the Hong Huang watching over you now. He then asked, is it possible to pay in installments? Faced with this strange request, Zhang could only stare at him in speechless disbelief. Bai Xiaowen and Zhang the blacksmith locked eyes for a few moments, a heavy silence hanging between them. Suddenly, Zhang's eyes darted back and forth, and his expression turned unusually serious, with a hint of slyness. Outlander, he said quietly, I'm almost out of iron ore here. I can barely forge any more tools or weapons. Over at the weapon shop, Oldley still hasn't delivered the ore he promised me. Could you go ask him what's going on? Ding. Congratulations, player Mio Legimi. You've triggered a chain quest. Zhang the blacksmith's request, part 1. Do you accept? The system notification chimed in by Xiaowen's ear. Bai Xiaowen hesitated, his gaze flicking between the quest prompt and Zhang's face. If it were any other quest, he wouldn't have hesitated for a second. But this one involved old Li at the weapon shop, who was notorious for his bad temper. Who knew if the old man would take this chance to get even with him? Zhang looked at him expectantly, as if he could sense Bai Xiaowen's reluctance. He gripped his hammer tightly, eager to put it to work, as if it too couldn't wait to help forge something new for Bai Xiaowen. With a sigh, Bai Xiaowen finally decided to speak his mind. That old Li is definitely skimming off the top. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang clenched his jaw and brought his hammer crashing down on the forge with a thunderous bang that nearly made Bai Xiaowen jump out of his skin. Don't worry, you don't have to be afraid of him. Zhang pounded his chest with bravado. If he tries anything funny, he'll turn him into mincemeat. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but laugh at that. All right, Zhang, Master Zhang, since you put it that way, I'll take your quest. No sooner had he finished speaking than the familiar system notification sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, player, for accepting Zhang the blacksmith's request. The two exchanged a knowing, mischievous grin. 10 minutes later, Bai Xiaowen arrived at the weapon shop, out of breath. He kicked open the half-closed door and strode in with hands on his hips, immediately drawing the attention of the nearby players. Whispers spread through the crowd. Who's that? He actually dares to mess with old Li at the weapon shop? Are you new here? Don't you know who Miao God is? He's a legend in Novice Village 9527. Miao God. You don't recognize him? That's hilarious. Next time you play, do your homework first. Miao God, I want to have your babies. One player joked, unable to hold back a laugh. Bai Xiaowen could only shake his head and keep moving, raising his voice as he called out. Old Li, get out here right now. Behind the counter, old Li, who had been dozing off, jolted awake at the shout, nearly passing out from fright. Clutching his chest, he looked up, his eyes wide as saucers. When he saw Bai Xiaowen, his expression turned furious. You little brat, how dare you come into my shop looking for trouble? Before he could finish, old Li leapt over the counter like a shot, pointing a finger at Bai Xiaowen, ready to give him a piece of his mind. But Bai Xiaowen squared his shoulders and declared loudly, I'm here on Zhang the blacksmith's behalf. Old Li froze mid-action, his eyes narrowing as he considered this. He eyed Bai Xiaowen warily, his anger momentarily forgotten. What does Zhang the blacksmith want with me? Bai Xiaowen shot him a mocking glance, a teasing smile tugging at his lips. He wants to know why the iron or still hasn't been delivered. Are you pocketing it for yourself, old man? He deliberately emphasized the accusation, clearly trying to provoke him. Old Li's face went pale, a flicker of panic in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, forcing a tight-lipped smile as he glared at Bai Xiaowen. Kid, you can eat whatever you want and say whatever you like, but watch your mouth. Old Li suddenly shot up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, waving his arms and making a scene in front of Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen stood his ground, hands on his hips, back straight, and chin lifted as he demanded. Fine, I'll watch what I say. Now hurry up and hand over the iron, or so I can finish my quest. Old Li squinted, lips pressed tight, refusing to say a word. Seeing this, Bai Xiaowen smirked. So you're not giving it to me? All right. They'll just go tell old Zhang to report you to the village for corruption. Let's see how you like it when you're dragged off for taking bribes. Old Zhang. The moment he heard the name, old Li's expression changed. His eyes darted around, and suddenly he strode over, slammed the weapon shop door shut with a bang, and blocked out the curious onlookers outside. What do you think you're doing, old man? Bai Xiaowen took a wary step back, ready in case old Li tried anything. Rubbing his hands together, old Li forced a friendly smile. Young man, don't talk nonsense. Withholding iron ore is a serious crime. I'll admit I sometimes skim a little for myself, but I'd never do something like that. He took another half step closer, and Bai Xiaowen immediately stepped back again. Hey, race the truth. Old Li dropped his voice. The iron mine south of our village was taken over by bandits a month ago. I haven't received any iron ore since then. The stuff I gave to blacksmith Zhang before was just what we had in storage. But with how fast weapons have been wearing out lately, the stock's all gone. There's really nothing left. Yeah, right. Bai Xiaowen shot him a skeptical look. If those bandits are so tough, why haven't they just raided the village? Old Li explained patiently. There's a powerful barrier protecting the village set up by a real expert. The bandits can't get through. He sucked on his teeth, then added, only 3 or 4 people in the village know about this. Tell old Zhang to keep it quiet, or the villagers will panic. Bai Xiaowen nodded and was about to leave when old Li suddenly turned pitiful, grabbing his sleeve. Listen, kid, this is serious. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone but blacksmith Zhang. Seeing how anxious old Li looked, Bai Xiaowen grinned and glanced up at the ceiling. Don't worry, old Li. I'm known for keeping secrets. Old Li nodded gratefully, but Bai Xiaowen flashed a sly smile. But I do have one little problem when I have some snacks and a few drinks. I tend to get chatty. Sometimes I even talk in my sleep. So if word gets out, you can't blame me for spilling the beans on purpose. Old Li's face darkened instantly when he heard Bai Xiaowen's sly words. As an old fox who had cultivated for many years, he immediately understood what Bai Xiaowen was getting at. and he ground his teeth in frustration. But when it came to the bandits, the village chief had only recently issued a strict gag order. None of the village leaders were allowed to let news of the bandits' rampage outside the village reach the common villagers, or they'd be punished for betraying the village. Old Lee still had a healthy respect for the old chief. Frowning, Old Lee tapped his fingers on the counter, a hint of indecision flickering in his eyes. After weighing his options, he gritted his teeth and spoke again. Kid, what exactly do you want? Bai Xiaowen grinned, flashing a row of neat teeth as his eyes narrowed into slits. His smile was sly, almost wicked. I wonder if this so-called free continent of yours has a word for hush money. Old Lee's brow furrowed and his eye twitched. He knew exactly what Bai Xiaowen meant, but he kept his face blank as he asked, what do you mean by hush money? Leaning in close and lowering his voice, Bai Xiaowen's eyes gleamed with mischief. It's money to make sure a secret stays buried. No matter how much you drink or how soundly you sleep, if you've taken the money, the secret never gets out. As he finished, he shot Old Lee a knowing look, waggling his eyebrows for emphasis. Staring at Bai Xiaowen's smug expression, Old Lee's chest heaved as he took a deep breath, his face growing even darker. How much do you want? He growled, the words squeezed through clenched teeth. Bai Xiaowen grinned even wider, mimicking blacksmith Zhang's signature gesture. He spread the fingers of his right hand, curled his thumb, and pressed the other 4 fingers together, making a sign for 8, looking supremely pleased with himself. 8 silver coins. Old Lee squinted, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Bai Xiaowen shook his head, the grin never leaving his face. 80 silver coins. Old Lee's frown deepened, his voice rising. Again, Bai Xiaowen shook his head, his smile only growing brighter. Don't tell me you mean 8 gold coins? Old Lee's brow furrowed into a deep scowl, his voice taking on an unmistakable warning. Kid, don't push your luck. But Bai Xiaowen just kept shaking his head, flashing a greedy smile, his eyes shining. One price. 800 gold coins. Unbelievable. Old Lee exploded, his face flushing red as he waved his hands in the air. Even the bandits don't ask for as much ransom as you. You've got some nerve. Unfazed, Bai Xiaowen strolled over to the weapon shop's front door, opened it just a crack, poked his head out, and shouted. Hey everyone, come over here. You don't want to miss this. I've just heard some explosive news from Old Lee at the weapon shop. His words were abruptly cut off. Old Lee, face pale, moved with surprising speed for his age, darted over, grabbed Bai Xiaowen by the scruff of the neck with one hand, clamped the other over his mouth, and dragged him back inside. The door slammed shut behind them. What? You don't want me to leave? Bai Xiaowen shrugged off Old Lee's hand, dusted off his collar, and stared at him provocatively. Don't forget, people from another world like me can just come back to life. You can't keep me here. With that, he pulled out a plain sword and pressed it against his neck, his eyes determined, as if to say, if you don't agree to my terms, I'll end it right here in your shop. You little troublemaker, I. Old Lee launched into a furious tirade, spitting with rage, his face cycling from white to red to purple. Bai Xiaowen stared, eyes wide and mouth agape. Not only could Old Lee curse fluently in praise of both the free continent and Huaxia, but he could even swear in English. Who would have thought? After several minutes of venting, Old Lee finally calmed down, chest heaving as he took a deep breath. You're good, kid. You win this time. With that, Old Lee stormed over and kicked open the counter door with a loud bang, sending it rebounding off the wall before shoving it aside. He strode into the pitch-black room Bai Xiaowen had only once been allowed to enter. Turning back, he said coldly, I don't have 800 gold coins, but all the equipment in my shop is in here. Pick one thing, just one. You won't be able to carry more anyway. Bai Xiaowen's face fell at that, his brows knitting together as he scowled. He was about to refuse and start bargaining again. What's a newbie weapon stash gonna have that's worth anything, anyway? You'd be better off tricking that old man out of a few gold coins instead of wasting your time here. Shall Bai get in? Just then, the dog's voice echoed in Bai Xiaowen's mind, loud and urgent. Hearing this, Bai Xiaowen grinned, showing off his neat row of teeth. He eagerly dashed forward and plunged headfirst into the armory. This is a guaranteed win. Shao Bai declared confidently. Trust me, and you'll never regret it. The moment Bai Xiaowen entered the armory, Old Lee acted quickly, slamming the heavy wooden door shut with a loud thud. The metal lock clicked into place. From outside, the old man shouted, Hey kid, knock when you're done picking. I'll let you out then. Looking around, Bai Xiaowen found himself in a pitch-black little room. The only source of light was a dim lantern in the corner, barely brighter than a firefly, casting just enough glow to outline the mountain of piled-up items around him. The sight made him roll his eyes internally. With a smirk, he thought to himself, this old guy clearly doesn't know that us great gamers have something called an inventory system. Feeling smug, he rushed over to grab a piece of gear, intending to stash it in his virtual backpack. But after swiping his fingers in the air a few times, he was surprised to find he couldn't open his system menu at all. He kept trying, poking at the air more and more frantically. Watching Bai Xiaowen flailing around, poking at nothing like an idiot, the dog sighed and reminded him, Xiao Bai, you're wasting your time. There's a powerful formation set up in this room. Any kind of storage space won't open in here. Bai Xiaowen pouted, but without another word, he got down on the floor and started rummaging through the pile like a busy ant, his butt in the air. His fingers moved nimbly over each item, his eyes shining with focus even in the dim light. Time ticked by, and to his own surprise, Bai Xiaowen actually managed to dig up quite a few valuable items from what looked like a heap of junk. He carefully sorted and organized his finds, eventually counting 8 or 9 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, ranging from levels 2 or 3 all the way up to 7 or 8. The equipment wasn't just weapons, it included all kinds of armor and accessories, an impressively varied selection. One look was enough to tell these were old lease private stash classic case of using public resources for personal gain, turning this secure warehouse into his own treasure trove. Since Bai Xiaowen wasn't the owner of these items yet, he could only see their basic stats. Any black iron skills or attributes were hidden behind question marks, with no way to view the details. An hour flew by, and Bai Xiaowen's haul was impressive, unearthed 20 or so pieces of black iron equipment from the junk pile. The extent of old lease private collection and the sheer amount had embezzled far exceeded Bai Xiaowen's expectations. He sat cross-legged on the floor and started carefully picking through his loot. First, he pushed aside the low-level black iron gear, then eliminated anything with mediocre stats, and finally, even the ugly-looking ones didn't make the cut. Just as he was struggling to choose between 2 pieces of equipment, brow furrowed in concentration, the dog's voice suddenly rang out, full of excitement. I can't believe this little warehouse actually had something like this. Almost missed it. Xiaobai, we've really hit the jackpot this time. Hearing the rare excitement in the dog's voice, Bai Xiaowen immediately dropped what he was holding and rushed over like a soldier responding to a call. In his experience, anything that got Xiao Bei's seal of approval had to be a real treasure. The dog's judgment had never let him down. He hurried over and looked down to see a pitch-black piece of equipment spread out in front of the dog. Its darkness wasn't due to the poor lighting, it was so deep and intense it seemed to swallow up all the light around it. Bai Xiaowen casually sat down on the ground and picked up the gear to examine its stats. The midnight cloak in his hands was a black iron-grade item, and its attribute panel only displayed one concrete value, agility 10. The rest of the key information, including black iron traits, level requirements, and item description, were all marked with question marks. This left Bai Xiaowen rather puzzled. In terms of quality, the cloak was nothing special, just a black iron item with 10 points of agility. At best, it probably required level 5 to equip. If it hadn't been for Guzi's unusual reaction, he wouldn't have given it a second glance. Bai Xiaowen turned to look at Guzi, still unable to figure out why such an ordinary cloak would make him act as if he'd found a priceless treasure. Was it just because wearing the hood made him look more imposing? Sensing Bai Xiaowen's skeptical gaze, Guzi quickly explained, "Don't look at me like that. He'll tell you more once we're outside. For now, let's put it away before Old Li changes his mind." With that, Guzi darted forward, grabbed the cloak in his mouth, and slipped into the contract companion space. This scene left Bai Xiaowen even more bewildered. "Wait, you can actually store equipment in your contract space?" "Don't overthink it," Guzi replied, sounding a little smug. "In this room, with the formation active, I can only store 1 item at most. Once we're outside, I can fit a few more, but it's nothing compared to the capacity of your backpack." Setting aside his confusion, Bai Xiaowen resumed searching the small cabin. Soon, he found several pieces of bronze equipment, which instantly rendered the black iron gear head collected earlier anything above level 5 practically worthless. He tossed them carelessly onto the weapon pile. But the real prize was yet to come. On the innermost rack in the corner, Bai Xiaowen discovered 2 sets of silver-grade heavy armor. Although these bulky, constitution-boosting armors didn't quite match his combat style, the value of silver equipment was undeniable. They were far superior to anything bronze or black iron. Just as he was about to bring the gear over to Old Li to settle up, his keen senses picked up something unusual. In a nearly forgotten corner, he spotted a glimpse of an ancient, ornate carving. Though he couldn't see the whole thing yet, his intuition told him that this item was of even higher quality than silver. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaowen dropped the silver armor and grabbed a plain piece of gear to use as a tool, diving into a focused archaeological dig. Soon, the mysterious item was revealed in full, a sword, gleaming with promise, called Flash. The hilt of the sword was carved from ancient wood, its intricate patterns standing out vividly. The blade measured just over 3 feet long, shimmering silver white and clear as water, slender and graceful. At the end of the sword hung a cluster of red tassels, adding an elegant and unique charm. As Bai Xiaowen held it in his hand, the basic attributes appeared before his eyes: strength, agility, and constitution, all surpassing those of his old silver white rabbit sword before it was damaged. With a casual flourish, he spun the sword twice, immediately noticing it felt much lighter than his previous weapon, almost as if it was designed for a completely different style. "Xiaobai, this sword is made of excellent material. Among silver-grade weapons, it's definitely top tier," Guzi said with genuine appreciation. But it's clearly a lattice sword, and it looks a bit out of place in the hands of a big guy like you. Besides, the new white rabbit sword that blacksmith Zhang is forging for you should be gold grade at least, if not. ITLL still be stronger than this one. Listening to Guzi, Bai Xiaowen smiled. He no longer saw Guzi as just some simple AI, but as a true friend, someone he could talk to freely. Seeing Guzi poke his head out, Bai Xiaowen felt a wave of warmth. Guzi seemed a bit puzzled by the idea of siblings, since members of the Bai's clan were naturally solitary and rarely had relatives. Still, he could tell that Xiaobai was even happier now than he had been when he first heard about the White Rabbit sword's upgrade. Hey, Xiaobai, I never thought you'd like this sword so much. By the way, I haven't told Yumi's little sister is from the free world too, just like me. We're actually related. Guzi blinked with a proud grin. Your sister? Now I'm even more curious to meet her, Bai Xiaowen replied, his mood lightening. The longer they spent together, the closer their bond grew, and Bai Xiaowen had already come to see this clever little dog as an indispensable companion. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen paused, the sword trembling slightly in his hand as he hesitated. Like the midnight cloak, this sword didn't seem to display its equipment level. Turning to Guzi with a questioning look, he asked, why are the requirements for equipping this sword so unclear? I can't make sense of it. Does it need to be activated with blood, like a blood-refined item? That seems to be the case, Guzi said after glancing at it and nodding. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a smile. Blood-refined items. I've seen plenty of those. He lifted the gleaming lattice sword and headed for the door, calling out as he walked. Oldly, I've picked my gear. Hurry up and open the door, or I really might slit my throat. With that, he kicked the door, making it shake violently and echo with a dull thud. Hearing Bai Xiaowen's exasperated shout, Old Li's brow twitched, and his face darkened. If Bai Xiaowen hadn't had leverage over him, he would have stormed in and taught him a lesson already. In the end, Old Li had no choice but to open the door, and when he saw the shining lattice sword in Bai Xiaowen's hand, his expression grew even more sour. This sword. Old Li's mouth twitched, unable to hide his dissatisfaction, a hint of pain in his eyes. That shining lattice sword is one of the finest in my entire collection. What a shame it ended up with you. Eh, you really are a generous old man, Bai Xiaowen teased, completely unfazed by Old Li's anger as he happily fiddled with his new sword. Kid, we wouldn't have met if we hadn't fought first. Guess you could call that fate. Since you're picking out a weapon now, let me teach you an important lesson. Old Li stared at the gleaming sword in Bai Xiaowen's hand, his eyes darting shrewdly, as if he was hatching some plan. After a moment, he suddenly switched to that kindly, good-natured expression, a deliberately friendly smile on his lips. When it comes to choosing a weapon, cut it out, old man. Bai Xiaowen interrupted him without hesitation. Old Li's face froze instantly, his brow twitching. He took a deep breath, pressed his lips together, and forced down the anger rising in his throat. Adjusting his expression, he continued in that same gentle tone. This is a lesson that might really help you right now. When it comes to picking something, the best isn't always the right fit. Sometimes, what feels right in your hand is what matters most. He raised a finger, wagging it as he went on. Take choosing a wife, for example. The prettiest girl isn't always the best choice. The more beautiful she is, the more trouble she's likely to attract. In your world's terms, you're just asking for heartbreak. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but laugh to himself. This old guy really does have some life experience, has got a point. And it's the same with weapons. Old Li pointed at the sword in Bai Xiaowen's hand. It's not just about how sharp it is. What matters is whether it suits your style. If it doesn't, the sharper it is, the more likely it'll get you hurt. Take that flashy sword you're holding. It looks like a lightweight blade meant for agility, more suited to a woman. But from what I saw, your fighting style is all about bold, sweeping moves. I think you're smart enough to know what I mean. Bai Xiaowen nodded along, putting on an expression of enlightenment. Old Li, they'll remember what you said. If there's nothing else, they'll be off. With that, he turned to leave, still gripping the gleaming sword tightly. Seeing this, Old Li nearly jumped out of his skin. He lunged forward, grabbing Bai Xiaowen's shoulder with such force that Bai Xiaowen winced in pain. Help! Somebody help me! Bai Xiaowen shouted at the top of his lungs. Old Li's face turned ashen at the noise. He quickly let go and apologized repeatedly, afraid of attracting any trouble. Pleasure doing business, Old Li. Bai Xiaowen grinned, flashing a wide, mischievous smile as he patted Old Li on the shoulder. If there's nothing else, he'll go report back to old Zhang now. With Old Li glaring daggers at him, Bai Xiaowen swaggered out the door. He had barely gone a few steps when he suddenly poked his head back through the doorway, flashing a toothy grin. Old Li, I really agree with what you said, especially about picking a wife. Wish I'd met you sooner. Oh, and by the way, this sword is for my little sister. She's a girl, you know, so I wasn't lying to you. With a wave, Bai Xiaowen sauntered off, his cocky posture practically taunting Old Li. Old Li watched Bai Xiaowen's swaggering figure, then slammed the door shut with a loud bang, muttering curses as he went back into his little workshop. When he saw the mess inside, he couldn't help but furrow his brow even more. A moment later, his expression relaxed as he muttered to himself, Good thing the most valuable thing in my stash isn't that flashy sword. With a sly chuckle, Old Lee hurried over to an inconspicuous corner and started rummaging around. Suddenly, he froze, his smug look turning to shock and then to utter dismay. Damn it, where's my midnight cloak? Did that brat swipe it? Old Lee muttered anxiously as he paced around the armory, rummaging through piles of weapons. Impossible, impossible. This room is protected by a formation linked to the village's main barrier. No matter how skilled that rascal is, there's no way he could sneak out with 2 pieces of gear on his own. His eyes swept over the mountain of equipment, and he finally relaxed a bit. Besides, that cloak isn't even that impressive on the surface. I just tossed it in with the other common gear. Right, right, it must still be in here somewhere. Muttering to himself, he continued his frantic search. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaowen was on his way to the blacksmith shop to report back. He glanced at Xiaobai beside him and asked curiously, Xiaobai, what exactly is this midnight cloak? I slipped it into your bag, the dog replied, trying to sound casual. Without another word, Bai Xiaowen pulled the cloak out of his backpack. Now that they'd left the weapons shop, the equipment automatically recognized him as its owner, finally allowing him to see the full details of the item that even the usually composed dog had been so anxious about. Midnight cloak. Quality, black iron equipment. Base attribute, agility 10. Black iron skill. Conceal allows the wearer to choose whether the cloak is visible or hidden. Equipment talent skill. Fusion growth can consume and fuse with animal pelts to upgrade the cloak's level, attributes, and quality. Each fusion has a chance to imprint 1 skill from the consumed creature. The number and strength of skills depend on the current quality of the cloak. Level requirement, 5. Item description, a cloak made from the pelt of a dark sprite. After reading the description, Bai Xiaowen felt a shiver run through him. The cloak only had 1 truly useful skill, but its effect was astonishing. This was a piece of equipment that could grow and evolve. No wonder even the well-traveled dog had taken it so seriously. Seeing Bai Xiaowen standing in a daze, the dog began to show off his knowledge. This cloak is made from the hide of a dark sprite. That race is fascinating. When they're born, they're weaker than rabbits, and they reproduce even less than us divine beasts. But the balance of nature gives them a terrifying gift. They can grow infinitely stronger by hunting creatures of equal or greater strength. That's why, every few thousand years, a dark sprite will stir up trouble, forcing all the other races to unite against it. Old Lee must have been quite capable to hunt down such a notoriously elusive creature. Bai Xiaowen grinned, picturing Old Lee's frantic reaction when he realized the treasure was missing. The thought was incredibly satisfying. About 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at the blacksmith shop. Bai Xiaowen explained everything that had happened to Zhang the blacksmith. So that's what happened? Zhang exclaimed in sudden understanding. That's right, Bai Xiaowen replied with a smile. Old Lee might be a bit unreliable most of the time, but at least he didn't have the nerve to embezzle the village's iron ore this time. For once, he found himself saying something nice about Old Lee. After all, had benefited from him. Noticing the grin on Bai Xiaowen's face, Zhang suddenly asked, you look pretty pleased with yourself. Did that old man slip you something good? Old Zhang, you're overthinking it. Ha ha. Alright, I admit I really can't lie to people I know. The truth is, I did get a bit of a benefit out of this. Old Lee just gave me this as hush money, so I wouldn't tell the villagers about the bandits. Bai Xiaowen had intended to make up a story, but looking at Zhang the blacksmith's honest, good-natured face, the words changed as they left his mouth. He couldn't help but laugh, and decided to just come clean, pulling out the shiny object from his pocket. A gleaming sword? Well, look at you. Old Lee actually gave you something like this. Zhang's eyes lit up, and a look of approval flashed across his face. But in the next moment, he put on a stern expression. Don't get too full of yourself, kid. Running one little errand isn't nearly enough to pay for all the gold you owe me for forging your gear. Bai Xiaowen just grinned, unfazed by the sudden threat. His eyes had already drifted to the workbench behind Zhang, where his golden rabbit tooth was being placed into a special container and put into the furnace for smelting. Clearly, old Zhang had already started crafting his new weapon. Seeing that Bai Xiaowen wasn't intimidated, Zhang gave a helpless shrug and quickly switched to a more serious tone. Traveler from another world, he said, clearing his throat. I'm running low on iron, ore, and other materials for making tools and weapons. Could you help me gather 800 pieces of raw iron ore from the small mountain south of the village? He paused, making gestures in the air as he spoke. Oh, and there are some wild boars on that mountain. If you can, collect 1,800 wild boar tusks and 1,600 wild boar hides for me. And if it's not too much trouble, there are also purple mulberries up there, my favorite. Pick 3,000 of those for me, would you? Seeing Bai Xiaowen frown at the long list, Zhang added, after you defeat the creatures, you can use the gathering skill to get extra tusks and hides. As for the skill itself, you can either buy it from the shady merchant at the clothing store, or check with the old man at the general store. If I remember right, the merchant at the clothing store has a family heirloom book on gathering, and knowing how greedy he is, you probably won't need to trade much to get it. As for me, he'll give you a mining manual for free. Just follow the instructions, and you'll pick up basic mining in no time. Listening to this string of outrageous demands, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Stop whining like a little girl, kid. Go on, hurry up. By the time you're back, your weapon might be ready. Here, take this mining pick, Zhang said impatiently, handing over a pickaxe head already prepared. Then he added, with a meaningful look, one more thing when you're hunting boars, search them carefully. Sometimes you'll find fruit on them, too. Immediately, the system notification chimed in by Xiaowen's ear. Ding. Blacksmith Zhang's request 2. Mine 800 pieces of iron ore from the southern mountain outside the village. Do you accept? Ding. Blacksmith Zhang's request 3. Collect 1,800 wild boar tusks and 1,800 wild boar hides from the southern mountain outside the village. Do you accept? Ding. Blacksmith Zhang's request 4. Pick 3,000 purple mulberries from the southern mountain outside the village. Do you accept? Yes, yes, yes. Bai Xiaowen nodded eagerly, suddenly realizing that old Zhang had just lumped 3 different quests together to save himself the trouble. If it were just one quest with such a long list, it would feel unfair, but split into 3, it didn't seem so bad. Ding. Congratulations, you have accepted the quest. You have learned basic mining and received a beginner's pickaxe. After completing his quest, Bai Xiaowen wandered around the village, trading all his materials for gold coins and potions. This time, the loot he gained from the Trance territory was far greater than what had gotten from the rabbit cave before. He exchanged it all for 14 gold coins, 68 silver coins, 70 copper coins, and over a dozen pieces of basic equipment. As for the few pieces of black iron gear he planned to give to Zhu Chongjing and his wife as gifts, he kept them in his backpack for now. Although he was still a bit short of reaching level 10, with 9 experience cards and his loyal Dogsy by his side, Bai Xiaowen estimated that leveling up wouldn't be too difficult if he pushed a little harder. Most importantly, he'd soon be able to get his hands on a much stronger weapon. After sorting through his spoils, Bai Xiaowen immediately contacted Lan Bingyu, his reliable ally. To his surprise, when she heard he had gold coins, Lan Bingyu didn't show her usual excitement. It turned out that after their recent campaign, she was completely broke. Even the reward Shed handed out afterward was cobbled together with help from her well-connected friends like Baozi and the other second-generation rich kids. Bai Xiaowen, always perceptive, had already guessed Lan Bingyu was strapped for cash after the whole Sword of Loyalty incident. When she hesitantly admitted her financial troubles, Bai Xiaowen quickly proposed a deal. He'd give her the coins and equipment up front, let her total the value, and she could pay him back at the current price whenever she had money again. Lan Bingyu was more than happy to accept this mutually trusting arrangement and even offered to pay Bai Xiaowen interest at a fair rate. Bai Xiaowen certainly wasn't going to turn down such an easy way to make a little extra. Once everything was settled, Lan Bingyu brought a friend along to record the entire handover, just in case there was any dispute later. After the exchange, Bai Xiaowen immediately messaged Xiao Juzi. Right now, he was swamped, barely had time to help them level up even if he wanted to. Besides, even if he was free, Chu Xiaoxi probably wouldn't want to party with him. The misunderstanding from years ago ran too deep, and any explanation now would just sound like an excuse. All Bai Xiaowen could do was try to win her over little by little, like Tang Sung taming Sun Wukong, waiting for the right moment to slip on the golden headband and finally get his stubborn little sister to listen. Hey Xiao Juzi, are you there? Reply if you see this. Big brother, it's not even time for lunch yet. Don't get too excited. Kid, I'm not here to rush you into cooking. I just wanted to ask where you and Xiaoxi are right now. I've got some great weapons, and I'm ready to deliver them to you. We're in Viper Valley. You only need to bring a weapon for Xiaoxi. I already got mine from my big sister, Something's come up, and I can't make it out there. Why don't you and Xiaoxi head back to the village together? They'll be waiting for you at the tavern, and they'll buy you both dinner. So you're afraid of snakes, huh, big brother? Nonsense. That's what Xiaoxi just told me. After the chat ended, Bai Xiaowen made his way straight to the village's only tavern. As he pushed open the door, he was surprised to find that the crowd inside had changed dramatically. Apart from the father and daughter who ran the place, there were now 2 new staff members, one a player, the other an NPC. The idea of players working for NPCs just to earn some in-game cash was almost absurd. Before he could even say hi to Xiaoyu, who was busy behind the counter, Bai Xiaowen spotted 2 familiar faces feasting in a corner of the tavern. These 2 suckers had ordered 10 dishes and 2 jugs of wine way more extravagant than he ever was. Unable to stand the waste, Bai Xiaowen didn't hesitate for a second, sat down, and started helping himself. Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang were stunned speechless when they saw him. Bai Xiaowen looked at the 2 bewildered guys, his mouth stuffed with food, joking as he sprayed crumbs everywhere. Why are you 2 so relaxed? Aren't you rushing to hit level 10 for the tournament? Of course we are. Min Qianxue replied as concisely as ever, though his eyes showed how tired he was. Wang Shangshuang rolled his eyes. Cat God, do you think we're robots? Even if we're planning to level up for the tournament, we need a break, right? Those big raids over the past couple of days nearly wiped us out. He took a big swig of malt beer, his eyes darting around as he complained. It's not just that we're exhausted, the worst part is we barely got any good gear or materials out of it. Honestly, we lost out this time. Bai Xiaowen gave an awkward laugh. The truth was, aside from a single black iron item and a few common pieces, the two hadn't really scored any great loot, just a bit more than they'd usually get from grinding monsters. But the effort they'd put in was way beyond their normal routine. It was a losing deal, no doubt. As Bai Xiaowen glanced at Wang Shangshuang, trying to figure out how to dodge any requests for compensation, a large platter suddenly landed with a thud in front of him. The aroma was mouth-watering, leaving all three of them momentarily stunned. None of them had even ordered anything since they sat down. They'd just been chatting and drinking. Just as they wondered if even NPCs could mess up orders, a sweet, childish voice chimed in. Big brother, this is a new dish I just came up with. I made it secretly for you to try. Bai Xiaowen looked up and saw the little girl, Xiaoyu, standing by the table, beaming at him. He reached out and patted her head, unable to stop himself from smiling. Big brother, I'm heading back to the kitchen now. You guys enjoy. Xiaoyu giggled, then dashed off. Cat God and his love for Lola's legendary. Wang Shangshuang teased, waggling his eyebrows. Cat God, the destroyer of showed up boys legendary. Min Qianxue joined in for once. Bai Xiaowen's face darkened. Do I look like I'm in the mood for your nonsense? Meanwhile, the tavern owner behind the counter was busy doing the accounts, his brow twitching non-stop as he muttered to himself, that troublemaker's going to run me out of business one day. After a bit more banter, Bai Xiaowen suddenly remembered something and reached out to the other two. Hey, do you guys have any gear? Low-level stuff, the lower, the better. Weapons preferably, any kind will do. Right now, he desperately needed some low-level equipment he could actually use to boost his stats for grinding and leveling up. His situation was downright dire, even worse than when he first met Min Qianxue and Wang Shangshuang, who were basically scavengers back then. If someone from the Tyrant Guild found out about his predicament and stationed a bunch of elite players in the village to keep him from leveling up, he'd be totally screwed. Without a second thought, Min Qianxue and Wang Shangshuang pulled out the lowest level black iron equipment they had from their bags. Bai Xiaowen looked at the pile of level 6 black iron gear covering half the table and shook his head, pushing it back to them one piece at a time. Still too high level. He sat there frowning for a while. Then curiosity got the better of him. Where'd you guys even get all this gear? Black iron stuff isn't supposed to drop that easily, right? Min Qianxue smirked and replied. We got it off Tyrant Guild members. The day before yesterday, during the conquest battle with Badao Tianxia, each of us died once and lost several pieces of basic gear. So this morning, as soon as the two of us logged in, we camped outside the Newbie village gate, waiting to ambush their members. All morning, we secretly hunted down 70 or 80 players with Badao Tianxia in their names, but only managed to loot 5 or 6 pieces of black iron equipment and about a dozen white-tire items. While talking, Hua Shangshuang smiled with satisfaction, as if this haul was enough to make up for what they lost the other day. Lan Bingyu is broke now and can't afford to buy gear. We haven't even had a chance to put our stuff up in the auction house yet, he added, tapping his fingers on the table. Hearing this, Bai Xiaowen swallowed nervously, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, getting on the wrong side of these two, so patient, so vindictive, and with no bottom line, is practically a death sentence. They're the kind of people who, if they can beat you, will go all out. If they can't, they'll target your friends instead. In their bones, they live by one rule. No way you're making me take a loss. With nothing else to do, Bai Xiaowen explained in detail how he and Lan Bingyu usually handled trades. After listening, the two immediately lit up, praised him for being a pro, and quickly pulled out their communicators to contact Lan Bingyu. In less than 10 minutes, the mobile warehouse from the Ice Blue Guild arrived in a hurry and efficiently collected all the gear from the two. Once the transaction was done, the three felt unburdened and relaxed, sitting together for drinks and conversation as they waited for Bai Xiaowen's sister to arrive. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen's friend chat system chimed urgently. He glanced down. It was a message from Xiao Juzi, and he couldn't help but smile. Finally, those two slowpokes are coming, he thought. I can hand off the weapon and get on with my quest. But his smile froze almost instantly, his face turning grim. The message wasn't an arrival notice, but a call for help. The gist was, the two girls were ambushed on their way back to the village, and the culprits were the same 6-man thug crew led by Meng Humajia, who had harassed Xiao Juzi before. Only now, the group had grown. After expanding, the original 6 had become 13, proudly calling themselves the 13 Enforcers of Newbie Village 9527. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen's sister and Xiao Juzi had just been ganged up on and were now fleeing for their lives. My little sister's been attacked, I have to help her. Bai Xiaowen shot to his feet, his face full of anger. Your sister? Real or stepsister? From your family or not? Min Qianxue fired off a string of gossip-fueled questions, eyes sparkling with curiosity. How old is she? Is she pretty? Does she have a boyfriend? Looking for one. What's her type? Hua Shangshuang chimed in immediately, his tone loaded with interest. Both of you give it a rest. Bai Xiaowen snapped, annoyed, and dashed out the door. Min Qianxue and Hua Shangshuang exchanged a look, reluctantly grabbed big skewers of lamb, and hurried after Bai Xiaowen. The three of them quickly disappeared down the village path, leaving only the sound of hurried footsteps and the lingering aroma of barbecue behind. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.